Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Who I am, where am I? Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully bound this system. Who is speaking? Warning, due to unknown reasons, an unknown error has occurred in this system, and the information module will be formatted. Formatting is successful. Warning. The unknown error still exists. Now it will use the core energy of the system to repair it. System, what system? It's so dark. Where the hell is this? The unknown error has been fixed. Warning. The core energy is insufficient, please find a suitable supplementary method for the host. System, host, is it me? Hey, can you hear me? Time is limited, and the question and answer function will not be enabled for the time being. Now analyze according to the host's environment. The analysis is successful, and now start the first item of the emergency plan, entrusting the host to find suitable energy materials to supplement the core energy of the system, so that the system can be restarted. Reboot, computer, I seem to remember something. I'm Ethan. Just now I was watching the latest update of One Piece on the internet. The update is so slow. It seems that I just complained a few words, then I felt my body go numb, sparks flew from the main box, and then I lost consciousness. Am I dead? Now proceed to the second item of the emergency plan, to provide the host with a foundation, and now the last energy will be overdrawn to restore the host's body function, and at the same time, a novice gift package will be provided. The host must receive it within 24 hours. After receiving it successfully, the system will be completely shut down, waiting for the host to restart successfully. The future fate is in your hands, host, please come on. The emotionless electronic beep has been silent since. And Ethan is trapped in an endless dark space, as if all senses have been deprived, except for the existence of consciousness. He has no perception of his own. I don't know how long it has passed, and just when Ethan was about to be driven mad by this loneliness, he suddenly felt his own breathing. After a while, gradually, he felt his body again, a frail heart beating hard in his chest. After an unknown amount of time passed, a bright light suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Ah! He opened his eyes, and what he saw was a Western-style chandelier on the ceiling. Master, you're finally awake. This was an extremely luxurious European-style bedroom, and beside the big soft bed hung with pleated gauze, a maid was looking at him in surprise. Ethan directed his gradually obedient body to stand up slowly. He looked around the room, and it was the first time he had seen the place, but somehow it gave him a sense of familiarity. Finally, his eyes stopped. On the side of the maid, Alice. Yes. Wait a minute, Master, I'll go tell the good news to the masters. Alice, the little maid with freckles on her face who seemed very excited about Ethan's waking up, saluted and quickly pushed the door away. Go out. Ethan left with a confused face. How do I know her name? Similar to the feeling when looking around the room, when he saw the maid, a familiar feeling came to Ethan's mind, and her name blurted out. Since then, memories flooded into Ethan's mind like a lock was opened. Pain. This was Ethan's first reaction. He collapsed back on the bed, holding his head in his hands, gritting his teeth tightly without making a sound. He only felt that his brain was so painful that it was about to burst. But this feeling came and went quickly, and when Ethan felt his brain return to normal, he had gained a brand new memory. His body is Winster Joya, a famous family of the Goya kingdom, the eldest son of the Winster family, a well-known talented noble boy, and his every move has a convincing aristocratic demeanor. Etc. Kingdom of Goa, noble. Ethan felt dizzy for a while, and he looked at his body with thin arms and legs, plus the inexplicably extra memory. Did I cross time? At this moment, a middle-aged woman with an extremely uncoordinated face and big curly hair rushed in. She hugged Ethan, and the pungent smell of perfume flooded his nose. Perfume counter. Oh, Joya, my little baby, you finally woke up, but I'm so worried. The middle-aged woman's sharp voice, which might have been smelled of perfume, made Ethan feel goosebumps all over his body. In Joya's memory, Ethan learned that 11 years had passed since he was born. And during these 11 years, from the age of 3, poor Joya has been receiving all kinds of noble education every day, and the intensive courses made him almost breathless. And the one who arranged these courses for him was the middle-aged woman in front of him, Joya's mother. You will definitely be able to marry a girl from the royal family in the future, so that our family can prosper. Then you will also be happy. This sentence has run through his entire life so far. He has been half coaxed and half forcibly restrained at home by the mother in front of him for 11 years, and he has basically never stepped out of the house. He has become the most elegant aristocratic boy in the mouth of the aristocrats. The cumbersome aristocratic etiquette is deeply embedded in his whole life, but he lacks exercise and also got the current frail body. It was also because of his poor physique that he suffered from a slight cold a few days ago, and then developed symptoms of fever and chest tightness. As a result, he lost his life in less than 3 days, and Ethan was stationed in his body. The middle-aged woman quickly let go of Ethan. Seeing that he still had a sluggish expression on his face, the expression on his face sank, and she reprimanded, "As a qualified nobleman, you must always maintain elegance. Look at you, what kind of expression is this? Take it back." But seeing that Ethan still had such a sluggish expression, the middle-aged woman frowned, and said worriedly, "Isn't it because my brain is burnt out?" She hurriedly called the doctor behind her to come over for an examination. After a lot of work, the doctor said, "The young master is in good physical condition now, but his spirit is a little sluggish, and he needs proper rest." Seeing Ethan's expression all the time, the middle-aged woman walked away in a huff. Before leaving, she said a word, asking the maids to take good care of him, and to notify her immediately when he recovered. Finally gone. Ethan heaved a sigh of relief. This sluggish look was naturally pretended by him. Because he didn't know what attitude he should use to face the woman in front of him. On the one hand, she was the mother of his body, and on the other hand, after fully accepting his memory, Ethan clearly understood that the woman just wants to cling to the royal family through him. Judging from the way she treats herself every day, there is no family affection at all. Even if there is, it is just family affection overwhelmed by infinite desire. So what kind of family did I travel to? Ethan smiled wryly. He absorbed useful information from his memory, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Wait. Kingdom of Goya? Nobility? Garbage Mountain? Is this the world of One Piece? That being the case. Ethan suddenly thought of the voice when he was unconscious. System. Ethan called tentatively. As soon as he finished speaking, a translucent interface suddenly opened in front of his eyes. The interface is bare, with only a single red box hanging on it, and a countdown timer next to it. If you look closely, the countdown will reset to 0 in less than an hour. Would you like to receive a gift package for beginners? An emotionless Mechatronic voice sounded. Even that system is real. Ethan pinched his thigh and reconfirmed that he was really not dreaming. Ethan has also read a lot of time-traveling novels. Elements in novels such as Alien World and Goldfinger suddenly appeared beside him. He suddenly remembered that before he lost consciousness, he seemed to be watching the animation of One Piece, and complained 2 times. Sentence updates are slow. Can't tell the truth? Ethan tugged at his hair in a tangled state, feeling distraught. Would you like to receive the novice gift package? The remaining time is 30 minutes. The system's notification sounded again. Forget it, it's here anyway. Ethan was awakened by the notification sound, and his originally tangled expression gradually eased. In a sense, isn't it my dream to come to this world? The world of One Piece. Ethan suddenly laughed. The sea and endless adventures, here I come. Chapter 2. Time is precious, Ethan replied decisively, get it now. As soon as the words were finished, the red box in the interface suddenly exploded, and then a dazzling golden light flashed, and a slender, golden scroll of unknown material floated on the interface. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Random Contract Scroll. Do you want to sign a contract to become a magical girl? Do you want to be friends with a group of talking toads? Do you want to have the power of the king? Everything is possible. Due to energy shortage, this item cannot be accurately placed in front of you. Start a backup plan. The reward will be placed at a random place within kilometers around you. Please find it yourself. Listening to the broadcast of the electronic sound, Ethan's originally surprised expression gradually turned a little bit painful, and then turned into a "you're kidding me" expression. 20 kilometers? System, are you sure this thing is for me? What if someone picks it up? Then the electronic voice continued, the distribution is complete. This item is a gift package prize for beginners. A link is specially established for the host and the prize. The host can find this item through the link. As soon as the words fell, Ethan only felt that something in the dark was attracting him, and he could even determine the direction and approximate location of that thing right now. Are you sure you put the prize elsewhere because of energy shortage? Not to embarrass me. Ethan couldn't help complaining. The link is established successfully. The system emergency plan has been fully implemented, and the system will be completely shut down in 10 seconds. Please work hard for the host and collect enough energy as soon as possible. Hey. I still have some questions. Ethan said hurriedly when he heard this, but it didn't make any sense, and the system stopped making any sounds. When 10 seconds passed, the interface in front of him changed suddenly, turning into a black screen, and in the center of the black screen, there was a long progress bar. So, is this the progress bar representing energy collection? The system will restart when the energy is collected. Ethan speculated. But you can put this aside for now. The first problem now is, looking at his thin body, Ethan smiled wryly, the radius is kilometers. This system is trying to find an excuse for me to exercise. It's not that Ethan is lazy, it's that he really can't go, not to mention the mother who bound him to study at home since he was a child, and his mother who is full of control. Even if he is allowed to go out, he can't go far with this body. Alas, Ethan sighed, the children in this world are getting stronger and stronger one by one. Ace could kill bulls and tigers when he was 10 years old, and himself, that's right, Ace, isn't this the kingdom of Goa? What time is it now? Ethan quickly called the little maid Alice, and learned from the timid little maid that it was 1513 in the lunar calendar. So, what a ghost, how does Ethan know when 1513 is in the lunar calendar? He thought for a while and asked, well, is there anything worth noting outside recently? The little maid nodded, her eyes suddenly filled with admiration and longing. Recently, the inspection team of the world government is coming to our country, and what is different from the past is that this time there are world nobles in the inspection team. Dragon Man. The admiration and longing on the little maid's face made him feel a little uncomfortable, especially when the target was the world trash Dragon Man in Ethan's mind. Wait, he suddenly thought of one thing, is there a garbage mountain outside the city? That, young master, don't worry, it will be gone soon. It seems that you really have a severe fever this time, and you have forgotten about it. Alice smiled sweetly and innocently, you told me about this a few months ago. Yes, tomorrow night is garbage incineration day. You also told me that after the mountain of garbage is cleared, you will take me out of the city to have a look. She covered her mouth with a small white hand and smiled, as if looking forward to the scene of going out to play in the city. Ethan frowned. He looked at the innocent girl with freckles on her face. Her normal attitude when she spoke made Ethan even more uncomfortable. Aren't there still many people living in the garbage mountain? Those are not people, they are the stains of our country. The smile on the little maid's face gradually disappeared, and she put on a serious expression. Burn it up, and our country will be truly spotless. Seeing the little maid's serious and somewhat paranoid expression, Ethan sighed, waved the maid to go out, and silently looked at the closed door. Not only the nobles, but even the servants of the nobles have this idea. Should it be said that in the high town of this country, everyone takes this as a matter of course? It is indeed a very popular country. Ethan was silent, and as the memories merged bit by bit, the short life that this body experienced, scenes and scenes slowly emerged in front of his eyes. When looking at the thoughts of the nobles in this country from the perspective of a third party, Ethan has not had such a deep feeling. But at this moment, as a member of this group of nobles, his brain is being impacted by the concepts formed by this body over the past 10 years. At this time, he suddenly had a strong resistance to this country from the inside out. It's really disgusting. Ethan gritted his teeth and whispered, just because I was born in a noble family, can I put on a bossy look and stop treating others as human beings? Ethan suddenly had an urge to leave this place quickly. The nobles in this country made him feel sick. But with the current him, it is difficult to go out. Ethan couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. But it's okay, I still have the means to become stronger. The most important thing now is to get the novice gift bag first. Ethan nodded silently. If he wants to do whatever he wants in this world, he must first have enough strength. By the way, it looks like it's a scroll, right? And it seems that the system said some interesting things. Ethan said, the few questions from the system echoed in his mind. So the random contract, is it something that allows me to sign a contract with a random creature? It's fine if you talk about psychic beasts, but what the hell is a magic girl? Am I not a man? Ethan couldn't help but imagine himself turning into a magical girl. I have to say that although his cheap mother looks a little crooked, his body looks pretty good. She has short black hair, pale complexion due to being bored at home for a long time, and has unusually delicate facial features, but she looks a little sick. And if this face is paired with a magic girl outfit, people may really be regarded as a weak girl. No way. Ethan suddenly felt a little headache. He didn't want to be a master of women's clothing. But counting those powerful people in this world, they either cultivated from a young age, but with their innate inadequacy, they have already been thrown away by others, or they have the ability of devil fruit, but this thing is too random big, the risk is too great. In the final analysis, my waiting golden finger is more reliable. By the way, it seems that there are already many big men in women's clothing in this world, right? For example, a certain place called Peachy Island. Hey, Ethan has a chill all over his body. It's so dangerous, I can't think about it anymore, always feel that this is a flag. It doesn't matter. In short, get the scroll first. Ethan patted his face to calm himself down. He closed his eyes and concentrated on feeling the link established for him by the system. Well, over there. He opened his eyes and found that his hand was pointing out of the window, and looking into the distance. After crossing countless low-level residential houses, there was a winding high wall, and in the direction he pointed, there was a big city gate on the high wall. Ethan suddenly had a bad feeling. Alice! The little maid standing outside the corridor was startled by her young master's sudden opening of the door, and he asked anxiously, pointing in one direction, is there a mountain of garbage outside the city gate over there? Yes, young master, we only have one city gate. Boom, the door was shut tightly again. Ethan tugged at his hair, his premonition came true, that scroll should be in the garbage mountain now, but the terrible thing is, tomorrow night, a group of pirates will burn that garbage mountain. Isn't this bad luck? Ethan cried with a small face, what should I do? The scroll thing. No matter how I think about it, I think it must not be fire resistant. But on his own. Want to go out privately? The memory from his body reminded him that it wasn't that he didn't do that a long time ago, but he was brought back without even turning over the iron fence door outside. Does this count as dying before leaving school? But that's my novice gift bag, how could it just be burned like this? Ethan raised his head suddenly. At this moment, he already had a solution in his mind. Chapter 3. During lunch, the mistress of the Winster family received a message from the maid, Her son, who may have burned out his brain, has returned to normal. Seeing his son walking down the stairs slowly, the hostess of the Winster family couldn't help but feel delighted. Seeing this graceful gesture of stopping a line, he even pulled out the chair for himself very gracefully. "Oh, my baby Joya, keep like this, you will be the one who can marry the princess of the royal family when you grow up." Ethan, on the other hand, was trying to recall the noble etiquette that this body had learned, and tried to make his every move closer to that. This process is extremely painful, because the so-called etiquette in this country is completely superfluous stuff. For example, let's talk about the etiquette at the dinner table. 4 bowls are used to drink soup, one is used to put the temperature of the soup at a moderate temperature, and then the soup is put into the second bowl to settle the soup afterwards. The third bowl was used for a taste test, and the soup could not be completely drunk until it was in the last bowl. They call these unnecessary behaviors aristocratic demeanor. Now Ethan knows why having aristocratic demeanor is something to be admired. Such complicated and useless rules, can master all of them, and it's really going to be a hard work. So Ethan ate extremely hard throughout lunch, and he couldn't help but pray in his heart that this would be the last time he ate at this place. After finally finishing lunch, a servant came forward to remove the things on the dining table, and Ethan was chatting kindly with his cheap mother. After a while, Ethan finally brought the topic to his own in terms of purpose. "Hey, my lord, I heard that the kid who was kidnapped before the Nobreak family has been rescued now." "That's right." Ethan's purpose is very simple. Calculating the time, today should be the day when Sabo returns home. Ethan can ask him for help and let him take him out of the city together. Just tell him about Trash Burn Day and he'll be dying to get out. "Yeah, I heard that it was a lot of trouble at the interrogation office. If you want to come to Audiobook 3, you must have stuffed a lot of money there. But I heard that kid seems to be willing to degenerate. If it weren't for Audiobook 3, the kid adopted by Kay's family is still doing well, but their family is about to go into ruin." The middle-aged woman followed Ethan's words and spoke casually, revealing a lot of useful information to Ethan. Ethan smiled and nodded. "If that's the case, mother, shouldn't we visit them? After all, it's the child's safe return. Let's come to express our congratulations, which can also show our family's demeanor well." Ethan paused for a while when he said this. "Besides, I also want to see what kind of person is the young master of the Outlook family who is second only to me in noble style." After Ethan said this, he felt like he was going to throw up. "Oh, my baby Joya, you are really sensible." The middle-aged woman said this, and she couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, because Ethan's performance since he came out was really good, even better than before he got sick, which made her even more puzzled after being pleasantly surprised. Why does it feel so weird? Is it because of the kid who ran away? After a while, she nodded slowly. "Then let's go later, so that we can show them your table manners by the way." Ethan secretly thought that it was bad. If it was later, Sabo would have learned about the garbage incineration day from his idiot brother, and in this case, his value to Sabo would be less than half, although everyone in any high town knows about this, but in order to make Sabo owe him a favor. "No, my lord mother, please forgive me for being rude, I really don't want to eat at the same table as a child who has lived in a garbage dump like that." Ethan shook his head firmly, refusing to say what he said in his heart. Curled his lips. Only then did the middle-aged woman dispel the doubt in her heart. She shook her head with satisfaction. "No, this is not rude, this is a normal noble reaction. Like that kind of self-willed depraved child. Forget it, after that you have to be patient a little bit, after all, he was just kidnapped on the surface. Thank you for your hard work, my precious Joya." She stretched out her big fat hand and touched Ethan's head. Ethan hurriedly acted obediently, but his heart was indeed filled with chills. Just be patient. Not long after, Ethan and his cheap mother arrived in front of Outlook's manor in a luxurious carriage that smelled like nouveau riche. In fact, strictly speaking, everything about the nobles in this country, in Ethan's view, is full of rich nouveau riche atmosphere. Some servants opened the door, and Altruk 3 walked out in person to welcome Ethan's mother. Because from the current point of view, the Winster family is the family most likely to be related to the royal family, so he naturally should pay more attention to it. But what Altruk 3 didn't know was that if Ethan hadn't been reborn through Winster Joa's body, after Joya's death, it would be his Outlook family who married the royal family. Oh, it really makes people feel radiant, Mrs. Winster. Outlook 3 pretended to be flattered, said to Ethan's cheap mother, and then turned his head to Ethan. What a convincing aristocratic temperament, the young master of the Winster family really lives up to his reputation. I heard that he was unwell a few days ago. It's great to be back to health. No wonder. Ethan kept smiling, looking at Altruk I's half-smiley expression. I'm afraid you're complaining in your heart that I'm going to die right now? He, you are too polite, Mr. Altruk. Cheap mother covered her mouth and smiled, her pride was beyond words. During the exchange of greetings between the two, Ethan looked behind Audiobook 3 and found that there was a slender face at the door of the house, revealing a sarcastic middle-aged woman, and beside her, there were two. The child stood aside. One was a smirking boy with a brown mushroom head, and the other was a blonde boy with a resigned expression. Sabo's idiot brother Staley, A&D. Sabo, Ethan looked at the reluctant Sabo, and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was not too late. Since he is still here, it means he doesn't know the news about Garbage Incineration Day. Afterwards, Altruk 3 invited their mother and son to the house, and Ethan proposed to exchange feelings with his peers. Oh he, you see, our Kiawa is a little older, he looks like a big brother. Cheap mother laughed hypocritically. On the other hand, Audiobook gestured to Staley with his eyes, asking him to fight for himself, and then glared at Sabo, and then went on to exchange greetings with Ethan's cheap mother. Staley made a gesture of please that he thought was elegant, inviting Ethan to his room, and Ethan nodded with a smile. But seeing that Sabo didn't intend to follow up, Ethan couldn't help but said, Stary, this should be your brother. If that's the case, why don't we come together, maybe we can chat woolen cloth. Sabo, who was clearly preoccupied at this time, couldn't help curling his lips when he heard Ethan's words, but when he saw Ethan looking at him, he blinked meaningfully, and was suddenly taken aback. So, driven by curiosity, he also followed. Chapter 4. After arriving at Staley's room, Ethan deliberately walked in the back. After the three of them entered the room, Ethan decisively locked the door. Hey, finally, you don't have to put on such a pose anymore. Ethan rubbed his face that was sore from smirking all the time. The so-called noble temperament that he had been holding in his entire body, after saying these words, that kind of temperament instantly disappeared. Nothing left. This change was so sudden that even the two children in front of them could feel it. What do you want to do? Sabo was originally indifferent to the communication among the nobles, and he had been away from home for many years, and he had already forgotten the person like Ethan, but Ethan's performance at this time really made him a little can't figure it out. Staley. If I were you, I wouldn't choose to do this. Ethan suddenly pointed his hand at Staley. At this moment, he smiled shyly and retracted his hand. Not far from his hand just now, it's the summon bell button next to the bed. Noble rooms have excellent sound insulation, so each room will have a summons bell next to the bed so that servants can be called to come here at any time. Although Ethan called Staley Sabo's idiot brother in his heart, it was also a contemptuous term aimed at Vision and Three Views. In fact, Staley is not a fool. Judging from the fact that he will be able to marry a princess and become a king in the future with that crooked appearance and his identity as the adopted son of an ordinary nobleman, he can definitely be regarded as a smart man. Staley smiled embarrassingly. Well, I just want to get something to drink for Brother Joya. Don't worry, you'd better not move around, or I will let you drink a pot. Ethan threatened. No matter how smart he is, no matter how precocious the children in this world are, Staley is only 7 years old now, so he was completely frightened by Ethan's words. Ethan gave Sabo another look, and Sabo also looked puzzled. why do you feel that I know you very well? But he still grabbed Staley and threw him on a chair far from the summons bell and the door. Then he stared at Ethan, as if asking him to give himself an explanation. Ethan saw that the situation was stable, so he stretched leisurely, and then he crossed his arms and said, "First of all, let me introduce myself, Ethan, not Winster or Joya." Sabo continued to look at Ethan suspiciously. Before the meeting, Ethan conceived many ways of dialogue, but after the meeting, he suddenly found that he had thought too much. Just be more direct and let Sabo think that he is the same person as him. "Sabo, I want to escape from this city, can you help me?" Unexpectedly, after listening to Ethan's words, Sabo just shook his head helplessly and said, "I can't help you anymore." Seeing Sabo like this, Ethan was slightly taken aback, and then he suddenly realized, Sabo came home this time because he was threatened by his father with the safety of Luffy and Ace, so he came back obediently. So he nodded understandingly, "I know that you stay here honestly because of your friend's safety. But it's not possible now. Tomorrow night is Burnable Garbage Day. The nobles of Jajan have entrusted the pirates to burn down that mountain of garbage." Before he could finish speaking, Sabo had already rushed over, grasping his thin shoulders like iron clamps with his hands. "What did you say?" "Hiss, they are also about 10 years old, is the gap that big?" Ethan felt the power coming from those hands, and couldn't help but smiled wryly. "How weak am I? Answer me!" Sabo shouted eagerly. "Don't worry, just let me go. Staley, I'm warning you to be honest and stay there. You have seen your brother's mental state. If you do something stupid, I think I can teach you a good lesson." Ethan originally pretended to be pitiful with Sabo, but turned his head and changed to a threatening tone to the sneaky Staley, scaring him back to his seat. "Time is limited, I want to make a long story short, and you have to listen to me calmly." Ethan broke away from Sabo's grip with great effort, and sighed again in his heart, and his expression changed. "There is the World Government's inspection team is coming to the Kingdom of Goa. For this reason, the high-level officials of the kingdom have decided to completely burn down the entire mountain of rubbish, including people and things." Sabo was angry and a little unbelievable. He turned his head to look at Staley. His eyes made Staley feel cold, but he still nodded. "Even people, burned together?" Sabo suddenly changed his face, put on his old clothes again, and turned the iron pipe out from under the bed. "If you don't want to take me with you, then I'll report you as soon as you leave." Ethan saw that Sabo didn't intend to take him away at all, so he could only threaten in a deep voice. As he said this, he moved to the summons next to the bell button. "The meaning is obvious. Trust me, I won't hold you back too much." Ethan ignored Sabo's murderous eyes. "After all, I'm still the one who took the initiative to deliver the news to you. I just want to leave this place, it makes me feel sick, I think you can understand how I feel." Sabo sighed, "Okay. But it's agreed in advance. If you are caught up, I won't rescue you." Ethan also sighed, "I don't care, if I'm caught up, I'll report on you." An urge to kill Ethan suddenly appeared in Sabo's heart. In the end, Sabo took Ethan on the road. As for Staley, at Ethan's suggestion, Sabo still knocked him out. There was a small tree outside the window, and with the help of Sabo, Ethan fell down without any risk, and the two began to run wildly on the street. "We will be discovered before dinner at the latest, but usually the gates of Jajan are closed at that time. That is to say, if we haven't slipped out at that time, we won't be able to escape tomorrow when the news spreads. Maybe he went out through the city gate. Then he will definitely be found and taken back." While analyzing, Sabo urged Ethan behind him, "Hey, work harder." After running wildly, Ethan felt that his lungs were being cut, and his legs were like being lead-filled. After all, he still overestimated his physical condition, but in the current situation, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. After all, there was only one chance. The two ran to the entrance of an alley. Sabo stopped, and Ethan gasped for breath like a drowning person suddenly rescued. He looked up at Sabo suspiciously, only to find that Sabo looked out hesitantly. It turned out that the outside was the central road leading directly to the outside of Jajan, and there were many pedestrians on both sides of the road. Some of them were walking with their dogs, carrying small shovels and bags in their hands, sitting in a cafe by the side of the road, squinting near eyes, enjoying this leisurely afternoon. Sabo looked at those people with an expectant expression on his face, and Ethan instantly understood his thoughts. Don't waste your time. Ethan leaned against the wall and was still panting. He pointed to the pedestrians on the road. Look at them, they seem to be enjoying life. Do you think they really don't know what's going to happen outside the wall? What happened? The people in this high town. Ethan remembered the first person he saw after waking up in this world, the one with a little playful freckles, but said with a paranoid and sick face, "That's not a person, but is a stain on the country," kind of words to the maid Alice. "They're all the same raccoon dog." Chapter 5. Sabo looked at the young man in front of him. His face was pale, exuding a feminine feeling. His body was so weak that he even ran for a while, leaning on the wall and panting violently. But at this moment, his expression was determined, and his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. It's not that Sabo didn't think about what Ethan said, he just couldn't believe that human nature is so evil. How is it possible? How is it possible that everyone? Nothing is impossible, Sabo. Ethan shook his head. The hearts of these people have already rotted. You who were born in Hightown really don't feel anything. Sabo was silent, then nodded slowly. Then what should we do now? How can we stop this fire with just the two of us? If you want to ignite such a large and wet mountain of garbage, you can't just throw a torch. Ethan thought for a while and said, "They hired a group of pirates to do this, and we need to find them before they do it. Your friend, and let the folks at Garbage Hill know about it." Pirate? Sabo was startled. He suddenly thought of Brugum, the pirate who captured him with his father. So aren't Luffy and Ace right there with them? No, let's go faster. Sabo said anxiously. He looked at Ethan who was following behind, gritted his teeth, but the distance kept getting further away. Do I really owe you? He said so. He still stretched out his hand to hold Ethan, trying to make him keep up with him. The whole Jajan is not big, but it is not small. It is a long journey for the two children who walk around the streets and avoid pedestrians. The two finally arrived at Jajan before the sun set. In front of the city gate. The gate of Jajan has always been easy to get out and hard to get in. Everyone who wants to come in has to go through the inquiry and investigation of the interrogation office. Sabo said. But Ethan frowned as he looked at the exit team lined up at the city gate at this time. He felt that the situation at this time was not as clear as Sabo said. Look, now they are also checking the people who left the city gate. I think our escape has been discovered. The guards at the city gate were all wearing sealed hoods, and there were two protruding lens-like objects around their eyes. At this time, they were checking the identity certificates of the city residents one by one. If Sabo was alone, he could easily run out with this level of vigilance, right? But now I'm a drag. Ethan frowned, and he turned to look at Sabo, and found that he was also troubled. Ethan sighed, and began to frantically think about countermeasures in his mind. Hey! After glancing at the people in line, a person wearing a loose dark green hooded cloak caught his attention. This person looked very tall from the side, and he stood out from the crowd. His face was hidden in the shadow of the hood, and his whole body exuded a sense of mystery. Could this be Monkey D. Long? Ethan's heart moved, and he quickly pulled Sabo closer to the man in the cloak who was suspected of being a dragon. Ethan smiled in surprise when he saw his face covered with red square tattoos on the left side. What are you doing? Why are you so close? Sabo asked in a low voice. Ethan turned his head and looked at Sabo. Well, I have an important question to ask. Does your hat have any special meaning? Hat? Sabo was taken aback. Ethan's topic changed too quickly for him to react. No, just like it. That's fine. Ethan said with a smile, you have two choices now, one is to take off the hat, throw the pipe away, and follow me, the other is to break out by yourself, and we meet outside. You already have a way to get out. Sabo looked at Ethan suspiciously. Ethan nodded. Seeing that the dragon was slowly advancing with the team, he urged Sabo, make a decision quickly, time is money my friend. I saw Sabo put the iron pipe behind him, patted Ethan on the shoulder heavily, and said with emotion, don't worry, after the fire, I will take Ace and Luffy to rescue you. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran out of the alley, slid under a carriage that was at the end of the line and was transporting things, and then he grabbed the shaft at the bottom of the carriage firmly. Looking at Sabo who was going away, Ethan grinned his teeth in pain while covering his shoulders. He smiled wryly, so you think I said that because I was afraid of hurting you? Are you so unconfident in me? But that's okay, Ethan was still having a headache just now about the difficulty of implementing this method, but now it's only his own words, so it doesn't matter. Then he trotted all the way to Long's side while there was no one around, and without saying a word under Long's puzzled eyes, he lifted the hem of his cloak and got in directly. What the fuck? The leader of the Revolutionary Army, the most ferocious criminal in the world, Monkey D. Long never imagined that he would encounter such a strange thing in his lifetime. A sickly-looking, emaciated child ran up to him, and got into his cloak without saying a word. In fact, when Ethan was watching the dragon from the alley, the dragon had already sensed the existence of him and Sabo, but he didn't think much about it. After all, with his outfit, children will inevitably become more curious. Take a look. But what he didn't expect was that the little guy in the tall hat rushed directly to the bottom of the car, and the sick-looking little guy came to him directly. Uncle, please help me escape from this high town? Please. Ethan's weak voice came from under the cloak. Long's curiosity was aroused. He got the news earlier, and now the city gate suddenly began to be strictly inspected because two children from noble families were lost. But if it was an ordinary lost person, why would they only set up checkpoints at the gate of the city? It's as if the two lost children will definitely go outside Jajan. But judging from the present, those two children should be the two of them, right? Follow up. Long Chen said in a low voice. Hearing Long's words, Ethan was overjoyed, knowing that he had made the right bet, and Long really helped him. But the problem now is, although the cloak is very loose, it is really a difficult problem to prevent people outside from seeing it, and to move with the dragon without affecting the walking movement of the dragon. Ah, that's enough. In the shadow of the hood, Long's expression froze. This brat, isn't he afraid of me at all? Under the cloak, Ethan, who hugged the dragon's thigh tightly, sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he was weak and stunted since he was a child. Even though he was 11 years old, he was much shorter than Sabo, otherwise he really couldn't hug him well. Thigh. In desperation, Ethan thought of how Luffy got into the undersea prison. Although he is not a rubber man, but fortunately, the dragon has a burly body and long legs. Chapter 6. The subsequent process went very smoothly. Perhaps it was due to the intimidating appearance and temperament of the dragon. After submitting his identity certificate, the city guards let him out without even asking a question. Little ghost, how long do you want to hold my leg? Long turned around and came to an alley by the side of the road. Oh? It's already there. Ethan got out of the cloak and took a breath. Hugging his thighs is also very tiring, isn't it? Looking at Ethan who was slumped on the ground, Long asked curiously, are you one of those two lost noble children? That's right, it seems that we have really been found out. Ethan sighed. He stretched out his head and looked at the road outside the alley. The car that Sabo picked up hadn't come out behind the line. Why? Both of you are sons of nobles, and you don't have to worry about food and clothing every day. Did you sneak out just for fun? Long asked very curiously. Ethan shook his head. Life inside this high wall is not suitable for me. Oh. I can't be like the group of nobles out there, who are complacent about being a nobleman and always feel that I am superior to others. I can't accept their views, and I even feel disgusted. Ethan said with emotion. At this moment, he suddenly thought of, if I tell Long that the aristocratic gate is going to be set on fire, will I be able to nip the fire in the bud? By the way, uncle. Do you know? The nobles want to set fire to the garbage mountain outside the city. Ethan said, but found that the expression of the dragon did not change at all. You know? Yes, I know about it. But why? Ethan's words stopped. He had already understood, this fire is more evidence of the corruption of this country. In contrast, what Long cares about is the people in the fire, not the act of setting fire itself. He can put out the fire once, but what about the next time? So he would not prevent the fire from burning, but chose to rescue everyone after the fire started. But my scroll is in the fire. Ethan is a little discouraged. It seems that he still wants to find the scroll before the fire starts. Long looked at Ethan thoughtfully. A child from a noble family can still maintain such an idea. This world is not hopeless. Sabo. At this moment, the carriage that Sabo was riding in finally drove out slowly. Ethan saw Sabo, who was still lying on the bottom of the car, blushing, and hurriedly greeted him. Sabo looked around and saw Ethan, with a look of seeing a ghost on his face, and fell down in an instant, but because the hat was too big, it got caught on the bottom of the car and was dragged for a certain distance. You. Seeing Sabo's big mouth missing a piece of upper tooth open and close, Ethan was so amused. Why did I come out faster than you? Ethan just wanted to introduce Sabo to the dragon, but found that the dragon behind him had disappeared quietly. He really deserves to be called the most ferocious criminal in the world. This way of exit reminded Ethan of a certain vigilante wearing a black cloak. That uncle just now. Forget it, Ethan shrugged helplessly. How do we go next? Can you hold on? Sabo looked at Ethan's pale face and asked tentatively. Ethan nodded. Although he could feel the weakness of his body, it might be the additional effect of the link of the system. Every time he felt that he was getting closer to the scroll, his mental state became more and more excited. Up! Don't force yourself. Sabo persuaded. Bian Town is much bigger than Gao Town. Seeing Ethan's insistence, Sabo nodded, but this time he took the initiative to hold Ethan's arm. The gate of the border town is also closed at night, so we don't have to worry too much. As long as we can get there before dawn, that's fine. And here in the border town, we don't have to hide. In this way, with the help of the moonlight, the speed of the two of them also increased. Hey, by the way, I haven't asked, why did you come to me? Sabo asked suddenly. Ethan smiled mysteriously. Do you believe me when I say that I can predict the prophet? Oh my god, what kind of eyes do you have? Well, I admit that your affairs are not covered very tightly, and you can find out after a little investigation. So I feel that the only person among the nobles who can understand my thoughts and help me is probably only you. Seeing Sabo's expression of believing it was true, Ethan thought to himself that these days, no one would believe the truth, so he insisted on listening to me telling lies. A large black cloud slowly moved his bloated body, the moonlight was blocked by it bit by bit, and the entire border town was shrouded in darkness. As time passed, the dark clouds quietly moved away, and the moonlight was returned to this land again. Under the moonlight, Sabo and Ethan were standing in a small alley not far from the city gate, wearing rough clothes. Hey, finally, it's here. Even Sabo couldn't take it anymore after running late at night for a long time. He was leaning against the wall on one side, and was still supporting his body with iron pipes on the other side, panting violently. The same is true for Ethan. In fact, he is worse than Sabo. At this moment, he had already collapsed to the ground. The soft and expensive clothes were already soaked in sweat, and the dirt on the ground made him dirty. However, he couldn't control this much anymore. The intense activities that night made his whole body so sore that he didn't even want to move a single finger. It stands to reason that after such an intense and excessive exercise, with Ethan's physical fitness, it is possible to faint on the spot. After all, fainting is also a way for the brain to protect the body. But it may be because of the link of fate, at this moment his brain is extremely excited, so excited that it even relieves his body pain a lot. I think, until tomorrow, I will be too painful to move. Ethan smiled wryly. In the end, it was Sabo who led Ethan to a leeward corner. I really miss it. I remember when I ran away from home, I also regarded this place as my foothold. Sabo sighed, and then looked at the seemingly miserable Ethan. Why don't you go out tomorrow? You look like this tomorrow. My body will indeed be so painful that I can't move, and it's not very safe at the garbage mountain, and I'll come back to you when we get this done. Ethan's heart moved after hearing Sabo's thoughts. Sabo's purpose is to find Ace Luffy, and his goal is to find the scroll in the garbage mountain. Since he is only one step away from the garbage mountain, there is no need to tie Sabo to himself. So Ethan agreed with Sabo. Early the next morning, the heavy city gate slowly opened with a dull friction sound, which woke up the two sleeping people. At the same time, a breeze passed by, and a faint rotten smell floated over. The door is open, I'm leaving first, you stay here. Well. Sabo picked up the pipe and was about to leave. Hey, Sabo. Ethan stopped him. Thank you. Oh yes. After you find Luffy and Ace, you can ask them first, if there is anything that has been scattered in the garbage in the past 2 days all over the mountain. I guess, the best way to set the mountain of garbage on fire is with dynamite and kerosene. Sabo nodded gratefully, then turned around, and was about to run towards the gate of the city. Hey, wait a minute. What's the matter? Sabo stared at Ethan. Well, according to my guess, since they want to burn people and garbage mountains together, their starting time must be in the middle of the night. Because only when people rest in the middle of the night can the fire spread out of control before people notice it. Sabo nodded again, this time he was sure that Ethan would not stop him, and then he started to run wildly. Ethan looked at Sabo's back and sighed. My biggest reliance in this world, apart from the golden finger of the system, is to be familiar with the historical trend of this world. But I don't know, what kind of changes will the flapping of my little butterfly's wings bring to this world? Chapter 7. Ace and Luffy have been in turmoil for the past 2 days. Their brother Sabo, in order to protect them, was forced to return to the place he hated. They are very confused. Why are they so weak? Then, under the solicitation of Brugum, the two temporarily became his subordinates, but they have been doing some moving things for the past 2 days. Ace, you said Sabo, how is it now? Luffy murmured again. This time, even Ace, who had been reminding Luffy to forget about Sabo for a while, threw the big box in his hand aside and muttered, I don't know, but he probably won't be happy now. That's not necessarily true. A familiar voice came. Ace and Luffy were stunned, and turned their heads suddenly to look in the direction of the sound. A blond boy with a bowler hat and goggles and a missing part of his upper teeth when he smiled was looking at them with a smile. Sabo! The two yelled in surprise, and rushed forward in an instant. The three of them rolled into a ball on the ground, laughing loudly. How did you escape? The three of them quarreled for a while, and Ace asked with his arms around his neck. By the way. Sabo's face became serious, and he almost forgot what was going on. He pointed to the big box that the two of them threw on the ground. I saw this thing everywhere around the garbage mountain, you know what it is? I don't know, Blue Gem asked us to put it somewhere. Ace already felt something was wrong, and Luffy, who was offline, still smiled heartlessly. Brugum! Sabo's heart sank. He picked up the iron pipe and smashed the wooden board outside the box. A pungent sulfur smell rushed into the noses of the three. Gunpowder! Ethan is right. Sabo gritted his teeth. Ace also looked terrified at this time. What is Blue Gem going to do? Burning the mountain. The nervous Luffy also felt the danger. He shouted, it's not good, we have to inform the uncles at the garbage mountain. Wait a minute. Sabo stopped Luffy, who was jumping up and down anxiously, and he said slowly, I just ran out when I heard the news that they were going to burn this mountain of garbage, and all the people inside. Come on, I thought about it on the way, and Ethan said that Blue Gem and the others should do it in the middle of the night, so if we go to notify the residents in the garbage mountain now, it is very likely to scare the snake and force them to do it in advance. And Ace said worriedly, with the power of the Brugam pirates, it is not impossible to kill all the residents in the garbage mountain. But why would they do this? Sabo's face froze, and Ace's question reminded him of the reasons of the royal family and nobles. He gritted his teeth and said, the specific reason. I don't have time to explain it. I'll talk to you after this matter is over. Now. Luffy. Yes. Luffy subconsciously stood up straight. Hurry up and go back to Mt. Galbo now, and ask Dodden for help. You say that the Sapphire Pirates are going to burn the garbage mountain and kill all the people inside. Ace and I are going to stop him. Sabo said, don't look disappointed, only when Dodden and the others come over, can we stop the Sapphire Pirates from setting fire. Luffy was originally disappointed because he couldn't fight side by side with his two brothers, but when he heard what Sabo said, he also understood the seriousness of the matter, and said with a serious face, yes. Then he jumped and ran away garbage mountain. Then what about the two of us now? Ace asked, looking at Luffy's back. Sabo frowned, rushed to inform the people in the garbage mountain, I'm afraid that it will make Blue Gem and the others go on a killing spree. Stopping them from arson is the fundamental way. He stared at the explosives that Ace and the others were holding. The box asked, do you know where these boxes are placed? Ace took out a map of the garbage mountain, with many red crosses drawn densely on it, representing the locations where these boxes were placed. Too many. Sabo clenched his fists, it's impossible for the two of us to destroy them all. Ace suddenly thought, but we can clear a road along a certain direction. Try to clear the boxes between the garbage mountain and the central forest, so that even if the fire burns, people will have a way to escape. Great idea. Sabo's eyes lit up, then let's do this first. Even if Dodden and the others fail to stop Brugam after they come, there will be an extra way out. The two hit it off and walked towards the target according to the location on the map. In the shadow of the rubbish mountain behind them, a bearded man wearing a red and white spotted jacket and carrying a sword behind his back was watching them silently. After hearing the plan of the two, he scratched his buttocks and revealed a sinister smile, hey, want to spoil the good things of the boss? It's not that easy, I have to go and tell the news to the boss and the others. Scratching his butt, he accidentally pulled out a golden scroll from his back pocket. He smiled and picked it up again. I was really lucky today. I broke through the plans of these little devils, and somehow picked up a scroll. Although he couldn't understand a word of the language on it, I knew it was not an ordinary thing based on the material. Maybe I could sell it well. Price. On the other side, Ethan was limping along the rubbish mountain at this time, with dilapidated huts built randomly on both sides. From time to time on the road, some men with vicious faces looked at him maliciously, but found that his whole body was covered with dirt, his face was ashamed, and he turned his head in a disinterested manner. Ethan was frowning. His body was in unbearable pain. If it weren't for the stimulant effect provided by the Fate Link, he probably wouldn't be able to keep going here. But now he encountered a new problem. As the distance between him and the scroll kept getting closer, he suddenly felt that the scroll was also constantly moving. Although it had never been out of the range of the garbage mountain, it was indeed constantly moving. Oops, was someone else picked it up? Ethan was anxious. The system fell asleep too hastily. It's not clear what the consequences are. Damn it! Ethan couldn't help but swear, because he sensed that the scroll started to move again. The speed is pretty fast, you are playing with me. Cursing or scolding, Ethan still had to face the reality, looked at the sky, it was already noon, the sun was swaying wantonly on the garbage mountain, and the uncomfortable rotten smell seemed to be more intense. Seriously, don't let me find you, otherwise. Ethan burst into tears and gritted his teeth with hatred. Under the induction of the link, the scroll has gone farther and farther away from him. Chapter 8. So. I kindly took you in, so you're going to repay me like this? A curly-haired man with a gloomy face and a blue cloak sneered, and you, the young master of a noble family, if you don't stay at home, you have to run away. Come here, are you out of your mind? In front of him, the two children held hostage by his crew are Ace and Sabo. Those who eavesdropped on their plan quickly passed the news back. As soon as Brugum heard about it, he immediately took everyone to set off, just in time to catch Sabo and Ace, who were pouring water into the powder box. You are a bunch of bastards. Why burn this mountain of garbage? Isn't this also your hiding place? Ace asked through gritted teeth. Blujum smiled sullenly, yes, but this is just my used hiding place. After completing this vote, we no longer need to hide in XZ, and we can even enter Jajan and become nobles. He looked at Ace with cold eyes, so, none of you want to spoil my good deeds. Find 2 cages and lock them separately. Yes. His subordinates agreed. Sabo and Ace were not reconciled, but there was nothing they could do. The Sapphire Pirates knew that these 2 children were unusual, so they mobilized 4 people, and each of them escorted them to lock them up. Also, replace the gunpowder they destroyed before. Brugum showed a sinister expression, ambush some explosives at the exit of the central forest. The Mountain King of Mount Gorpo is coming, how can I? Why don't you treat me well? Ethan was already so tired that he crawled on the ground, and he was slipped back and forth by the person who picked up the scroll, but, fortunately, this time after the man returned to the position just now, he never left the field again, so Ethan forced himself to run in that direction, rolling and crawling. Finally, he finally got close to here. Bypassing a garbage dump that was nearly 2 people high, Ethan saw the pirates of the Sapphire Pirates from a distance, holding Sabo and Ace and preparing to put them in a cage. Where can't we meet in the end of the world? Just as he was sighing, the bearded man in a spotted shirt who was holding Ace caught Ethan's attention, and he frowned and stared at him carefully. A strange sense of intimacy surged into his heart. This is the feeling of heartbeat. Is it love? It's a ghost. Ethan cursed bitterly, the scroll is on this grandson. I said that the people in the garbage mountain look malnourished, how can they run back and forth so fast? It turns out to be a pirate. Scolding is scolding, the problem still has to be faced. What is the problem? It's impossible for Ethan to kill a grown man head-on, let alone a pirate who has rich combat experience and doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. Even if it's a sneak attack. How much damage can he cause him? Looking at Ace and Sabo who were locked in the cage, Ethan felt that it would be more reliable to rescue them first. But how? Ethan frowned again, and the 4 pirates laughed and put Ace and Sabo into 2 different cages. There was a big lock at the door of the cage that looked very strong. After confirming that 2 people were imprisoned, 3 of the 4 pirates left, and the rest was the pirate wearing the red and white spotted shirt who picked up the scroll. God help me too. Ethan was overjoyed. The pirate also put the key aside as he wished, sat on the ground by himself, and took out the golden scroll from the pocket behind his buttocks. That's it. Ethan's heart was beating wildly. This was the foundation left to him by the system, and now it was held in the hands of the pirate in front of him. Under Ethan's gaze, the golden scroll suddenly glowed slightly, which made the pirate tremble and almost threw it away. At this time, Sabo and Ace sat in the cage dejectedly. Hey? By the way, Sabo, you mentioned a guy named Ethan in your previous words, who is that? Ace suddenly raised his head and asked with an expectant look. Sabo shook his head, he is also a child of a noble family, and he hates it as much as I do. This time, he told me the news that Brugum and the others are going to set fire. But don't think about it, his body is weak enough, it's useless, to come. He looked around casually, just in time to see Ethan approaching from behind on tiptoe, with a hellish expression on his face again. Ethan stretched out his finger to his mouth, and while the pirate's attention was completely attracted by the glowing scroll, he touched it all the way and stole the bunch of keys that the pirate put aside. Unexpectedly, as soon as he inserted the key into the lock, the rusty creaking sound of the big lock startled the pirates next to him, and Ethan only heard a roar behind him, "Who is it?" Without even thinking about it, Ethan rolled to the side while unscrewing the lock with his head in his arms, only to hear a crisp sound of metal collisions. The pirate's knife had already slashed to the railing of the cage. After avoiding the tip of the knife, Sabo in the cage pulled out the key that was still locked, threw it to Ace, and at the same time kicked open the door of the cage and rushed out. "I didn't expect you three brats to add a new member." The pirate stabbed Sabo, but he dodged it deftly. Then Sabo took the opportunity to jump up and hit him hard with a fist. Face. The pirate staggered from the beating, and his nose began to ooze blood. It happened that Ace also opened his cage at this time, and walked out with a gloomy face while clenching his fists. Seeing that both of them were out of trouble, the pirate thought of retreating. He obviously still remembered how Jamie Burr was defeated by Ace and Sabo. In all honesty, he couldn't beat Burr. Jamie. Ethan saw the pirate's retreat, and felt bad, but the scroll was still on him. Just wanted to ask Ace and Sabo to stop him. Boom. Hearing a deafening noise from the south, Ace and Sabo shouted anxiously at the same time, "No!" Dodden and Luffy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the pirate put away his sword, turned around and ran away, but they ran towards the direction of the explosion, and after Ace and Sabo looked at each other, they hurriedly followed. "Ethan, go find a place to hide first." Before Sabo left, he turned his head and shouted at Ethan. All this happened so suddenly, Ethan watched the scroll run away in front of him, feeling extremely bad. "By the way, what happened to this explosion?" Ethan smiled wryly. "It didn't happen in the first place. Has the plot started to change?" Then he also took steps and ran towards the direction of the explosion. At this moment, at the junction of the central forest and the end of invisible objects, Lu Fei fell to the side with uncertainty about his life and death, and the bandits of the Dodden family were all messed up by the explosion just now. "Luffy!" Dodden roared angrily, beckoning Dogula to take care of Luffy, and he led the bandits to the Sapphire Pirates who had been waiting here for a long time. The two sides quickly fought together. Dodden brandished his big axe and shot with hatred, repeatedly slashing at the gloomy-looking Brugum, but he was always blocked by him with a knife. "I heard that there was a wave of bandits on Gorbo Mountain before, but I didn't expect that the leader was a woman, and she was really talented." Brugum suddenly roared, and then used a heavy slash to force Dodden back, and then taking advantage of the situation, he took out the pistol stuck in his waist, and said with a sinister smile, "But that's it. Go to hell, woman." There was a crackling sound from the muzzle of the gun, and the bullets shot towards Dodden with the flames. At this moment, a thin figure jumped in front of Dodden and blocked the shot. "Luffy!" Dodden exclaimed. At this time, Luffy was pressing the straw hat, with blood streaming down his cheeks, gnashing his teeth and glaring at Brugum. There was a sharp point protruding from his back, and the bullet inside seemed to be counteracted, and slowly popped out from the front chest. "It doesn't hurt at all." Luffy stammered, but the trembling and crying voice betrayed him. Before Brugum had time to be surprised, he saw his subordinate in the red and white spotted shirt running over in a panic. "Boat, Captain!" Those two brats ran out. "Trash!" Brugum roared, so angry that he almost wanted to chop off all the men in front of him. He originally planned to send Sabo back to his family after the arson was done, paving the way for his noble life. And to catch Ace, he wanted to keep the treasure he hid, and by the way, it was a trump card to threaten the bandits in front of him to surrender. As a result, they have all run away from him now, so how can Blue Gem not be angry? Seeing that there are so many bandits in the Dodden family, they will definitely not be able to take them down for a while. Moreover, those two brats were not easy to save fuel. As the captain, Brugum gave the order decisively, retreat. Retreat to the city gate, and light the fire while retreating. Hearing the captain's order, the pirates all jumped out of the battle and ran back, lighting torches while running and throwing them at the surrounding wooden crates, only to hear a burst of explosions, and the flames soaring into the sky quickly ignited. Following the prearranged fuel oil, it instantly covered all the surrounding garbage mountains. The junction of the central forest and the garbage mountain had originally been filled with a lot of fuel oil, and it was also ignited under the spread of the fire at this time, but the fire is not too big now. Take Luffy and get out of here first. Dodden said firmly. Boss. Megula looked at Dodden in astonishment. Go get Ace and Sabo back. Dodden still had half a cigarette burning in the corner of her mouth. She turned to look at the bandits. Go. Seeing Dodden's unquestionable expression, Dogula and Megula hugged Luffy with gritted teeth. Boss. Be sure to come back. On the other side, Sabo and Ace could only hear continuous explosions coming from the front, and then the fire burst into the sky. They set fire. Ace said angrily, Dodden and the others. They should be fine. Sabo analyzed calmly. If they defeated Dodden and the others, why would they set fire ahead of time? After all, they might not be able to complete their mission. As soon as the words were finished, they heard noisy voices coming from the front. The two stopped and hid to the side. It happened to be the Sapphire Pirates and a group of people. Don't worry about those bandits, they didn't catch up. Now spread out and make the fire completely bigger. Make sure that no one in the garbage mountain can escape. Just listen to Brugum's loud order. Chapter 9. Ethan didn't know what was going on now, and the constant explosions and smoke and lights around him reminded him that the fire was still burning. But for Ethan, he has no extra energy to care about this, and now he only has that scroll in his eyes. Ethan knew in his heart now that if he got it, everything would be easy to talk about, but if he didn't get it, he didn't have the confidence to escape from the fire. Followed the induction Ethan to find it all the way, but found Ace and Sabo who were surrounded by several pirates with grinning smiles. And Brugum looked at them cruelly. Now it seems that I am too kind to you. He drew out his pistol, let the others hold Sabo down, and walked towards Ace. Go, don't think that I care about those treasures. He showed his yellowed teeth, put the muzzle of a gun against Ace's head, and smiled cruelly. I will soon become a nobleman. That little treasure is not worth mentioning. On the other side, the bearded man grabbed Sabo's shoulder and pushed him to the ground. Sabo's hat fell off and he rolled far away. At this moment, Ethan saw the golden corner of the bearded buttocks protruding from the back pocket, and couldn't hold back the impulse in his heart anymore, and rushed out. While no one noticed him, he snatched the scroll into his hands. But the imaginary system prompts, item descriptions, etc., were all gone the moment the scroll was picked up. The scroll was quietly held in his hand like an ordinary object, and even the original light disappeared. Smelly brat! It's you! The pirate, who felt the thing behind his butt being pulled away, looked back, recognized Ethan, and slashed at him angrily. Ethan repeated his old trick and rolled to the side with his head in his arms, dodging the knife. I just wanted to put oil on the soles of my feet, so I found a place to sign it first. But there was only a bang gunshot, and blood splattered all over the place in an instant. Ethan only felt that his back was suddenly pushed by someone. He tried to stand up, but found that all the strength in his body was draining rapidly, followed by a sharp pain, a burning pain in his back. Was I shot? Ethan only had this thought in his mind, and then he felt his neck being pinched. It turned out to be the bearded man in the spotted shirt. He pinched Ethan's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Brugum looked at him from a distance, and his gun was still emitting smoke. You brat, how dare you steal from me? The bearded man grinned grimly. He pulled the scroll back from Ethan's hand, and the original golden color on it had been stained red by Ethan's blood. Bad luck, what should I do if this thing gets dirty and can't be sold at a good price? Ethan could feel that the vitality in his thin body, which was not considered exuberant, was also rapidly draining at this moment. He felt that everything in front of him had become blurred, and his limbs were beginning to turn cold. Is this what it feels like to be shot? Can I save it again? He watched the scroll in his hand being snatched away, and clenched his fists weakly. It's almost. Is this the end? Ethan. Sabo struggled, and only then did he see clearly who the bearded man was holding, and he also saw the blood gurgling from the wound on Ethan's back. The bearded man cursed, and threw Ethan's body into the trash when he threw it casually. At this moment, Brugum also asked quietly, "Why, are you hiding a treasure that I don't know about?" The bearded man froze, turned around and put on a flattering expression. "How is that possible, Captain? I picked this up on the way I just came, and I haven't had time to dedicate it to you." His heart was dripping blood, still handed the scroll to Blue Gem. At this time, everyone discovered that the scroll that was originally stained with blood suddenly released a golden light, and the blood disappeared bit by bit, as if it had been absorbed by the scroll. Blue Gem was amazed, but just as he took the scroll suddenly burst into flames. What the hell? Brugum threw the burning scroll aside with a flick of his hand. "You fucking..." He was about to reprimand the bearded man, but he was attracted by the sudden flames on the garbage pile behind him. "You guys, did anyone light the fire over there?" Ethan only felt that he had sunk into a darkness, falling slowly. Just when his consciousness was about to fall into an eternal deep sleep, a group of flames suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and then suddenly spread out. The flames seemed to be conscious, tumbling and changing at will, and finally formed a hollow skull shape. "From your side, I smell the scent of sin." The skeleton's mouth opened and closed, and a hoarse and playful voice came out. "This smell is really nostalgic." Ethan was scorched by the flames, and his cold body began to heat up rapidly at this moment, and even small pieces of skin were carbonized, chapped, and even peeled off. But all this didn't make him feel pain, instead his consciousness gradually came to him. Hearing the voice of the skeleton, Ethan said weakly, "Is this the world after death? Are you the god of death in this world? It's so hot." The skeleton didn't expect Ethan to say such a thing. He was taken aback when he heard the words, as if he was thinking about how to continue what he was going to say just now. "Cough, since you have signed a contract with me, you should take over my will. I, Linux, the vengeful spirit detested by God, now declare that you will gain my power and do not need acting as a priest." Contract. Ethan understood, "But I haven't signed it yet, I haven't even seen the content of the contract." "Your blood has dripped on the contract. According to the rules, the contract has come into effect." Linux explained, "This is also the reason why you didn't die after being shot through the heart. Hellfire prevented your death." Hearing this, Ethan remembered that he had been shot, and his life was at stake. He couldn't help but feel like he was alive after a catastrophe. After hearing what Linux said, he asked belatedly, "Wait a minute, let me ask a question first. You said you are the spirit of vengeance, and I want to take over your will? What do I need to do after signing the contract?" Linux smiled, "The spirit of vengeance is an angel created by God to judge the world. The will to succeed the spirit of vengeance is naturally to carry out God's will and punish the sins of the world. But you are different. It is I who signed the contract with you. I have been rejected by God for thousands of years, God's will. I don't care at all." The flames suddenly became agitated, and the skull made of flames suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a cluster of flames shining with blue light burst out from it, and plunged into Ethan's chest. All this happened in an instant. Ethan touched his chest subconsciously, but did not feel any temperature or change. But he recalled Linux's words in his mind, and felt that these settings were somewhat familiar, and there was no such thing as God in the world of One Piece. Okay? Ghost Rider, isn't the spirit of vengeance the source of Ghost Rider's power? Ethan thought about it suddenly, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it fit. Hellfire, skull, these are the symbols of Ghost Rider. Thinking of this, Ethan asked, "So, after signing the contract with you, I will also become a Ghost Rider?" This time, Li Niux put on a surprised tone, "I never thought that in this world, there would still be people who would know about Ghost Rider." He paused and explained, "But it's not right, Ghost Rider a human possessed by a spirit of vengeance, and you." But as soon as Linux's words fell, the flame skull suddenly opened its mouth again and swallowed Ethan in. Here, Brugum and the pirates looked in surprise at the raging flames suddenly burning in the garbage dump, and the figure who stood up slowly, his whole body was also burning. "Is it that kid from just now? That, what kind of monster is that?" the pirates shouted in panic. "Now, I want to use your body," Ethan murmured in a low voice, as if talking to himself. "Finally, I can act according to my own will before disappearing." At this time, Ethan's body has been controlled by Linux's consciousness. Ethan's first reaction after discovering this situation was to struggle, but he found that there was nothing he could do. He felt that he had returned to the state where he couldn't feel anything before he woke up from this body. "Don't resist me, I'm about to dissipate, just use your body to do what you want to do according to your own will." This request is actually written in the contract. At this time, Li Niux, when the voice came, he comforted, "Don't worry, after today, my consciousness will completely dissipate, and my fire will completely become your own." Ethan hesitated for a moment, but still believed what he said. In fact, even if he didn't believe it, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, in the eyes of others, Ethan's whole body was covered with burning and churning flames, but the flames had no effect on his clothes, but began to burn his skin. Soon, he stretched out his hands with only bone claws left, and the flames gathered in his palms tamely. Boom! Blue Gem's face was full of fear. He raised his hand and shot Ethan again. This time he aimed at Ethan's head. But Ethan didn't dodge it, opened his mouth suddenly, and spewed out a mouthful of blazing flames. Before the bullet touched Ethan, it was turned into fly ash. With this fire, the flesh and blood on Ethan's entire head had been burned away, leaving only a hollow skull. Grinning sinisterly and silently, the skull was swaying around in flames, looking very strange. "Humph!" Li Niux laughed sinisterly, and his voice changed from Ethan's original voice to a playful and hoarse voice. The pirates panicked. Although they had seen the rubber man Luffy before, the burning skeleton must be more terrifying than the rubber body. They retreated in the direction of Brugum, and Ace and Sabo also took the opportunity to escape from the restraint and ran towards Linux. "Ethan!" Sabo looked at Li Niux in surprise. Have you eaten a devil fruit before?" He laughed and wanted to punch Ethan, but seeing the flames on his body and this thin skeleton, after thinking about it, he retracted his hand. Ace looked at the flames on Ethan's body and sighed, compared to him. "I feel that Luffy is so weak." Although Ethan couldn't control his body, he could see everything that Linux could see. He glanced at Ace, who was a little envious, and chuckled in his heart. It seemed that Ace liked this kind of burning body very much. "It feels like." But seeing the fire getting bigger and bigger, now is definitely not the time for chatting, so he subconsciously asked Li Niux to drive the two of them away first. "You say it yourself." Then Ethan suddenly found himself regaining some control over his body, and he was able to speak. "Sabo, Ace, you two get out of here first. Before the fire is completely burned, run to the central forest." Ethan looked around the fire and said to Sabo and Ace. "No. What do you do when we leave?" Sabo flatly refused. "Yes, you are Sabo's friend, we don't have the habit of abandoning friends." Ace also smiled, but his face also showed determination. Rolling up their arms and sleeves, the two of them stood next to Ethan eagerly, staring at the group of Brugum, ready to give it a go. Ethan felt a little overwhelmed. These two brothers are really interesting. But the timing is a bit wrong. "Don't be stupid, you two. Ethan said with a serious attitude, I'm playing with fire, the flames can't hurt me at all, and I can handle this group of trash fish in front of me alone, but you are different, if you stay here, I really can't protect you from the fire. Although that is what we say, but we really don't avoid fire. At most, it can only be said that you will not die for a while before the hellfire goes out. Linux added in his heart, and Ethan couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching. Get up, but it doesn't matter, anyway, he doesn't even have a skin now. Sabo looked at Ethan, and suddenly remembered that when he was in front of the gate of Jajan and the border town was separated, he was always as serious as he is now. Every time he felt that he was trying to be brave, but he could always do what he said. Thinking of this, Sabo gritted his teeth. Ace, listen to him. But Ace wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Sabo. It's okay, this guy, maybe it's okay. Sabo still patted Ethan's shoulder, but it didn't feel as hot as imagined, but it just felt a little warm. He approached Ethan and told him the location of Dodden's house. Then he dragged Ace out of here. You must come to us. Sabo and Ace shouted before leaving. All of this was seen by Blue Gem, and his face was gloomy. The angry kid in front of him made him dare not act rashly. Unlike the rubber boy, this kid really gave him a feeling of fear. But even so, a group of adults on my side were actually frightened by a child? He gritted his teeth and ordered, why are you standing there? Get rid of him quickly. But boss. The subordinate hesitated. Shut up. He's just a kid, so what if he ate a devil fruit? He's just bluffing. Come on. Kill him and we'll become nobles in the city. Brugam threatened and lured his opponent. The sense of uneasiness in his heart has been increasing, and out of prudent considerations, he wants his subordinates to explore first. The pirates didn't have such a keen sense as Brugam. After hearing what he said, they felt overwhelmed and rushed towards Ethan. The bearded man wanted to restore his image in the boss's heart, so he rushed to the front and slashed at Ethan's head. This shot is swift and fierce, and this head slash is the proud move of the bearded man, for which he has practiced countless times. But even so, in Linux's eyes, this knife was still as slow as a turtle crawling. He stretched out his bone claws casually, and grabbed the blade that was coming at him. The scene of the bearded man hitting the ground did not appear. In his opinion, Ethan was just a thin skeleton at this time. He never expected that Linux could catch him with only a bone claw. The blade. Under the blessing of hellfire, Ethan's body was almost immortal, although it was just a skeleton, it was extremely hard. The bearded man was horrified to find that the blade was held by Ethan, and the flames on his body also crawled along the blade, and the blazing temperature scared him to let go of his hand. Li Niux took the knife from the bearded man. This was originally an ordinary samurai sword, but when the flames crawled across the spine, blood-red flame patterns appeared on it. Not only that, the blade part was also extended and deformed into the shape of a skull. The mouth of the head is wide open, and the blade seems to protrude from its mouth. Sure enough, just like in the movie, hellfire will change the appearance and structure of objects, that's the aesthetic. Ethan complained about Li Niux's taste in his mind. Seeing that Li Niux didn't delay in his hand, he slashed obliquely from the left shoulder of the bearded man with one knife, killing him with one knife. Blood splattered all over his body, and was evaporated before touching his body. Li Niux laughed ho ho, and greeted the rushing pirates. Ethan found himself a bit strange. Although he didn't kill the man himself, he still experienced the scene of blood splattered as number one, and the pungent smell of blood was still lingering on the tip of his nose. But this did not arouse any psychological fluctuations in him. On the contrary, at this moment, a kind of pleasure of judgment of evil inexplicably surged in his heart. The spirit of vengeance was originally a strange life created by God to judge the sins of mankind. And the gang of pirates in front of them can indeed be said to be doing all kinds of evil. So I've been affected. Ethan pondered. It didn't take long for Li Niux to chop all the pirates to the ground, but it could be seen that he didn't take it seriously, or he didn't know how to use a knife at all. Because he was completely hacking with a knife, and the samurai sword transformed by hellfire had far exceeded the toughness and sharpness of the things in the hands of these pirates. This gave the group of pirates a psychological hint, making them think that Linux was just relying on the power of weapons, so they all rushed forward without thinking of running away. Hey, the knife is still not suitable for me. I used to use chains. After a while, Li Niux stuck the knife on the ground casually and said with a smile. He was standing in the center of a group of corpses, blood had already flowed out, soaking the ground around him. At this moment, in the eyes of Brugum, Linux was as terrifying as a demon god descending into the world. So Brugum turned around and ran away without any hesitation. He ran away. Ethan reminded. It's okay, he ran just right. Li Niux waved his hand, and asked in the direction where Brugum was escaping, who are those people over there? Over there. Ethan looked in the direction he was pointing, and suddenly understood, that's the gate of the border town. Brugum wants them to open the gate and let him in. This idiot, he doesn't know I am just an abandoned child who is being used. Ho ho, the city gate. It seems that the people in the city are also a group of interesting souls. When Ethan heard Linux's words, a thrill flashed in his heart. Don't you want to? Hey! Li Niux smiled without saying a word, just about to chase after Brugum. Ethan suddenly shouted, wait, put on the hat, there is something I need you to help me with. I will. Hat. Li Niux looked around and found a round hat that was stained red with blood on the ground, which was exactly the one that Sabo left here just now. He hesitated, but picked it up and put it on his head. At the same time, the flames on his body also climbed up the entire hat, and the flames swayed and flickered on the top of the hat, which always seemed to have an indescribably funny feeling, even though no one would dare to laugh when they saw it. Unknowingly at this time, the sun has gradually set to the west, and the entire garbage mountain is still as bright as day. Residents in the rubbish mountain fled to the city gate in panic when they discovered that the fire had just started. However, they found that the gate was closed tightly, and no matter how they shouted, there was no response from inside. Under their resentment, they found that the road to the forest and the coast had also become a sea of flames. As the fire spread, there were fewer and fewer places for them to stay, thick smoke billowed, crying and coughing were everywhere. An emotion called despair enveloped everyone. Wow! Dad, it's so hot! A child lying on his father's back cried. Sorry son, don't be afraid, Dad will definitely take you out later. The father's vicissitudes face is full of unwillingness. He is not afraid of death, but he doesn't want his own child to die here too. At this moment, only a huge explosion sound was heard, and the invisible airwave forcibly tore a crack in the sea of flames. The desperate people were pleasantly surprised to find that a fire-free passage appeared in front of them. This passage leads directly to the coast, and people can see a big ship with a dragon head docked on the shore from a distance. Look! This road leads to the coast. The father shouted in surprise, and rushed over with his son on his back. There's a boat there! Thank goodness! Seeing this scene, everyone who was in despair shouted in surprise, and rushed after the father one after another. I didn't expect that even a border country like the East China Sea has your intelligence network. Is there anything you care about here? On the dragon-head boat, a man with a black hood and a cloak looked big. Asked the person next to him. And the person beside him was Monkey D. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, whom Ethan met when he left the city today. This country is the epitome of the future of the world. One day I will change the world, but in this world, happiness does not fall from the sky, but is spelled out with your own hands. He did not answer directly the question raised by that person, came to the bow and raised his right hand high. Those who are willing to fight for this happiness, get on this boat. He silently looked under the boat, and the people he aroused the desire to resist suddenly remembered the child he saw today. Even in this kind of country, there will be such children born. He smiled knowingly, and suddenly felt something, and looked into the sea of fire in astonishment. Over there. How could such a person appear here? Chapter 10. At the city gate, Brugam was angrily banging on the city gate. How dare you play me? Bastard! King! At this time, he regretted listening to the king's words very much, and now his subordinates are all finished, and even he himself may die here. Bastards! Remember me! Sooner or later, I will come back to seek revenge from you. Oh? Are you so confident that you can survive today? A joking voice came from behind him. Brugam turned his head in fear, a skeleton covered in flames, walking slowly like a demon. The skull also wore a tall bowler hat, which looked a little funny, but at this time, Brugam couldn't laugh. Every step of the skull seemed to be on his heart, and his cold sweat even wet clothes. The scene of the boy beheading his subordinates just now is still vivid in his memory, and the strange flame. For a moment, Brugam was so frightened that he knelt down. Please, please, please let me go. I have a private boat, docked in a hidden place, and there are treasures I have saved on it. I will give you all these, as long as you can forgive me. I die. Brugam's forehead was firmly pressed against the ground, and his posture was infinitely lowered. If it was Ethan who was controlling his body at this time, he might really hesitate 3 points seeing this scene. Although he is not a good person, he is not a cold-blooded person either. For such a person who is already kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, he really has no way to kill directly indifferently. But it's a pity that the person standing in front of Blue Gem now is Li Niux. Sensing that Li Niux stopped, the corners of Brugam's mouth curled up. He knew the characteristics of devil fruits, and his boat had a pair of handcuffs from a ship on a deserted island. Looted from a stranded naval vessel. As long as this kid dares to go to the boat with him, he can find a chance to subdue him with those handcuffs. At this time, the setting sun in the west has completely disappeared, and the sky has become extremely dark, but under the reflection of the fire, it is still as bright as day. Sensing the change in Ethan's mood, Linux whispered, "It's better to throw away such kindness. A guilty person usually just deserves what he deserves." The fist knocked him to the ground, and then Li Niux stepped on Blue Gem's body and looked at him. "Look into my eyes." 2 vortexes of flame emerged from the eye sockets of Linux, and in the center of the vortex was the incomparably deep darkness, as if it could absorb the soul. He activated the Spirit of Vengeance's ability, Eye of Judgment, which will forcibly judge the target's soul, allowing him to suffer the pain he has caused to all innocent people from the soul level. In addition, Ethan also got some memories of Blue's show. It turns out that his plan was hellish handcuffs. After seeing the calculation in Brugam's mind, Ethan suddenly realized that he really didn't expect that with a little pirate like Brugam, he could get something like hellish handcuffs. Ah, so it was found in the wreck of a navy ship. It's a pity that he ran into Ethan and Li Niux. As time passed, at the very beginning, Brugam's wailing could still be heard, and it seemed that his soul was suffering and tormented. But soon he lost his voice, leaving only the rising and falling chest to indicate that his body was still alive. It's true that death deserves more. Li Niux hissed. Brugam lying on the ground no longer needs to pay attention. If there are no accidents, he will be just a vegetative person in his life. Then Linux moved his gaze to the closed city gate. So do you really want to do this? Don't you want to act according to your own will? Sin or something? You don't have any need to judge. Li Niux was silent for a while. Yes, there is no God in this world, but why do I still involuntarily want to judge evil? He stretched out his bone claws covered in flames, and punched the city gate with a fist. There was only a metallic muffled sound of dong, and the entire city gate remained motionless. But the next moment, the flames all over his body suddenly expanded, swallowing the entire city gate in an instant. To Ethan's surprise, the color of the flame changed from red to blue flame. Inside the city gate, the guards took a lot of effort to clear away the crowd who wanted to inquire and watch, and then they heard the sound of the door being called. "It's that pirate, ignore him!" the captain of the guard ordered. The guards were fully aware of the king's plan, but they were all members of the aristocratic class, so they only admired the king's decision. Hearing Brugham's angry shouts outside the door, the captain showed an annoyed expression, thinking that after the fire is over, I will personally collect your body, of course, if you can still distinguish your corpse, ha ha ha. But who knew that after a while, there was the miserable wailing of Brugham outside the door. The voice did not seem to be fake, and the guards looked at each other. Could it be that the fire has spread to the city gate? The wailing soon weakened, and the captain of the guard sneered in his heart. The pirate was probably dead, but he restrained the urge to go out and have a look. Who knows if it was the pirate's trick to lure the enemy? Boom! There was a deafening muffled sound, which startled the guards. The captain smiled and said, "Sure enough, that pirate is really treacherous and cunning. The voice just now must be his trick. He wants to trick us out to take a look. Hey, after I saw it through, he started to smash the door in anger. Don't worry. Just rely on his tricks, absolutely. Team, Captain." Before he could finish speaking, a guard stammered and interrupted his speech, and he was tremblingly pointing at the city gate behind him. "Fire, fire! What's the fire? Isn't it already on fire outside?" The captain frowned and turned around, gasping for breath at the sight in front of him. "I saw little blue flames emanating from the gaps in the city gate, swaying, and then the whole city gate began to glow slightly red, and at the same time, faint steam emitted. What's going on here?" He felt a fiery breath coming from the door, and said in disbelief, the gate is being heated? How is it possible? Even if the flame spreads to the city gate, it won't burn, that's it." Outside, the spirit of vengeance laughed wildly, ho ho, and the entire gate became more and more red as the temperature rose, and finally began to soften, melting like ice and snow. As the red-hot liquid metal spread on the ground, the entire gate melted down, revealing a group of masked guards inside the gate. Ethan couldn't see the expressions of the guards, but from their alert posture and trembling bodies, it could be seen that they were very frightened by Ethan's appearance. The security captain was horrified at the burning skeleton that appeared after the city gate melted. The guards behind him were also terrified by this unexpected visitor, and even wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes. "You, who are you?" The captain shouted loudly. His behavior was more like emboldening himself, but he didn't expect his sudden utterance to frighten the guards around him. One of them trembled, and just pulled the trigger. There was only a bang gunshot, and the bullet hit the target, but the flaming skeleton stepped on the red-hot liquid metal on the ground and walked in as if nothing happened. Every time it took a step, steam would waft out. Just as the steam was filling, his mandibles opened and closed, making a hoarse and playful sound. "Look into my eyes. I am the judge of your sins." In an instant, the guards were all soft to the ground, and they all let out painful wailing sounds. The crowd who had just been cleared looked over from a distance. In their eyes, in front of countless guards who fell to the ground and howled, a skeleton with a burning flame was laughing wildly. "Evil, devil! That's a devil! He's still burning! He's come from the fire outside! Was he born from this fire? Then how could the wet garbage mountain burn by itself? There must be something wrong! Revenge! Those who died in the fire are coming for revenge!" Everyone was chattering, with different opinions. At this moment, after obtaining the memories of this group of guards all at once, Li Niux laughed wildly. He looked at the guards who fell to the ground and screamed, and the flames on his body burned more and more blazingly. "I see, Ethan." Li Niux's voice suddenly sounded a little bleak. "You know what? In the past, I always insisted that I was free. With this belief, I rejected God's words again and again. Order. However, after all, I am a spirit of revenge. I was created by God to punish the existence of evil in the world. The aversion to evil is deeply engraved in my bones. I am just a tool. A gun, even if it chooses to never to fire a bullet, it remains a gun. But, in this world, there is no God. So now, at least it's my own decision as to who to shoot the bullet at. Li Niux turned his head and looked to the northeast. In the distance, a towering white dome building was extremely brightly illuminated by the firelight outside the city, which may also be due to the use of light-reflecting stones. That's where the royal palace, the royal family of the Kingdom of Goa stayed. There, it's my choice. Chapter 11. On the way back, Sabo and Ace soon ran into Dodden. Fortunately, the fire had not spread to the central forest at this time, and the three managed to escape the fire with the help of the river. Even so, the three suffered burns of varying degrees. On the second day, Sabo was able to tell everyone the cause and effect of the fire and the origin of Ethan. Everyone was indignant at the concepts and ideas of the ruling class of the Goa kingdom. Only Luffy smiled heartlessly, that Ethan is a good guy. When he comes back, I want to be friends with him too. Mentioning Ethan, Sabo and Ace frowned. After a whole night, Ethan still didn't come back, and they couldn't help feeling a little worried. The flames were almost extinguished early this morning, so Dogula volunteered to go out to inquire about the news, but they haven't come back yet, so they can only wait. It wasn't until noon that Dogula ran back with a strange expression on his face. Seeing the expectant expressions of the three brothers, Dogula couldn't help asking, "The Ethan you mentioned, is just a kid who is the same age as you, and like Luffy, has the devil fruit ability?" "Yes." Sabo and Ace nodded. Dogula said in an unbelievable tone, "There is a rumor circulating in the city." "No, it's not a rumor, after all, I've seen it too." "Ah, you can talk as long as you say, don't be a fool." Dodden patted the floor aside. She was also very curious about Ethan's affairs, and didn't even care about the ash falling on her body. Dogula took a deep breath. "All the royal families in the city are dead." "What?" Everyone in the room screamed. "What do you mean when you say they are all dead?" Dodden dropped the cigarette from his mouth. "It's all dead. According to people, last night there was a skeleton covered in flames that melted the gate of the border town directly from the outside. None of the guards could resist him, and they all fell to the ground after being glared at by him." "A skeleton with flames all over its body." Ace and Sabo looked at each other. "That's right. I heard that the skeleton made a horse on a carriage as angry as him with a random move, and then he got on the horse and headed for the palace." "Hey! That's amazing!" Stars appeared in Luffy's eyes. "And then?" Ace and Sabo asked. Then no one knew what happened in Gao Town. People discovered early this morning that although the gate leading to Gao Town had also been melted, Gao Town had been tightly sealed and the guards were closely guarding it. Looking at the city gate. At this point, Dogula's expression became determined, but the palace in the high town is gone. The towering palace that could be seen from the outside has now become ruins. This is I saw it with my own eyes. Then, the nobles in the high city? Sabo asked suddenly. Dogula shook his head, they should be fine. According to my information, after the flaming skeleton rushed into Jiaokeng last night, after a while, fire reigned in the area of Wangcheng. Now people are speculating that last night the fire and rain killed all the royal family, and now the city gate is blocked because the nobles in Jiaokeng are seizing power. So, what about the skeleton? Ace couldn't help asking. Dogula shook his head. The flaming skeleton seemed to have rushed out of the border town after the rain of fire, and returned to the fire site of the rubbish mountain. No one has seen it since. Ace and Sabo looked at each other. Ethan escaped safely. At this moment, the neighing of horses came from outside Dodden's house. Ethan was tightly hugging the neck of a big black horse, with his legs tightly clamping the horse's belly. The road in the forest was rugged, and it was not a place where a horse could gallop, but the big black horse under Ethan's crotch was still walking like flying, dodging and moving among the trees, trampling down countless thick roots that had come out of the ground. Several times, Ethan was about to be thrown off. In desperation, Ethan strangled the neck of the big black horse with both hands, and pulled back hard. Whoa! Stop! Stop it for me! The appearance of the big black horse looks very ordinary, even a bit inconspicuous, because although its trunk is very tall and its limbs are slender, it seems that its muscles are very atrophied, as if it has been malnourished for a long time. This looks like an ordinary skinny horse instead. In addition, its coat color is pure black, its mane is slightly short, and its slender horse face has a very humanized expression. At this time, he is looking excited, and his hooves are still moving restlessly. Playing the ground. It's okay, boss, you weren't like this last night. The big black horse shook its head, breathing white steam from its nostrils. This is the horse that Li Niux transformed with hellfire last night. After being transformed by hellfire, this horse also has a certain amount of mind, and can even speak. Don't mention last night to me. Ethan's expression was full of helplessness. Originally, last night was the last vent before Li Niux dissipated, and Ethan was still a little sad about it, but soon he didn't know whether to feel sorry for Li Niux or himself. Ethan originally thought that it would be over if Linux killed Blue Gem, but he didn't expect that he directly summoned a rain of hellfire, razed the entire palace to the ground, and judged all the royal families of the Goa kingdom. In a day or two, the inspection team of the world government will arrive, and Ethan feels that he is in trouble. But speaking of it, judging from Li Niux's performance, after gaining his power, he really doesn't need to worry too much about it. But before Li Niux dissipated, he told Ethan that what he gave Ethan was only the fire seed of the spirit of vengeance, and what kind of power he could unleash depended entirely on Ethan's own cultivation and comprehension. Ethan had something to say right away, but he held back after thinking about it, and Linux's gloating laughter became lower and lower. In the end, Ethan suddenly found that all his feelings had been returned, and he regained control of his body. Goodbye. Ethan silently clenched his fists. Then Ethan found a place in the forest to rest for the night, and when he woke up the next day, he rode a big black horse and ran towards Dodden's house. So this scene happened now. Ethan doesn't know how to ride a horse, let alone the big black horse doesn't even have a harness on its back, and after being transformed by hellfire, it is extremely strong and runs even faster, which is really embarrassing for Ethan. I said run slowly, are you trying to throw me off? Ethan frowned. Running is the meaning of a horse's existence. The big black horse rolled his eyes, and a resolute expression appeared on the big horse's face, and he said righteously, if you don't let me run as much as I want, you are depriving me of the meaning of existence. Then I'll come down and walk slowly, you can run freely. Hey! That's okay. At this moment, the big black horse changed his righteous words just now, how can I let my boss walk down alone? Really? With me here, letting your feet touch me is an insult to me. So hellfire only gave you IQ and forgot to give you integrity. Ethan was dumbfounded by the sudden kneeling and licking of the dark horse. There is a reason for the big black horse's reaction. It is a creature transformed by hellfire, but it cannot produce the energy of hellfire by itself, so all the energy on it comes from Ethan. Ethan is like a battery, with an invisible wire extending from his body and connected to the big black horse. Of course, the length of the wire is limited, if it is too far away from Ethan, the big black horse will be too weak to move. Last night, under the demonstration of Li Niux, Ethan learned about many application methods of hellfire. For example, injecting hellfire into a weapon can change its shape and enhance its power. In addition, hellfire can also transform vehicles and turn them into sane and exclusive mounts. But unfortunately, hellfire can't transform creatures, with the exception of the big black horse, which is transformed as a vehicle. Moreover, since the hellfire energy of the reformed objects is all supplied by Ethan, it is doomed that there is an upper limit to the number of modified objects. Although this upper limit will increase as Ethan's ability increases, it will not be too much after all. For Ethan now, without affecting himself, a horse and a weapon are his limit. One person and one horse chatted and continued to move towards the south of the woods. After an unknown amount of time, Ethan suddenly saw an extra-large wooden house in the distance, which was located in an open space. Finally found it. Ethan heaved a sigh of relief. It is very difficult to maintain a sense of direction in the forest. It is really not easy to find this place. Seeing that he was about to rest, the black horse also let out a strange cry of xilvlv and quickened his pace. Unexpectedly, extreme joy begets sorrow. As soon as I ran to the open space in front of the wooden house, I felt my feet go soft, and one person and one horse fell into a big pit. Chapter 12. Still digging a hole in front of my house? I'll ask you if you're sick. Are you sick? This fall gave the big black horse a hard time, and now there is a deep dent on the side wall of the big pit. It was the mark that the big black horse had gnawed out forcefully, but a large piece of soil was poured into his mouth. Dodden's face was covered with the spittle of the big black horse, and she was so angry that her veins bulged. She clenched her fists and scolded the big black horse, "It's not the pit dug by the old lady. If you talk too much, you monster horse, believe it or not, the old lady will roast you, eat. Damn! Just rely on you, an old woman? My uncle gave you 4 hooves and you can't do anything to me." One person and one horse spit and the stars fly around. Lu Fei, with stars in his eyes, climbed up and down on the big black horse. "It's amazing. A talking horse. That." Sabo hesitated again and again, but still asked the question in his heart, "You really put all the royal family?" Ethan nodded. He could only bear the blame. But he still couldn't help explaining, "Yesterday was the first time I used this ability, and I lost control. Fortunately, everything I did last night was caused by a skeleton on fire in people's perception. Because, as long as he is more cautious before his strength becomes stronger, he should not show his feet. But you have to keep it secret for me." Ethan showed an embarrassed expression. This trouble might be a bit big. Ace is not very clear about the structure of the world government, but Sabo is very familiar with it. He nodded emphatically, "It's more than a little bit big. You killed all the royal families the day before the inspection team of the world government arrived. This will be regarded by the world government as a challenge to their authority, but fortunately, since this is the first time you use the ability, no one should think that the skeleton is you. Just pay attention to it in the future." Sabo standing on Ethan's side and analyzing for him. The big black horse over there had already finished the first round of spraying with Dodden, and each of them was panting. The big black horse turned his head occasionally and chatted with Luffy, whose eyes were shining golden. It seemed that the atmosphere was very harmonious. "So, what are your plans next?" Ace asked suddenly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Do you want to stay with us too?" Hearing Ace's words, Ethan hesitated in his heart. He really thought about staying here. But Sabo's words reminded him that he has done something that can anger the world government. Ethan, who was just an ordinary person in his previous life, only felt that he was being targeted by a giant monster at this moment, which made him feel uneasy. Stay here. At this moment, his desire to become stronger became even stronger. Thinking of this, Ethan had a thought, and the system interface appeared in front of his eyes. At this time, Ethan was surprised to find that the progress bar had risen to 30.00%. 9. I go, when did this happen? Ethan was surprised. Didn't he need some core energy? How do you say it went up? What are you struggling with? Don't you dislike life in Jajan? Ace only felt that Ethan was struggling with this matter. No. Ethan couldn't figure it out, and decided to put the system aside. He shook his head and said softly, "I want to go to sea." "What? Now?" After getting Ethan's reply, Ace was a little surprised. Going to sea is his dream, but it is still some time before the day of realization, but now there is a peer who is going to realize this dream. In addition to being surprised, he is more envious. "You want to go to sea, but where is the boat? You don't have boat." Ethan smiled mysteriously. "Brugham's and his boat are hidden on a remote and uninhabited coast, and I already know its exact location." He looked at Sabo while talking, and Sabo's face obviously had a smile on his face. A look of hesitation. "Don't worry, Sabo. Ethan smiled, and patted Sabo's shoulder heavily. As revenge, you can stay here with peace of mind. I have solved your worries for you. What is Sabo worried about? Although there was such a big fire outside the city, his parents would definitely not take it for granted that he died in the fire, and they would definitely send someone to check here again. So staying here by myself, Ace and Luffy, and even everyone in Dodden's house will be in danger. For this reason, Ethan specially asked Lee Nyux to perform a play for him, letting him unintentionally break into Sabo's house, and then let them see the blood-stained hat he was wearing. Sob. The souls of those two little devils outside the city are really delicious. Under Ethan's strong request, Lee Nyux pinched his nose and said something against his will. Because of this, he was in a bad mood and finally called it rained hellfire and razed the entire palace to the ground. After Ethan told Sabo what he did, Sabo said excitedly and solemnly, "Thank you, Ethan, to be honest, I owe you a huge favor." "Okay, don't be hypocritical, aren't we friends?" Ethan smiled, and then pulled over the big black horse who was inextricably scolded with Dodden. "You vicious woman with cigarettes sticking to her mouth. You!" The big black horse felt a tight neck while cursing, and it was Ethan who grabbed his mane and wanted to go out. Luffy was also riding on the back of the big black horse at this time. Through the short conversation between the two of them, it can be seen that the big black horse likes him very much. At least it can let Luffy stay on its back safely. "Your name is Ethan, right? I'm Luffy. Let's be friends." When walking out, Luffy, who was riding on the big black horse, smiled heartlessly at Ethan. "Okay, you're brothers, and you are all my friends," Ethan said, suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched Luffy's face by mistake, and then pulled the elders. This is what he started in his previous life. "It's something I've always wanted to do. It hurts, hurts. Forget it, I'm not your friend anymore, it hurts too much when you pinch someone's face," Luffy said angrily, rubbing his little face. Ethan was amused by him. Luffy was really cute when he was a child. When everyone came outside the house, Ethan stepped on the big black horse and waved to everyone. Only then did Luffy learn from Ace that Ethan was going to sea. "Hey! It's amazing, I want to go to sea too." "You, honestly, practice for a few more years." Ethan refused mercilessly. The big black horse shook its head and panted heavily, "Boy, practice hard, come to me in a few years, and I will carry you to fight. But I'm going to be a pirate, and I can't fight while riding on you." Luffy didn't give it any face. The big black horse was speechless for a while, and hummed unhappily, with a trace of white gas coming out of its nose. Ethan was amused by this scene. He didn't say anything, just nodded with Sabo again, and then he put his legs between the horse's belly, and the big black horse let out a long howl and rushed out again. Sabo looked at Ethan's back, and couldn't help but said, "Is he really okay? It should be no problem." Ace murmured to the side. Ethan's strength gave him a certain stimulus. "No. I'm going to practice. When I meet Ethan at sea in the future, I don't want to be rescued by him again." "That's right," Sabo said with a grin. Chapter 13. The place where Brugum hides his boat is on the east side of the wall of the border town, a place near the sea after crossing the natural barrier Bordeaux Mountain. After repeatedly yelling at the big black horse to maintain a steady speed, Ethan sat on the horse's back and began to think about the system again. Could it be that the so-called system energy is not something specific that I know? But if so, what would it be? Why did it inexplicably rise to 30.00% 9 again? Ethan calculated what he had done, hurrying, looking for scrolls, killing people, and going to sea. These things seem to have nothing to do with the word energy. Ethan thought hard for a long time but couldn't come up with a result. At this moment, a gust of salty cold sea breeze blew in his face, and the sound of waves hitting the reef rang in his ears. Only then did Ethan realize that he had reached his destination. Standing on the cliff, looking into the distance, the azure blue sea stretches as far as the eye can see, and the sea level intersects with the sky in the distance. Ethan has never seen such a picture before, and he can't help feeling excited. Everyone has a dream of travel and adventure, but they are tired by reality, and most of the time they cannot be realized. And Ethan came to this world where he can be carefree, and this dream can be realized without any pressure. So why are we here? Didn't we say there is a boat? The big black horse sniffed the turf on the cliff, and planed it pickily with its hooves. The boat is right under your hooves. According to Brugham's memory, the inside of the cliff is actually hollow, a cave eroded by waves, because few people come here, so he parked his boat inside. Ethan went down a small path into the cave, and a two-masted sailing ship stopped inside. The ship looked ordinary, and the sails were pure white. Brugham prepared the ship to leave a way out for himself, so the ship looked like an ordinary merchant ship. The treasure chest in the cabin was easily found by Ethan. There were only Bailey and some gold coins in it. After a quick calculation, if only Bailey was counted, it was worth 400 million, and Ethan couldn't estimate the gold coins. After all, neither he nor the former owner of his body had an accurate understanding of money. 400 million Baileys, a few gold coins, and a boat, my starting point is really high. Ethan was in a good mood. This is the feeling of harvest. There are also some pickled jerky that can be stored for a long time in the cabin, and there are more than a dozen large buckets of water, enough for Ethan to eat for a long time alone. But the problem now is that there is still a horse on board. Just when Ethan was still having a headache about the big black horse's food, he didn't expect the big black horse to squeeze into the cabin after smelling the smell, and directly arched open a bucket lid, holding the food inside. The dried meat began to chew with relish. When did horses become carnivores? Ethan asked in surprise. The big black horse chewed the jerky, and rolled his eyes at Ethan. Just now, I don't know why, I was quite appetizing when I smelled it. He seemed to be eating salty, sticking out his long tongue, shaking back and forth, coupled with that big horse face. The scene is quite funny. Then he searched left and right, finally opened a bucket of water, and started to drink it. Now the problem of food is also solved. If that's the case, then we're ready to go to sea. Ethan waved his hand, his mind filled with the image of a hot-blooded young man pointing to the distance. The big black horse shook its head on the side, as if it was full after drinking water, and found a place on the side of the deck and lay down. But Ethan suddenly thought of a problem. He can't drive a boat. You must know that this ship is a two-masted sailing ship, and it cannot be played by a single person, let alone Ethan is a complete layman in terms of sailing. The big black horse also saw Ethan's predicament. He grinned and laughed, and said sarcastic remarks. Boss, come on, I can't help you with the sailing job, but I can call 666 for you. Oh, by the way, I can also carry that bag of gold coins for you when I go back later. I want the bucket of jerky too. Ethan gave him a blank look, but ignored him. He walked around the entire deck of the ship, and finally returned to the rudder wheel, and reached out to caress the rudder wheel. The handle of the rudder was quite delicate, and he could even feel the slight protrusion of the wood grain. A boat is also a means of transportation, right? He gritted his teeth, and suddenly flames burned all over his body. But the flame climbed to the rudder along his hand, and soon spread to the whole ship. Ethan's face looked even paler, and his brows furrowed. His body was also shaking a little. He just sat down on the side, panting slightly. The big black horse lying on the deck also opened its mouth at this time. Is it so hard? Ethan gave the big black horse a blank look, and still ignored him, but he didn't have the strength to talk to him anymore. Just now Ethan made up his mind and injected all the hellfire energy in his body into the ship, but he suddenly found that his current hellfire energy was not enough to transform the ship. So Ethan had an idea and just modified the power part of the ship, namely the oars, windlass, rudder, sails and other parts. This time the energy was just enough, but he also became weak. At the same time, the shape of the ship was constantly changing, and the oars on both sides of the hull turned bone-like white, as if growing ribs. The most conspicuous thing is the sail. The original white sail has been dyed black at this time, and there is a skull pattern with burning flames and laughing wildly with its mouth open. I thought it was the taste of Li Niux, but I didn't expect it to be Hellfire's own style. Ethan looked at the logo on the sail. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed to be regarded as a pirate ship. Ethan covered his face. This is too ostentatious. So under Ethan's intentional control, the logo on the sail gradually disappeared, but there was really no way to change the big black sail and the ribs protruding from both sides of the ship's side. Ethan reluctantly accepted this setting. Under his thoughts, only hearing the sound of iron chains colliding, the anchor was pulled up, and then the whole ship slowly drove out of the cave. Today's weather is clear and cloudless, which happens to be a good day to go to sea. Ethan pulled out a recliner from the cabin and lay comfortably on the bow deck. The blue sky, coupled with the chirping of seabirds from time to time, and the brackish sea breeze blowing, everything looks so refreshing. You don't need to control the rudder by yourself, and you don't need to worry about the sail. Bored, Ethan turned on the system. The interface is still bare black, with only a progress bar hanging on it. Then Ethan was surprised to find that his core energy had increased again, reaching 40.00%. Ethan was also wondering, what did he do to allow the system to collect the so-called core energy? Ethan tried to grasp some commonalities between sailing out to sea and the things he had done before, but after thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. It won't increase with time, right? That's too simple. Forget it. Anyway, this progress bar is also slowly increasing. Ethan stretched his waist and changed to a more comfortable position. Decided not to think about it. Now that he has left the kingdom of Goa, where to go next is the question now. In addition to food and money in the cabin, Ethan also found the pair of sea stone handcuffs that Brigham mentioned, and a chart of the East China Sea among a bunch of odds and ends. Ethan also took a closer look at the pair of handcuffs, and found that Hailashi was indeed extremely hard. The whole pair of handcuffs are black, but Ethan found a problem: there are only handcuffs and no keys. Careless. Ethan smacked his lips. Now the biggest function of the handcuffs in Ethan is to press the chart, and the weight is just right. Ethan unfolded the chart, pressed it on the deck with handcuffs, and planned to study it carefully, but then his scalp was numb by the densely packed small arrows and the circles of the western front on the chart. So, you can reach an island by going east all the way, right? Ethan came to this conclusion with difficulty, and he was quite uncertain. The moment he opened the chart, Ethan actually knew 8 words in his heart: up north, down south, left west, right east. But fortunately, the ship will move forward according to the direction Ethan pointed, and even if it deviates from the direction occasionally, it will be corrected quickly, which means that at least Ethan doesn't have to worry about the direction. There is no need to worry about the boat. Ethan, who has been stretched like a string for the past few days, relaxes. Listening to the occasional chirping of seagulls passing by, in the sunshine and sea breeze, he decides to squint for a while. Chapter 14. Ethan found that he was still too naive. When he sailed eastward for 2 days and 2 nights and still didn't see a single island, he couldn't help doubting the authenticity of the chart. Even the big black horse came over, winking at the chart one by one. Isn't the chart going up north, down south, left west, right east? Ethan flipped the chart back and forth, trying to tell the direction from the shape of the island. Don't waste your time. It's useless to find out the direction. The big black horse flicked its tail back and forth, chewing something in its mouth. We've been sailing for almost 3 days, and it doesn't matter where the ship is now. Can't tell the difference. Ethan picked up his hair habitually. If he could return to land safely this time, he must find a navigator. In desperation, Ethan could only take advantage of the sunset to identify a direction that was not westward, and keep heading in that direction. As long as he could touch the island, he would go ashore, and then inquire about the chart. As for why you can't go west, Ethan still remembers some geographical information of this world. The sea area he is in now is the East Sea. On the side is the legendary windless belt. In addition to the lack of wind, there are also a large number of super-large sea kings. Ethan will not joke about his own life. Fortunately, there was enough food and fresh water in the boat, so Ethan wasn't too anxious. Ethan got up early this morning, planning to go to the warehouse to look through the pile of odds and ends to see if there was anything useful. As a result, as soon as he entered the door, he could smell the strong smell of bacon. Ethan was shocked, and hurried to push a few originally sealed meat barrels, but with a light force, the barrels fell to the ground, and the wheel went far away. To say that Ethan is still a very rational person, he calmly counted the remaining buckets. There were only 2 buckets of meat left, but fortunately there was a lot of water left. Then Ethan rummaged around again, and finally found a knife from the cabin. The big black horse, which was sleeping soundly in a side-lying position that ordinary horses could not do, felt a chill in its neck, and opened its eyes blankly, only to see Ethan put the sword on its neck with a smile on his face. "Tell me, how familiar do you think?" Ethan's smile made the big dark horse shiver uncontrollably, and the big dark horse yelled awe in fright. "Don't move," Ethan said softly. "I'll try to move as neatly as possible. The knife is quick and the water is hot." One bawled one. The big black horse was about to cry, "Boss, boss, let's talk about it, talk it out." "Speak well?" "Okay, how many barrels of meat have you eaten these 2 days?" "Originally, we could last at least a month at sea. You only have 2 barrels left. Are you a pig?" Ethan became angrier as he spoke, and slapped the big black horse hard with the spine of his sword. The big black horse was screaming, when suddenly there was a clear cry from the sky, and a figure had already landed on the railing beside the deck. Ethan, who heard the sound, looked back, and it turned out to be a large seabird, but the whole body of the seabird looked white, only the tips of the wings and the tail were black. He even wore a big brimmed hat on his head, with an N badge hanging on the brim. Its beak looks flat and wide, with a big and black tip, which looks like a big nose. Coupled with its unlovable demeanor, it looks particularly funny. There is a small red bag hanging around the neck of this big bird, and a large bag containing many newspapers is slung beside it, which looks very heavy, which may be the reason why it has no love in life. Seeing this, Ethan suddenly remembered that in this world, there is a kind of newsbird that can fly around and sell newspapers to people sailing on the sea. "How much?" Ethan asked curiously when he saw such a bird for the first time. The newsbird patted the small bag on his chest with its wings, and Ethan discovered that there was a sign on the small bag, on which was the price of the newspaper, 50 Baileys a copy. Ethan rummaged around and finally found a 50 Bailey coin and put it in his small bag. The newsbird took out a newspaper and handed it to Ethan, then flapped its wings and was about to fly away. "Hey wait!" Ethan suddenly remembered something. The newsbird flies high and sees far, and sells newspapers everywhere, so it must know where there is an island nearby. "Brother bird, do you know where there are people nearby?" "No, I should ask. Do you know which direction to drive to meet a small island with people?" The newsbird fluttered its wings and landed again, swept away the decadent expression just now, and happily took out a note from the big bag, only to see that it said, "Ask for directions Baileys." "Well? Ask for Yuan? Why don't you go grab it?" Ethan yelled in surprise. The newsbird calmly took out the second note calmly. "Please think about it carefully. Getting lost in the sea is equivalent to dying." Before Ethan could answer, he saw a third note in his mouth. "The most precious thing for a person is life, and there is only one life for everyone. A person's life should be spent like this." Ethan was speechless, and even a little curious about what kind of note it would pull out next. But this time I watched it move around in its mouth, as if looking for the next one, but I couldn't find it. In the end, it let out a woo-woo and took out a note with a look of reluctance. 40,000, it really can't be lowered." Ethan laughed out loud. He rubbed his chin and looked at the newsbird playfully. 30,000, if you can go. If you can't." The newsbird yelled a few times, as if wanting to argue with Ethan, but Ethan couldn't understand the bird's language, so in the end it could only nod dejectedly. Then Newsbird took out another note: small business, operate with integrity, pay first and guide the way. Seeing its dejected look, Ethan was amused. He counted out Bailey notes and just about to stuff them into Newsbird's small bag. Newsbird patted the side pocket of the big bag, motioning him to put the money into here. Hey, is this guiding business your own idea? It turns out that you are earning extra money, no wonder you can still lower the price. The Newsbird gave him a blank look, and took out a note with a displeased face: follow me. This made Ethan very surprised. It turned out that the business of giving directions wasn't just a matter of pointing in one direction. If you say that Ethan is still a newborn calf, he is not afraid of tigers, he doesn't even know a little bit of sailing knowledge, he dares to go to sea without any preparation, let alone he can't even read the chart. Some of the arrows on the chart indicate the direction of the directional wind, while others indicate the direction of the ocean current. Ordinary pedestrian boats, ordinary navigators will constantly adjust the rudder and sail according to the directional wind and ocean current direction marked on the chart to ensure that they are always moving forward along the previous channel. And Ethan let the ship adjust itself. Although the ship has been heading in a certain direction pointed out by Ethan, in fact, in the process of fine-tuning the ship, it has already deviated from the channel and missed the small island in the east of the Kingdom of Goa. Hey! The Newsbird flapped its wings and flew back into the sky, circled a few times and then slowly led Ethan's boat towards one direction. Ethan, who was in a good mood, changed the course with his thoughts, allowing the ship to keep up with the Newsbird. The black sails were fully drawn and bulged violently by the wind, and the speed of the whole ship reached the extreme. With Newsbird to help guide the way, Ethan relaxed and glanced at the big black horse who was pretending to be pitiful next to him. Forget it, just eat it, I found the way anyway, let's add it when we go there. Boss! The big black horse who was still pretending to be pitiful just now turned into a kneeling and licking mode, and approached with a cheap smile, as expected of my boss. Boss is so arrogant. Feeling the sea breeze blowing in his face, Ethan sat down on the recliner again to read the newspaper, but just as he turned the first page, a stack of scattered leaflets were scattered out, and Ethan quickly put these leaflets in his hand, so as not to be blown away by the sea breeze. After taking a closer look, I realized that this is not a flyer, it is a wanted warrant. Ethan flipped through the pages one by one, sighing while looking at them. The East China Sea deserves to be recognized as the weakest sea. Low truth. Most of the pirates in this stack of arrest warrants have a reward of 200 million, and occasionally there are more than 600 million, but not many, and no more than 10 of them exceed 1,000 million. But Ethan still saw a few familiar faces, such as a pirate newcomer named 100 Schemes Crow, who offered a reward of 600 million Baileys, to his most conspicuous chubby red nose, Joker Bucky, offers a reward of 300 million Baileys. Ethan was amazed, these are all the characters who will become famous in the East China Sea in the future, so they all just went to sea now. Ethan flipped through the pages one by one leisurely, and when he reached the last one, his expression suddenly froze. Chapter 15. It doesn't matter whether you live or die. Evil Spirit of Flame, the amount of the bounty offered. Tens of millions. 100 million. On the wanted notice was a blurry photo of a burning skeleton standing on the ruins of a house amidst the rain of fire. Ethan stared blankly at the amount on the wanted warrant, and the number of 1s following the number 0 dazzled him a bit. Million. After a long time, he began to shout excitedly. At this moment, not only him, but even a group of people in the Navy headquarters are arguing about this matter. Isn't it a bit of a joke to set such a large reward in such a hurry? After all, it's just the East China Sea. A bearded man said carelessly, holding his chin. As soon as the words fell, a cat with a navy tongue and a sullen face slapped the table with a big hand, and said angrily, "It's not a joke at all. If it is not because of the consideration of practical factors, this bounty will only be high or low." He looked extremely angry, it is a provocation to the world government to slaughter the royal families of the country the day before the arrival of the world government's inspection team. This is an unusually empty large room. A group of admirals wearing justice cloaks are sitting around the wall. The ones who spoke just now were the two newly promoted generals of the Navy headquarters, Polisalino the yellow monkey and Sakaski the red dog. Enough! The head of the room, the current admiral of the Navy, Foji Zhangwu, suddenly said, I issued this arrest warrant. No matter what, villains like this cannot be allowed to go unpunished. Having said that, there was a regular snoring sound, which was very noticeable in this quiet time. Several veins protruded from Sengoku's forehead, and he yelled unbearably, Garp! You old bastard! The snoring came from Lieutenant General Garp of the naval hero. At this moment, he folded his hands in front of his chest and sat upright, but his head was almost thrown back, his mouth was wide open, and the snot bubbles opened and closed with the breathing, and it seemed that he had slept soundly. Sengoku's roar didn't wake Garp up, and his braided beard trembled with anger. Lieutenant General He, who was sitting next to Garp, had no choice but to help smooth things over. She burst Garp's snot bubble and woke him up. Ah, no, I fell asleep again. Garp shook his head, picked up the black tea on the table in front of him and drank it, then grabbed the snacks and ate them with a crackling mouth. Li asked vaguely towards He, what are you talking about? How about having a meal together at noon? Many naval cadres who came to the headquarters for a meeting for the first time were shocked when they saw this scene. Is this Lieutenant General Garp, known as the Navy hero? And many people shook their heads one after another, obviously they were used to this scene. Warring States has long been helpless with Garp's behavior, but every time he is always irritated. Warring States can only take all this as a tempering of his temper. He let out a long breath slowly, Garp, I'll leave this matter to you. It just so happens that the Kingdom of Goa is also your hometown, so I'll give you a vacation to go back and have a look. Hey! Cap was stunned. When the screen turned back, Ethan was already pulling his hair thoughtfully. Now, I've been offered a reward of -million Baileys, or was it the first time I was offered a reward of -million? Ethan had a headache, and he was quite clear about how much money he had. You must know that Luffy defeated the 7 warriors. 1 crocodile, the bounty has just risen to -million. If he were to fight against the sand crocodile now, Ethan knew that he would definitely not be able to beat it. However, it doesn't matter if it's just a reward of -million, but Ethan can feel the importance of the world government from the price of the reward of -million, which is the most terrible thing. But what comforted Ethan was that the reward was that he would be completely covered in hellfire and transformed into an evil spirit, and he just had to be careful not to transform easily until he had the ability to protect himself. After Linux dissipated, Ethan also tried to use the energy of hellfire, but found that he couldn't use his arms and fingers like him at all. Not only that, but also the intensity of energy was far different. That's what Linux said before he dissipated. What's the meaning of you have to comprehend and practice on your own? In fact, I'm just a trumpet who can use hellfire. If I want to become as powerful as him, I have to practice again class. Correct, Ethan suddenly thought of something. The big black horse had a feeling in his heart, and when he looked back, he found Ethan approaching it with a knife in his hand and a strange smile on his face. The big black horse was so frightened that it burst into tears, and it was so anxious that it put its 2 front hooves on the railing. What do you want to do again? There is still food. If you treat me like food again, I will jump off. Yo, you have a lot of backbone. Ethan held the sword, and approached the big black horse step by step, with a look of watching the excitement. You jump, you jump. The big black horse saw that this move was not going to work, so it rushed towards Ethan with all its strength on its legs. Ethan thought it was a dog jumping over the wall. Unexpectedly, the big black horse fell down at Ethan's feet, and hugged him with 2 front hooves. Ethan's thigh. Boss, please let me go. I won't eat a bite in the days to come. If you really want to eat me, It turned its head and looked aggrieved. Let's eat the butt first, then there is a lot of meat on the side. The reaction of the big black horse made Ethan dumbfounded, and almost forgot what he was going to do for a while. Let go first, I won't eat you anymore. Really? The big black horse still didn't believe it. Really, I won't eat you anymore, but you have to promise me one thing. Hearing this, the big black horse immediately returned to normal, and said righteously, look at what you said, if you have something to do, you can tell me what you want, why don't you ask specifically, the boss has something to say. Hearing what the big black horse said, Ethan smiled even brighter, since you are so forthright, it would be great. The boat followed the newsbird for a whole day, and when the sun was sinking, Ethan saw a piece of land. The newsbird flew back to the boat and pointed to the island to Ethan, indicating that he had completed his task, and was about to fly away when Ethan stopped him. Ethan pulled out 2 Baileys with a face value of dash and stuffed them into newsbird's small bag. Originally, Ethan raised the price because he thought it was just a direction, but he didn't expect newsbird to fly dutifully and take him on a voyage all day, so Ethan felt a little sorry for raising the price again. The newsbird nodded in satisfaction, and finally a smile appeared on the bird's face, which always looked loveless. Then it flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Ethan watched the newsbird go away, turned his head and gave orders to the ship, and headed for the land in front of him at full speed. 4 hours later, Ethan, who had been observing the land for a long time, finally found a coast that seemed deserted, and then let the boat approach. The bright and clear moonlight shone on the water surface, and there was a gleam of light. With this light, Ethan could tell that there was a forest behind this coast. He purposely chose to go ashore here for the sake of prudence. The hull stopped perfectly on the coast, and the anchor was sunk. Ethan jumped out of the boat lightly with his sword in his hand, and then shouted to the boat with a smirk on his face, "Hey, come down, don't be shy." Chapter 16. Under Ethan's repeated urging, the big black horse came out slowly. But at this time, the big dark horse is no longer the original big dark horse. Ethan conducted an experiment on the big black horse. Since hellfire can change the form of objects, and although the big black horse is a creature, it is also transformed in the name of vehicle, so can it also change its form? The reason why Ethan had this idea was also out of caution. Now he is being targeted by the Navy and the world government. Although no one knows his true identity, the big black horse is different. Because for ordinary people, the fact that there is a horse on a boat at sea is too conspicuous. That's it, the big dark horse. No, it can't be called a big dark horse anymore. Walking down the wooden plank was a canine animal with a height of less than 50 centimeters in a black and white coat. This was the result of Ethan's experiment. Under his idea, the body of the big black horse shrunk by more than twice, and the 4 hooves were changed to make it look like claws, and the tail mane has become a normal dog's tail, and the old one Ethan, who has a long mocking face, also put in a lot of hard work, but with little success. He wanted to transform the face of the big horse into a cute one, but it seemed a bit difficult. Now the big black horse looks like a husky. Well, it's much better this way. Horses on the boat are a bit conspicuous, but it's more normal to have dogs instead. It just so happens that you can even learn how to bark like a dog, isn't it just right? Ethan smiled with satisfaction, looking at the big black horse looked aggrieved when it became smaller, and Ethan's anger almost disappeared. I said you should come down quickly, do you still want to go to the village to eat? Ouch, wait a little longer. The big black horse yelled, his 4 legs trembled, obviously he hadn't adjusted to this new body yet. Standing on the edge of the deck, he took a step down, only to feel his feet go soft, and the whole dog fell straight down. Ethan reached out his hand to catch him, and seeing the pair of small black eyes tearing up on the face of the big black horse, Ethan nodded, well, it's really cute, but why do I always feel like beating you up? The big black horse burst into tears, and was held in Ethan's arms with a dead face. One person and one, the dog walked towards the forest in front of him. It's about 10 o'clock in the evening. No one should have noticed that we landed here. Ethan stroked the back of the big black horse, feeling super good. Explore this island first and see what it is here. A restaurant, replenish the food. I've been eating bacon these days and I'm going to throw up. The big black horse's expression changed, and he grinned. After eating meat for the first time, a door to a new century seemed to open in front of him. In comparison, the horse feed I ate for the first half of my life was simply shit. Thinking of eating all kinds of new things again, it couldn't help drooping its tongue and almost drooling. No. I'm a horse. I'm not a dog. The big black horse suddenly reacted, quickly retracted its tongue, and tightly covered its mouth with its two front paws. Although the body will be forced, but my heart is what can never be changed. I am a horse. Seeing the appearance of the big black horse, Ethan felt extremely happy, and suddenly his heart moved. Speaking of which, should I give you a name? Otherwise, what should I call you? Big black horse? It seems more suspicious. The big black horse continued to burst into tears, and roared in his heart, I'm not a dog. Call me a big black horse, just call me a big black horse. But what should I call it? Ethan had a headache. It was too difficult for him to name it. It can also be seen from his name that this ability to not be good at naming names is inherited from the family. Forget about the trouble, or I will call you Wolfberry. The big black horse frantically shook his head. What kind of weird name is that? Ethan had an inscrutable expression on his face. I don't understand. It's the so-called wolf XXXXXX, chi XXXXXX. Seeing the big black horse still shaking his head, Ethan sighed. Why is it so difficult to serve? Why don't you call me Soap all right? The big black horse was about to collapse. What a weird name. Soap? You don't have any plans for me, do you? He was still shaking his head frantically. Ethan frowned. I'm the master, it's almost done. Then he completely ignored the objection of the big black horse, patted its buttocks and was about to move forward. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of clinking metal collisions in front of them, as well as a man and a woman shouting loudly. It sounded like there should be a fight going on in front of them. Ethan's attention was attracted. He subconsciously covered Soap's dog's mouth, and tiptoed over. After a while, an open space appeared in front of him, and under the moonlight like water, a boy and a girl were fighting with swords. These two people looked to be about the same age as Ethan. The girl has neat short hair, sharp and quiet eyes, and a delicate and slender figure. She holds a sword in both hands with a slightly long hilt. The color is as delicate as ivory and milky white. The one fighting her was a boy with a green algae head. He was fighting with one hand and one knife, obviously using two-sword kung fu. Soran? Gina. Ethan saw the bright green, and he had already confirmed the identity of the boy, not to mention the girl. She must be Soran's childhood sweetheart, determined to become the #1 girl in the world. Kuina of the swordsman. So. I came to Frost Moon Village. Ethan was surprised, but he was relieved. Frost Moon Village was a peaceful small village in his impression, and this kind of place was indeed the best for him. Gone. Ethan stared closely at the two people who were fighting together, and it could be seen that Soran's offensive was very fierce, swinging his two knives like a windmill, but Gina on the opposite side was always sinking, and took all the attacks. Having said that, it can be seen from the sweat on her forehead that it was not easy for her to take these attacks. Sweat dripped down the forehead, passed through the smooth chin, and finally flowed to the depths of the slender and beautiful neck. The big black horse. Soap looked up at Ethan's eyes, and found that his eyes were straightened when he looked at Guyana, and couldn't help curling his lips. Pervert. Hearing this, Ethan pinched Soap's face and cursed, "Silly dog, you know nothing." But his eyes still did not leave the figure of Kuina. In fact, Soap misunderstood. Ethan was not fascinated by Kuina's appearance, but was involuntarily attracted by her movements and posture. During Kuina's one attack and one defense, Ethan felt a wonderful feeling from it. In his opinion, while Kuina was parrying Sauron's attacks again and again, there was an aura in that delicate body. Constantly strengthened. Kuina's strength is obviously inferior to Sauron's, so she can't be so calm and easy when dealing with Sauron's attack, but fortunately, she uses defense as offense, and Sauron wields two knives, which are not small and consume physical strength. Huge. If Ethan knew a little bit about how to use swords, he would also find that Kuina had some counterattacks in addition to parrying, and every sword in the counterattacks was chosen in the middle of Sauron's attack, that is, said that during the interval between Sauron's stormy slashes, she used the shortest time to pick out every flaw of Sauron. The so-called seeing the big from the small, Sauron has now decided on his own desperate fighting style, and Ethan can clearly feel that Sauron also has the spirit of Kuina, and this momentum is at the peak and a slow decline is very different from Gina's slow climb. In addition, every small counterattack from Kuina would make him a little overwhelmed. At this time, Sauron's breathing was obviously a lot more disordered. But Sauron still relied on a ruthless force, coupled with stronger strength and speed than the opponent, so he always maintained the upper hand. After trying his best to cut off a small strand of Kuina's hair, Sauron's attack frequency dropped significantly. Not long after, Sauron jumped out of the battle circle, and Kuina didn't pursue him either. It's like sweating profusely. Holding two swords feels heavy, doesn't it, Zoro? Kuina suddenly said, "You are really weak." Hearing her words, Sauron obviously had a few blue veins on his head. "Stop talking," he yelled, and launched an attack on Kuina again. "It's now." Ethan couldn't help shouting in a low voice. He didn't know why, but felt that at this moment, Kuina's aura had risen to the extreme, as if an invisible blade was about to be unsheathed. Drink! Sure enough, the next moment Kuina drew out her sword, and directly lifted Sauron's double swords away. Under the impact of this sword, Sauron also lay down on the ground, and the point of Kuina's sword drew a circle in mid-air, and then plunged straight into the ground next to Sauron's face. Win 2001, I won. Chapter 17. Seeing this, Ethan slipped away quietly. Next, the oath under the moonlight, the promise to become a great swordsman. Ethan felt that he didn't need to read any more. Ethan has been completely overwhelmed by Kuina's aura, and now all he thinks about is the aura of Kuina. Regarding the sword that Kuina swung after reaching its peak, Ethan made a comparison in his heart. If Sauron was replaced by himself, would he be sure to take the sword? To be honest, Ethan really wasn't sure. This made Ethan feel a little frustrated, and Kuina was also just a child. Then Ethan bypassed these two people, and after walking forward for a while, a dojo appeared in front of him. Needless to say, this was the dojo opened by Kuina's father. Ethan looked at the signboard of the dojo that said the three words "One Heart Flow are thoughtful." After walking forward for a while, Ethan finally entered the village. It was already late at night, and most of the houses in the village were pitch black. Still relying on the nose of soap, he followed the smell and found a restaurant that was open late at night. What made Ethan happy was that the restaurant was also running the business of the hotel. After paying the money and getting the key, Ethan finally lay down on a big bed. Soap next to him was lying on the table, with his butt raised high, devouring the food on the table. Ethan was a little hungry at first, but after watching the duel between Kuina and Sauron, he felt no mood to eat. The food for a table is all cheap. Soap, this stupid dog who only recognizes food. The depression in Ethan's heart naturally came from his perception of his own strength. To be honest, after personally experiencing the strength of Li Niux with the number 1 scale, Ethan couldn't help but feel a little discouraged compared to his current real strength. Thinking of this, Ethan opened the systems page again, still in that bare state, but the progress bar still stopped at 40.00%. It doesn't seem to be improved according to time. Think about it, how could it be so simple? Ethan said helplessly. He covered his eyes with his arm. In the darkness, Kuina's sword was like a sword out of its sheath. The momentum appeared in front of his eyes again. By the way, Ethan sat up suddenly, staring blankly at the wall in front of him. His eyes were out of focus, obviously thinking about something. The soap on the table was startled by Ethan's sudden movement, and seeing Ethan sitting on the bed blankly, he couldn't help asking curiously, "Boss, what's wrong with you?" Ethan turned his head to look at Soap, and his heart felt trembling when he saw it. After a while, Ethan suddenly asked, "Do you like the food here?" Hearing Ethan's words, Soap's eyes lit up, his tail swung quickly, and his tongue lolled out. Ethan even saw its saliva. "Boss, are you going to buy this?" "Hey!" Ethan was confused by Soap's words. "Worthy of being my boss, you're so aggressive." "But boss, forget it, you don't need to buy this place for me. Although I love food, I still want to wander around with you. When you come back, you can find a better chef. Just get on the boat." Soap patted his chest with his dog's paw, with an expression that was touched by his self-sacrifice. "Why did Hellfire only give you brains? Why did it forget to give you face?" "Hey? Face? Don't I already have one? Forget it." Ethan rolled his eyes. "Sleep, we'll talk about it tomorrow." Early the next morning, Ethan tossed the soap. "Why, early in the morning. Sleep when you're full, are you a pig?" Ethan kicked the soap. "Get up, I'm going to learn a teacher with me today." "Teacher?" Soap shook the dog's head. "Boss, did you take the wrong medicine? Is there anyone on this island who can be your master?" In Soap's memory, Ethan has always been the brave and invincible person that night. Regarding this matter, Ethan didn't bother to explain, and walked out of the room with Soap. "Hey, how are you, guest? How did you eat last night? How did you sleep?" Seeing Ethan, the hotel owner rubbed his hands and asked with a smile. Ethan couldn't help but wonder, the service attitude of this hotel is so good. He was dumbfounded when he saw the bill. No wonder the boss was so caring. Last night, Soap ate a meal worth Baileys. Fortunately, Ethan didn't pay too much attention to money. He also brought all the cash on board when he disembarked this time. After being surprised, he paid the money happily. "Ah, by the way." Ethan suddenly thought of something. "Excuse me, do you know the Xin Lu Dojo?" The boss smiled and said, "Of course, Mr. Kojiro, the owner of Yuxin Dojo, is a good man. Most of the children in Chuanjiao village go to him to learn swords." "Jian, guest, do you want to learn sword too?" From the boss's point of view, Ethan is still in his teens. He spends dash on a meal and doesn't even have a distressed expression. He must be a kid from a rich family who came here to learn swordsmanship. Under the guidance of the boss, Ethan walked towards Yuxin Dojo with his sword in hand. The big silly dog followed behind Ethan with a contented face. Although he ate wildly all night, his stomach didn't feel bloated at all. In fact, no matter what food enters his stomach, it will be immediately digested by the hellfire and turned into pure energy to supplement his body, and the reason he wants to eat so much is to satisfy his appetite that has been suppressed for many years. Not long after, Ethan came to the Yuxin Dojo. It was dark last night, and Ethan just stood at the door for a while. This time, he was able to get a glimpse of the whole dojo during the day. This is a Japanese-style mansion with a left-right symmetrical building. The main entrance of the building behind the two bamboo gates is a lattice-style sliding door. At this time, the main entrance of the dojo was wide open, and the sound of a group of children shouting came from inside, all in uniform. "Is anyone there?" Ethan knocked on the door. There was a wide screen facing the door in the room. Behind the screen were two long corridors. "May I ask what you want?" A middle-aged man wearing Taoist uniform, long hair in a ponytail, wide glasses and a gentle smile on his face walked out slowly. "Hello, are you Kojiro-sensei?" "That's me, may I ask why you're here?" "My name is Ethan, Kojiro-sensei, I want to learn swords from you." Facing the gentle man in front of him, Ethan expressed his thoughts bluntly. Kojiro looked at Ethan's appearance. This kid is only 11 or 12 years old. He looks a little thin, with a sword in his hand and a dog behind him. What a strange kid. Hee, it's another kid who came to learn swordsmanship, come in first. Kojiro said and turned slightly, motioning for Ethan to follow. There is a shoe rack next to the door, and one needs to take off one's shoes to enter the dojo. Ethan beckoned the big silly dog to follow quickly. At this time, the children in the dojo had stopped practicing, and they were all sitting around the wall, giving way to the large open space in the center of the house. Ethan followed Kojiro in, found a seat and sat down, and Dashigo obediently lay beside him. It was only later that Ethan discovered that Kuina and an adult man stood in the center of the scene. I saw the two holding bamboo swords in both hands, and they were confronting each other. Suddenly, Kuina shouted and launched an attack on her own initiative. The sound of cracking from the collision of the bamboo swords was heard endlessly. Ethan was surprised to find that compared to last night, Kuina's aura had become stronger again. Ethan watched Kuina's fierce offensive, and couldn't bear to admire in his heart. Now he has to change the conclusion of last night. If he confronts Kuina head-on, he has no chance of winning at this time. The children sitting around in the dojo exclaimed, "That's so amazing! Big sister seems to be stronger than yesterday. By the way, what about Zoran? If he saw it, he wouldn't be more depressed. Zoro went to the woods to train again, and I heard him keep clamoring to increase his physical strength." Kojiro was also a little surprised by his daughter's performance. What he said last night may have been too heavy for her. It is true that female swordsmen cannot become the strongest due to factors such as physical factors. But there are no absolutes in the world, although I have no, she said half a sentence, but she didn't seem to back down from her blow. Kuina, this road is full of difficulties and obstacles, I just don't want you to take such a risk. At this moment, Kojiro's mood is complicated, for Kuina worried and proud at the same time. These two emotions made him extremely contradictory, so he could only suppress his emotions for the time being. Suddenly he thought of the child just now, turned his head to look, and found that his eyes were immersed in the battle on the field and couldn't extricate himself. Kojiro smiled faintly, and suddenly found that Ethan was staring at Kuina closely, but his hand was subconsciously placed on the handle of the knife, clenched and loosened from time to time. Now Kojiro suddenly became interested in Ethan. Soon the two on the court decided the winner, and then bowed to each other before leaving the court. The man looked like Kojiro's good friend. He patted Kojiro's shoulder familiarly, and then patted Kuina's head. After he left, the normal practice order resumed in the dojo. Kojiro ordered Kuina to watch and lead the juniors to practice, while he brought Ethan to the next room, and the two sat on the floor. The soap was left outside the door, and it was lying on the ground board, still thinking about what to eat for lunch for a while, and it didn't take a good rest after patronizing and eating last night. Fell asleep. Ethan tried several times, but he was still not used to this kneeling and sitting position, so he simply changed to a cross-legged position. "So, Ethan, where are your parents?" "I have lived in the rubbish hills of the kingdom of Goa since I was a child. My parents passed away when I was very young. There was a fire there a few days ago. I escaped and now I am homeless." Ethan made up lies in his heart. Replied honestly. At this time, Ethan suddenly felt some pressure, because Kojiro always had a smile on his face, but in fact, it made Ethan feel that his emotions were hidden under this expression, which made people unpredictable. Lying to someone like that is really stressful. "Fire." Kojiro nodded slightly, with a noncommittal look, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Then why do you want to come here to learn swords?" Ethan was still trying to read Kojiro's expression, but when Kojiro asked this question, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of exploration, but it seemed to say, "I've seen through you." Ethan was taken aback by Kojiro's eyes, and the nonsense he had made up in his mind was on his lips at this moment, but he couldn't say it anyway. After struggling for a long time, Ethan slowly said, "I made a big mess, so I want to become stronger quickly." Just after Ethan finished speaking, he could see that Kojiro was still smiling, but his eyebrows were slightly frowned. But he didn't say anything, just shook his head silently. Seeing this scene, Ethan's heart sank slowly. Did he know something? Shouldn't. It just so happened that the sound of practice in the dojo had stopped for a while. Kojiro opened the door lightly, but he didn't see Kuina's figure, so he called a child who was learning swords and asked, "How old are you? Where is the senior sister?" The child was obviously a little afraid of the soap lying at the door, so he hid aside and said timidly, "Senior sister Guyuna went to the warehouse. She said she wanted to find some whetstones or something, so she let us practice freely, but we went. It's been a while." Hearing this, Ethan suddenly remembered something. Not good. Chapter 18. Warehouse, whetstone. These two keywords flashed in Ethan's mind, and he knew what it meant. Kuina accidentally broke her neck and died when she went to the warehouse to get a whetstone. Ethan subconsciously jumped up and opened the door. The kid who reported the message was startled by Ethan's action, but Ethan grabbed his arm just as he wanted to hide. "Where is the warehouse?" The child was obviously stunned by Ethan, stuttering and unable to speak a complete sentence. His eyes were red, and he looked at Kojiro for help. "Mr. Kojiro, please tell me where the warehouse is." "The warehouse, turn left in the corridor and go to the backyard at the end." Kojiro was also surprised by Ethan's performance, but he still told him. After getting the location of the warehouse, Ethan was about to run towards the warehouse, and stepped on the tail of soap just as he took the first step, but Ethan couldn't care about these at the moment, and his whole body was already flying like an arrow from the string. Out! Soap was originally sleeping, and just about to open its mouth to bite the hamburger in front of it. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound and vibration, and then Soap felt a sharp pain in its tail. Back screaming. Which grandson stepped on me?" Soap suddenly jumped up, looked around and said angrily. He bared his teeth angrily, looking fierce, but his momentum was ruined by the dripping saliva on his mouth. Not only that, but soon he remembered what Ethan had agreed with him, "Don't talk in front of others." Seeing Kojiro with a surprised face and the child with his mouth wide open in surprise, Soap decisively pretended to yawn, and lay down on the ground with his mouth closed like a dog barking like a dog. Here, according to Kojiro's description, Ethan rushed to the backyard with all his strength, and found that there was only a wooden house in the yard, which should be a warehouse. Ethan ran into it without saying a word, just in time to see Kuina stepping on the ladder and taking the whetstone from a high place. Maybe she was frightened by Ethan's action, she stepped on the ground suddenly, and she was about to step back, fall up and down. Not good. Ethan thought to himself. At this moment he was still some distance away from Kuina, and in desperation, Ethan swooped down on the ground where Kuina was about to fall. Thump! Ouch! Ethan screamed, thinking that despite the fact that Kuina is just a girl, the weight is not too light. What's more, she still holds two whetstones in her hand. Kuina had already closed her eyes to prepare for the pain of falling to the ground, but when did the ground become soft? Afterwards, Ethan heard Ethan's screams, which brought Gina back to her senses. There was actually someone under it. She will never know that if no one catches her, what greets her is not just the pain of falling to the ground. Kuina hurriedly stood up, trying to help the person on the ground, but found that the person on the ground was an unfamiliar face. "You, who are you? Why did you appear in my warehouse?" Ethan rubbed his lower back. The pain made him grin his teeth. Hearing Guyana's question with a trace of guard, Ethan secretly complained in his heart, "Hey, I'm your savior. Falling casually from the second floor will happen to break your neck?" "I came to learn swordsmanship from Mr. Kojiro," Ethan said, but this answer made Kuina even more suspicious. Ethan suddenly realized, why did he bother with her on this kind of issue? At this time, Kojiro also followed, and Ethan realized belatedly that his behavior just now was too weird in the eyes of others, wasn't it? Talking about apprenticeship on the front foot, he suddenly rushed out on the back foot, and the target was still the daughter in the warehouse. It feels even weirder to say it this way. Father. Kuina looked at Kojiro suspiciously. It's okay. Kuina, go and take them to practice. Kojiro said to his daughter gently. After Kuina walked out of the warehouse, Kojiro closed the small door of the warehouse and turned on the light. But the lights in the warehouse didn't play a big role, and the whole room was still a bit dark. Ethan couldn't help feeling that the atmosphere was getting heavy, and at the same time he was also slightly on guard. What does Kojiro want to do? Ethan's impression of Kojiro in his heart, it's not very clear. I just remember that he is Soran's master, but he has never made a move, so I don't know the depth. You are the one who offered a reward of -1,000,000, right? Kojiro's words made Yi Senmao jump up. But Ethan suppressed his emotions, pretending to be surprised, and said, "What are you talking about? A reward of -1,000,000? Will there be such a high reward in the East China Sea? So look at this reaction, you have already seen your bounty list." Kojiro kept smiling when he spoke, but he still put tons of pressure on Ethan. "But, it seems that you haven't seen today's reward list newspaper." Ethan didn't answer. He didn't know what Kojiro meant. He only knew one thing now: his concealment might not have any meaning to Kojiro at all. I don't know why, Kojiro seemed to believe that he was the evil spirit of flame. "Don't be nervous." Perhaps aware of Ethan's movement of putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, Kojiro comforted him softly. "I just want to remind you that the Navy has sent Garp to the East China Sea, and the target is you." "What?" Ethan broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He knew exactly what Garp was doing, and the Navy really thought highly of himself. The Navy hero who can drive the Pirate King Gold Roger to run around. "Come and catch me? You really think of me?" Ethan murmured, but as soon as the words came out, it meant that he had admitted it himself, and he simply stopped pretending to be stupid. "So, Mr. Kojiro, what is your purpose?" Kojiro shook his head. "I don't have any purpose, I just heard someone mention an impressive child. So I tested you on a whim. To be honest, I was also surprised." "Surprise? It doesn't show on your face at all." Ethan grumbled silently in his heart. Kojiro always had that gentle smile on his face, without any emotional change. "Someone," Ethan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and a figure in a green windbreaker emerged from his mind. "Could it be a dragon?" "It's not impossible." Ethan remembered that after the dragon's ship left the kingdom of Goa, it came to Xuanjia village for supplies. Not only that, Kojiro's dojo also provided them with a lot of supplies, so it is possible that Kojiro and Ryu met and had a good conversation. And judging from the fact that Kojiro will provide supplies to the revolutionary army, his position, at least he shouldn't be too hostile towards him. Thinking of this, Ethan relaxed his vigilance, but even so, he still didn't put his hand on the handle of the knife. "Then, I think I'd better leave Donghai." "No, if I were you, I would wait first," Kojiro said with a smile. In fact, Long did mention Ethan when chatting with Kojiro, but to connect Ethan with the evil spirit of flame, some bold imagination and keen observation skills are still needed. Long once said that he cared about the kid Ethan, so he checked the people on board carefully, but found that Ethan was not among them. So in his opinion, based on the intensity of the fire at that time, Ethan might have been buried in the sea of flames, and he still looked regretful when talking about it with Kojiro. So when Ethan said that he escaped from the fire in Goa Kingdom, Kojiro subconsciously thought of the child Long mentioned. But there are many weird things about Ethan, which made Kojiro very curious, so he tested Ethan, and the inexperienced Ethan was really hooked. "And many more." "Yes." Kojiro nodded. "The East China Sea is far bigger than you imagined, that's why the Navy published the news that Garp came to arrest you, and made you panic after reading it. If you were asked to choose, you would go to the next step." "Where?" "Leave the East China Sea? They will definitely send more people to Luch Town, waiting for you to fall into the trap." Hearing Kojiro's words, Ethan thought for a while, and felt that it was indeed as he said. How could there be any reason to report the arrest operation in the newspaper? It's nothing more than to let yourself get wind of it and run away. So what do you mean? Ethan asked cautiously. Don't you want to learn sword? Kojiro nodded with a smile. From now on, call me teacher. Chapter 19. In this way, Ethan temporarily stayed in Yuxin Liu dojo. Under Kojiro's introduction, the group of little kids in the dojo also knew about it, and Yuxin Liu dojo welcomed another little brother. In fact, in terms of age, Ethan should be about the same age as Kuina, but this ranking is not based on age, but on the basis of the time of entry. As a result, the oldest boy here, Ethan, became the junior brother of Yuxin Liu dojo instead. At first everyone was very curious about Ethan, after all he was very mysterious, and he had a sword with him when he came here on the first day. But soon, the group of kids lost interest in him because, let me tell you, I have experienced many battles, and I have seen a lot. In the dojo, after the practice, a big silly dog exuding a cheap smell was lying on its side on the floor, and a group of sword swingers just finished practicing. The children flocked to it and listened to it whistling in the dark. No way, a dog that can talk is enough to make people wonder, let alone a dog that can not only talk, but also give you a stand-up comedy. The curiosity of this group of children was completely aroused. Let me tell you, if you want to talk about my origin, it is earth-shattering. Do you know about One Piece? The one who was beheaded at the vegetable market at the entrance of the village more than 10 years ago was my former follower. Of course, this is far away, so I won't mention it. Let's just say it's a little closer. You know there's a kingdom of Goa nearby, right? Recently. Cough cough. As he spoke with joy, the saliva-flying soap only felt his hairs stand on end, and subconsciously covered his mouth with two front paws. I almost slipped my mouth. When the children saw that the soap had stopped, they couldn't help asking anxiously, well, what happened to the Goa kingdom? Soap pretended to cough twice. Ah, Goa kingdom, cough, ouch, my throat is a bit dry. When the children heard this, they quickly took out a small bag from their pockets, which slowly contained a small bag of prunes. Ouch, just right, I'll eat something sour to relieve my dry mouth. Soap rolled his tongue, and a few prunes went into his mouth. This is the purpose of it running around every day and talking nonsense in front of the children, cheating food and drink here. Seeing this scene, Ethan could only cover his face and sigh, what a shame, but he didn't bother to care about him, he just put his mind away and focused on facing the target in front of him. At this time, Ethan was standing in front of him with swords in both hands, with his left foot in front and his right foot behind him, standing still with a tall and straight figure, staring intently at the front. In this dojo, all the children learn the most basic chopping, swinging, and other movements, and Soran and Kuina are no exception, because in Kojiro's concept, any fancy sword moves are imaginary, only one sword is real, and that is the sword that cuts the enemy. So he has always been making everyone lay a good foundation. Except for Soran and Gina, the reason for others to learn swords may not be that far-reaching. Meet their needs. As for Zoro and Kuina, it can be seen from Zoro's subsequent performance that Kojiro's education method is undoubtedly successful, so Ethan is more convinced of him. But Ethan let out a deep breath, and his upright posture collapsed in an instant. He turned his head to look at Kojiro, who was sitting beside him with a gentle smile, and complained, "Teacher Kojiro, your heart is messed up." Kojiro poured out a cup of tea slowly with a relaxed expression on his face, and let Ethan sit next to him. "I really want to concentrate, but it's been a week, and you let me stare at a fool every day, and I still have to concentrate? What kind of cultivation is this?" Kojiro picked up his cup and drank tea slowly. He pondered for a long time, maybe this way of practice is not suitable for you? It doesn't matter, then let's change the way. Kuina. Soran. Kojiro called the two most capable fighters in the dojo, but no one responded to him. At this time, the two of them had another duel while they were taking a break. It can be seen that after making an agreement with each other under the moonlight, the hard work of the two in training has obviously increased a lot. Soran also paid more attention to the training of strength and endurance, and Kuina's sword became more and more light and tricky. Both men found their way. Kojiro shook his head helplessly. He was so engrossed in the battle that even his father and master were ignored. But he turned his head and looked at Ethan again. This is just right. I said, Ethan, let me ask again, do you really want to change the way of cultivation? As long as the new method is not as boring as it is now, then change it. Ethan replied subconsciously, but as soon as he said the words, he noticed the strange light reflected from Kojiro's glasses, and suddenly felt a little weak in his heart. Why does it feel like Mr. Kojiro has a dark belly? Is it my illusion? You have to think about it. Although the training method this time will never be boring, once you choose it, you must never give up. Ethan is now sure that Kojiro also has a black belly in his bones. But although Kojiro's words were scary, it also aroused Ethan's curiosity. Thinking of staring at a target with full concentration without moving, Ethan said resolutely, no problem. I will choose a new training method. Kojiro nodded with a smile. Okay, he pointed at Zoro and Kuina who were confronting each other, go and separate them. Ah! Ethan was still waiting for a training method, but he didn't expect Kojiro to say this. Don't be surprised, this is your new training method. Kojiro smiled more intensely. From today onwards, as long as the two of them face off, you will intervene in the battle and separate the two of them. Separate? Yes, to separate is to let them draw a tie and not let them decide the winner. Ethan watched Kojiro's expression carefully for a long time, but finally he was discouraged. Kojiro always had that expression of squinting and smiling, making it impossible to know what medicine he was selling in his heart. No, is it appropriate for me to intervene like this? What if I make them anxious and beat me together? Ethan looked at Zoro who danced the two bamboo swords so tightly that his body was airtight, and the blades were light and agile. Kuina, who was gesticulating, swallowed subconsciously. Don't worry. Kojiro seemed to be amused by Ethan, and then said the words in his book that made Ethan feel that he had a dark belly, bamboo swords can't kill people. Oh, by the way, let's set up a punishment. In each of their duels, as long as the winner is decided, you will be considered a failure. As a punishment, you have to practice with Soran the next day. The same amount of training. Seeing Ethan hesitantly looking at the two people who were fighting with swords, Kojiro added, if you don't win, they will decide the winner of this duel. The other half of the dojo, Soap was a little tired from talking, so he was going to take a break. As soon as it yawned, it saw Ethan yell, and rushed towards Soran and Kuina who were fighting with indomitable momentum. But the next second, Ethan bumped into Zoro's bamboo sword head-on, and was knocked to the ground. Mantis arm to block the car. Chapter 20. The air in the morning is full of humidity and freshness, especially in this small forest, where the dew stains every leaf, and this full of natural atmosphere makes people feel refreshed. Early in the morning, Ethan had a painful expression on his face, followed Soran, and ran out of the dojo, leapfrogging all the way to the grove. Ethan is not afraid of hard training, but he is afraid of one thing, getting out of bed. Especially getting up early like this is like killing him. But there is no way, according to what Mr. Kojiro agreed, who made him fail. Yesterday afternoon, Ethan rashly rushed into the battle between Soran and Kuina, accidentally took Soran's bamboo sword with his head for Kuina, and fell honorably. Then Kuina took advantage of this gap to fly Soran's sword again, and she ushered in her 2001 victory against Soran. It's all your fault, Ethan. Zoro frowned and complained, if you hadn't blocked that sword, maybe Kuina would have been hit by me. He picked up the hemp tied by the tree. The rope was tightly tied to both hands, and the other end of the rope was hung on the branch of the tree, and when it spread down, 2 large stones were hung. I can't help it. I don't have experience for the first time. Besides, even if you win, I will still be punished. Ethan thought about it, shrugged helplessly, indicating that he was also forced. He found another tree, and the stone on this tree was more than twice the size of Sauron's, which should have been made by Sauron when he first practiced. Ethan tied the rope to his hands, and immediately felt the weight with a little force. It's so heavy. Ethan gritted his teeth and stretched out his hands, and the stone was slowly lifted up. Hey, no wonder. Ethan gritted his teeth tightly and squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Your sword. The veins on his arms were also bulging, and his face was flushed. The power will be so great. Ethan yelled out this sentence, and he became a little out of breath after just a little movement. Zoro looked at Ethan's state. Do you want to change it to a lighter one? No need. Ethan insisted, still gritted his teeth. Teacher Kojiro said, I want whatever amount of training you have. The morning sun shone through the layers of leaves on the two sweaty teenagers, shining a light called effort. Hey, tell me, why did Kojiro-sensei ask you to make trouble when I was dueling with Kuina? Sauron also felt a little tired after practicing for a long time, so he asked. Who knows? Ethan pulled the stone much slower than Sauron, and barely persisted until now. Maybe it is to let you get used to the swordsman's battle is inherently changing. This is Ethan standing between Sauron and on Kuina's side. She guessed what Kojiro-sensei was thinking, but if it was her side. Ethan still hasn't figured out what Kojiro-sensei's intention is. What exactly is Kojiro-sensei trying to train me for? Why do I have to do this kind of practice alone? Am I different from others? Thinking of this, a guess flashed in Ethan's heart. Correct. Zoro, did you have any special feelings when you dueled with Kuina? Ethan suddenly raised his head and asked. A special feeling? Zoro put down the stone and scratched his head. A special feeling. I always feel that I'm beating her, but I'll always be defeated by her in the end. Does that count? It's just because you can't beat it. Ethan complained, and then he shook his head. Didn't you feel that when Dina was dueling with you, she had a special momentum? Temperament. Sauron frowned and thought for a while, what kind of temperament can a man like her have? It's momentum. It's not temperament. Ethan felt that it was really difficult to communicate with Sauron. Besides, with your elm head, what kind of temperament can you understand? But after such a quarrel, Ethan was sure that not everyone could feel the strange momentum of Kuina's duel, at least Sauron didn't feel it. Could it be that I have knowledgeable arrogance? Ethan thought with his eyes widened, but shook his head in disbelief. Isn't this thing to be cultivated? Regarding domineering, Ethan remembered that domineering arrogance is inherent in him. However, the color of knowledge and the color of armed domineering can only be mastered through acquired practice. But maybe there will be exceptions? Thinking of this, Ethan practiced even more vigorously. After dinner, in the afternoon, Sauron invited Kuina to a duel again. When Ethan heard this, he quickly picked up the bamboo knife and chased him into the yard. At this moment, the two men had already started fighting. Without saying a word, Ethan was about to intervene in the battle with his sword in hand. But this time he learned the tricks, consciously dodged Sauron's sword, and even cooperated with Sauron to attack Kuina. I'm sorry Kuina, there is no way. Who made you stronger than Sauron? Kuina clearly sensed Ethan's intentions, but she bit her teeth and remained silent. Her strong personality made her unwilling to back down at this moment. But this time, he could no longer feel the aura of Kuina. Was it an illusion all this time? Ethan had too many thoughts in his mind, so he unconsciously slowed down a bit. Kuina keenly sensed this opportunity, and with a blatant sway of the bamboo sword, he forced Sauron away, and slashed at Ethan's forehead. Ouch! Ethan cried out in pain, and once again withdrew from the battle. As expected, Ethan once again got a one-day experience voucher for Sauron-style crazy training. Ethan covered his forehead and looked at Kuina with admiration. The moment Kuina hit him just now, Ethan only felt that he had been locked, and this blow made him feel unavoidable. Are you okay? After the winner was decided, Kuina reached out her hand to Ethan, who was sitting on the ground. Ethan looked at Guyana's white and tender little hand, which was obviously a fresh and delicate girl like a flower, but the tiger's mouth and index finger were full of calluses accumulated from long-term sword practice. "Don't worry. I'm fine." Ethan put his hand on it. "You must be in a hurry to deal with the attacks of me and Sauron at the same time." Gina seemed to comfort Ethan. "I don't know why father asked you to train in this way, but I believe he must be it's meaningful, so you have to work hard." Ethan smiled and nodded, thinking that this girl is still very kind. "Also," Kuina hesitated, "I want to apologize to you. You suddenly appeared in the warehouse that day, so I was a little wary of you, but think about it carefully, you saved me. If it weren't for you, I might have just fell to the ground. So, thank you." She put her hands on her sides and bowed solemnly to Ethan. Seeing her being so serious, Ethan felt a little embarrassed, and quickly waved his hands. "Hey, don't be so polite, how can you say that you are also my senior sister now? That's what I should do, but, if you slap me in the future it would be better if you were a little lighter at the time." "That's impossible." Kuina smiled, and blinked mischievously. "I won't hold back the real dueling species." This time, it took 5 days for the red mark on Ethan's forehead to disappear, but within these 5 days, there were many red marks drawn out by the bamboo sword on Ethan's body. Some were given to him by Gina, and some were given to him by Sauron. But these red marks are not in vain. After being a shitstirrer for 5 days, Ethan can already feel the aura of Kuina from time to time. The momentum. Turns out it's not just Gina. Does everyone have it? It feels more like knowledge and domineering. That night, Ethan, who had doubts in his heart, went to find Kojiro and told him about the harvest of the past few days. "That's it. Kojiro-sensei, what exactly is the thing I perceive? Is the cultivation method you asked me to do related to it? Why does Sauron and Kuina have this kind of momentum? What?" Ethan didn't mention his own judgment, but just told Kojiro his feelings. After Kojiro poured a cup of tea for Ethan this time, he picked up the teacup himself, and wisps of white water vapor slowly emerged from the old teacup, slowly drifting away under the candle light. "Actually, you're thinking in the wrong direction. It's not that Kuina and Zoro are special, but you are special." Kojiro put the teacup aside. "Everyone's body has some innate power. In most cases, these powers will never be used in a lifetime, but some people, after some training, can master and exert these powers." "Teacher, did you mean domineering?" Ethan thought for a while, and decided to speak out to Kojiro. No matter in this life or in his previous life, Ethan has never seen Kojiro make a move, but whether it is the Hito Ikimonji written by one of the 21 great swordsmen, or the few words Kojiro taught him in Zoro's memories, they all show that Kojiro has a strong strength. "Do you know what dominant is?" Kojiro looked a little surprised. "I know a little bit." Ethan nodded. "That's right, it's domineering." Domineering, generally speaking, can be divided into 3 types: the knowledge color that can perceive everything, the armed color that can protect the human body and increase destructive power, and the innate tyrant color. Kojiro slowly explained to Ethan, the latter kind of domineering is an innate ability that cannot be acquired through acquired training. The first 2 kinds of domineering can be mastered through acquired training. But there are exceptions, like you. Ethan guessed Kojiro's meaning in his heart. "Teacher, are you saying that I can see those things because I was born with knowledge like domineering?" Chapter 21. Kojiro nodded. "Yes, although there are rare examples of people who are born with informative color and armed color, it is not impossible." Hearing what Kojiro said, Ethan suddenly recalled the little girl named Aisha on Sky Island. She was born with a heart net, which is an example of domineering sex. Thinking of the training method that Kojiro had set for him before, Ethan suddenly realized, "It turns out that you have been making me stare at the grass target to let me exercise this ability?" "But, staring at the grass target? What kind of training method is this? Kojiro shook his head with a smile. It's really not training your knowledge domineering, but training your ability to concentrate. Ability to concentrate? Does that require exercise? Of course. Kojiro pointed to the candle on the side. The flames on it were swaying gently with the flow of air. The release and maintenance of knowledge-colored domineering requires a high degree of concentration, and if you don't need to exercise, why do you always fail to do well? Ethan smiled mischievously. It's a pity that this training method that allows you to actively focus your attention does not seem to be suitable for you, so you can only change to a method that allows you to focus passively. How about it? Does the bamboo sword hurt your face? Looking at the smile on Kojiro's face at this time, Ethan couldn't help but think of the three-character mantra. In the following days, unsurprisingly, Ethan would go out to practice with Soran early in the morning every day. Forcibly intervening in the duel between the two of them, the pressure you have to bear is much greater than when you are one-on-one. After all, his goal is to draw the two people to a tie, which means that he must find a way to receive the attacks of the two at the same time. Catch. After several months, Ethan found that his physical strength had increased a lot. Not only that, after these months of training, Ethan gradually adapted to the fighting rhythm of Kuina and Soran, but the domineering and knowledgeable, but there was no clue about what happened, and Ethan found that he had never sensed that momentum from Kuina and Soran when they were not fighting. In addition, what makes Ethan happy is that in Gina's original fate, she stopped at 2,000 wins, and under Ethan's intervention, she reached 2,363 wins. Counting it, this is the second person's fate that Ethan consciously changed. The first one is Sabo, who lost the opportunity to join the Revolutionary Army, but also got a perfect childhood, which he would have wanted more than before. Maybe in the future, there will be an extra skull flag wearing a bowler hat on the sea. The second is Kuina. For her, Ethan is more of a feeling of regret. For a girl who aspires to become the world's #1 swordsman, Ethan really doesn't want to see her life end before it even started. Besides, after a few months of getting along, he has become very good friends with Soran and Gina. From this point of view, if he hadn't rescued her back then, he would feel guilty now, right? In addition to these things, I have to mention that the big silly dog of soap, who cheated with a bunch of children to eat and drink, can no longer satisfy him at all. As a result, this guy sneaked back to the boat on a dark and windy night, brought back the box of gold coin Bailey, and took a stack of banknotes or gold coins to eat at the restaurant in the village every now and then. Last meal. Fortunately, the owner of the restaurant knows soap, and also knows that its owner is currently learning swords in Yuxin Liu Gym, plus the folk customs of Xuanjiahe village are simple and honest, so it will be strange for a dog to eat with money after a long time. It's no wonder, and there is no one who has evil intentions. On this day, the dojo gave all the students a day off, except Soran and Ethan. After breakfast as usual, the two came to the woods to start today's training. Ethan was originally a lazy person, but after he came to this world, he had to work hard in this environment. In addition, he was surrounded by unyielding and persistent people like Kuina and Zoro. Under the influence of others, he also learned some qualities of not admitting defeat. After gritting his teeth and completing 500 stone pulls this morning, he lay on the ground panting. Turning his head to look at Soran, he found that he was still gritting his teeth and persevering, with sweat dripping down on the ground, wetting the land in front of him. Seeing this scene, Ethan couldn't help being infected in his heart, and gasped for a few moments. After taking a breath, he put the rope on his wrist and continued to practice. It was nearly noon, and the two were lying on the ground exhausted, breathing fresh air with big gulps. "Hey, ha! Soran," I said, "you are too hard-working, I feel ashamed to be lazy with you every day. This is not enough." Even though he was lying on the ground exhausted, Soran still shouted loudly, "I want to defeat that woman. Then step by step I will become the strongest swordsman in the world. This bit of exercise. It's not enough. I've heard it from a long way away. Do you want to defeat me? Just dream. A sweet and light female voice came, and it turned out to be Kuina. Ethan looked back, only to find that Kuina had changed her clothes today, a fitted floral knee-length skirt, and a pair of white sandals on her feet, which formed a huge contrast with her usual plain color Taoist clothes. The contrast made Ethan a little dazed, and Zoro blushed for no reason. Does it look good? Kuina asked in a circle. Tch, it's barely okay. Soran turned his face away and said with his hands folded in front of his chest. Suode, you really are. Ethan looked at Soran's performance and smiled helplessly. By the way, Gina, why did you change into this outfit today? Ah, this. Kuina took out a long piece of paper, which seemed to have a densely packed list. Father said that the supplies in the museum need to be replenished, and he wants us to go around the town. Everything on the list has been ordered. She looked at the two teenagers who were lying on the ground, not even bothering to move their fingers. Is it a little inconvenient for you now? It's okay, give us half an hour. As a result, before Ethan could finish speaking, he heard Soran replying, delay my training time. Don't go. As a result, Kuina was not in a hurry after hearing this, and said to Soran with a smile, no? It's okay, when someone wants to challenge me again in the future, I just don't agree. In the end, Soran was forced to come to the town with Kuina. Ethan also deliberately slowed down so that Soran and Kuina walked side by side. Looking from behind, Soran, who was originally half a head shorter than Kuina, gradually grew taller, and was on the same height as Kuina. Up. Maybe it was after the agreement under the moonlight that day, an inexplicable feeling appeared in the hearts of the two people. At this time, the two people were walking on the road very quietly, without the usual noisy atmosphere. It seems that the two people themselves some inexplicable feeling. Bored, Ethan kept looking at the shops on both sides. In the past 2 days, I don't know why, there are some strange faces in the village. Speaking of it, Xuanjiao village is a small port village, and there will be some merchant ships transiting here, but these faces are a bit too sinister. It feels like a pirate. This made Ethan a little more vigilant. Xuanjiao village has always been a very martial village, which can be seen from the fact that every household is willing to send their children to the gymnasium to learn swords. It is precisely because of this that generally speaking, there will be no little pirates who are willing to use their brains here. In a small village, there is not much money to make, and it is easy to lose more than the gain. But there are no absolutes, so it's better to be careful. Ethan thought this way, and he suddenly regretted that he didn't come out with a sword. At this moment, Kuina and Soran in front of them stopped and followed their line of sight. At the door of the restaurant in front of them, a silly dog with a silly appearance and a round stomach was slowly eating. Slowly wandering out of the restaurant, the boss smiled and sent it out of the door, and said with a smile, "Welcome to come again next time." Who else could it be if it wasn't Soap? But something was wrong. Kuina grabbed Ethan who was about to move forward, and the three of them hid aside. What's wrong? Ethan was a little confused. He looked at Soran, and Soran was even more bewildered. Seeing that Kuina compared her mouth with her index finger, she whispered, "Stupid. You two look behind the Soap." Ethan and Zoro stretched their heads to look, and saw Soap walking step by step. It was obvious that they were in a good mood just after a full meal. Behind it, two wretched-looking men with malicious smiles on their faces followed behind it. "This silly dog, you spend so much money on food every day, you are being watched." Ethan obviously knew that Soap had secretly pulled out the cash box on the boat, but he didn't value money very much anyway. "Just let it go. Look at the direction it is going, isn't it going back to the gym?" Dina reminded. "It wants to hide the rest of the money, right? You silly dog, if you know how to hide money, why don't you pay more attention to your back?" Ethan whispered. Zoro looked at the two of them, rolled up his arms and thought about going over, then let's just go and knock them down. He was pulled back by Ethan and Dina before he had gone a few steps. "You idiot! I don't know who these two are, and whether there is a gang. Kuina taught Soran a lesson angrily. She didn't realize that she was very close to Soran at this time, so close that the faint fragrance of her body was drilled into Soran's nose. Zoro, who used to quarrel with her at all times, couldn't help but blushed again at this moment, looked up embarrassedly, and even forgot to return his mouth. When Kuina saw Soran like this, she immediately realized that she seemed to be getting too close, her face blushed, and she moved back slightly. Seeing this situation, Ethan smiled, and then turned his head to look at the sneaky two people, and suddenly had an idea in his heart. Chapter 22. Soap is in a pretty good mood now. Since he pulled the big box containing gold coins off the boat, his living standard has risen sharply, and he no longer has to do stand-up comedy to those little kids every day. And now Soap tries not to use hellfire to actively digest the food after it enters the stomach, but to let the food stay in its stomach as much as possible. The happiness brought by the full stomach is really great. Today the boss is in a good mood, and he gave a % discount on the soap for meals. Soap decisively took it, but the money brought out today was not spent, so it went out of the restaurant to put the money back into the box. Not long after he left, Ethan's voice suddenly came to his ears, and he shivered in fright. Soap. Soap has been very cautious these days. After all, he shipped out the money secretly, and he also put the box in a secret place, just to hide it from Ethan. No way. Between the boss's anger and the delicious food, Soap resolutely chose the delicious food. Just after he came out of the restaurant, he suddenly heard Ethan's voice, and his guilty conscience was raised in his throat. I just came out of the restaurant, won't the boss see it? What should I say at this time? How about pretending to be pitiful? Woo! How can I survive? Urgent, wait online. It had a good idea. Ethan really liked soft food but not hard food. When Soap tried to squeeze out a little tear and prepared to sell it badly, expressing that he was forced to be hungry, he pulled out the cash box, but when he turned around, he found Ethan Sen wasn't there. It looked around and found that there was no sign of Ethan. What the hell? Hallucination. What are you looking at? Silly dog, keep going. Ethan's voice sounded again, don't look around, I told you through the link of Hellfire. Does Hellfire still have this function? Yes, I can hear what you're thinking now, and don't bother to squeeze your tears, your face really doesn't arouse any sympathy. Ethan ruthlessly broke Soap's fantasy. You go forward and try to go back to the forest behind the dojo. There are two people following you behind you, they should be staring at your money box. When Zhao Zhao heard this, he immediately became furious. What? Dare to take advantage of my uncle's money? Who? Where? This uncle is going to cut him alive. Okay, since you said that, I'll take it as your admission that you took the gold coins off the ship. Soap instantly changed his face. Boss, are you lying to me? Cut, I need to lie to you? But it is true that someone is following you, but we are also hanging behind these two people. You can rest assured that you can lure them to the woods. In this way, although there was a big circle around, the Soap still led the two people who had bad intentions behind them into the woods. In fact, the two people were still a little suspicious on the way, wondering whether the dog was deliberately leading them around, but after all, it was just a dog, at most. I can eat something. How unconfident these two people are about their own IQ, can they believe that the dog played them tricks? But it turns out that these two people may not really have much brains. When the two of them just stepped into the grove, they felt a sharp pain in the back of their heads, and then they didn't know anything. Soran, are you playing hard? Ethan looked at the bloodstains on the wooden stick in Soran's hand. Didn't you say you want to succeed in one hit? Of course I have to strike harder. I have never done such a thing. Oh? You want to blame me again? Now I understand what's the blame means. You don't want to fool me again. This blame is yours. I won't carry it. Okay. Stop arguing. Just as Ethan and Soran were talking non-stop, Kuina came out from the dojo with a large bundle of ropes. "Tie them up first, or they will be killed later." Woke up. The three of them hurriedly tied the two villainous guys to the big tree. Just after they were tied, the pirate who was knocked down by Ethan woke up faintly. "You guys! You little brats! Do you want to die? Let me go!" The man realized that he and his companions were tied up, and there were 3 children and the dog standing in front of him. Still shouted fiercely. "Look, it's already like this and still so arrogant. Either there is something wrong with the brain, or there are accomplices behind it." Ethan pointed to the one tied to the tree, and explained to Kuina and Soran. "Then if that's the case, shall I go to my father?" Kuina asked. "No need." Ethan shook his head. "Or don't use it now, let's ask some questions we want to ask, and let the master notify the Navy office on the island later." The island where Frost Moon Village is located is relatively small, and it is not a major transportation route, so the Navy did not set up a branch here, but only set up a small office. "What do you want to ask?" Soran wondered. "Don't you think there are too many strangers in the town recently? And they all don't look like nice people." "Indeed. Could it be that the pirates wanted to attack the village?" Kuina suddenly asked in surprise, and Soran raised his eyebrows because of this. He swung the wooden stick with a gust of wind, and knocked on the big tree where the 2 villains were tied. It startled the one who was awake, and at the same time woke up the one who was still in a coma. "Since we're all awake, let's talk about who you are and what are you doing in Zhuangjiahu village." Ethan stood in front of the 2 and asked condescendingly. "In fact, it is said to be condescending, and the 2 of them were indeed sitting and tied to the tree, but Ethan has not yet grown up, and his height is limited, so he is a little taller than the 2 sitting, which is really not a deterrent." Sure enough, the 2 looked at each other, and then laughed loudly. "Little boy, do you learn to extract confessions after your hair grows? If you didn't sneak up on me, do you think you would have a chance to speak?" Ouch! The back of my head still hurts now. "Boy, wait, don't let me untie this rope, or I will make you regret crawling out of your mother's belly." "Little boy, I see that you are still a little clever, so I advise you to let me go as soon as possible, so that you can spare your life when we loot your village, otherwise, Soran was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and wanted to go up and give them 2 sticks, but was finally stopped by Ethan. "I said, you 2, you still can't see the situation clearly." Ethan clapped his hands, and Soap immediately came over, knowingly put on a vicious look, grinning. "Now what, I ask, you answer, those who don't cooperate, I won't kill you either. Have you seen the big dog next to me? I will let him bite off your arms or legs, and then let you go back, and then you the rest of my life will probably be very miserable." Ethan's words made the 2 villains tied to the tree sweat profusely. They thought that the group in front of them was just helping the children, but they were frightened after a little intimidation. They didn't expect this group of children to be so cruel. Even Kuina felt a bit unbearable, and secretly pulled Raisin's clothes, but Ethan didn't care at all. Soap also said to Ethan in his heart, "I'll go, boss, what you said is a bit disgusting. I really like to eat, but I'm not so hungry, right? Don't force me. Cooperate with me honestly." So, with the cooperation of Soap grinning, the 2 quickly succumbed, and honestly confided all the details to Ethan. "I really want to do 2 updates, but I've been really busy recently. The company has undergone a major change." Chapter 23. These 2 people were originally pirates in a group called Bahrain Pirates in the East China Sea. But the 2 of them came here not because they wanted to attack Frost Moon Village. To be honest, they don't have the ability now either. A few days ago, their pirate group was wiped out. The 2 of them floated here after the ship was sunk, holding the planks. What they said just now was just a bluff. It's not just them, there are so many strange faces in the town suddenly, and most of them are people who escaped from the nearby pirate group and came here after being attacked. It's all due to that evil spirit of flame. A pirate said angrily. What does this have to do with me? Ethan wondered. Yes, if it wasn't for him, why would that Iron Fist garb come back to the East China Sea after such a big event in the Kingdom of Goa a few months ago? Another pirate also looked aggrieved. And then his face froze. Oh, I feel that the wound on the back of my head is starting to bleed again. That little brother with a green head, can you help me get some medicine and bandages? Why are you looking for me? Sauron clenched his fists and shouted. You were the one who did the injury. Besides, will you just watch me bleed to death? The pirate had already learned how to be obedient, knowing that being tough is not enough, so he began to speak softly. Helpless, Sauron had no choice but to find some hemostatic medicine and bandages to wrap the pirate's head. While they were bandaging, Ethan was subconsciously pulling his hair and thinking about things. So their pirates were killed by Garp. Has Garp come around here already? However, logically speaking, shouldn't he go to the Goa Kingdom to investigate first? Or does he have already completed the investigation and tracked it all the way here? But how did he judge that I was here? So, who is the evil spirit of flame you are talking about? At this moment, Kuina suddenly asked, it sounds so familiar. Little sister, don't you read the arrest warrant at the back of the newspaper? That's right, that's the hottest man in the East China Sea right now. The pirate with his head covered in bandages said, he's the most vicious and heinous criminal in the East China Sea right now. A bounty of -million. Don't say anything else, in the current Dong Hai, the top 5 bounties combined are not as high as his bounty alone. Zoro looked shocked, it seemed that this was the first time he had heard such a thing, and Kuina clapped her hands, ah, I remembered. It's that skeleton-looking person, I saw it when I helped my father get the newspaper. Pass. Only Ethan had a strange expression on his face. Worst, are you talking about me? Soap covered its mouth with its paws, it was afraid that it would laugh out loud. Then, what did he do? Why is the bounty so much higher than others? Sauron felt a little unbelievable. It is said that he subverted a country as soon as he appeared. This happened a few months ago. The two pirates lowered their voices and said mysteriously, as if they were playing tricks. A few months ago, a huge fire broke out in the Kingdom of Goa. The pirate with a hooded head said, a fire ruthlessly devoured the lives of thousands of people. Kuina and Sauron looked at Ethan. Didn't Ethan escape from the fire? Don't look at me, I really don't know. Ethan raised his hands and said with some guilt. And it came out of that fire. It is said that he rode a flaming horse from hell, broke through the imperial city of Goa Kingdom all the way, waved his hand casually, and summoned a rain of fire that would destroy the world. On that night, he slaughtered all the royal families in that country, and then drifted away. Until now, no one knows his whereabouts. The Navy has also issued a reward order, and even sent Iron Fist Garp back to track him down. The two guys who were tied to the tree seemed to have forgotten their situation, and they sang in harmony with their counterparts. Ethan looked back and saw that Kuina and Zoro looked fascinated by what they heard, so he was helpless. Shook his head. I said you two, are you addicted to telling stories? Ethan interrupted the two pirates, say the key points. Brother, don't worry. The East China Sea we are in is the weakest sea recognized by pirates all over the world. The average reward is only 300 million Baileys. Do you know why? Baotuhe the thief suddenly asked Ethan. Hey! Ethan was caught off guard by his sudden question. He really didn't know the reason for this matter, and he was indeed curious about the reason for this matter. How could a sea area that produced one piece, naval hero, and revolutionary army leader one after another be so weak and so far behind other sea areas? Another pirate sighed, and said, because it's hard to get ahead in the East China Sea. One Piece King Gold Roger was born in the East China Sea, so until now, among the 4 sea areas, the Navy is the most important in the East China Sea. Control has always been the strictest. The Iron Fist Carp we mentioned is a Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters. In the past, he would come to the East China Sea to inspect a circle when he had nothing to do, and wiped out all the pirates who were messing around. There is no sky. Originally, he didn't come back for a long time, so we pirates in the East China Sea were able to take a breath. But this time, because of the evil spirit of flame, he came back again. Our ship is near here. We were sunk by Garp's ship while sailing. The two of us swam to this island with our lives, and now we have no money and are about to starve to death. So, you two grandsons are eyeing my money. At this moment, Soap suddenly interjected, and the dog's face was full of resentment. No matter what the reason is, he can never have any compassion for these two people, who made them stare at its money. A dog can talk? It's a monster. So that's what happened. Ethan nodded, ignoring the two who were yelling in fright at the Soap. It turns out that Kapu came to the East China Sea not only to see his grandson, but also to fight against pirates. To see his grandson? Ethan's sweat suddenly came down. Could it be that Garp got his news from the three Sabo brothers this time? The more Ethan thinks about it, the more likely it is. Sabo and Ace don't need to mention it, but Luffy. Ethan silently covered his face. Let's not mention Luffy's level of lying. With my news, it will be easy to know my appearance, and that news bird, it will be easy to find out where I am, right? Ethan doesn't know if there is a person named Murphy in this world, but he knows that Murphy's Law definitely exists. The more he thinks about it, the more he feels guilty. It seems that he has indeed left a whole line that can be found by others, my own chain of clues. Although this is what he said, Ethan was indeed a little oversensitive this time. Garp did go back to the Kingdom of Goa, but it was only because he obeyed the order from above to help mediate the disputes caused by the death of the royal family in the Kingdom of Goa. Civil strife. As for Saboys and Luffy, Garp did get some news from them, but at best, he just let Garp know that Ethan saved them. As for Ethan's information. Although Luffy can't lie, he is not someone who can't keep secrets. Back then, Brugham's subordinates tortured him so much that he couldn't make him confide a word, let alone how reluctant to treat him. What a grandpa! Ethan is naturally unaware of all this, and is still going further and further on the road of scaring himself. It's useless to think about it now. At that time, I couldn't have imagined that the Navy would value me so much, and even Garp sent it. Is there anything else you want to ask? At this moment, Kuina reminded, if not, let's tell father earlier. Kuina's words interrupted Ethan's wild thoughts and made him calm down slowly. Just as Ethan was about to nod, at this moment, a piercing siren suddenly sounded in his ears. Chapter 24. The siren sounded so abruptly that it startled Ethan. But when he looked around subconsciously, he found that Kuina and Soran were still as usual, as if they hadn't heard the voice at all. But the voice was still there. Ethan suddenly realized, and with a thought, the system interface opened in front of his eyes. The system interface at this time is no longer just the bare progress bar. As soon as it was opened, a big warning with dazzling red light appeared on the interface. Is it really the sound from the system? But what's the situation? At this time, the red light and warning dimmed together, revealing the progress bar that was originally hanging on the interface, and Ethan's eyes widened in surprise. Full. Full? When? Ethan exclaimed in surprise. At this time, Kuina had already left to find Kojiro, and only he and Soran were left here to watch over the two pirates. Hearing Ethan's cry, Soran asked suspiciously, "Ah? What's full?" "Ah, no, it's nothing." Ethan smiled concealedly, and continued to focus on the system interface. At this time, the progress bar gradually disappeared, and the entire interface quickly went black, and then a paragraph of text appeared on the screen. Above. Congratulations to the host for collecting enough core energy. Now the system has started to restart. The remaining time required, 19 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. Damn, it still takes so long to restart. Do you think your computer is from Dash? Although Ethan hasn't figured out what the core energy is, but it's already collected anyway, so it's not that important. Anyway, there was still a day before the system restarted. My golden finger! Ethan was full of anticipation. But the problem now is that a problem is right in front of him, Carp. This old man who occasionally goes offline but has terrifying strength is undoubtedly aiming at himself. The question now is, how well does he know himself? If I keep pretending to be an ordinary kid learning sword, can I get away with it? Ethan shook his head. How is it possible? The Navy is not a fool. As long as they track down the newcomers who came to Frost Moon Village for a few months, Ethan will undoubtedly be targeted. Who made him say that he narrowly escaped from the fire in Goa Kingdom, child? Thinking about it now, I thought that I could sit back and relax without showing my face. I really took it for granted. Not long after, Kojiro arrived, and the Navy from the Navy office came here with him. After questioning for a few words, the Marines saluted Kojiro and escorted the two pirates back. Only then did Ethan know that many of the Navy in the office had also learned swords from Mr. Kojiro. Ethan was full of thoughts, but he didn't show it. He followed the impatient Soran, and the enthusiastic Kuina for a day. After buying all the supplies in the list, he returned to the dojo in the evening. After dinner, Ethan thought about it, and went to knock on the door of Mr. Kojiro's room. Please come in. Kojiro's voice was always so tepid. Ethan sat opposite Kojiro, hesitated for a moment, and was about to speak, but Kojiro suddenly said, "Do you want to leave?" Ethan was taken aback when he heard the words, then nodded silently. Kojiro understood Ethan's thoughts very well, and he also heard some news about Garp. So he sighed, "When are you going to leave?" Ethan thought very clearly, and Kojiro also knew very well that there must be no safety at sea on land. This world obviously lacks the means to track enemy ships on the sea, or this means is not popular, and there is only one person. As long as it does not leave any groping traces like before, it will definitely be able to move a few more times. Get rid of Carp and the others completely. The sooner the better, tonight. Ethan said. So fast. Kojiro was surprised, but it's right to think about it. Garp will come here at some point. You should have that boat, right? Yes. Ethan nodded. But other than that, I guess you haven't prepared anything. Kojiro teased with a smile. Ethan could only nod in embarrassment. He had suffered once. I thought that I must bring someone who can be a navigator on board again, but I didn't expect that this trip was more urgent than the last time, and I didn't have time to find someone. But at this time, Kojiro had already put a burden in front of Ethan. Take it, you should use everything here. Ethan opened the bag suspiciously, and found that it turned out to be a chart, compass, telescope and other commonly used tools for going out to sea. From the content of the chart, it can be seen that this is actually a chart of the entire East China Sea, which is very detailed in every aspect, which surprised Ethan. You must know that in this world, navigators who can draw charts will basically not disclose their own charts, which makes any chart on the market often very valuable. Not to mention the detailed content and scope of the entire East China Sea chart in Ethan's hand. Teacher Kojiro. Ethan was a little moved. The several months of getting along with him made him feel the warmth like a relative that he had never experienced in his previous life. Oh, by the way, and this. Kojiro handed over another long sword that seemed to be in good condition, and urged, the one you brought is really not well maintained, so take this one. The one on the sea everything is unpredictable, you must be more careful. Ethan nodded vigorously, but soon put on an embarrassed expression, well. Teacher, I actually don't know how to read charts. Kojiro looked at Ethan in disbelief. How did you come to Xuanjia village from the kingdom of Goya? Did you rely on God's blessing? No. Actually, I was lucky enough to meet a newsbird who collects money and guides the way. Forget it. Kojiro sighed, and suddenly found that when facing Ethan, he couldn't help sighing, "Don't leave tonight, I'll teach you how to read the chart." The next day, Ethan woke up early on purpose. Before dawn, he had already packed everything. But he found that the bed next to him was already empty, and Soran got up earlier than him today. But this is also good. After living here for several months, he became good friends with Dina and Zoro in the three-person sparring, so in order to prevent the sad parting scene from appearing, Ethan deciding to leave a letter for the two of them, he sneaked away. But where did the soap guy go? Ethan called it in his heart, and the reply he got was, "I'm busy, don't bother me, you can just come to the boat." Ethan muttered, "Teach it well," after getting on the boat. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Soran and Kuina standing in the yard, looking at him angrily, while Mr. Kojiro smiled helplessly. "Sit aside." At this time, the only sound in the yard was the sound of water-filled bamboo tubes hitting stones, and the scene was once very embarrassing. "It's too much, even wanting to sneak away," Soran shouted angrily. "That's right, what kind of letter do you want to write? I'm so short-sighted just by looking at your words." Kuina turned her head to the side in dissatisfaction. Mr. Kojiro, who was wearing glasses, also raised his hands in embarrassment. "That, I didn't tell them," it was Kuina who overheard it again. "Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to send you off, I just wanted to fight Soran on a whim today," Dina said, and Soran nodded. After all, the two drew out their swords, and Ethan was surprised to find that what Kuina was holding was the word Hideo, and Soran was also holding two real swords. "Drink!" Soran roared, and rushed towards Kuina first. Ethan looked around the scene. Mr. Kojiro was sitting in the porch drinking tea with a smile on his face, while Kuina and Zoro were waving their swords heartily in the yard. He laughed involuntarily, pulled out his own sword, and rushed up. The chill in the early morning hadn't dissipated yet, and the three of them started fighting in this small courtyard. Soran and Kuina did not let go because Ethan was about to leave. On the contrary, they both chose to go all out. But even so, Ethan still participated in this battle with an extremely relaxed mood. This was the first time he felt that the battle was so easy and freehand after he came to this world. Just as the blades of Soran and Kuina were touching, Ethan clearly felt a slight stagnation in the aura of the two of them. "It's now." Ethan made a bold move. "When? The tea in the morning is so fragrant." Kojiro put down his teacup, and looked at the Hidei characters on the ground with a smile, and the two standard long swords. How? Soran murmured looking at his hands. 2,363 wins, 1 tie. Kuina panted, gritted her teeth and said slowly, she picked up the sword on the ground, turned around, "I will also go to sea in the future, when we meet again, and let me fight head to head." Her body trembled slightly, but the hand holding the sword hilt tightened. "I want to go to sea too. When we meet again, I won't lose," Soran shouted with all his strength. "Okay." Ethan slowly retracted the sword into its sheath, showing a hearty smile from the bottom of his heart. "I'll be waiting for you at sea." Chapter 25. The black sails were fully bulged, and the hull cut through the water, creating white foamy waves. As if responding to the cries of seagulls, the anchor pulled up on the side of the ship was also shaking from side to side. Today is a good day for going out to sea, sunny and cloudless. Ethan was still worried about what to do if he happened to meet Garp's warship, but after sailing for a while, he slowly eased his mind. Ethan also thought about it. Since the Navy wants to take a chance in the East China Sea, the best way for him to deal with it must be to leave the East China Sea and go to the Great Route. But the navies will definitely, as Mr. Kojiro said, deploy heavy guards in the town of Rog, which must be passed before going to the Great Route. Could it be that I'm going to try my luck? Go to the windless belt? Ethan shook his head quickly, joking, how could he have such suicidal thoughts? Could it be that you have been living too comfortably recently? Soap next to him also interjected, boss, don't you have something to worry about? Isn't it good to live? You know soap, in fact, the meat of sea kings is generally delicious. Ethan said suddenly and seriously. Really? Soap's dog face suddenly changed into a flattering smile. Boss, how about, you try it? Get lost. Ethan replied angrily. This silly dog really just wants to eat. Since Ethan decided to leave last night, he ran to the restaurant in the village and threw all the remaining money to the restaurant owner. Then bucket by bucket began to transport various ingredients to the ship. When Ethan woke up this morning, it was indeed busy. Now the entire cabin of the ship, not just below the deck, even the cabin at the stern is full of food. Ethan shook his hand, as if he wanted to get rid of all the troubles. Okay, come back and think about it if you can't figure it out. Now, it's the most important thing. After finishing speaking, he opened the system interface. For several months, except for the words I said to myself at the beginning, and the Ghost Rider contract scroll, there was no movement in the whole system. This can be said to be the most irresponsible gold finger in the world. Up. But now there is less than 1 minute left, it will be able to restart successfully. Ethan can't help but feel a little excited. Soon, the countdown counted down to 0, and the entire interface fell into darkness again, but the next moment, the entire system interface suddenly expanded in Ethan's eyes, occupying his entire field of vision in an instant. For a while, Ethan fell into darkness again. But soon, the darkness receded like a tide, and Ethan returned to the deck of the ship, as if nothing had happened. No, there is a change. Ethan opened the system interface again, and the home page of the system interface is no longer as black as before. The current system interface is translucent, and a transparent human figure emerges on the left side. In the human figure's chest, a small cluster of light blue flames is burning quietly. And next to the figure, there are several lines of text. This is my attribute value. Name, Ethan. Rating, 1. Experience, 0/880. Power, 10. Speed, 8. Spirit, 33. Skill. Hellfire Source, Passive, Level 839, Experience, 1000/-. The source of hellfire that can burn any soul and matter can continuously generate hellfire energy. Upgrading the level can increase the energy limit and recovery speed. Hellfire Energy Value, 0/0, Maximum energy consumption of magic items is 50. Hellfire. The hellfire that can burn any soul and life substance, can increase the host's ability value, and can also be released to injure the enemy. Use requirements, Spirit 10. Magicalized items inject and continuously provide hellfire into weapons or vehicles, demonize them, improve their quality and ability, and communicate with the host mind. Use requirements, Spirit 10. Evil Spirit Mode. Consume all the current energy of hellfire, cover the whole body with hellfire, abandon the flesh of the living, and turn into a god, crossed out, a vengeful spirit who fights for his own will. Obtain the skill Eye of Judgment, and all attributes have been greatly improved. The buff effect and duration will increase with the level of hellfire, and the current duration is 30 minutes. After use, it enters a cooldown period, and the cooldown period lasts until the hellfire energy reaches its maximum value again. Usage requirements, Spirit 30. Eye of Judgment. Look straight into the eyes of the villain, allowing you to see and remind the target of all crimes committed before. To make its soul feel the pain it has caused to all innocents. The power and effect also depend on your will and the opponent's willpower. Soul Perception, Passive, Experience 116/50,000. After obtaining the source of hellfire, you have the ability to perceive the soul, which is automatically triggered after entering the battle and can perceive the enemy's movements. Swordsmanship, Beginner, Experience 57339/300000, is just an entry-level swordsmanship. There is nothing to describe it. Use requirements, Strength 7, Speed 7. My attribute, what level is it? Why is my spiritual attribute so much higher than the other two? Ding! Reminder, all the abilities of ordinary naval soldiers are 10. Ethan was a little disappointed. Judging from his attributes alone, if he didn't use any skills, he might not even be able to beat a Navy soldier? Yes, it's true from the data point of view. Mental attributes basically have no effect on the physical level, so the host's only attribute that exceeds the level of normal people is actually useless. Depend on, is this the system? Why is your mouth so poisonous? But the host doesn't need to be discouraged. Factors such as combat experience, willpower, and combat strategy are not included in the attributes, so even if the attributes of the host exceed the average soldier, it is possible to be defeated, so the host does not have to wait for the current attributes to be low. Trouble. System, is it possible that you are comforting me? The answer is correct. I'm really happy, the host can understand what I mean. Haha. The corner of Ethan's mouth couldn't help twitching. With such a system, I'm afraid he will be pissed off by it one day. However, after such interruption by the system, Ethan felt relieved after thinking about it. After all, this body is only in his teens, and it is estimated that he has practiced kendo for several months, and at the same time, his physical fitness has been enhanced by hellfire. The result of. But why is my spiritual attribute so high? Ethan couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it, and then he continued to read down to the skills section, and found that basically every hellfire ability required spiritual ability, and he came to a conclusion in his mind. The system also prompted at this time, this is the influence of the hellfire source in the host body. Ethan nodded secretly, his guess was right. In the end, Ethan also noticed this soul perception skill, and slapped his forehead, so it's really not knowledgeable domineering, let me just say. How can it be possible to awaken knowledgeable domineering innately? He said so, but in fact, Ethan was still a little disappointed in his heart. After all, that is knowledgeable domineering. If it is awakened, it will be a qualitative leap in strength. But having said that, Ethan was actually a little puzzled before, why his knowledge-colored arrogance could not be activated at all when he was not fighting, and it was only now that he figured out the reason. Passive? Automatically triggered when entering a battle? So that's it. But, this is almost domineering. Ethan comforted himself in this way, and looked down at the sword skills, there is really nothing to describe, and then he saw the experience points required to upgrade sword skills. Looking at the long string of 0, Ethan struggled. He tugged at his hair. Forget it, so be it. In addition to this, the system should have other functions, right? Ethan looked up and down, left and right, and finally found 3 options at the top of the interface. The names are inventory, fate dominoes, intent forging. Among these 3 options, the option of mind forging is grayed out. After clicking, the system will prompt Ethan that it has not been opened. Not yet on, those 2 in front. Ethan first opened the inventory bar, and the interface displayed a small gray grid, which was empty at the moment. But what caught Ethan's attention was that there was a value at the bottom of the item bar that was similar to a currency unit of measurement, and its value was 0 at this time. When Ethan cast his eyes on it, a system notification sounded in his ears. This is the energy value counting column. Energy value? Ethan asked curiously, like the core energy needed to restart the system before? Speaking of which, what is that core energy? How did I collect it? Sorry, the data module is broken, I can't answer this question for you. Ethan couldn't tell whether it was pretending to be stupid or real. Then what about this energy? What is it used for? How to collect it? You can't answer this question even if you don't tell me. Ding. Answer: energy is the currency used for transactions between the host and the system. The host can collect energy substances in this world, which are absorbed by the system and turned into energy. The energy matter of this world? Just when Ethan was about to ask further questions, he heard another prompt from the system: the energy substance that the host has touched has been detected. Ever touched? Are you on board? Ethan was a little curious, so he asked, "Can you tell me where this energy substance is?" As soon as the voice fell, the system cooperatively displayed an arrow on the interface, pointing directly to the direction of the cabin. Driven by curiosity, Ethan entered the cabin, and under the guidance of the system, finally locked his eyes on the original pile of debris on the boat. "There's nothing special in here. Could it be?" Ethan rummaged through the pile of odds and ends, and he held the last pair of handcuffs in his hand. Ding! It is detected that the host has touched the energy substance. "May I ask if you want to absorb energy?" Sure enough, it was it. Ethan nodded. It was exactly the sea stone handcuffs that Brugham had left behind. Chapter 26. Let's absorb it. Ethan tilted his head and thought for a while, then said. Halashy handcuffs are really of no use to him now. In contrast, it is more important to fully ascertain all the functions of the system. As soon as Ethan finished speaking, the energy value on the interface jumped for a while, changing from 0 to 50. But the strange thing is that the handcuffs on his hands have not changed at all. Why, is this the end of absorption? Shouldn't the handcuffs disappear? Even if it doesn't disappear, a little change is fine. Ethan weighed the handcuffs, feeling that even the weight hadn't changed. Ding! Reminder, the system only absorbs the trace energy contained in the energy substance, and its structure is not affected. Ethan nodded, half understanding, that is to say, there is only a certain amount of matter in this thing that can be converted into energy. Is such that? In this way. Ethan looked at the Halashy handcuffs in his hand, and guessed that these handcuffs could no longer restrain the devil fruit ability user. It's a pity that there is no capable person to prove it to him now, so he quickly put this matter behind him. After all, there are more important things now. Ethan put the handcuffs aside, continued to ponder the functions of the system, and then turned his attention to the option of Dominoes of Destiny. After clicking, the item column on the page disappeared, replaced by a large densely packed dominoes arranged in a meandering manner. All the dominoes are milky white, and they must look very delicate and smooth to the touch. From Ethan's point of view, the first trigger card of this large domino was standing right in front of him. Isn't this just dominoes? I have an urge to knock it down. Seeing this scene, Ethan couldn't help but sigh with emotion, but he just pulled up a long seal in front of the trigger card, which means that the function cannot be used at this time. Ding! Welcome the host to the function of Dominoes of Destiny. Each domino represents a kind of reward. Every time the host conducts a lottery draw, the dominoes will be randomly arranged in random order, and there will be random placement errors. Dominoes. The domino at the end of the flow is the reward for this lottery. Ethan frowned. It's a bit. I don't understand, is there a simpler way? Lucky draw. 280 energy once. Ethan nodded with satisfaction. Ding! This is the first time for the host to start this system, and I will give the host a free lottery draw. Do you want to use this opportunity immediately? Hey? Is there such a good thing? Ethan replied decisively, of course. As soon as the voice fell, the light flashed on the interface, and the seal suddenly disappeared, leaving only the milky white trigger card standing here within reach. Ethan subconsciously stretched out his hand and pushed it lightly, only to hear a series of crisp collision sounds, and milky white dominoes were arranged neatly and fell down. Looking at this scene, Ethan felt a sense of relief in his heart, but suddenly he had a question. The system just said that the domino would stop halfway. If it didn't stop, it would be poured all at once. What would happen? Just when Ethan raised a question in his mind, the sound of the dominoes collapsing stopped abruptly. Hey? Ethan looked around. Not all the dominoes collapsed this time. The collapse process stopped at a domino halfway. Afterwards, the domino standing upright shimmered, slowly floated up, and finally stopped in front of Ethan. Then Ethan stretched out his hand to touch the floating domino, and saw that the domino suddenly turned around, engraved with a pattern of a lavender orb surrounded by golden phoenix carvings. This is, before Ethan had time to take a closer look, he heard the system prompt, ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Sindori orb. After hearing the prompt, Ethan hurriedly opened his inventory, and the Sindori orb just lay there quietly. After Ethan chose it and chose to take it out, he felt a chill on his hand, and a purple bead with a bumpy feel had already landed on Ethan's hand. Sindori orb, isn't this the toy dropped by the bosses in the instance of the Magister's platform in World of Warcraft? Ethan's memory is not bad, he clearly remembers that this thing seems to be able to turn people into blood elves. Just as he was looking at the orb in his hand, the item description also jumped out from the interface. Sindori orb. Painless plastic surgery, all over the world, it can disguise you as a blood elf, which lasts for 120 hours, and enters the cooldown after the effect disappears, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. Requirements for use, Spirit 10. 120 hours, 5 days, why, how do I remember the original Sindori orb? The effect can only last for 5 minutes. While Ethan was amazed, he heard the system prompt, ding. Reminder, the items obtained by the lottery will be slightly adjusted according to the situation in this world. After hearing this prompt, Ethan nodded in satisfaction. If it really followed the effect of the original orb, this thing might really be useless. With a 5-minute continuous effect, it can be used as a toy. In other words, this is just a toy. Wait. Ethan suddenly thought of a possibility. Since items with too weak effects will be adjusted and strengthened, does that mean that items that are too powerful will also be adjusted and weakened? That's right. The system replied. Now Ethan became a little frustrated. Originally, he was wondering if he could get the Sindori orb. Did it mean that the dominoes might contain things like Wind Sword, Frostmourne, and Ashbringer? Wouldn't it be invincible if you want to draw a weapon like this, especially Frostmourne, one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, ruled the new world with the ability of the soul fruit. I really don't know who is more powerful when I meet the fire joy that can also extract the soul. But now knowing that the system will adjust the ability of the item, Ethan can't help but feel a little discouraged. He can only comfort himself that he can't draw such a powerful thing in this life. After getting familiar with the function of Dominoes of Destiny, Ethan also became curious about the last function, Mind Forging. Just listening to the name, Ethan really couldn't figure out what kind of function this is, but no matter how he clicked, the system would prompt him, this module has not been opened, please continue to work hard on the host. Keep it up? Ethan pondered, does it need me to achieve some goals before it will be turned on? Even though he said so, the system still didn't give any hint. At this moment, a huge collision sound came, and with the collision sound, the hull also shook violently. What happened? Ethan subconsciously squatted down to maintain his balance, and heard Soap shout loudly, "Boss, boss! Ship! We collided with the Navy!" What? Ethan's heart skipped a beat, he grabbed his sword and looked towards the bow of the ship. The light blue side of the ship came into view. Chapter 27. What appeared in front of me was a Navy ship. Although the sails on the mast were furled, the light blue Navy logo still hung on the bow slash, as well as the brightly colored hull all indicated that it was of origin. Ethan's ship was sailing forward at a fairly fast speed, but this Navy ship stopped on the sailing route. Although Ethan's ship can correct its course by itself, it will not automatically avoid obstacles. Ethan was too busy thinking about the system, addicted to eating, and couldn't help himself, so he didn't notice the ship at all, so this scene happened. This collision directly caused a hole in the side of the naval ship opposite, but the ship on Ethan's side was unscathed. Of course, this was all due to the transformation of Hellfire. But what surprised Ethan was that there was no response from the other side. Originally, he had raised his sword and was ready to fight. But when he came out, he was surprised to find that there was no one on the deck of the opposing ship. Despite such a strong collision, no one came out to check the situation? Not normal. Ethan put the sword on his shoulder, and glanced at the soap lying in the pile of food beside him. Just eat it, come up with me to have a look first. Soap knew that he was half of the pot this time, swallowed the food that was still stuffed in his mouth with igloo, obediently followed Ethan and jumped onto the opposite boat. The decks of naval ships are very clean, and it seems that they must be waxed frequently. But Ethan felt it was very strange. Apart from the sound of waves and seagulls on the boat, only his and Soap's footsteps remained. It's too quiet. Are all the sailors taking a nap? Soap also noticed this abnormality. Put the boat on the sea to take a nap? The sides are all cracked and no one can wake up. Ethan shook his head, his hand was already on the hilt of his sword, and his ears were always paying attention to the movement around him. He walked slowly to the edge of the cabin, and just as he put his hand on the doorknob, he heard a weak groan coming from inside. Ethan suddenly opened the hatch, and at the same time drew out his sword in an instant, ready to deal with the sneak attack inside the door. But after the door was opened, nothing happened, but the groaning became a little more real. Ethan stood guard with his sword in both hands, and looked into the cabin at the same time. There were 8 or 9 Marines lying in a mess, all of them foaming at the mouth and losing their breath. No, not yet, there is another person wearing a justice cloak lying on the ground, panting slightly, and he is the one who made the weak moan. Have you been attacked? Foaming at the mouth? Is this collective seasickness? Soap asked. Dizzy fart, obviously I'm out of breath. Ethan said. The man in the cloak seemed to have heard the conversation between the two of them, and raised his head with difficulty. Help, help. Ethan hurriedly stepped forward and turned the man over. This man looked about 30 or years old, with grey-purple hair and blood on his face. His lips were pale and he was out of breath when he spoke. Please, help me. What happened to you here? Ethan asked. How can I save you? Water. I want water. Ethan looked at Soap. Soap nodded knowingly, went back to the boat and brought a bag of water. After getting the water bag, the man hastily pulled out the stopper, squeezed the water bag and put it into his mouth, as if he was going to swallow the water bag together. It seemed that he was thirsty. After the whale sucked the cow to drink, the bulging water bag also dried up. The man threw away the empty water bag, and the whole person seemed to be rejuvenated, and let out a hearty laugh. I'm saved, thank you, if it weren't for you, I might really die here. He sat down after getting up. Ethan took the opportunity to look at him carefully, and found that this man was very burly, and the sailor suit on his body was bulging, and he was almost as tall as Ethan just sitting. The man was very surprised when he saw Ethan. It's just a child. Ethan rolled his eyes. You might not believe it, but I might be around older than you in terms of age. He pointed to the corpse of the Navy lying around again. What happened here? The man put on a sad and resentful expression. I am the Major of the East China Sea 77 Division. I was originally here to carry out maritime patrol missions. But someone on board betrayed him. He poisoned the food and killed everyone on the ship. People, my anti-drug ability is strong, so I barely survived. Ethan looked at the corpse of the Navy who was foaming at the mouth, and nodded. I see. The man said to Ethan sincerely, you came out with your family, right? Let me have a chat with them. If you can send me back to Division 77, I will give you a considerable bounty and money. Thank you. Bounties and gifts, Ethan curled his lips. He really doesn't have much feeling for money. If it's Hailashi, hey, isn't this a Navy ship? Will there be Hailashi products on board? Although Ethan doesn't care much about money, the Soap next to him is not. Whenever he mentions it, his eyes glow green and his tail wags quickly. This silly dog is now desperate for money. But Ethan hesitated a bit. Now that Garp is chasing him in the East China Sea, if he gets involved with the Navy again, isn't he a self-inflicted trap? But if you turn your thinking around and think about it. If you take the initiative to get involved with the Navy, will there be some turning points? But it's too early to say this. Ethan shook his head. It will take a while to plan. So he sincerely said to the Navy, I'm sorry, I still have something important to do. I guess there is no way to send you off. The patrol boat hasn't returned for too long. Your navy will definitely send someone to check it out again? When the time comes, you can be rescued. Little friend, you refused too decisively. What about your family? Maybe they will want those rewards. The big man in the navy laughed, or do you have no family? As soon as his words fell, Ethan felt a shock in his heart. The hairs on his arms stood on end. Subconsciously, he raised his sword and slashed at the big man. He felt a huge force coming from the sword, and Ethan was blown away all of a sudden. Out of the cabin. Soap roared, and was about to show his prototype, but was stopped by Ethan in his heart. Boss! Don't be in a hurry to reveal your identity, look at the situation first. Outside the deck, it stood beside Ethan, staring into the cabin with its teeth bared. Ethan looked at the gap on the tiger's mouth and the blood gushing out, and was amazed in his heart. The sharp pain in his hand reminded him that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. At this time, he finally figured out what was wrong. Why did the lieutenant commander of the navy still wear a sailor uniform? Moreover, he looked like he hadn't drank water for many days, but the navy's patrol boat hadn't returned for a few days, so he must have been discovered by the navy branch and sent other navy to search. How could he stop here casually and he hit? Navy trap? Ethan stared intently at the inside of the cabin. From the shadows, the burly figure slowly came out, and he smiled triumphantly. God really took care of me, and even sent you to the door. His arms, the sleeves had been cut open, revealing the hidden metal arm guards inside. Just now, he directly hit Ethan with his arms. No, it doesn't look like a trap. The foaming navies inside are really dead. Therefore, what he said is true, but the person who poisoned others is himself. So it's the internal strife in the navy. Ethan relaxed. As long as it wasn't a trap from the navy, he was very afraid that Garp would suddenly appear nearby, and he would definitely be cold in that case. Navy. The big man shook his head and said with a smirk, I'm a pirate from today on. As for you. He turned his head and looked at Ethan's boat. It's not bad, I want it. But, I didn't accept it. It is the habit of children to be subordinates, so you can die. He rushed up suddenly. And Ethan wanted to practice his sword skills, so he didn't use any power of hellfire, and let Soap hide aside, and raised his sword to meet him. But at this time, the knowledgeable domineering began to frantically warn. Sure enough, the big man's arm guard suddenly cracked a hole, revealing the black muzzle of the gun inside. Da-da-da-da. Flames spewed out from the muzzle of the gun, and the bullets slanted towards Ethan like a tide. What the hell? Although Ethan's immature knowledge had already given warning, but the speed of his body still couldn't keep up. He only felt a burst of severe pain, and his body was riddled with holes. Ha 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 ha, boy, it's unlucky for you to meet me, but it's also your honor to be the first victim of my uncle's battle for supremacy on the sea. Seeing this situation, the big man laughed wildly. Chapter 28. The strong man's laughter didn't last long, because he saw that Ethan, who had been shot several times, did not fall down at this time. Even though he grinned hoarsely in pain and his body was bleeding profusely, he still acted like it was no big deal. Soap, who was baring his teeth next to him, sat down with his legs curled up under Ethan's comfort, as if he was going to watch a show. How is it possible? You. I've been shot so many times. Hey! Why aren't you dead yet? Right. Ethan wanted to laugh, but he tried hard for a long time and could only squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Not only that, the physical pain also made him gasp involuntarily while speaking. Ethan tried to take a deep breath, trying to relieve the pain in his body, but found it was useless. Originally, Ethan wanted to pretend to be coercive. After all, he has the evil spirit mode in his pocket. After turning it on, any damage to his body can be wiped out. But now it seems that he is like this force can't be pretended. Feeling that life was draining from his body rapidly, Ethan knew that he couldn't delay any longer. With a thought in his mind, the hellfire that had been continuously supplied to the hull stagnated and flowed back into his body, and Ethan's whole body instantly burst into flames. To be honest, cough cough cough. Ethan's throat was sweet, and he spat out blood. A bullet must have been shot into his internal organs. If you wait a little longer, I might really die. Boom. More flames appeared around Ethan out of thin air, and turned quickly, surrounding his whole body, like a tornado on the sea, and Ethan stood in the eye of the tornado. Under the terrified eyes of this strong man, the gathered flames quickly burst and spread out. Where Ethan was originally standing, now stood a skeleton with a burning head. You turned out to be that evil spirit of flame. The strong man was stunned by the scene in front of him, and as the transformed Ethan figure emerged from the flames, he began to scream in horror. So now you understand? You should be unlucky to meet me. Ethan, who had activated the evil spirit form, sneered. After transforming, the original pain from all parts of the body can no longer be felt. The brawny man suddenly fell to his knees, his forehead pressed deeply to the deck. Forgive me. I'm really blind and offended you. I'm so sorry. I'm willing to trade all my treasures for my life. Okay, I will save your life. Ethan laughed. As soon as the strong man raised his head happily, he found that Ethan had come close, but the slender bone claws were like steel pinching his neck, and the burning pale skeleton gradually approached, and the two black eye sockets seemed to be able to swallow him. The human soul. Didn't you say that you keep me? I said it, so whether you can survive depends on how you are. Ethan said jokingly, his voice suddenly became cold. Look at my eyes. This was the first time Ethan activated the Eye of Judgment skill, but as soon as he activated it, he secretly felt bad, and even the flame on his head was a little weaker. Before I saw Lee Nyuk staring and lying down for a long time, so casual, but I didn't expect this move to consume so much. Ethan was surprised, but he still gritted his teeth and poured hellfire into the opponent's spirit. In the future, if you meet some people with strong willpower, you should be more cautious, their resistance and consumption are also linked. But fortunately, the big man's resistance was not too strong. Amidst his screams, Ethan successfully obtained his memory. What Ethan didn't expect was that this person was actually an acquaintance. Creek, the future pirate admiral in the East China Sea, a sea overlord with 50 ships under his command, oh yes, also has a nickname called Backshot Creek. Ethan quickly went through his memory, and couldn't help sighing. First he escaped from prison, but then he hid his identity and came to the Navy? Then why can't he think about, that's how it is. It turned out that this ship was not only on patrol, but also carried out salvage activities in the nearby waters part-time. After going to sea this time, several boxes of treasure were salvaged by accident, which made Crick, who was still a sailor on the ship, very excited. So he was so upset that he didn't do anything, and took advantage of dinner to put the poison into the meals of the whole ship. I still carry poison with me. It's worthy of the nickname of stabbing people in the back. Ethan sighed, looked down at Creek whose wailing gradually subsided, and thought for a while, but you provided me with what a nice idea, to be in the Navy. Crick's practice of changing his identity and joining the Navy after escaping from prison really gave Ethan an inspiration. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. The Navy probably would never have thought that at this juncture, what they wanted to catch criminals dare to take the initiative to approach the Navy, right? In that case, Ethan would no longer have to hide from XZ in the sea, and if he played well, he might be able to directly break through the encirclement of the Navy in that capacity and enter the Great Route. And as soon as Ethan thought about it, the Sindori orb had already appeared in his hand. There is this thing. It's not difficult to change your identity. While speaking, Ethan had already made up his mind. Next, we have to think about what to do with the ship, and. Looking at Creek who was lying on the ground and howling in a low voice, Ethan was a little surprised. He hasn't lost consciousness yet. This made Ethan a little surprised. The power of the Eye of Judgment is controllable for Ethan. Although Ethan didn't use his full strength when he used it on Crick just now, it is still an unbearable pain for ordinary people. This made Ethan a little embarrassed. After all, he had promised not to kill him before, but if he just let him go like this, then his identity? Hey, in fact, it is not impossible. Ethan suddenly thought, why don't he take this opportunity to establish his new identity? Even if Crick regained consciousness and leaked his teenage appearance, it didn't matter. Because I am about to change into another appearance, this can also cover my new identity. Actually, meeting me doesn't seem too bad, at least I'm a trustworthy person. Ethan convinced himself and kicked Crick, who had collapsed on the ground, aside. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Ethan's ear. Congratulations, you defeated the enemy and gained 80 experience points. What? After hearing the prompt, Ethan opened the system interface, but his attention was attracted by the information in the property bar. He was surprised to find that his strength and speed values had skyrocketed a lot. Why, what's the situation? Ethan was puzzled, but quickly realized that he was still in the state of evil spirit mode, and his ability value would definitely skyrocket. Thinking of the prompt from the system just now, I noticed that there was an extra meter bar behind the level, which seemed to represent the experience value. And after he just defeated Crick, he was rewarded with 80 experience points, which seemed to be less than 1/10 of the length on that meter bar. But Ethan was not in a hurry because of this. He was still wondering how to improve his level, but now he understands that as long as he defeats the enemy, he can gain experience points. This will save trouble. The most indispensable thing in this world is fighting up. Leaving the soap on the deck to watch the wind, he went down the spiral ladder on the deck to the lower cabin, where Ethan found the spare boat that Crick had packed. He originally planned to escape in this boat after dealing with the corpse, but he didn't. Thinking that Ethan just passed by here, and just happened to bump into this naval patrol boat. There were 3 large chests neatly arranged on the boat, 2 of treasure salvaged by the Navy, and 1 of money that Crick had looted from all the navies on board. As for Halashi's products, Ethan was a little disappointed. In Crick's memory, there were not many Halashi's handcuffs in their base. It may be equipped with sea tower stone objects along with the ship. But Ethan figured it out, it doesn't matter if there is no Halashi, as long as he has money. After all, although only the Navy can mine Halo stone, there will definitely be pieces of it on the market. As long as you have money, what can't you buy? These 3 boxes are really heavy for ordinary people. Ethan has never released the evil spirit form because of them, and immediately stacked the 3 boxes together and moved them back to his boat. Soap on the deck saw the eyes of the 3 boxes straightened, and his tail wagged involuntarily. Later, Ethan also found a phone bug on the ship. From Crick's memory, he learned that it was a phone bug that could only talk through a single line, and was specially used to contact the 77th Division of the Navy. So Ethan took a deep breath and dialed the number he got from Crick's memory. Chapter 29. East China Sea, Navy Division 77. A burst of bara sounded. Lieutenant Colonel. The sailor in charge of monitoring the phone bug reported, Lieutenant Colonel, patrol boat No. Finally called. Oh. Lieutenant Colonel Brin, who is in charge of daily patrol affairs, raised his head. Patrol ship No. Hadn't made a routine report for 2 hours, and there was no response when they contacted them proactively. Really, I will be transferred and promoted immediately, don't make trouble for me. Brin is ready to lead the team to the No. Patrol route to conduct reconnaissance. Bring the phone worm, I want them to give me an explanation. Brin picked up the receiver with a sullen expression, and was about to speak, but saw the phone worm suddenly turned pale, and the 2 crystal clear the pupils in the big eyeballs also expanded rapidly, occupying the entire eyeball, making its 2 big eyes look black. On the back shell of the phone bug, red flame patterns emerged. At this time, a hoarse and slightly joking voice came from the receiver, "Excuse me, is this the 77th Division of the Navy?" Bryn Bryn had already frowned by this time. I am Lieutenant Admiral Bryn Bryn of the 77th Division of the Navy. Who are you? Me? Humph. Now the most expensive reward in the Eastern Sea is me, and you still need me to remind you. Reward? Bryn Bryn stared at the imitation of the phone bug, and his heart sank. The evil spirit of flame. This name sucks. The nicknames your navy gives to others, are they all squatting in the toilet? This stuff is just like the justice you insist on. It's rotten. The voice was unhurried. With that said, it can be regarded as admitting his identity. You attacked our patrol boat, and you called to tell me this? Are you trying to provoke the navy? Bryn Bryn was irritated by Ethan, but he still patiently talked to Ethan, and at the same time he gestured for his subordinates to start preparing the ship, and reported the matter to the colonel at the base by the way. Assault? I think you made a mistake. The pale phone bug smiled sinisterly. It doesn't matter if you promote me as a villain, but I have my own principles for doing things. The royal family of that country deserves what they deserve. What about our ship? You devil! How did the navy on the ship mess with you? Bryn Bryn said angrily. Their 77th Division did not receive an order to assist Lieutenant General Karp in patrolling, so the patrol boat was not aimed at this dangerous element at all, so if they encountered this evil spirit of flame, they would definitely give priority to it anyway. The one who reported the request for support, unless it was the patrol ship that this bastard took the initiative to attack. Ethan was speechless. According to the process, shouldn't he use a more kind and calm tone to cover my words first, and confirm the survival of the crew on the ship? If you speak so aggressively, don't you care about the life and death of the crew, or is it because it is me, so it is directly judged that the crew has been wiped out? Let me tell you first, your ship really has nothing to do with me, I just ran into it. Speaking of which, you should thank me for helping you solve a pirate admiral who is about to go to sea. What? Linnell prison escapee Creek, I left him on the boat, you're welcome. After finishing speaking, Ethan on the other side suddenly hung up the phone, leaving Bryn Bling with a suspicious expression on his face. Has the colonel been informed? What did he say? Report. The colonel says he's coming to get in touch with Lieutenant General Cap. This old guy. I really don't want to let go of any chance to curry favor with the higher UPS. Bryn Bryn frowned and thought for a while. Give me a copy of the information of the escaped personnel in Linnell prison. Transfer a squadron out, and I'm going to search for patrol ship No. Dash. Yes. On the other side, the East China Sea. After Ethan hung up the phone, he wanted to put the phone bug on the deck, but he didn't expect this little thing to stick to Ethan's bone claws, and he couldn't shake it off. Ethan. This little guy is quite courageous. You must know that Ethan looks like a skeleton now, and there is still a fire on his head. Ordinary creatures have seen it, and they are afraid that it will be too late to avoid it. Want to follow me? Ethan brought his bone claws closer to his eyes, and looked at the little guy with dark eye sockets. Surprisingly, even though he was so close to the flame on Ethan's head, the little guy still didn't look scared or uncomfortable, but squinted his eyes with some enjoyment. Ethan feels that he likes this little guy a little bit, but he can't. After all, this is a phone bug on a Navy ship, and it only supports one-way calls. It is useless to bring it by himself, and if the Navy has anything to track this, if you only have the ability of a phone bug, then you will be cold. So Ethan put it down anyway, and returned to his boat alone. Soap was rolling around on the 3 boxes of treasures at this moment, with a lewd smile on his face, and he had no intention of talking to Ethan at all. Ethan was very considerate and didn't interrupt Soap's obsession, but ordered the boat to turn around and leave in his mind, but found that the boat didn't move at all. Ethan looked around suspiciously, and found that the original pitch-black sail on his boat had also turned back to its original snow-white color. Ah! I almost forgot. Ethan slapped his forehead, and then released his evil spirit mode. The hellfire that was originally filling his body flowed back to his ship, and the sails became pitch black again. At the same time, the exhaustion from hellfire's excessive consumption hit Ethan like a tide. Under Ethan's instructions, the whole ship slowly turned its bow, and then drove forward at full speed. After half lying on the chair for a long time, Ethan slowly recovered from his weakness and opened his own system interface. Why? Ethan suddenly discovered that after the hellfire in his body was supplied to the boat and the soap respectively, there was basically no surplus. But at this time, after he resupplied the hellfire to the boat, there was still some energy left in his body. Hey! Ethan hurriedly opened his attribute list, and found that his hellfire level had become level 2 at this time, so he asked, "System, can it be used frequently to increase the level?" It's like this. In addition to gaining level experience after the battle, the system will also calculate according to the skills used by the host, which can add additional skill experience. In addition, according to the opponent's ability and identity, the system will also provide the host provides a mysterious reward. Mysterious reward? Ethan's curiosity was mobilized. What could it be? In addition, according to the opponent's ability and identity, the system will also provide the host with a mysterious reward. I know. I want to ask, the mysterious reward. Besides, depending on the opponent's ability and identity, the system will also provide the host with a fanatic reward. The system still reminded repeatedly. I've said it all, I know. Are you a repeater? Or is it a cassette? Ethan couldn't help complaining. This system judges that the host is not very sensitive to language, so it repeats it 3 times on purpose, and the reward is a mysterious reward. Well, in the end, he was belittled and despised by the system again. Ethan turned off the interface angrily, and turned his attention to the 3 boxes of treasures under Soap. Why? Did Soap feel Ethan's gaze, and spread his whole body to cover the 3 boxes as if protecting food? Why? I found these 3 boxes, and I moved them back. I am their owner, right? Ethan was talking, and he had already come to the boxes. Pirates find treasures for everyone who sees them. Soap wanted to argue. But I'm not a pirate. Ethan rubbed the soapy dog's head, trying to drag it off the box, but found that its 4 paws were firmly grasping the box. Soap tried to widen its small round eyes, and forcefully squeezed out a few crystal tears. Boss. It's a pity that this is of no use to Ethan. Although Ethan is soft but not hard, but with Soap's silly face full of cheapness, he really can't see how pitiful he is. If you don't come down again, I will throw away all the food you have stored. Hi. Boss, I'm just exercising, you're busy. The box was quickly opened by Ethan, and it was full of shining gold coins and some jewelry. After a rough estimate, even if only gold coins were counted, the number of gold coins in each box was twice as much as the box he had on the boat before. More than enough. Although I don't want to be a pirate for the time being, I have to admit, this feeling is really good. Ethan said with a smile after being flashed by the bright golden light of the gold coin. Now, I should be able to buy a lot of pirates. Lu Shi. Chapter 30. On the other side, Naval Division Number 77, Patrol Ship No. Dash. Report to Lieutenant Colonel, this person is indeed Creek who escaped from Linnell Prison. A Navy soldier said while comparing a photo with Creek who fell unconscious. Understood, let's take him away. Bryn was talking, when someone came to report, everyone else on board was foaming at the mouth, their lips were black, and it was preliminarily determined that they died of poisoning. Understood. Bryn fell into deep thought after hearing this. The people on board should not have been killed by the evil spirit of flame. If it was him, there is no need to use poison at all, right? So, as that person said, it was this Creek who poisoned the entire ship, but he just happened to hit him. But why did he call us that way? What is his purpose? After careful inspection, Bryn only knew that a hole had been knocked out in the side of the ship. It was preliminarily speculated that the ship of the Flame Evil Spirit had collided with a patrol ship, and the salvage equipment on the ship had been used. There are traces of hoarding, but there are no salvaged items. So, some items that the patrol boat also salvaged this time were also taken away by the evil spirit of flame. Bryn gritted his teeth. At this time, another report came. Report, there is a message from the base, let us not move the patrol boat, and stand by here. What? Bryn said, stand by. Yes. The colonel said that Garp will come here. Said the sailor. Lieutenant General Garp, Bryn was stunned, and then became a little excited. Don't look at the attitude that he always despises his boss to curry favor with his superiors in his heart, but who is here this time? That's Navy heroes. The legendary character, Lieutenant General Garp. But what he didn't expect was that the wait lasted until evening. When the sun was sinking, an extra-large naval ship approached from far and near. The prow of that ship was a huge dog's head with a bone in its mouth. The logo looks imposing. After the ship approached, except for the Navy who was still checking in the cabin, everyone on the patrol boat gave a serious military salute and stood upright. After the giant ship stopped, a figure jumped down first and landed on the deck of the patrol boat. Bryn took a closer look. He was wearing a black suit, with his hands in his trouser pockets, the two sleeves of the military uniform fluttering in the wind, and a dog-headed hat on his head. Lieutenant General Garp. Bryn stuttered a little excitedly, but still gave a standard military salute. Well, you are from Division 77, right? Your colonel told me that you have found the whereabouts of the evil spirit of flame here, so I'll come and take a look. Don't be nervous. Garp laughed. He patted Bryn on the shoulder, then waved his hand, and then a group of people jumped off the big ship. They were all wearing the military uniforms of naval sergeants, and all of them had stern faces. They were all from the Navy at first glance. Elite. Garp waved at them casually, then turned his head and said to Bryn, leave the search and interrogation to them, and you come and tell me what happened. Yes. Lieutenant General. Bryn replied, the thing is like this. Well. After listening to Bryn's narration, Garp folded his hands in front of his chest and sat cross-legged on the deck. You mean, after he defeated that crick, he took the initiative to give what phone call did you make? Yes, Lieutenant General. Bryn nodded expectantly, as expected of Lieutenant General Garp. It looks like he has thought of something, so Bryn asked cautiously, excuse me, have you thought of anything? Garp had a serious face and pondered for a while, then suddenly hit his palm with his fist, scratched his head and laughed loudly. Well, I still didn't think of it. Maybe he just wanted to be provocative. Ha 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 ha. Bryn fell head first on the deck. So, didn't you think so? Bryn laughed awkwardly. On the other side, the people brought by Garp quickly took over all the work here, and Bryn and the others were also sent back to Division 77, preparing to write a telegram to count the losses. This time, Lieutenant General Garp asked to leave the ship. Bryn thought to himself. This time he has a reason to ask the headquarters for more military expenses. On Garp's side, he was still sitting on the deck, frowning and thinking, while his adjutant Bogart came behind him and whispered, Lieutenant General Garp, could he want to notify us deliberately to receive this creek? Well, it is indeed possible. He has been carefully avoiding me all the time, but this time he took the initiative to call the Navy without telling him, and even revealed his identity. There must be some special purpose. But we still need to interrogate that crick, can be sure. That crick, how is your health? The accompanying military doctor has examined him and his signs are normal, but he has been unconscious for some reason, Bogart reported. Garp nodded, then waved his hand. Is everything collected? Then go back and pull the ship back together. Yes. Ethan, who had already slipped away at this time, didn't know that Garp had already figured out his thoughts. He called the 77th branch because he was afraid that he would accidentally die if he threw Crick directly at sea. Lose. If he died, how would his plan to change his identity be carried out? At this time, Ethan was sitting in the cabin, all his attention was already on the Sindori orb in his hand. The orb was cold to the touch, and its material was also a glass-like transparent material, filled with purple energy. Ethan held it in his hand in amazement, and as he thought about it, the bead radiated purple light, and then Ethan's whole body the appearance has undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally handsome young man disappeared, replaced by a resolute, masculine but unusually handsome adult man, with supple blonde hair tied up high, between the long hair on the temples, a pair of pointed the ears are unusually conspicuous, adding a lot of exotic charm to him. Although it's just a disguise. Ethan spoke, and his voice was completely different from before. He touched his body, and the touch felt real, but the body is real. I have grown taller, and the voice it's all changed too. He stood up and made a rough estimate. He was at least 1.8 meters tall now. After walking out of the cabin, Soap noticed Ethan, arched his whole body, and looked at Ethan in surprise. It can feel Ethan from the connection of hellfire, but the person in front of him is completely another person in terms of appearance, temperament, and even breath. Soap, don't be nervous, it's me. Ethan explained. Boss. After confirming Hellfire's induction again, Soap asked, how did you become like this? Humph, from now on, it's not just me, you have to change your appearance too. Ethan showed a malicious smile, and approached Soap step by step. Hey? Hey? Boss, if you have something to say, don't do it. Ah! Under the blowing of the sea breeze, Soap's pitiful screams frightened away a bunch of newsbirds who wanted to land on the ship to deliver newspapers. Chapter 31. The sun has gradually set to the west, and the golden light of the setting sun reflects on the sea surface, which looks shimmering and very dazzling. Amidst the crowing of seagulls, Ethan had already seen his destination through the binoculars plus city on the Zumiada Islands. According to Crick's memory, this is one of the most prosperous commercial towns in the East China Sea. At the same time, there is also the largest underground world in the East China Sea, the black market, arms, war resources, all kinds of secret news, killer. This place has it all. Many bounty hunters choose to collect information about pirates here and choose their next target. The most important thing for Ethan is, this is the place where he can dispose of a large amount of treasure and goods as quickly as possible without being noticed by the Navy. Ethan still has no idea about whether he wants to be close to the Navy in the future. So he decided to get rid of the 2 boxes of treasure on the ship first, and then make plans. When he arrived at the port of Pro City, the sky had already darkened, but the city was still brightly lit. After docking the boat, Ethan grabbed Soap and jumped off the boat. Why did he say drag? When Soap heard that Ethan was going to buy the 2 boxes of treasures, his expression looked like he was about to cry. As a result, after the ship docked, the guy suddenly let Ethan go by himself, and he wanted to stay on the ship and help him take care of everything. You don't come here. Look at your face now, it's not a face that can take good care of your family. Soap tried to blink his 2 big eyes, and looked at Ethan innocently. It's a pity that this has the opposite effect. I'm afraid no one would dare to leave a husky at home alone. What's more, there is also a ship custody service here. If you pay a storage fee, there will be a special person to take care of the ship, which is much more reliable than Soap. Didn't you pinch my face? You're so dissatisfied, so why don't you change it? The Soap hit the snake with the stick, but it was obviously wrong, and it was obviously enjoying it. How many days have passed? Wagging the tail and sticking out the tongue and flowing the halazi, I learned everything. I'm doing this to not waste your talent as a dog. Ethan said solemnly. But don't say it, after turning into a husky, Soap's humble power soared, especially when he stared at a person and then showed a lewd smile, that feeling. It was too ironic. After 1 person and 1 dog jumped off the boat, a large group of people immediately surrounded the 2 of them, and Ethan was so frightened that he subconsciously pulled out his sword. When he took a closer look, he found that the group of people who surrounded them were all about his age. Child. It's just that now under the disguise of the Sindori orb, Ethan looks like an adult. Before getting off the boat, he deliberately pressed his ears into his hair, so now Ethan looks like an unusually handsome young man. Sir, do you need a guide? Mister, choose me, I know this city well. Mr. Sir. Ethan took a look at the group of children, they all looked sallow and emaciated, and most of their clothes were patched, looking a little messy. It was only then that he realized that these were a group of children squatting on the wharf to beg for a living. Ethan looked around, and found that behind the circle of children around him, there was another kid who was dressed timidly, looking at this side timidly. Although his clothes were also patched, but it looks like it has been cleaned well, the collar is a little whitish. But Ethan noticed him, more because, while he was looking at him timidly, the cleverness in his eyes couldn't be concealed, and it could be seen that now his pitiful appearance was innocent. It is to pretend to win sympathy. So Ethan smiled and pointed at him, it's you, come and be my guide. Seeing that Ethan had already appointed someone, the group of children dispersed in a hurry. The people who landed in this port are of all kinds, and there are many vicious pirates. This group of children saw that Ethan's ship did not have a clear pirate mark, and he himself was handsome and sunny, so they dared to surround him. But he didn't dare to stay too long, and hurriedly retreated after he appointed someone, so as not to make people angry. The child who was touched had joy in his eyes, but he still followed through with that timid expression, and nodded his head vigorously, pretending to be very grateful. Ethan laughed, boy, don't pretend to be pitiful. If I'm not wrong, you should be the one with the best business among these kids, right? Seeing that he was exposed, the child didn't drag his feet, and the timid expression on his face disappeared, and he changed into a smart and shrewd expression, hey, the guest brother is really a smart person, and I, Gauze, like to be a guide for smart people. Is your name Gauze? Ethan thought of a very clever mathematician, it's really a good name, let's lead the way first. Gauze took Ethan along the port passage, all the way to the main road of Pro City. This is indeed one of the most prosperous cities in the East China Sea. At this time, it is the starting point of nightlife in this city. The street lights on both sides of the road are of different shapes, and the lights of various signboards on both sides of the road complement each other. It is really colorful. It dazzled the eyes. Pedestrians coming and going on the main road, noises, shouts from shops, aroma of food, etc., are very lively. Looking at the endless long street, Ethan nodded in admiration. At the same time, Gauze was observing Ethan's expression, and found that Ethan just nodded, secretly speculating about Ethan's origin, and then worked hard to prepare his words, brother guest, this is the food of our prolous city. Main road, the whole street is full of places to buy and sell all kinds of food. I think you arrived in the evening, you must be a little hungry, right? Correct. Do not. Two voices sounded at the same time, and the one who spoke first was of course squatting aside. The halazi had already dripped all over the floor, and the soap glowed green all over his eyes. It was Ethan who was talking later, but at this time, he and Gauze, who was looking at the soap in shock, stared at the soap with wide-eyed eyes. Stupid dog! Ethan cursed in his heart, if you eat it, you will forget everything. It spoke. Gauze looked at the soap, and to Ethan's surprise, he was not afraid, but squatted down and approached it. Hey, did you just say that? At this time, Soap also knew that he seemed to have said something wrong, with the dog's expressionless face, panicked in his heart, boss, I. Forget it. Ethan said following the link of hellfire, anyway, you may not be able to hold back your words after eating them, so why don't you hide them? In a world full of strange things, what's so strange about dogs being able to talk? That's right. It's my uncle. With Ethan's permission, Soap showed his face as if he was liberated. Brother guessed. Your dog. Yes, the talking ones are everywhere on the Great Route. Ethan replied calmly. Gauze was still curious, and said to Soap cautiously, "Can I touch you? I'll take you to eat delicious food later." Soap originally wanted to refuse angrily. "Want to touch me? Do you really treat me like a dog?" But when Gauze said the second half of the sentence, Soap immediately put on a cute face and stretched his head over. Ethan covered his face at the side. Oh! Soap's backbone. However, Gauze is very professional. After touching the Soap curiously, he brought the topic back. "Brother guest, I just heard that you don't want to come here. Hey? Brat, why don't you keep your words?" Soap was still yelling. Ethan pushed down Soap's dog's head. "Yes, I have several boxes of treasures in my hand, and I want to get rid of them quickly. How about it, do you know the way?" Chapter 32. To Ethan's surprise, when he heard this, Gauze's expression instantly became awkward, and at the same time he began to look up and down Ethan. Ethan looked at the expression on his face and teased, "What? The tour guide with the best business on the pier doesn't even know where to sell his belongings quickly." Gauze shook his head. "It's not that I don't know, but, brother customer, there is something I must tell you. Although the jewelry store on West Street is a bit slower and needs to pay a little tax, it is better than safety and being targeted by the Navy." Ethan smiled, causing some girls on the street to look sideways. "With all due respect, let me ask you, are you a pirate?" Gauze asked. "Not yet." "Then you don't have to be afraid of the Navy, if you go there." Ethan shook his head and interrupted Gauze. "The over there you mentioned is the underground black market in Pro City, right? Just go there, I came here for that." Seeing that Ethan was extremely determined, Gauze nodded helplessly. "But let's say it first, brother guest, don't say I didn't remind you. I don't think you have your treasure with you. You must want to go back to pick it up after negotiating the price, yes right? But you have to pay attention, as long as you enter the Muba treasure walk, your every move will be watched by people, and you may be intercepted and killed on the way back to get the jewelry. This kind of thing, too many things have happened, so I won't be involved in the journey when you go to fetch the treasure and come back." "It's dangerous to hear what he said, boss, why don't we sell it?" Soap also fanned the flames. Ethan completely ignored the cowardly Soap next to him, and looked at Gauze's thin face full of solemnity. He nodded with a smile, and rubbed Gauze's hair. "Got it, take me there." Gauze was a little discouraged. "Brother guest, why can't you understand what I said? This road is really dangerous." "Yes, boss, it's very dangerous, let's not sell it." "Silly dog, shut up." Ethan glared at the Soap, then smiled and said to Gauze, "What? I don't look like I can beat that kind of person? Are you so worried that I will be intercepted?" Gauze nodded seriously. "It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it at all. I have always been very accurate in seeing people." Ethan became interested. "Oh? Tell me more? Tell me what you think of me. I observe people very carefully, which is why I can attract a lot of business." Gauze touched his nose proudly. "I will quickly organize my outfit according to the people who get off the boat, such as you. You have a handsome appearance and an extraordinary temperament, and you have a sense of elegance and calmness in your gestures. So I speculate that you are of noble origin, so I will make myself tidy and look pitiful to arouse your sympathy." Hearing words such as nobility and nobility, Ethan curled his lips subconsciously. There was no way, the kingdom of Goa had left a deep impression on him. But soon he realized that he was now in the form of a blood elf, and his every move naturally carried the shadow of a high elf. Coupled with this appearance, people could not help but think that he was noble-born. "But, judging from the sword you carry with you, you look like a swordsman. But this sword is just the most standard ordinary sword. How can a powerful swordsman not have a good sword? So your swordsmanship may not be it's too powerful, and you are eager to sell the treasure to see. You should be a noble son from a nearby kingdom, who came out to take risks, right? Gauze said his guess, it really seems to be true. Ethan has already admired this Gauze a little at this time, not only because he is smart, but also because he has a big brain. Then what about me? Soap asked, licking her face. You, the rare breed of dog raised by the guest's elder brother. If it weren't for the noble family, how could I have found such a magical breed like you? Gauze became more and more determined as he spoke. Seeing Ethan shaking his head with a helpless smile, Gauze was still persuading, don't worry, if someone from your family comes to ask me about your whereabouts, I will definitely not tell them. But, to be honest, the underground world is really far away. It is much more sinister than you imagined, there are many vicious and capable people inside, and you may even be targeted by human traffickers with an appearance like yours. Ethan's face was full of black lines when he heard this. He felt that this is really not impossible, and there are many human traffickers in this world. And the appearance of the blood elf is indeed quite attractive. Ethan couldn't help but raise his vigilance a bit. The two chatted all the way until they came to a dark alley. Are you sure you want to go in? What I just said is really not to scare people. Gauze's face was full of worries about Ethan. What Gauze said along the way may sound hurtful, but Ethan can tell that Gauze is really doing it for his own good. I'm sure, you can lead the way with peace of mind. Ethan patted Gauze on the shoulder. It's not that Ethan's newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, but that for Ethan, there are indeed not many people in Donghai who can threaten him. In a sea area suppressed to an average bounty of only 300 million, the Navy should be the most feared. Moreover, these 2 boxes of treasures were brought by Ethan from the Navy ship. Although they were just salvaged from the sea, Ethan still wanted to dispose of them as soon as possible for the sake of caution. Gauze saw that Ethan was still insisting, so he could only continue to lead the way, and secretly said in his heart, I can only hope that this big brother will be scared out as soon as he enters, otherwise. I always feel like I killed him. The two walked into the dark alley one after the other. After passing through a winding and narrow road, there was a small door standing on the wall ahead, and Gauze stopped in front of the small door. Brother, do you want to cover your face? Cover your face? Ethan still shook his head. Gauze shrugged helplessly, okay, life and death, and that. Gauze raised his right hand, rubbing his thumb and index finger back and forth. I almost forgot, you are a tour guide. Ethan understood what Gauze meant, and said with a smile, if I get picked up right after I go in, your trip will be in vain, right? Ethan told me what was in his heart, but Gauze didn't feel embarrassed at all, but nodded seriously, that's right, so I'm going to make an exception and charge in advance. Usually the charges are based on how much I do, this time. Just give me 5,000 Baileys. Ethan paid the money readily, and then Gauze knocked on the small wooden door regularly. After a while, he heard a squeak, and the small wooden door was opened. The portal is an old man with a bowed back and a gloomy face. Tut tisk tisk, look who's here, isn't this little Gorther? How long has it been since you came to my place? It's Gosser, not Gosser. Gauze corrected, then pointed to Ethan who was following behind, here, a guest who wants to enter the underground world. Welcome, please come in. The old man turned to let the entrance out, and Ethan walked straight in behind Gauze. Inside was a dark bar. Ethan scratched the table with his hands, and his finger was stained with black ash. But even so, to Ethan's surprise, there are still customers here. The lights in the bar were dim, and in a corner, a down-and-out swordsman in Japanese-style clothes could be seen, drinking mulled wine glass by glass. Even Ethan's arrival didn't attract his attention at all. Does the guest want something to drink first? The boss rubbed his hands and asked with a soft smile. Ethan looked at the muddy glasses on the bar, and shook his head decisively. He looked at Gauze, and Gauze shook his head helplessly, just order a glass, this entrance is guarded by him. Okay. Ethan casually ordered a glass of ale and handed the money to the old man. The old man laughed when he saw Chien, and his eyes were buried with deep wrinkles. "Wait for the guests, I'll open the door for you." It can be seen that the money is entirely the entrance fee. The old man didn't even bother to put the cup on for Ethan. He turned around and looked for the key in the counter. His mouth was not idle when he was looking for the key. "The guest looks relatively unfamiliar." Ethan nodded. "It's indeed my first time in this city." No, I mean, within the area of the East China Sea, your face is also very ugly, such a beautiful face." The old man smiled brighter, his face was wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. He took standing up with the key. He opened the back door of the bar behind him. "Please come in." Ethan let the old man's words and his inexplicable smile arouse goosebumps all over his body, so without saying a word, he stepped out as soon as the door opened. After such a toss, Ethan and his party finally came to the underground world of Pro City. Chapter 33. Ren Yisen never imagined that after coming out of the back door of the bar, there would be such a scene in front of him. This is a rather large-scale housing area, where grey-black independent small buildings are built irregularly, and because of this irregular construction location, the roads formed between the small buildings are also intricate like tree branches. This can be said to be the city within a city of Pro City. Gauze explained, "This part of the urban area belongs to the three-way zone, so over time, this part was also surrounded. There are several open entrances and exits, but most of them are closed to the public. Not very conspicuous, the bar just now is one of them. So it's like this." Ethan's eyes were looking around curiously. Every small building looks similar, and the only way to tell the difference is by the signs hanging above. If there is no guide, Ethan feels that he will definitely get lost here. There are a lot of pedestrians coming and going here. Some are the kind of burly and savage men, some are the kind of thin men whose faces are full of shrewd Philistines, and most of them cover their faces and walk in a hurry passers-by. Maybe it's because Ethan's appearance stands out from the crowd here, and he looked left and right like a curious baby. Everyone regarded him as a fledgling rookie, or fat and oily, so the group of them attract the attention of many people. "Guest, brother guest." Gauze had never experienced such a scene. So many people looked at them with ill intentions, which made his legs feel a little weak. "Little rascal, let's be promising, what is this?" Before Ethan could speak, Zhao Zhao said first. But as soon as it made a sound, more eyes fell on it, some of which revealed disgust and surprise, but more of them were greedy. "Did you hear that? The dog actually talked." "Monster! A talking dog! That kid is a stranger, and he has a talking dog." Ethan completely ignored the whispers around him, and lightly patted Gauze on the shoulder. "Don't stand there stupidly, it's not here as an exhibit, take me to that so-called Muba treasure walk." When Ethan opened his mouth, the group of people around who showed greedy eyes looked eager to move. Gauze was about to cry, "How can you be like this? Tell your destination to the public, and expose your whereabouts like this. Don't be afraid, brat." Soap had a broad heart, and didn't take the gazes of the people around him seriously at all. He grinned and looked around and said, "Look at these guys, everyone's feet are sloppy, and there are dark circles around their eyes. Face, it's like a textbook mess, don't say I'm the boss, even I can overwhelm them." The voices of the two of them were not too loud, and the people around couldn't hear them clearly, but they looked at them with a mean face at the dog, and the word miscellaneous fish sporadically popped out of their mouths, and they could also know what he said. It's not a good thing to say. This gave everyone around an illusion that one person and one dog. Let alone people, even dogs are so unscrupulous, are they really not easy to mess with? People with ulterior motives are already trying to find out about Ethan. Under Ethan's urging, Gauze could only restrain himself, and took Ethan to the Muba treasure walk. And behind them, Ethan could feel without looking, that there were too many people with maliciousness in their hearts behind them. Along the way, Gauze was made a little silent by the pressure around him. In his opinion, as soon as Ethan stepped out, "No, I'm afraid he would be stopped before he entered the Muba treasure walk. However, this shouldn't have much to do with him. Gauze seemed to comfort himself and said in his heart that he didn't know how to restrain himself. It wasn't his problem, and it wasn't me who harmed him. He already regretted taking Ethan's business. Ethan and Soap were not infected by this pressure at all, and they were still talking and laughing. Seeing that Gauze didn't say a word, the soapy dog's paws stuck to the back of his head. Hey, don't be so silent, I don't even love you, what are you? Ethan also smiled and said, yeah, before you get there, tell me what's here. Gauze smiled reluctantly, and finally maintained his professional ethics. Although there are many buildings here, they are probably only engaged in the 6 types of business: news trading, killers, mercenaries, lending, illegal transactions, casinos, etc. Like the hut we just passed, the sign is blank, that is the place to buy and sell news, and there is only that one here that does this business. Is it news? Ethan said, can I also buy news from inside the Navy? Of course, as long as you are willing to pay, you can definitely buy it, but the news inside the Navy, it shouldn't be cheap. Gauze nodded, but most people still buy the location and whereabouts of some pirates there, that's where the bounty hunters go most often. Ethan nodded after listening, and suddenly a burst of curiosity arose in his heart. Do you know the evil spirit of flame? You can even buy his whereabouts. Yes. Gauze nodded resolutely. He is the most famous big pirate in the East China Sea. There will definitely be news about him, but the price must be very high. Gauze's tone was too affirmative, which made Ethan murmur in his heart, is it really as powerful as Gauze said? Is it possible that there will really be news of its own? By the way, are you interested in the evil spirit of flame? Gauze seemed to be aroused by Ethan. Did you know that the casino here now has a relatively large handicap with the evil spirit of flame about it? Related to me, I do not know how. But Ethan obviously wanted to go wrong, and only after Gauze's explanation did he realize that the casino here even made a handicap against him. Everyone is betting on how long it will take for the evil spirit of flame to be arrested. Within 3 months, it pays for half a year, it pays for and for 1 year, it pays for Gauze said. What else? Ethan was still preparing to listen to the following, but Gauze stopped here. What about the others? Just these 2 options. No longer. People generally feel that Lieutenant General Garp has shot. That man will definitely not last a year. Fuck. What I want to ask is, isn't there an option to bet on escape? Of course there is. The option to escape is a loss of The odds are high, but, will anyone be stupid enough to send money? Gauze said with a reasonable expression, that's Lieutenant General Garp, the hero of the Navy, Vice Admiral Garp. Ethan was left speechless, and this group of people just made a gamble with themselves, and so unsure of myself? It's so bullying. So what about Garp? Boss, lend me some money, and I'll go and escape. Don't let them bully people like this. Soap said the righteous words, but the expression of that cheap smile has betrayed it thought. I am really lucky to have a dog with such a sense of justice as you. Ethan smiled darkly, don't worry, I will take you with me wherever I go. Seeing Ethan's smile, Soap's hairs almost stood up, and he quickly gave up thinking about should I bet for half a year or a year. But Soap reminded himself that he could go to that casino to have a look when he came back. After all, it was his own handicap, and he would be too sorry for himself if he didn't make a fortune from it. Just as he was thinking this way, he suddenly felt that Gauze in front of him stopped in his tracks. Ethan raised his eyes and saw that a group of menacing-looking people blocked the way. Most of this group of people had scars on their faces were stern, and they wore all kinds of clothes. The leader was a guy wearing a coat and a 3-cornered hat on his head. This guy stared at Ethan with gloomy eyes, and carried a heavy-looking saw blade on his shoulder. A fierce smile was pulled from the corner of his mouth, revealing his big yellow teeth. Boy, Don't you look pretty good? I heard that your dog can also talk. The guy took the initiative to ask. This is Pudge the Cleaver. The big pirate with a reward of 800 million. Gaw stammered, complaining about his crow's mouth constantly in his heart. I was stopped before. 800 million. Soap asked loudly before Ethan could speak. Seeing Soap spit out people's words, that Cleaver Pudge's face suddenly showed a greedy look. A talking dog, this can sell for a lot of money, right? But what he didn't notice was that Soap's eyes were also staring at him full of greed and longing. The pirates behind Pudge the Cleaver laughed arrogantly when they heard Soap's exclamation. I heard no kid, our captain is a big pirate with a reward of 800 million. Look at his dog. Hearing the captain's reputation, he wanted to run away with his tail between his legs in fear. Boy, don't obediently put down your weapon and surrender, so you don't suffer a little more. They probably thought a little too much, and now Soap has frantically sent messages to Ethan along the Hellfire link. Boss. Boss. 800 million. Is money so easy to earn? Boss. I don't care. I want him. Please boss, you sold the treasure, but you can't take the money that came to your door, right? Boss, if you don't care about me, you can transform into Aang. I'm really afraid of you, I know. Ethan said helplessly, but this reminded him that there are too many pirates in the East China Sea who offer rewards of several million. Even on the Great Voyage, these are trash fish among trash fish, but the several million Bailey's money still has a lot of effect on the current Ethan. Otherwise, it would be fine to play a bounty hunter as a cameo. He can show his face on the Navy side, and then barely stand on the Navy side. In this way, he is one step closer to Halashi. The silent communication between Ethan and Soap was regarded by the group as he has been frightened, and the mocking laughter grew louder. Several pirates came out on their own initiative, and walked towards Ethan step by step with knives and rope chains. Cleaver Pudge laughed and yelled, "Be careful, don't break this kid's face. That's all money. Haha, still want to go to the Amoeba treasure walk? Now I'll take you there. But, in the identity of goods, ha 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 ha." Seeing this scene, Gauze was so anxious that he was about to cry. He wanted to run away, but he didn't know why his legs didn't work. When he saw some pirates approaching with grinning smiles, he quickly pulled Raisin's clothes. "Brother, you, run away." "Oh? You haven't run away yet." Ethan was surprised to find that Gauze hadn't escaped yet. He couldn't help being a little surprised and moved. He touched Gauze's head as if comforting him, and then blocked Gauze behind him. "Don't worry, since you haven't left, don't leave, just stand behind and eat melons." Before Gauze realized what eating melon was for, several pirates had already walked up to Ethan, and the nearest one was ready to put a rope on Ethan's head. But at the next moment, Gauze only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and the pirate suddenly flew out. "It's Soap." Just when the pirate was about to touch Ethan, Soap on the side jumped up, turned his body and drew his hind legs directly to the pirate's face, and used a standard round kick. The pirate kicked by the Soap flew out like a bullet and crashed into the crowd. Soap very handsomely left his back to the other side, and said in a disdainful tone, "Humph, a scum with only 5 combat power." It was originally an act of a sharp increase in fashion value, but as soon as he twitched his tail and raised his tail high, all the chrysanthemums are exposed, and the fashion value suddenly drops to the bottom line. The person on the other side was stunned. "This dog is so fierce?" Chapter 34. Seeing this scene, Gauze subconsciously touched the back of his head. It seems that Soap had slapped it with its claws just now. Fortunately, it didn't use such power, otherwise Gauze could already imagine himself being slapped into the ground. In the scene at this time, the pirate who walked over with the person who was kicked by the Soap just now was looking at the Soap with fear. Originally, he had a good idea. The guy who was kicked away just now went to catch the little boy, and he went to catch the talking dog himself, but it didn't matter. the dog kicked the guy away with one kick. What should I do? Should I still go? Humph, waste. Seeing his hands flinching, Pudge, the meat cleaver, said bitterly. He stepped forward and slapped his subordinates away. Isn't it just a talking dog? At best, it just needs to be stronger. Pudge shook the serrated knife in his hand. After all, he was considered a big pirate with a reward of 800 million. This fair-skinned and tender-faced boy looked indifferent when he saw him. It's so hot. Boy, did you kneel down and surrender yourself, or did I beat you until you knelt down and surrendered? You can die if you don't pretend to be aggressive. Soap rushed towards Pudge at the moment when he was brushing his fashion value, and was about to slap Pudge on the head with his paws. When Pudge's serrated knife met Soap's claws, and the two met with a sound of gold and iron. Seeing this contact, the Soap made a backflip and fell to the ground, while Pudge stood there without moving a muscle, but his heart had already turned into a monstrous wave. How can it be? Pudge thought to himself. He used -% of his strength just now, but this dog can resist his -% strength, and it seems that there is still room left. Pudge was able to get to today's bounty purely because of his brute strength and fierceness, but even so, such a talking dog who came out of nowhere, unexpectedly. Well, the meat cleaver is not bad. Soap even sat down on the ground, his eyes were blurred as if looking into the distance, and he uttered these words slowly, pretending to be a coward who is prone to sudden death. Ethan really couldn't stand the Soap, so he slapped the Soap on the back of his head. Just stay behind. Oh. Soap, who had an evil and mad face, suddenly turned into a bitter face, and ran to Gauze's side honestly. Swish! Ethan pulled out the sword from his waist. 800 million pirates. Taking this opportunity, Ethan wants to evaluate his own strength. 800 million, shouldn't be too high, right? In the previous battle between Ethan and Crick, Ethan was plotted by the opponent before he could do much, and Ethan had to use the evil spirit mode in the end. But the last thing he can do now is to transform in front of people. Therefore, the combat effectiveness when not using the evil spirit mode has become something Ethan is eager to determine. And Pudge was also a little uncertain. The power of the Soap had already given him some shock, and now Ethan, who was calm from the beginning to the end, stood up, which put a little pressure on his heart. Little boy, Pudge said in a low voice, your dog is not bad. I don't know how you are. Let me tell you, I am. But before he finished speaking, Pudge suddenly said the meat saw is swung. Die! He yelled arrogantly, seeing that Ethan didn't seem to respond at all, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Too slow. It's not that Ethan didn't react. On the contrary, as soon as Pudge's right hand holding the meat saw was exerted, Ethan was already alert. For some reason, in Ethan's senses, all of Pudge's movements seemed to be magnified. When every movement starts, the subtle changes of the first muscle exerted force can even be presented to Ethan's perception. He knew that this was the effect of the soul perception skill, but he didn't know why this skill seemed to disappear when facing Crick, but now it appeared again, and the effect was far worse than when facing Dina and Sauron powerful. But now is not the time to think about these things. When he saw Pudge's fat face slowly squeeze out a smug smile, Ethan turned slightly to avoid the serrated knife that was cutting towards him, and then he held the sword in both hands, as he had been practicing in the gymnasium. He slammed down towards Pudge's neck. Although Ethan's senses are very sharp, but the limit of his body is there after all, Ethan's attack was easily blocked by Pudge's horizontal knife. Not only that, under his intentional control, Ethan's blade got stuck in the sawtooth. All the time there was no time to spare. Hey, boy, I thought you have what ability, such soft strength is thanks to you daring to come here. After feeling Ethan's strength and speed, Pudge felt relieved and felt that Ethan was trying to get out. He drew his own sword, but his strength was really limited. He mocked confidently, "What, the sword can't be pulled out? I can't pull it out. I won't pull it out." As soon as Ethan's words fell, his blade suddenly burst into flames. Before Pudge could react, the saw blade had been cut off. Ethan didn't show mercy, and took this opportunity to continue exerting strength with both hands, and slashed Pudge's chest with his sword. All of this happened only in the blink of an eye. After everyone reacted, Pudge, who had just won, had already fallen to the ground. "Captain! Damn! You brat! You wait for me!" Most of the people around who shouted so loudly were the subordinates led by Pudge before. What's ridiculous is that they backed up while shouting, especially when Ethan looked at them. They even turned their heads and ran desperately. This made Ethan unable to bear the black lines all over his face. It seemed that this Pudge really wasn't suitable for being a captain. Seeing this scene, the passers-by were in an uproar, and the crowd who had followed Ethan dispersed instantly. Most of the rest of the people just wanted to watch the fun, and it didn't matter how strong Ethan was. Instead, they were more interested in watching and talking about the flame that was ignited on Ethan's sword just now. "Brother guest? So you are really good at fighting?" Gauze asked in surprise, staring blankly at Pudge, who fell to the ground. In his eyes, the cleaver Pudge with a bounty of 800 million berries is already a great pirate, but he was dealt with by this guest brother in just one meeting, so how strong is this guest brother? "Ah!" Ethan chuckled, flicked the sword angrily, and then inserted the blade back. Just now, Ethan imitated what Linux did back then, inputting the energy of hellfire into the sword, and the destructive power of the blade doubled as expected. Even the blood on the sword was vaporized in an instant, which was good, so that he would not have to clean the sword regularly. Not only that, even the wound on Pudge's body has become scorched black. At this time, Pudge's gang had already run away, and Ethan was happy to save trouble, and pointed at the unconscious Pudge on the ground. "Soap, you can take him away." "Oh! Bully the dog? Why me?" Soap turned his head away. "Let's go to the naval base later and collect this guy's bounty." "Hey! Boss! Haven't you seen someone else? I'll leave this trivial matter to my younger brother." Chapter 35. When the matter of money was mentioned, Soap resolutely carried Pudge, who weighed at least 200 caddies, on his shoulders. In this way, under the guidance of Gauze, 2 people and a dog, plus a large piece of meat weighing more than 200 kilograms on the dog, walked towards the original destination under the strange eyes of passers-by around. "Hey, by the way, Gauze, the Amoeba treasure shop, apart from selling stolen goods, heck, besides the sold goods, you should be able to buy some things from him, right?" Ethan asked suddenly. Gauze nodded. "That's right, it can be said that there is the largest middleman business in the entire East China Sea. So they don't just sell things, as long as they have money, make a request with them, and give them some time, they will. I can put you on the line." "Oh." Ethan suddenly became interested and asked Gauze to talk while walking. In the original story, the role of Donghai is not too much, and Ethan must have never heard of such a place, but the word middleman successfully aroused his association, so although the name is Treasure Line, but it's actually just a black intermediary. Who is their boss? Black intermediary? This word is interesting. Gauze nodded with a smile, and then put on a mysterious expression. No one knows the identity of their boss. They are not even like other businesses here, they have been doing business since childhood. Big. 5 months ago, they seemed to appear suddenly overnight, and they were directly on the scale they are now, but the strange thing is that all the forces in the same industry seem to know something. The Amoeba treasure shop who came here turned a blind eye. "You know, the last person who tried to do this business here has already been gnawed away by his colleagues." Ethan nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly asked, "I heard you say so well, so there must be sea stones for sale there." Hailashi. Gauze seemed to be hearing this name for the first time, and said with some uncertainty, "I don't know such a thing, but I think there should be there." Not long after, they arrived at their destination, Amoeba Treasure Walk. Although it is said that this is the largest illegal trading place here, it is no different from the buildings in other places. It is the same grey and black building, but the area is much larger. There is no sign here, but a stone tablet is erected in front of the thick wooden main entrance, with the words Muba Treasure Tour written on it. This is it. Gauze said, hesitated again, then I will. Okay, come in with me. Ethan directly stopped Gauze, who was about to leave. Although the two had agreed to send him here before they would be separated, Gauze did not lose sight of the scene just now. Ethan wanted to run away by himself, but Ethan didn't want this loyal little tour guide to slip away. In the next few days, come and be my tour guide. Ethan patted Gauze on the shoulder and smiled, how about berries a day? Okay. Gauze laughed happily. The two strode in with a dog. Behind the heavy wooden door was a spacious hall. The three walls of the hall except the side of the door were all long counters, which were divided into many small windows. People in the hall come and go between these small windows. Apart from the guests coming and going in the hall, the rest are the staff here. They are roughly divided into two types. One is the guards dressed in black and looking like bodyguards. The other is the receptionist who dresses like a waiter and is in charge of receiving guests. As soon as the three of Ethan entered, they confused the receptionist who came up to them. A man with a handsome face and an elegant temperament, a small local guide, a dog that looked a little itchy, etc. Wait, he still has someone on his back. Why, isn't that man Cleaver Pudge? What's the situation? Out of professionalism, the receptionist still smiled and asked Ethan, hello, I am the number 13 receptionist of Muba Treasures. What kind of business do you want to do? I want to get rid of something. Ethan grinned. The number 13 receptionist looked at Ethan's smiling face and wanted to tell him sincerely that we really don't accept pirates. Sir, you. The number 13 receptionist pointed to Pudge on the soap. We don't accept it. Well. Soap didn't do it when he heard it, this was his meal ticket, so he was being targeted? Ethan's head was full of black lines, and he met a contestant with a big brain, and said quickly, it's not him, I just want to get rid of the 2 boxes of treasures, and I want to buy something by the way. Ah. I'm sorry. The number 13 receptionist nodded awkwardly, please follow me. Then he led Ethan and the others to an empty counter window. Halfway through the walk, there was a quarrel. In front of a certain counter, a man who looked like a fool was slapping the counter vigorously, and shouted at the girl who was handling business inside, why is the price lowered again? I just bought it. Are you going to lower the price? You still say that this is not a black shop. As if he wanted to make a fuss on purpose. He was still not satisfied after yelling at the little girl at the counter, and then complained to the surrounding customers, look, this black shop, I bought so much from him. Many times, the price of medicines has been reduced as soon as they are bought, and it is clear that they are trying to cheat me. At this time, another receptionist in the hall came to the idle man and bowed slightly, my guest, the price of our store is in line with the market price. As for you, every time you buy after that, the price will be lowered, and there is nothing we can do about it. Snapped. The idle man suddenly raised his palm and slapped the receptionist in the face. Get lost. Are you worthy of talking to me? Call your store manager here. His attitude was extremely arrogant and domineering, as if he had something to rely on. He seems to be a pirate too. Gauze whispered next to Ethan, ah, I remembered, he is Schroeder, who offered a reward of 800 million. Another 800 million? Ethan's face was weird, and as soon as Gauze finished speaking, Soap immediately started yelling in his heart. 800 million! Boss, boss! Another 800 million! It's free! Boss! Shut up! Ethan said angrily, don't see Qian's eyes open. Let's get rid of this on your back first. Moreover, Ethan was also very curious, how would such a troublesome customer, this Muba treasure shop with a mysterious background, deal with it? This guest. Unexpectedly, the receptionist who had just been slapped on the face by the troublesome Schroeder just rubbed his face and said with a nonchalant smile, "Please be quiet, don't be impatient, the store manager has a lot of work to do, and I can't spare time to come here for the time being, so you can see if this works, let me do it." Halfway through his words, the ghost Schroeder was obviously furious, and he raised his hand and slapped the receptionist again. But this time, a scene that surprised everyone present appeared. The smiling receptionist grabbed Schroeder's wrist. Not only that, Schroeder's arm was still trembling slightly, obviously exerting force. But on the receptionist's side, the hand holding his wrist was as motionless as cast steel. This guessed. "So, I think I can judge you as troublemaker." "No, no, no." After Schroeder felt the power gap, he changed his face in an instant, and the speed of the change was amazing. "Hey, just kidding, I am also a regular customer, just kidding." "Really? That's good." The receptionist smiled and didn't care about the slap that Schroeder slapped him just now. He let go of the hand holding Schroeder's wrist, bowed gracefully, and then returned to the entrance of the hall, waiting to receive the next customer. It's just that when he was walking, the passers-by and customers around him consciously gave way to him. Because sharp-eyed people have already noticed that on Schroeder's grasped arm, a purple-red handprint was conspicuously left on it, and it seemed that he would not want to disappear in 10 days and a half months. How big is his strength? It really is crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Ethan couldn't help sighing in his heart. Seeing that the matter was resolved, the number 13 receptionist had also received a green card from the counter, and then led everyone into a side door guarded by 2 men in black. Behind the side door is a long corridor. There are many doors on both sides of the corridor. After walking for a while, everyone stopped in front of a door. As the door opened, the number 13 receptionist gave up his seat. Gauze hesitated for a while as if waiting for them outside, but Ethan pushed him and walked in together. The facilities in the hut were very simple. To put it bluntly, it was just a long table in the middle of the room and some chairs, but what made Ethan puzzled was that after they entered the room, there was also a door on the wall facing them. A grey-haired old man sat at the table with his back facing them. Seeing Ethan coming in, he gestured to the chair opposite him, "Please sit down, guests, I am the appraiser of our shop." "So, do you have any evaluation of the value of the goods you sold?" the old man asked after Ethan and the others took their seats. "Valuation? No." Ethan shook his head. "Okay, then, let the store evaluate it on our behalf. In this case, a % handling fee will be charged." The old man stroked his beard and said slowly, "Then, may I ask where the goods are?" "Ah, still on my boat." "Understood, then do you need us to send additional guards and pick up and delivery services?" "Only % of the price of the goods will be enough. It's really, don't let go of any opportunity to make money. A total of 5.00% of the cost is still acceptable to Ethan, and the weight of those 2 boxes of treasures. He still has some headaches without changing his body." After Ethan nodded, the number 13 receptionist who led them here handed over the green card just now. "Then, please take this, the exit is the door behind you. There will naturally be guards and porters after you go out. The worker will set off with you, please keep this card safe. It is the only key that can open the small door behind you, and it is also the proof of transaction. This card is hard, like some kind of crystal, and it is a bit cold in the hand." Ethan laughed and said, "So, if I didn't hire any of you here, and he came here with my goods and cards after being intercepted on the way, you would still trade, right?" "Yes." The waiter nodded. Ethan nodded. No wonder Gauze said that many people were staring at this place. But Ethan obviously doesn't have to worry so much. The fact that he defeated Pudge has already spread. On the way back to move the 2 boxes of treasures, although there were always people pointing and whispering, no one dared to speak directly. "Come up and get in the way." All the way back to the hut, Ethan poured 2 big boxes of treasures onto the long table, covering the entire table. Ah! The old man let out a sigh of admiration, picked up one of the gold coins, and carefully observed the lines on it with a magnifying glass. It looks like it should be nearly 100 years old. Hey! Among this pile of treasures, a small hourglass-like thing attracted everyone's attention. Wait, not an hourglass. Ethan looked at the little thing carefully. Inside the wooden eaves, a glass ball was tightly protected, and a small pointer was shaking slightly in the ball. This is... Ethan felt a little familiar. Permanent pointer? Chapter 36. In the world of One Piece, it's okay to just talk about the 4 common sea areas. With an accurate chart and some commonly used navigation observation tools, experienced navigators can reach any island at will. But when it comes to great routes, that doesn't work. The geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents on the great route are all chaotic, and it is difficult to even confirm your own position, let alone find the island. The previous sailing skills and experience are unreliable, so what should we rely on? Nature is a recording pointer, which can record the magnetic force of mutual attraction between islands, and follow the pointer's guidance to reach the next island. But this has a disadvantage, that is, the time for recording magnetic force on each island is different. The short one may be completed in a few hours, and the long one may be several months or even a year. So at this time, the superiority of the permanent pointer is reflected. The permanent pointer is the permanent version of the recording pointer. The direction of the pointer will always point to the direction of a certain island, and it will not change no matter what. However, because the production of permanent pointers is cumbersome and difficult, the number of such pointers is relatively small. B. Lu. Munger. The old man put on his reading glasses, struggling to identify the name engraved on the wooden chassis of the permanent pointer. Is this the name of the place the pointer is pointing at? Ethan also frowned and thought about it, as if he had never heard of this place. But it doesn't matter, no matter where it points to, he is not going to sell this pointer, he said. Well, old man, this pointer is not included in it. What? The old man originally looked at the permanent pointer with a joyful expression on his face. But after hearing Ethan's words, his face immediately collapsed. Ethan took the pointer back from the old man's hand. It could be seen that the old man really wanted to keep the pointer, but Ethan's intention was very firm, so he could only return the pointer to its original owner in disappointment. Guest, you. Why, do you still want to buy and sell by force? Ethan regretted not looking through the 2 treasure chests carefully, but since he found this thing, he couldn't just sell it like this. Ethan knew very well in his heart that he was going to embark on the great route after all. The permanent pointer was a good thing. He didn't want to do it again when he got lost at sea. Of course not. The number 13 receptionist stepped forward with a smile, and patted the old man's shoulder lightly. Guests, you can choose what you want to trade. Finally, after some inventory, all the treasures added up, Ethan could get 900 million Baileys, and after paying a 850% handling fee, Ethan got more than -million Baileys. Looking at the suitcase in his hand, Ethan couldn't help sighing. The money was really blown by the wind. Soap next to him looked at the suitcase jealously, gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, as the saying goes, those who see it have a share." Ah. Well, you're right. Ethan nodded, then took out berries and handed it to Gauze. "Here, I'll see you off, I'll trouble you to arrange it for the few days I'm here." "Yes," Gauze said excitedly, looking at the money in his hand. In addition to being powerful, this guest brother is also extravagant in his actions. With this money, I'll be able to buy some more books on sailing lore. Soap wants to cry but has no tears, I mean me. "Boss, I want to sue you for cruelty to animals." Ethan ignored the soap again, and then said to the waiter and the old man, "Excuse me, can you buy Halostone here?" The old man took off his reading glasses and said calmly, "Sorry, we don't know what you are talking about." Ethan was puzzled. Although the ability of devil fruit in the East China Sea is rare, the Navy will not use too many sea tower stones, but if there are no sea tower stones circulating in the East China Sea, Ethan will definitely not believe it. Don't pretend to me, old man, I'm just an ordinary person, and I'm not from the Navy to inquire about the news. Ethan was about to open up. Hee hee. The old man smiled. Ordinary people would know halo stones? Why do ordinary people buy halo stones? Drill eyes as amulets. Ethan glanced down at the cleaver pudge on the ground. I'm a pirate hunter, you know, I will inevitably meet one or two devil fruit users in the future. Buy some sea tower stones. Self-defense is reasonable, right? The old man smiled and said, it's really reasonable, but can you afford this price? Well, Ethan was at a loss for words for a moment. Hearing this, halo stone is still very expensive? That. May I ask the price? The old man shook his head. The Navy has very strict control over sea tower stones. There are not many sea tower stones in the market. Moreover, every sea tower stone that appears on the market will be bought quickly, which makes the price soar. After all, just a random pair of handcuffs can make those great pirates with bounties worth tens of millions behave like sheep, so it must be worth the money. Then you have to get them to put on the handcuffs obediently. Ethan curled his lips. Although halo stone is as hard as a diamond, its toughness is also as poor as a diamond. It is definitely unrealistic to make it into a weapon. Therefore, the Navy has always regarded halashi as a means of imprisoning devil fruit capable users. So based on the current price, a pair of handcuffs costs about 2,000 million baileys. The old man continued. What? So expensive? Ethan opened his mouth wide in surprise. Yes, the market price is like this. The old man spread his hands and said with a smile, but if you also sell us the permanent pointer, I can make the decision and sell you a pair of halo stone handcuffs at a slightly lower price. The old man's suggestion sounded like a good deal, but not to Ethan. Because his original goal was not just a pair of handcuffs. A full set of halashi handcuffs would only cost points of energy, and he couldn't even draw a prize. What he wanted was a large number of halashi. In this way, I can only go to rob the Navy ship. Ethan pulled his hair in trouble. Let's pull it down. He doesn't have the halo of a protagonist with a family background, and he is currently being hunted by Cap all over the East China Sea, so it's better to avoid talking about robbing naval ships. If only we could find the place where the Navy's mine sea stones. As for the matter of selling permanent pointers they proposed, Ethan didn't even think about it. Ethan's silence made the old man and the number 13 receptionist think that he was moved, but he suddenly stood up. Then forget it, the transaction is over. Aren't you thinking about it? Most of the things like halo stone are priceless. Number 13 receptionist frowned and said hastily. No need, you can't buy things you can't afford. Ethan smiled, handed over the green key card, and then walked out through the small door with soap and gauze. As soon as they left, the professional smile on the receptionist's face disappeared instantly, and he asked the old man expressionlessly, do you see clearly? It is indeed a place name you have never heard of. The old man nodded, yes, Master Muba, it is indeed a strange island name. Islands that can make permanent pointers, but don't exist on the map. Should I report to the higher-ups? The person known as the store manager shook his head. No, if you want to report it, you have to wait until the pointer is actually in hand. Find someone to keep an eye on them, and then do it after they go to sea. The Muba Treasures tour is personally ordered by the adult. The industry in Donghai cannot ruin the reputation of the store casually. Yes. Manager. Chapter 37. After leaving the Muba Treasures tour, walking on the street, feeling the fullness of the wallet, the group felt happy. Where do you want to go next? Gauze asked. Before Ethan could speak, Soap rushed to say, Navy. Navy. Go to the naval base. He had already switched from carrying Pudge to dragging Pudge because he was tired. Ethan also felt that it was too conspicuous to always drag someone on the road, so he nodded to Gauze and asked, "So, is there any office of the Navy in this city?" "Yes, but it's not just the office, but the entire naval branch," Gauze said. Oh. This made Ethan a little curious. In such a bustling city, it is not uncommon to set up a naval branch, but with the existence of a naval branch in this place, the business scale of the underground world here can still be so large, which makes people feel very strange. There were all kinds of side eyes along the way. There was no way, a dog dragging people away, can people not look sideways? Walked out of the dark and grey tavern again. The tavern was still so deserted, even the swordsman who was drunk was still there. Going north along the central road of Prose City, Ethan saw a towering gun tower from a long distance. On the top, there are neatly arranged black gun barrels. Needless to say, this is naturally the naval branch that Gauze mentioned. Stop! This is the 16th Division of the Navy. What are you doing? There was a tall sentry in front of and behind the gate, and the sailors in the sentry raised their guns nervously when they saw Ethan and his group approaching. Ethan took a closer look at this sailor. It should be the lowest rank of the Navy, with a white short-sleeved shirt and a peaked cap with the Navy logo on his head. You can tell from his nervousness and embarrassment that he should be a recruit. Relax, the gun will go off. Ethan pointed at Pudge. I'm a bounty hunter. This is Cleaver Pudge. I'm here to exchange him for a bounty. Cleaver Pudge? That big pirate with a bounty of 800 million. The sea soldier's eyes widened in surprise. Wait a moment. The sailors climbed down from the sentry post, and the gate of the naval base opened after a while, and a middle-aged sailor with a full beard came out with several young sailors. After seeing Ethan, the middle-aged Navy gave him a standard salute. I am Captain Beluda of the 16th Division of the Navy, please come in. The soldiers of the Navy dispersed one after another to make way, but they all looked curiously at the soap with Pudge's leg dangling from it, even Beluda was no exception. After being dragged all the way, Pudge, who looked extremely miserable, hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't you hand over the pirate to us for escort?" "I have no objection," Ethan said helplessly, "but my dog probably disagrees. The person in his mouth is his meal ticket now, but baby, before he sees the money, he probably won't be able to open his mouth." "Okay then." Beluda only took it as Ethan's evasive words. Pirate hunters are indeed people who only care about money. And he didn't have much sympathy for pirates, so he went casually, "Please follow me." Ethan and his team followed Beluda to the office inside the base, which seemed to be the daily office of the naval clerks, with many desks stacked with various documents, especially the middle-aged Navy's desk. The files are piled up like a hill. Machete Pudge. The middle-aged Navy took out a reward order from a pile of reward orders, and compared it with Pudge, whose face was covered in dirt. "Well, it's definitely him." Then, Ethan's meaning was obvious. "I saw that the middle-aged Navy just returned to the desk to sign 2 documents, stamped a few more seals, and then picked up the phone bug. Hey, please pick up Roguetown Naval Base. Yes, it's Machete Pudge, a new face, please register." Then he moved the receiver aside and asked Ethan, "What's your name, please?" Seeing Ethan's puzzled eyes, he explained, "We are registering." "That's it." Ethan nodded, but he was thinking about what kind of name he should give his identity. Seeing his blood elf face reflected in the reflection of the window, a name blurted out, Lorthemar Theron. Lorthemar Theron. The middle-aged Navy nodded, glanced at the sword on Ethan's waist, and picked up the receiver again. "My name is Lorthemar Theron. Yes, he's a swordsman, okay." After he put down the receiver, he stood up and handed the signed documents to Ethan. Ethan took it full of doubts, and found that the 2 documents were Pirate Arrest Certificate and Pirate Arrest Certificate. "What do you mean? What about the money?" Ethan asked suspiciously. The middle-aged Navy was a little embarrassed, and explained, "It seems that you are indeed a newcomer. It's like this, our base has a very limited annual fund, so, for such a relatively large amount of bounty, it is we will issue a certificate here, and then you can go to a larger naval base to get it." Hey, what is your expression? The Navy will not refuse. Ethan was a little helpless. The Navy really wouldn't renege on their debts, but these two pieces of paper sent them away a bit. Looking down at the soap, he found that it was also very sad and angry, and some sailors wanted to come up and drag Pudge away from his mouth. Instead, he was taken aback by baring his teeth. "Good boy." Ethan comforted Soap, "The Navy will definitely not renege on the debt, we will go and collect the money later, it's all yours." Hearing Ethan's assurance, Soap reluctantly let go, and the middle-aged Haijun said in amazement, "Your dog is quite human, and has a personality. More than that, I can also tell you a cross-talk, and let your father be the commander-in-chief of the Mongolian Navy." After releasing Pudge, Soap's mouth was finally released. The middle-aged Haijun froze for a moment. He can still talk. Ethan hastily blocked Soap's mouth, smiled awkwardly, and then abruptly changed the topic. "That's not the point, that, you haven't told me where to go to get the bounty yet." The middle-aged Navy was only surprised by Soap, who spoke suddenly, but he quickly adjusted and returned to a serious look. There are 3 relatively large naval branches in the East China Sea. One is the naval branch in Rog Town, and the other is the naval branch of Kul Tiras, and the other is the naval branch of Roravaya Island, but it should be the naval branch of Rog Town that is closest to here. Rogue Town. Ethan's heart moved, and a smile appeared on his face. "Really? Thank you so much. If he really wants to sleep, someone will give him a pillow. Now he has a legitimate reason to go to Luch Town." Later, when the middle-aged Navy sent them out, Ethan also saw a person who was very impressive to him. This man was wearing a navy overcoat and was very thin, with 2 round ears on his navy peaked cap, 3 long beards on each side of his mouth, and a small beard on his chin. He was really wretched no matter how he looked. Colonel Mouse. Ethan still remembers his ugly and wretched appearance. Ethan suddenly remembered, isn't the colonel of the 16th Division of the Navy the same as Colonel Mouse? It was he who colluded with Aaron in the future, turned a blind eye to what he did, and even took Aaron's money to frame Nami together. No wonder the business in the underground world in this place is so booming. It must have something to do with this guy. Perhaps the contempt in Ethan's eyes was too obvious. Lieutenant Colonel Mouse, who had just passed by Ethan, noticed Ethan directly. Chapter 38. Squeak, wait a minute. Colonel Mouse, who was leading the team, stopped, pointed at Ethan and asked, "Who is this guy? Why did he appear in the base?" "Report to Lieutenant Colonel." The middle-aged Navy who sent Ethan out hurriedly walked up to the Mouse and saluted. "This is a new bounty hunter, and he sent back Cleaver Pudge just now." So it's still just a lieutenant colonel. Ethan couldn't help curling his lips. Such a thing can go all the way up from the bottom. The interior of the Navy is really... Oh? A rookie bounty hunter. Lieutenant Colonel Mouse frowned. He was very unhappy with the way Ethan looked at him. So he rolled his eyes and showed a sinister smile. Where does an unknown newcomer come from at this time? There must be something wrong. Maybe it has something to do with the big pirate that Lieutenant General Garp recently hunted down. Come here, detain him first, and investigate after clearing it. Ethan's eyes turned cold. This stinky mouse is really daring. He must have found this reason randomly, but he probably never thought that his nonsense would be wrong, right? But now Ethan's heart is already full of anger. This bastard, who didn't like him in the first place, even took the initiative to provoke me? Ethan's hand was already on the handle of the knife. At this moment, he was already thinking about how to end up after he chopped this guy down. But, Chi. Colonel Mouse smiled wretchedly, unaware that his life was on the line. If you can hand over the bounty, I can consider letting you go. Hearing this, Ethan even laughed angrily at this guy. He really perfectly implemented his despicableness and shamelessness into his thoughts and actions. As a navy, he actually wanted to blackmail the bounty hunters for their rewards? Not only Ethan, but even Gauze looked angry. Originally, in his eyes, the Navy represented justice, but why would there be such a person in the Navy? Not to mention Soap, when he heard that the mouse wanted to touch his meal ticket, it was so angry that it cursed, "You bloody mouse, how dare you stare at the uncle's meal ticket? Do you believe that I will slap you to death?" The mouse was furious when he heard this, and the beard on the side of his mouth was raised up in anger. "Catch them for me." The naval soldiers behind him were all his trusted followers, so they naturally obeyed him. Just as they were about to rush over, they felt a flash of sword light. Ethan's sword had been drawn out of its sheath, the flat end was in front of him, and the tip of the sword was only a short distance away from the mouse's nose. You dare to attack the Navy? And you said you are not a pirate." The mouse was so frightened that his face was sweating, but he still shouted sternly. The tip of the sword shook slightly, and Ethan suddenly smiled and said, "You're right, I really don't dare to attack the Navy now." Even so, a raging flame suddenly ignited on his sword, and the scorching breath rushed towards his face, and Lieutenant Colonel Mouse's beard was curled up by the high temperature. Such a scene frightened the Navy, who wanted to rush over, and also scared the mouse to sit on the ground. "Evil, devil fruit." Ethan sneered. He thought over and over several times, and felt that he should deal with the Navy carefully in the current situation in the East China Sea. But seeing the disgusting face of the mouse, Ethan made up his mind to scare him well, even if he didn't really do it. Just this was not enough. Ethan poured a large amount of hellfire energy into the sword in a rage, and at the same time he also felt that the sword was a bit unbearable, so scared that he hurriedly stopped pouring energy into the sword. As the flame on the blade became more and more violent, Ethan even had the feeling that the sword in his hand will explode. That being the case, then quickly release the energy in the sword. So he subconsciously waved his sword towards the ground, only to hear a boom, and the violent energy on the sword was instantly released. The main road of the naval base was originally paved with hard white stones, but under this sword, it was like tofu. A huge gap was easily cut open between him and the Navy. The Navy was terrified by this scene. The mouse screamed, kicked its legs hard on the ground, rolled and crawled, and retreated far away. Not to mention them, even Ethan himself was taken aback. The crack was more than 10 meters long and more than 20 centimeters wide. Looking at the depth, it was so dark that the bottom could not be seen. The energy of hellfire released by the weapon, how could it cause so much damage? However, after the sword was swung out, there were waves of dizziness in his head, reminding him that this move was not that simple. You, who the hell are you? Do you want to be an enemy of the Navy? Maybe now, everyone is in the naval base, which gave the mouse some confidence, supporting him that he has not yet been defeated by Ethan. Totally scared off, but that's about it. Seeing that Lieutenant Colonel Mouse had been intimidated, Ethan put it away as soon as he saw it, and slowly put his sword back into its sheath, but he still said unforgivingly, "Don't pull the Navy flag, you are such a shameless person. The thing also deserves to represent the Navy? I'm just an ordinary person, and I became a bounty hunter only because the guy before me took the initiative to provoke me, but if I switched the order of appearance between you and that guy, maybe I would really be a pirate now, maybe." After finishing speaking, Ethan secretly pulled Lagos, and hurriedly took them across the gap and walked out of the gate of the naval base. Hearing that there was no sound from behind, Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. Now, the name Lorthamar Theron, the rebellious bounty hunter, will soon spread in the East China Sea, right? Ethan walked forward and lowered his head to think. Next, as long as you play this identity well, try to stay within the sight of the Navy but stay away from the center of sight, and stick to it for a while, it will be fine, right? After all, the Navy's power on the Great Route is not so reliable, and it is absolutely impossible to let Mr. Garp's strong combat power stay in the East China Sea. Anyway, no matter what, now, we can only take one step at a time. Ethan looked down and saw Gauze. At this time, he no longer led the way, and was looking at Ethan with stars in his eyes. What are you doing? Brother Theron, so you are so powerful. Gauze said admiringly, that's a naval base. You just split the ground of the naval base with your sword, and the group of Marines dare not even breathe. Hey, don't be so exaggerated. It's natural to be praised like this, but Ethan still waved his hand. What is this? There are many people in this world who are more powerful than me. For example. Ethan scratched his head. It should be about 10 years ago, there was a man who destroyed most of the Navy headquarters by himself. What? Good, wow, wonderful. Gauze opened his mouth wide in surprise, and exclaimed in a drawn-out tone, then what happened later? What happened to him later? Later? Then Ethan thought of the Golden Lion Shiji who had successfully escaped from prison and brought his own island floating in the sky. Later he was defeated by a man whose whole body could grow and shrink, stretch and contract. Can it be long or short? Can it be stretched or shrunk? Gauze looked confused. Hey, I can't explain it too clearly to you. Ethan rubbed Gauze's head with a smile. I have a chance to introduce you to this man. Really? Gauze asked excitedly, and then he looked longingly into the distance. I really want to meet such a powerful character. Chapter 39. Then Ethan and his team returned to the underground world again. Under the guidance of Gauze, they came to the largest intelligence trading center here. The place where information is bought and sold is not far from the entrance, and Ethan once again saw the building with a blank sign. Entering from the main entrance, there is a brightly lit hall, with a long and spacious aisle in the middle, and 2 rows of small compartments like the confession room in the church on both sides of the aisle. There are many people coming and going in the hall. Pedestrians, most of the people who came out of the cubicles were in a hurry. It seemed that they had already got the news they wanted and planned to do something quickly. No way, it's so simple. Ethan complained, won't the words spoken in these small cubicles be heard clearly? I've been wondering too, but I haven't been in. Gauze nodded in agreement. Ethan noticed that there was also a red indicator sign on the door handle of each compartment, which represented someone. It could be seen that as soon as the person inside unlocked the sign would become no one. This kind of visual sense of public toilets. Ethan complained silently in his heart. They walked along the aisle for a distance, and finally found a compartment with no sign on the door. Ethan opened the door and looked at the size of the compartment. There was a small chair squeezed into the small space inside. Gauze hurriedly said, I won't go in, Brother Lothar. I'll wait for you outside. Ethan nodded, don't go in there, too, Soap, I don't want to squeeze in with you. Then he stepped into the cubicle. As soon as he entered the door, Ethan felt that the cubicle was much smaller than it looked, especially after he sat on the chair. His legs and back were pushed against the walls on the left and right sides. When the compartment door was closed, the noisy hall sound disappeared, and the compartment was plunged into darkness. This place is the end of the day for claustrophobic people. Hello. In the quiet and deep darkness, a small window was opened on the wall facing Ethan, and a man's voice came from inside. Do you want to buy news or sell news? Sell news? Can news still be sold? Ethan asked. The voice replied, of course, it's just that we only accept news that we judge to be valuable and that we don't know. We verify it first and pay later. It's the overlord clause. Ethan understands it. Selling news is too loose, and even if it is sold to them, how can we guarantee that the person who sells the news will not spread the news again and let them waste a lot of money? So there must be a very strict operating standard. Of course I'm here to buy news. Excuse me, do you know the origin of Halo Stone? Ethan asked the most concerned question in his heart with the mentality of trying. Sorry, this question is beyond our competence. Sure enough, Ethan was not surprised. If the origin of Halo Stone was known so easily, How could it be possible that this thing is still monopolized by the Navy? Okay. Then, I want to ask, what information do you have about the evil spirit of flame? Ethan then asked his purpose of coming here. Evil spirit of flame? Please wait a moment. After the voice finished speaking, the room became quiet again. In the darkness and silence, Ethan was really bored, so he recalled what happened just now. Speaking of which, I really should change my weapon. Although the sharpness and hardness of the weapon will increase after being blessed by hellfire, its ability to withstand hellfire is limited, just like when I was at the naval base just now. If Ethan hadn't released the hellfire in the sword at the right time, the sword would have exploded. I don't know how long it took. When Ethan was thinking wildly, a voice sounded. Hello. This surprised Ethan a little. Unlike the voice just now, it was a woman who was speaking now. Her voice was slightly hoarse, but it didn't make people feel ugly, but instead made people feel a lazy and inexplicable charm. So it seems that the level of this news is very high. Does it need to be handled by a special person? Ethan teased. The owner of that voice seemed to be amused by Ethan, so she said reservedly, "This guest? Don't be joking, I'm just an ordinary clerk, it's just that the person who wants to buy the news of the evil spirit of flame there are too many, so a temporary department was specially set up to deal with such matters." Hearing the voice paused for a while, he suddenly asked, "Excuse me, guest, are you a bounty hunter?" Ethan wondered, "Why, do you still rely on people to sell news?" No, that's right." The woman chuckled lightly, "We're giving out this news for free to bounty hunters." Free? A sense of doubt arose in Ethan's heart. From Gaz's narration, it can be heard that this place is definitely not a charity. Why are they suddenly so kind? Yes, we also conducted an investigation on you just now. It seems that today, you just caught Pudge the machete. Yes, although I'm just a novice, I'm still a serious bounty hunter." Ethan laughed. "Then there's no problem." The woman's voice paused for a moment. This message was delivered orally. Please listen carefully. According to our investigation, the first appearance of the evil spirit of flame was in a few months. He disappeared after that fire in the former kingdom of Goa. But we have information that he has now reached Doyle Island. Doyle Island? Ethan frowned. He had some impression of this place. After Mr. Kojiro gave him the chart, he spent a lot of effort to memorize all the place names and brief information marked on the chart. For example, Doyle Island is an unnamed island in the East China Sea. The natural environment on the islands in this world is mostly self-sufficient, but this island is different. The natural environment on this island is too barren. In addition, the island itself is not large in size and the products are not rich, so over time there will be no one choose to settle there, so it also became a desert island. But it is such a deserted island, why is it so certain that I appeared there? What are their sources? Ethan smelled a hint of conspiracy, but he was also relieved. Before he came, he was afraid that the other person would suddenly say, "Hey, that guy from Flame Evil Spirit is sitting opposite me." In this strange world, maybe there will be someone with special ability who can know his identity directly. What about identity? Now that he realized that the news here was pure nonsense, Ethan felt relieved, and was about to open the door to leave this crowded small space, but just as he turned his head, he suddenly thought of the permanent pointer, so he asked casually, "By the way, I have one more piece of news, do you know the place Barumong?" Barumong. The voice froze for a moment, and then there was a sound of flipping through the information. "Sorry, there is no record about this place." "Are you sure you said the place name correctly?" "I see, maybe I misremembered." Ethan nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 40. In the next few days, Gaz took Ethan to relax in the city of Pros. After knowing that he couldn't afford Halo Stone with this little money, Ethan simply gave up the idea of saving the money. Anyway, there will be opportunities to make money in the future. This time the Coke broke the soap, and this guy didn't miss any of the 3 meals a day. He often swept away all the meals on a large table under the surprised eyes of the restaurant owner, and then Ethan on the side threw down a bunch of them. Money, and then the two of them went shopping with a dog. Someone even counted that the most expensive meal they ate was as high as 10,000 plus Baileys just for the soap. Within 2 days, all the restaurant owners in Pros City knew that there was a big spender like Ethan, and his stupid dog who couldn't move when he saw food. Ethan also took advantage of the past few days to browse all the weapon shops in the city, trying to see if he could come across a famous sword or something, but he was disappointed in the result. You can find 2 famous knives in one weapon shop. As for the casino that Ethan had been interested in for a long time, after thinking twice, Ethan still chose to become anonymous, and bet 300 million on the handicap he had opened from the casino. Originally, Ethan only wanted 200 million, but after the soap soaked hard, he abruptly borrowed 100 million from Ethan and pressed them in together. Now, I can't run away unless I try my best. Soap seemed to have made up his mind, as if the 100 million could kill him. Gauze also took this opportunity to get in touch with Ethan, pestering Ethan to tell many stories about the sea. But how can Ethan have so many stories? So he stroked the timeline he remembered, and told some things that have happened at sea now, which made Gauze fascinated. You know, Brother Theron, I originally wanted to enlist in the Navy in a few years, but the Navy that day made me feel that the Navy is not so just. So? Want to be a pirate? Well, kinda. Idiot. Ethan gave Gauze's head a shudder. What good is being a pirate? Burning, killing, looting, wanted by the Navy, hunted down by bounty hunters like me. But, the pirates you mentioned don't have the situation you mentioned, and, as a bounty hunter, why do you always have pirates as the protagonists in your stories? Ethan smiled, and he stroked Gauze's hair, because the pirates in my story, most of them are dreamers. Being a pirate is not their goal. Their goal is only one, and that is their dream. I understand. Gauze smiled. Then my dream is to be like the pirate in your story, to do such a big thing on the sea. If there is someone like you in the future, it will be given to people like you. When a child like me tells a story about the sea, I hope that the protagonist of that story will be me. Ethan looked at the eloquent young man in front of him, and suddenly laughed heartily. This is the world, a lovely place. 4 days passed in a blink of an eye. Seeing that the duration of the Sindori orb was about to expire, Ethan randomly picked a pirate who was staying in the nearby waters. After buying some news about him, he planned to go to the sea the next day. To hunt him down. Spend that day cooling off at sea by the way. On the morning of the 5th day, Ethan got on the boat early and was about to leave the port. Before leaving the port, Ethan also saw Gauze standing on the dock trying to say goodbye to him, waving his hands. Today's weather is not too good, it's foggy, and Ethan can't see the city of Pros after walking too far. The surroundings are all grey, and even the cheerful seagulls are hiding. Soap was listlessly lying on the deck, getting used to the fresh and hot food in the restaurant, and then coming back to taste the preserved food on the ship. It feels like a world of difference. It made the whole dog bad. Fortunately, Ethan's boat doesn't need to worry about him. He can still navigate in the fog. And the target pirate this time, according to the news, he is preparing to loot a small port village not far away, so he wasn't too worried that he would deviate too far from the course, so he had to calm down, drew out his sword, and prepared to study his various abilities. Among my current skills, only the 3 items of Hellfire, Soul Perception and Swordsmanship, Introduction, have experience points, which means that these 3 can be cultivated and upgraded. Compared with the growth rate, the skill experience value of Swordsmanship and Soul Perception increases too slowly. The experience value of Hellfire increased rapidly because Ethan was using the energy of Hellfire all the time to maintain the demonized form of Soap and Boat. But because of the absence of Kuina and Sauron in Swordsmanship and Soul Perception skills, they came to Ethan as a sparring partner. So the speed of experience gain slowed down. So Ethan began to try to recall the previous training process, subconsciously held the sword with both hands, stretched it in front of his body, straddled his feet, and stood in the posture that Koshiro teacher taught him at that time. Ha! Ethan drank lightly, and began to swing the sword in his hand. According to Mr. Koshiro, the real sword swing is not just to cut the sword forward, but to integrate one's energy into the sword at the same time, to experience the change of breath, muscle mobilization, and even to feel each time the sword is swung. The feeling of a blade cutting through the air. With this in mind, Ethan's movements of each sword swing were very slow, but the strength on his arm did not weaken at all. On the contrary, it required more strength than usual to swing a sword. After only swinging more than 500 swords, Ethan already felt that his arms were as heavy as lead. But Ethan still gritted his teeth and persisted, because this kind of practice really works. From the system interface, he saw that his experience in swordsmanship had started to rise slowly. Sure enough, Ethan was overjoyed. In this way, he only needed to persevere, and sooner or later his level of swordsmanship would rise. Ethan is happy here, but the soap next to him is rolling around boredly. Being able to gain sanity is the happiest thing in his life, and eating is the happier thing he feels after gaining sanity. When a piece of happiness meets another piece of happiness, it should be a double piece of happiness, but why is it like this? Some inexplicable ideas can always pop up in Soap's mind. These are the 3 views and thinking abilities Hellfire created for it based on Ethan's cognition and memory. Dog. Ba, horse, it's better to be content. The taste is not required, can I fill the emptiness in my stomach? So Soap got up unsteadily, ready to go to the cabin to satisfy his stomach. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the cabin door, he found a few ferocious men standing in the cabin, holding up knives and glaring at him. Mom! Soap still reacted quickly. Before the strong wind brought by the blade swept over the top of his head, he had exerted force on his 4 legs and pushed himself out of the cabin suddenly, and opened his mouth to let out a heart-piercing cry, Yayashao! La! Food becomes human. Ethan, who was concentrating on researching skills, was interrupted by Soap's yelling, frowning, and just stood up. He found that Soap was tumbling behind him, the stern hatch was pushed open, and the 4 strong men were all muscular. The strong man pushed the door with a machete and came out. They are here for revenge. Why didn't you tell me that food can also become a human being? Soap stammered behind him, extremely excited. When it's over, food can become a human being, so how can I eat it in the future? Ethan looked at the group of people. They consciously lined up in a row, all wearing only a pair of shorts with a small nose, exposing the upper body. All of them looked muscular, broad shoulders and round waist. This group of people picked out anyone at random and put them everywhere, and they were quite eye-catching characters. At this moment, they stood neatly in a row, which gave Ethan a strong visual impact. But Soap just closed his eyes tightly to the scene in front of him, and muttered in his mouth, the only food in this world can't live up to it, and being eaten is their ultimate destiny. A piece of food that can't be eaten will definitely not lead to happiness. Even though they resist fiercely after becoming human, they must be crying silently in their hearts, right? No, I must save them. Snapped. Ethan was annoyed by Soap's low-pitched chatter, and patted its dog's head. Don't be stupid, how can food become a person? How is it impossible? Soap raised his head, tears flashed in the corner of his eyes. Let's not talk about food, how can I remember that even squid can turn into a girl? Not just squid, but also some weird ones. A boat, even a gun can turn into a girl. Snapped. Silly dog, this is obviously an enemy, okay? Hey! Soap suddenly changed his face, as if he had experienced a lot of ups and downs, and smiled instantly. What? It's an enemy from afar. Boss, don't worry about it, they've got me covered. It showed a mouth full of shiny little fangs. Dare to pass off my seafood fried rice? Stew them. Chapter 41. The leader of the strong men came out. His face was covered with hideous scars, as if he had experienced many battles. At this time, he showed a cruel smile and said, "Boy, I know your dog can talk. But it seems that you still need to teach him what is polite. For those of you who hid on my boat uninvited, I think it's polite enough that it didn't bite your ass off." Ethan asked with a frown, "Who are you?" Seeing this group of muscular brothers, Ethan's first reaction was that these people are eyeing his money? But after thinking about it, I felt that it was wrong. My little money was not even 1,000 million, and after I defeated the pirate named Pudge with one move, few people would dare to come and trouble me casually. Money can't be more wrong, right? Humph, your attitude is really arrogant. Besides, he is a newcomer who just went to sea, and he doesn't even know us. The strong man in the lead clenched his fists, and his knuckles made a crisp sound. Hearing his words, Soap's tail suddenly turned up, and asked with a surprised expression, "How much is your bounty?" "Ah!" The brawny man was stunned by the question. He didn't keep up with Soap's train of thought for a while, and replied awkwardly, "We don't have a bounty." "Tch, so there's no bounty." Soap learned Ethan's eye-rolling skill, and used it vividly. It really affects the appetite. Zhao Zhao's words and expression offended the four brothers on the opposite side, and his strong chest muscles rose and fell with the rage, especially the rise and fall was x4, which blinded Ethan's eyes. Ethan suddenly understood why a strong man's words were so reasonable. It seemed really difficult not to know them. "Damn it, blonde boy, our brothers wanted to bring you back alive, but now it seems that there is no need." The big man rushed towards Ethan and Soap, and slapped Soap like a cattail fan. The speed is not considered fast. Soap lazily raised his paws, ready to show this big muscular bully what real strength is. "Humph, compare strength with me, uncle, but I'm..." Boom! What Ethan didn't expect was that the Soap was slapped and flew out by the scar-faced strong man, and hit the side of the ship, making a deep and muffled sound. "Soap! I'm fine." Soap rolled on the ground, and the four claws exerted force, and bounced back like bullets. The target was the strong man who knocked him into the air. "Hey! Naive!" The strong man snorted coldly, one sideways dodged the Soap that rushed back, and the moment he passed by, he even grabbed the tail of the Soap. Seeing that Soap was about to be thrown to the deck by the strong man holding his tail, Ethan knew that he could no longer just watch. Base. Ethan's sword was indeed not slow, and the place where he aimed was also clever. It was the right arm of the strong man holding Soap's tail. As long as he dared to drop the Soap, the sword would definitely pierce his arm. Humph! But how could the three subordinates of the strong man be indifferent to Ethan's actions? They took out a short knife from behind and slashed at Ethan. At this moment, only hearing Herod neighing, Soap finally couldn't bear it anymore. The strong man felt that the dog's tail in his hand suddenly became hot and hot, as if he was holding a handful of red-hot metal. He let go of his hand under the pain, and his eyes couldn't help looking up. The original coat was black and white. The silly dog turned into a bright fireball at this time. Boom! The fireball exploded with a bang, and the brothers and nobles present were all affected by the bursting flames, and they were all blind for a few seconds. Taking this opportunity, Ethan turned his sword back, and several brothers who rushed up with knives were cut by Ethan with several deep wounds on their chests. When the strong man came back to his senses, he found that several of his subordinates had fallen on the deck in pain, and the dog that was almost thrown to the ground by him had transformed into a horse. A horse like a devil. It looked like an ordinary horse. Its whole body was black and shiny, and its legs were muscular and powerful, but its eyes, 4 hooves, and mane were all burning with raging fire, which looked extremely terrifying. "The game just now doesn't count, come again. Watch the uncle kick you away with 1 hoof." Soap opened his mouth and said, but the voice was still so cheap, and it didn't match its current appearance at all. Still impulsive. Ethan looked at Soap's tail flicking back and forth, and was ready to transform at any time. Soap was too conspicuous after returning to its original shape, and these people must not be allowed to go away alive. But what Ethan didn't expect was that the scar-faced burly man on the opposite side saw the transformed Soap. His expression was still the same, and he even laughed out loud. "Sure enough, your dog also ate the devil fruit." "Hey?" Ethan was taken aback. It seems that this guy hasn't connected this Soap with the evil spirit of flame in a hurry. But it doesn't matter, Ethan shook his head. Anyway, this guy can't let him go back alive, fortunately this is at sea. But well. Soap. What? Okay, I've changed my shape, I've been handsome, it's my turn. What? I don't understand. What's the point of your coming back? You can still bite people when you are a dog. What can you do when you turn back into a horse? Smack them with your tail mane? I'm a horse. A horse. Bite your sister. Really? Shake hands. Soap subconsciously placed his flaming forefoot on Ethan's outstretched hand. Yep, Soap came back to his senses with tears streaming down his face, and lay down dejectedly. Even the flames on his body were extinguished, his body gradually became smaller as if deflated, and he turned back into that cute husky sample. Okay, I said no, but my body is quite honest. Ethan said with a smile, stop struggling and accept your fate. All these conversations were carried out in the Hellfire Link. The strong man could only see Ethan stretching out his hand towards the burning horse with a strange expression, and the horse just put its front hooves on it, and suddenly changed. Tears streamed down my face, and my body changed back as if deflated. And at this time, Ethan also pulled out his sword and rushed towards him. Humph, boy, you really don't cry when you see the coffin. The strong man sneered. Originally he needed to test it out, but now that he has confirmed that the blonde boy and his dog are devil fruit capable users, he will. Don't worry, after all, he is well prepared when he comes out this time. Seeing Ethan rushing towards him, the strong man was not in a hurry. Like his subordinates, he also hid a short knife behind his back. Seeing that Ethan had entered the attack range, he raised his hand and drew the knife with a vertical chop. The strong man's vertical chop was powerful and heavy, and the strong wind was wrapped around the blade, and it was getting closer and closer in Ethan's eyes. According to the swordsman's thinking, how should we deal with this attack? Ethan had already made several judgments in this flash, but all of them were quickly rejected. Because he had no choice but to find that after using hellfire for a long time, he was used to breaking tricks with strength, and this time it was his turn to be that crafty. Ethan's idea is very simple. Last time, the cleaver Pudge couldn't even catch a sword, so he couldn't be used as a measure of Ethan's strength, but this brother still looks very strong. Let's start from the beginning. Chap. Ethan still sideways avoided the strong man's vertical chop. Judging from the fact that he was able to slap the soap flying just now, his strength must be far superior to Ethan's, so Ethan chose to avoid his edge in the end. The castration of the short knife did not change, and the blade directly slashed into the deck, but the strong man reacted quickly, exerting force on his waist, and kicked towards Ethan with a side kick. Ethan hurriedly raised his sword to resist, only to feel a huge force coming, and his body was involuntarily pushed back a long way. Yo! I thought you would use your ability to play with fire. With a mocking smile on his face, the strong man pulled out the short knife inserted into the deck. I have seen you in that 800 million pirate. What should I say? If you don't use your ability to play with fire, I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill you. As soon as the words fell, the strong man stomped his feet on the ground, and he rushed over like a shell. Chapter 42. It's faster. Ethan's pupils shrank slightly. But he didn't choose to dodge. He raised his hands high, and the blade of the sword slashed towards the strong man. Seeing this situation, the strong man's momentum was still unabated, and he raised his dagger casually. When Ethan's sword was bounced away. Amidst the sparks splashing from metal to metal, the strong man had already adjusted his posture, and bumped Ethan's chest with his shoulder. Boom! Ethan flew upside down in an instant and hit the mast. With a click, a long and thin crack appeared on the mast behind Ethan. Pfft! Ethan's chest felt tight, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Under the impact, his internal organs were slightly damaged. Boy, don't think that you can be complacent just because you killed an 800 million pirate. The strong man succeeded in a blow, and he didn't rush to pursue it. Instead, he played with his short knife leisurely, squinting at Ethan. Are you still not going to use your devil fruit ability? You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? I don't care if I kill you, but it breaks what I want. Humph. Want something? Ethan tried his best to adjust his breathing, and the tightness in his chest was gradually subsiding. He stopped the action of drinking soap in his heart and wanted to rush towards the strong man, and his brain began to work rapidly. Is there something in me that he wants? By the way, Ethan only felt a flash of inspiration, and he took out a small object from the pocket of his clothes. The wooden outer eaves contained a small magnetic needle wrapped in a transparent glass ball, which was trembling slightly. It's that permanent pointer. Ethan could clearly feel that the moment the permanent pointer was pulled out, the strong man's eyes were firmly fixed on this thing. Really, so it seems, is it really the ghost of the Amoeba Treasures tour? Apart from him and Soap, only Amoeba Treasure Line and Gauze knew about the permanent pointer. Ethan still can't forget the attitude of the elderly appraiser in the Amoeba Insurance Company towards this permanent pointer, and the only person who can directly send someone with such strength as a strong man is the mysterious Amoeba Treasures Go. So, what do they ask of you? Take this thing back in its entirety. Ethan suddenly laughed. The strong man was playing with a dagger, so he played with the permanent pointer, throwing it back and forth between his left and right hands. But horses stumble and people miss. Ethan accidentally missed the permanent pointer thrown by his right hand with his left hand. The pointer missed his left hand, and he was about to fall to the deck. No way! The strong man turned pale with shock when he saw this scene, and couldn't help reaching out his hand and taking a few steps towards Ethan, as if he wanted to catch the permanent pointer that was about to fall on the deck. Ouch! Ethan called out jokingly, and fished out the permanent pointer that was about to fall to the ground. The strong man's face darkened. Boy, are you kidding me? No, my hand is disabled. Ethan looked casual, but judging from the performance of the strong man, Ethan knew that his guess should be close to 10. So he shook the permanent pointer in his hand as if showing off something, and smiled terribly. Do you want it? The strong man said coldly, you are trying to provoke me. I really need to take it back, but don't think that you can use it to threaten me, if it is damaged. His voice became cold and gloomy. I will chop off your limbs and torture you as much as I can. At that time, I'm afraid you will beg me to kill you. It's scary. Ethan smiled, and stuffed the permanent pointer back into his pocket. However, in this way, I will use you as a human sandbag to test my combat power, so I won't have any burden on my heart. The strong man seemed to be completely enraged by Ethan's words. He snorted coldly and rushed over. The dagger was swung by him like a horse, and slashed at Ethan's body. Seeing this scene, Ethan took a deep breath and put the sword in front of him. Boom! A flame suddenly appeared, lying between Ethan and the strong man. Ethan's blade was covered with a layer of flames from hell. Are you finally planning to use your ability? The brawny man laughed wildly, but he didn't hesitate at all in his movements. A gust of heavy metal impacts sounded one after another, and the two men's weapons intersected dozens of times at this moment. After the hellfire covered the blade, not only the sharpness of the blade increased, but also the weight of the blade, Ethan felt, decreased a lot at least. Although it was very reluctant, he still took all the attacks of the strong man. This kind of battle brought Ethan a different kind of excitement. After coming to this world, he had never experienced a few decent and serious battles, let alone such evenly matched duels. Happy, Ethan yelled in his heart, and the strength in his hand unconsciously increased a bit. At this time, if Ethan had the extra energy to pay attention to the system message prompts, he would find that his attribute values had risen a little because of the training he had received from the battle. As for the brawny man, the more he fought, the more puzzled he became. From the information he had, the only thing worth noting about this kid was his ability to use flames. His physical skills were not that strong. But why has this kid's speed and strength increased since he started playing with fire? Could it be that he has been hiding his strength? Not only that, but the flame attached to his sword, just a few bumps with the weapon, made a lot of gaps visible to the naked eye in his dagger. Damn it, the brawny man cursed inwardly, but what terrified him the most was that this kid, who was in a hurry at the beginning, gradually became more aggressive and defensive, and even occasionally had a few swords that almost drove him to a dead end. No. You can't delay any longer, this kid is too wicked. Ethan also found himself slowly regaining the feeling he had when practicing swords on the boat before being interrupted by these uninvited guests. As each sword was swung, Ethan's body also subconsciously adjusted the posture and angle of each sword. Ethan's sword became faster and faster, and more freely retractable. As a result, the situation where Ethan was slightly at a disadvantage began to tilt towards Ethan. But with the roar of the strong man, this feeling was interrupted again. After the brawny man roared, the veins on his upper body popped out, and his skin turned a strange red color. His face, which looked a little frightened because of the scar, was even more ferocious at this time. Even Soap was startled by the sudden roar, and when he looked up and saw the blushing strange appearance of the strong man, Soap couldn't help but muttered to himself, "Isn't he really changed by food? You look like it looks almost cooked." Chapter 43. Regarding Soap, Ethan didn't know where to complain. But now he doesn't have that leisurely mind. Not only has the body of the strong man in front of him changed, but he also exudes a violent and suppressed aura. Facing the strong man in such a state, the previously lost soul perception ability was found again, but the news from it was not good. Ethan only felt that his right eyelid was twitching under the pressure of the strong man's aura, and a sense of panic rose in his heart inexplicably. This feeling. It's too bad, I absolutely can't take his attack hard. Ethan was guarding the strong man with a sword. To be honest, the appearance of the man opposite him is indeed quite bluffing. This fierce man with scars on his face, his upper body muscles, which were already very muscular, were bulging a lot more than before. It was more than doubled, and there were all kinds of blue veins curling up on it, and the aura full of violence almost rose into the sky. This reminds Ethan of the three-stage transformation of the Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball. The strength soars, but the speed is flawed. I hope he is also. Boy, do you know what my nickname is? The brawny man with the scar face laughed arrogantly, Blood Man. Because as soon as I use madness, I can't help but kill until my whole body is splattered. Blood. If you had been a little more sensible just now, and honestly caught you without a fight, you might not have suffered the next one. Berserk? Ethan just wanted to reply, but he didn't expect the other person to rush over just as soon as the voice fell. Fuck, shit, he's getting faster again. Ethan cursed inwardly, but this time it was much more comfortable to deal with than before, because the soul perception skill was activated again for some reason, and with the help of the skill, Ethan easily captured the action trajectory of the strong man this time. But even if Ethan's eyes could keep up with the speed of the strong man, his body still couldn't react. Ethan raised his sword in a hurry, but this time the strong man came too fast, and the machete changed his move in the middle of the attack, and the attack turned into a slap. Hearing a crisp sound, Ethan felt a huge force coming, his jaw went numb, and the sword dropped instantly. The strong man took advantage of the victory to pursue and punched Ethan in the abdomen. With just a click, the mast behind Ethan took most of the impact, and the originally slender crack expanded again and spread to the top of the mast. Wow! At the moment of being hit by this punch, Ethan felt his stomach was overwhelmed, and his breathing almost stopped for a moment. Even though he was beaten so badly, Ethan still couldn't help but said in his heart, no. He's still showing mercy. At this moment, Ethan couldn't help admitting that he still underestimated the world. Speaking of which, the name Bloodman, Ethan has some impressions. It seems to be on the reward order. At that time, his idea was very simple, it was just a mere 300 million pirates, but now it seems. Hehe, I feeling like a pompous idiot. Ethan waved with a wry smile, and the released sword flew back into his hand, but there was severe pain from the originally numb tiger's mouth, and when he looked down, the hand holding the sword was already stained red with blood from the tiger's mouth. It looks like you still have the desire to fight. Brother Scarface pinched his knuckles, his eyes were filled with red blood, as if blood was about to drip, but I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. If I want to continue playing with you, I'm afraid I can't help but kill you directly. Ethan didn't talk to him, and he couldn't say anything. The pain in his abdomen made him feel painful to breathe, let alone talk. To be honest, in the current situation, as long as Ethan transforms into the evil spirit form, everything will be resolved, but, this is only the East China Sea. Ethan felt a little uncomfortable, but facing the enemies in the East China Sea, he already had to hand over all his trump cards. In this case, what great route is there to talk about? So now Ethan, unless he has to, would rather use the evil spirit mode as a healing skill than use it to fight. Boy, this is the last move. The strong man grinned, his right arm swelled abnormally. Seeing this situation, Ethan silently mobilized the hellfire energy in his whole body. Not only the whole body, but also the energy sent to the ship has been gathered by him at this time, and he has sent it all into the sword. Take it! The blood hammer! The strong man shouted, and a crimson fist 4 or 5 times bigger than usual hit Ethan with a strong wind. But at this moment, he saw Ethan grinning and silently lip-syncing to him, goodbye. At this moment, Ethan's sword could no longer withstand the violent hellfire energy within it, and made a slight crackling sound. Ethan just held it tightly, and simply slashed against the strong man who was coming to meet the attack. This is, the last crescent sky has rushed. For some reason, such a line popped up in Ethan's mind. Boom! A wall of fire rises into the sky. The moment Ethan slashed down, the long sword given to him by Mr. Kojiro exploded, and the violent hell flame contained in it burst out, but it still turned into a huge flaming sword and slashed along the original sword. Go down! The strong man saw that the situation was not good, but he couldn't avoid it. The huge sword of flame pressed down and enveloped him inside. But Soap knew it well before Ethan made a move, and ran to the bow of the boat in a hurry, for fear of accidentally hurting himself. Just like the time in the naval base, Ethan injected the energy of hellfire into the sword in a compressed form, and the slash he made was inexplicably astonishingly powerful. This can be regarded as a way of using hellfire, which is different from the trick of attaching the energy of hellfire to the sword. This trick is like using a sword as a gun, and the energy of hellfire is a bullet. When fired by the gun, although the power is amazing, the consumption is also huge. And most importantly, Ethan looked at his empty right hand. Not all swords can be regarded as guns. But this trick was completely figured out by Ethan himself. After a large crack was accidentally swept out of the ground at the naval base that day, Ethan was greatly inspired and began to develop this trick. Although the development process is not so smooth, such tricks require a high degree of control over hellfire. If the delivery process is not smooth enough, a single carelessness can easily explode the weapon. Of course, if the delivery energy exceeds the upper limit of the weapon, it will also is the same result. In a hurry at this time, Ethan only thought of this move, and tried his best to smoothly input the hellfire into the sword, but in the end the sword still couldn't bear it, but fortunately, this slash was a slash. Out! But it's really handsome. Ethan looked at the flaming wall of fire, and murmured, this trick can be regarded as a successful development. What should it be called? Is it really called Crescent Sky Chong? You can call it whatever you want. Soap burst into tears, and his voice was full of tears. when you use this trick, can't you consider the surrounding environment and control it a little? It's not that Soap is picky. As the flames gradually extinguished, Ethan suddenly discovered that this slash enveloped the strong man and continued unabated. It cut a huge charred black gap from the middle of the boat, spreading from himself to the stern. Cabin. The rift got deeper and deeper, and in the end it even cut the ship directly. Chapter 44. My food. My fried rice. Soap wailed heart-piercingly. Ethan's slash not only completely split the keel and stern rudder of the rear half of the ship, but also destroyed more than half of the food buckets in the cabin. Fell into the sea. Stop howling. In the situation just now, it's good to be able to cut it out, and it's still under control. Ethan said weakly, leaning on the mast. Soap felt aggrieved, but it was definitely impossible to vent to Ethan, so he stared at the instigator of all this, the scar-faced brawny man. At this time, the condition of the strong man was very bad. He was lying motionless on the spot, and his whole body had become scorched black. No, such a person is not suitable for venting anger. Soap looked at the strong man's subordinates again. At this time, only one brother with a hedgehog head was left on the boat among the 3 brothers of the strong man. The other 2, following Ethan's sword, fell to the ground along the crack of the boat. In the sea, the only one left on the boat was also knocked unconscious by the impact of the sword just now. That's good too. Ethan said, leave a life and just ask about the information about the treasure shop. That's right. Soap nodded calmly, I'll make a list later and ask them to pay me according to the list. Just know how to eat. Ethan said angrily, come here and help me, ouch, I can't stand up. After the surviving hedgehog brother Gui was photographed awake, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The ship had a big hole at some point, and his boss, who had the upper hand, was lying on the deck blackened all over. Life or death is unknown. And the talking dog was standing on his chest and slapping his face wildly with his paws. Are you awake? A voice came, and the brothers followed the reputation. Their target, the young man with blonde hair, was leaning against the mast, talking to him with a sneer. The scorched black crack on the deck began to appear from his position. Is this what he made, the boss, was actually killed by him? Be honest with me, I have already killed all your bosses, and the other 2 accomplices have already been thrown into the sea to feed the fish because they were dishonest with me. Ethan opened his mouth to bluff people. Brother Hedgehog swallowed his saliva, with some fear on his face. He hurriedly stood up and knelt down in front of Ethan and said, if you want to know anything, I will tell you everything. Yo! You're a smart guy. Ethan smiled, tell me everything you know about the Amoeba treasure tour. Yes. Hedgehog agreed nervously, but soon changed into a mournful face, but I don't know what. Ethan's face quickly darkened, what did you say? No. No. We are just hired, and we are not counted as people there. We really don't know anything about it. The hedgehog head put on a pitiful look, but soon turned pale. Yu Chang, no, wait, I seem to have heard something by accident. Their treasure shop actually has a backstage. Nonsense, I don't need you to tell me. Ethan snorted. However, I heard a name they said. The hedgehog head put on a mysterious expression, and moved towards Ethan. It seems to be called Joker. What? Ethan was startled after hearing this. The name Joker, perhaps to ordinary people, is just a strange alias, representing the most powerful middleman in the underground world. But Ethan knew that there was more than that behind the name. This person's apparent identity was a member of the Kaiwahei, Don Quixote da Flamingo, known as Ten Yasha. But now it is less than 10 years before Luffy goes to sea, which is the time period that Ethan is familiar with. Ethan frowned and thought back, it seems that at this time, Da Flamingo hasn't become Kaiwahei yet, right? But just when Ethan was frowning and thinking hard, the hedgehog head that came over suddenly burst into trouble. Ethan was stunned for a moment by the name Joker, and by the time he realized it, it was too late. Hearing a click, Ethan felt his hands sink, and a pair of dark stone shackles had been shackled on his hands. Ha 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 ha. So what about devil fruit users? Aren't they still going to fall into my hands? The hedgehog laughed arrogantly when he saw the success. You. Seeing this, Soap rushed towards the hedgehog, but the hedgehog dodged the pounce. At the same time, as if by magic, he also put a black stone collar around its neck. Seeing the expression on Hedgehog Head's face that was sure of winning, Ethan was speechless. He looked down at the shackles on his hands. This is Halashi handcuffs. That's right. Hedgehog Head said proudly, Braun is really a reckless man. Why do you want to challenge a devil fruit ability user? Hehe, how can ordinary people defeat a monster like you? Naturally, you have to use some means gone. He's really a good guy. Ethan's expression was very tangled. What should I say? Although he is not a bloodthirsty person, he does not intend to save the life of this hedgehog, but speaking of it, the other party has undoubtedly done a great thing for him, that is, sending energy to Ethan, which makes Ethan Sen was a little confused. Forget it, good man, let's have a safe life in the next life. Ethan sighed and said helplessly. What? Hedgehog's face changed, because he also found out that not only Ethan seemed to be completely unaffected by Halashi's handcuffs, but even Soap looked like a tiger, as if these two Halashi items were as fake. No. Why are you? They cheated on us. No, there is no reason. So these two Halo Stone items were also given to you by the Amoeba treasure store. Ethan laughed, and now he has made a complete decision. When he returns to Lost City, he must find the treasure store to settle the score. Thank you again for the kindness you have done for me unintentionally, Soap, you come. Just waiting for your words. Soap didn't turn back into its real body, but it opened its mouth, and a mass of crimson flame blurted out. After a burst of screams, the hedgehog's head was burned into a ball of scorched black. The Soap after spitting fire was obviously a bit sluggish, which was actually related to Ethan. For Soap, attacking with hellfire is extremely expensive. Normally, after it vomits fire, Ethan will naturally send another batch of energy to supplement its shortfall, but now Ethan is also looking like he is exhausted, so naturally there is no remaining fire to provide it. So, a pirate with a bounty of 300 million forced us to do this. Ethan couldn't help but reflect upon the tragic scene in front of him. No, boss, you're not being objective like this. Wouldn't everything be over if you changed your body early? Soap tried to enlighten Ethan. Ethan shook his head. The ability points obtained by transformation are also temporary. I always rely on transformation. My own ability will never improve. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that he had gone through such after a battle. Will the ability change? After opening the system interface, Ethan first noticed that his experience bar was almost full, and Ethan knew in his heart that this must be the experience value he got from defeating these people. And the experience value of Hellfire has also increased a lot after this battle. What made Ethan most happy was that his efforts to use swordsmanship against the enemy were not in vain. At this time, the experience value of swordsmanship had increased to about 2/3, and the level of swordsmanship would be raised soon. Thinking of the experience he had gained only a little after practicing in the kendo gym for a few months, Ethan couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, fighting is the best training. Chapter 45. The growth of various attributes and abilities made Ethan happy like a flower, not to mention the growth of abilities, as well as unexpected income. Ethan grabbed the collar around Soap's neck with his hands. System, absorb all the energy of the Halo Stone I touch now. Successfully absorbed. Ethan smiled and saw that his energy value had become 180 points at this time, and he was one step closer to his first lottery draw. But soon, Ethan frowned, as if he had overlooked a very important thing. Soap thought that Ethan was studying the hardness of the collar, and asked, "How about it, boss, can you break it?" Soap's words reminded Ethan that he forgot an important thing: key. Damn it, the key. He pulled the charred hedgehog-headed corpse over and searched it up and down, but he didn't even find a key handle. This is a bit embarrassing. Seeing Ethan's behavior, Soap also realized this serious problem. It had a mournful face. Boss, can't I burn the keys too? It should be, isn't it? Ethan said in an uncertain tone. It is difficult to do now, he has experimented before, and the physical properties of the halo stone that the system has absorbed energy are still unchanged. In other words, the two halo stone products in Ethan's hand and Soap's neck are still one of the hardest substances in the world. In Ethan's impression, no one can easily cut off something like halo stone. How about trying it with fire? Soap suggested. Do you think I haven't tried it? Ethan shook his head. Hellfire is only so powerful against living matter or souls, and it doesn't have much effect on such inanimate objects. Besides, I will burn it with fire if it is so close to the body. Let me ask in advance, if you are bald, you won't suffer from depression, right? Then, let me try to change back to the original body? Maybe it can be opened? Before Ethan could speak, Soap's body began to prop up like a blown balloon. Its limbs turned back into horseshoes, with crimson hell flames still burning on the hooves, and the mane of his tail began to grow. It burned up with a flick, the whole figure gradually increased, and the neck gradually became thicker, but the collar on it was still the same size, and it became more and more difficult for Soap to breathe. Well, if you don't come back, I'm afraid you will be strangled to death. Ethan looked at this scene and said hastily. Soap felt the same way. The whole body shrank back instantly as if deflated, and slowly changed back to the appearance of a dog. Halo stone is the hardest substance in the world. No matter how you think about it, you can't hold it open. Ethan gloated. He he he. Soap sneered for a while. What's the matter, the two of us are wearing this thing? I'm a dog, it's normal to wear a collar, but a human being in handcuffs. Ethan rolled his eyes and cancelled the effect of the Sindori orb in advance. He saw that the handsome, slender blonde young man shrunk as if he was venting his anger, and slowly shrank into a handsome black-haired boy. Likewise, the thinned arm slipped out of the handcuffs with ease. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zhao was speechless, and could only taunt resentfully, "You must not be seen by people with your transformation method, otherwise someone will definitely say that you are an inflatable doll." Cut. Ethan twirled the handcuffs with his fingers, and didn't take Soap's words seriously at all. Since it said that it's normal for dogs to wear collars, let's let them wear them for a while. It took Ethan a while to get used to the change in vision brought about by the sudden shortening of his body. At this time, he also gradually recovered some physical strength, so he stood up with difficulty while supporting the mast. Click! As soon as Ethan's hand holding the mast was strong, his hand felt empty, and the crack on the mast expanded rapidly. Then there was a crackling sound, and with Ethan's dull expression, the mast had also broken and fell down. What the hell? Ethan was stunned, his mind went blank. It's over, the stern rudder is ruined, half of the keel is broken, and now the sail is also ruined. Ethan burst into tears. No matter how many hellfires are given to the ship, it will not be able to move again. Hellfire has no repair items ability. Soap also stared dumbfounded at the fallen mast, and stammered, "This, boss." Ahem, Soap, can you swim? Of course, horses are born to swim. Ethan squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, "But I can't." Hey? Boss, you are not a devil fruit capable user. Soap was amazed, with a face that didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement. It's really rare, there are landlubbers in this world. Ethan was speechless. No matter in his previous life or in this life, he didn't have much experience in learning to swim. If he fell into the water, he could only step on the water in an unattractive posture to prevent himself from sinking so quickly. But if you want to let him swim, it's a bit difficult to be human. With one person and one dog bickering like this, Ethan felt that the boat sank a little more. Stop talking nonsense, and swim out quickly with me on your back. If the boat sinks, there will be a vortex. Ethan said hastily. Everything on the boat was almost destroyed by Ethan's sword, even the money he just got was scattered and almost burned. But that's good too, they didn't have anything to pack up, so they jumped off the boat and left immediately. As soon as he entered the water, Ethan couldn't help shivering. The sea water was a bit cold, but it was still bearable. At this time, the fog on the sea was not as thick as it was when he first went out to sea, and Ethan was able to roughly identify the direction according to the position of the sun. Swim back. Ethan thought for a while and said, go back and settle the score with them. That's right. Soap stepped on the water hard. Although the swimming instinct was deeply engraved in his brain, the body structure of a dog is different from that of a horse, and he also swam very hard. Just make a list. After swimming like this for more than half an hour, Soap was so tired that he stuck out his tongue. Oh, no, I have to rest for a while, boss, you move occasionally, don't be like a leaky swimming ring. Didn't I try to tread water too? Ethan was a little ashamed and angry. For a long time, he had been learning from Soap to try to tread water, but with little success, and sometimes it delayed the speed of Soap. No. Soap suddenly shook his head and said, the speed is too slow. If this continues, we won't be able to swim back tomorrow. Let me think of a way. Yes. Soap suddenly raised his head, and let out a long and gentle wolf howl towards the sky, showing Urha's true colors. Ethan wondered, what are you doing? Don't you understand? Soap smiled triumphantly, the reason I come out to hang out is because I have many friends. I yelled for help around me, but I just yelled in the language of animals. Ethan was amazed, and suddenly remembered that Chopper also had this ability, so he was relieved after thinking about it. Not long after, there was a clattering sound, and an extra-large fish head floated up from the sea. The head of this fish looked like an ordinary goldfish, but it was magnified more than 200 times, with pink scales and two bulging eyes staring fiercely at Ethan and Soap. Soap, are you sure it can be your friend? Ethan looked at the obviously hostile eyes of the big goldfish, and at the same time he was secretly on guard, ready to activate the evil spirit mode at any time. That. Soap's face froze, and he said hello to the big goldfish. Hi. Roar. The big goldfish monster opened its big mouth, revealing its fangs that shone with cold light, and its breath full of fishy smell rushed towards its face. Are you communicating in a friendly way? It doesn't seem to be. I seem to have called a guy who is not kind. Seeing the goldfish monster ready to move, Ethan is ready to transform. Roar. The big goldfish roared and opened its mouth again to bite Ethan and the others. Let's go. Draw the knife and cut the sakura blowing water. Just then, a lazy voice came. Chapter 46. The sound of the blade piercing the air sounded, and Ethan was surprised to see that a sword light flashed, and the big goldfish sea king in front of him was divided into two from the middle, and it was neatly broken into two pieces. This is... Soap was still stammering and asking, but Ethan saw a shadowy figure of a boat in the fog behind through the corpse of the big goldfish. The shadow of the boat gradually solidified, and the bow of a small boat protruded from the fog first, followed by the entire hull. This is a crude fishing boat. And above, a man in a kimono lay drunk on the deck of the boat, his sword casually laid across his body. He saved us just now? Soap asked with a questioning tone as he looked at the man. Should be, right. Ethan couldn't be sure. It looked like this man was in his 30s, drunk to a certain extent, with an unshaven chin, a funny red wine lees on his nose, and a very strange hairstyle. He wasn't like Ethan. In my impression, the samurai tied a bun on the top of his head like that, but let his hair down naturally, but it seems that due to congenital reasons, the hair on both sides is curled up. The boat sailed through the water, passed through the pieces of meat left by the big goldfish monster, and naturally floated towards Ethan and the others. Seeing this, Ethan decided not to worry about it so much, just rub the boat and talk about it. When they swayed on the side of the boat and climbed onto the boat, the man seemed to be awakened by their movements, and opened his sleepy eyes. "Hey, you two, who told you to come up?" Ethan said with a grin, "Uncle, thank you for saving us, what's your name?" "Save you." The drunken man made a break, and he used his sword to skewer a few pieces of meat caught by the boat, and lit a fire on the boat to roast them. "See, it's my purpose this time. It's just unintentional to save you." The man burped again as he smelled the smell of meat. Walking towards the meat step by step. "Hey? You dog! What's the matter?" Ethan's heart tightened, and then he remembered that he was his original appearance now, but Soap still looked like a dick, and hurriedly warned it not to behave too much through the link of hellfire. "Hey, whatever, it's nothing." The man shook his head. "As for me, it doesn't matter what I'm called, I'm just a nobody anyway." "Then I can't call you unimportant uncle, can I?" Ethan took the opportunity to look at his sword, the cross-shaped blade, and the regular wavy sword patterns on the blade. "It looks like a very ordinary sword. Can't identify what?" The man shook his hand helplessly. "Hey, forget it, just call me Uncle Asong." "Okay. Uncle Asong, you actually go to sea in a foggy day." The man named Asong casually turned the sword to let the meat be heated evenly, and replied casually, "What's the matter, didn't you also encounter shipwreck in the fog?" Ethan was at a loss for words for a moment, feeling that this topic could not go on, so he quickly changed the subject and said, "Then, Uncle Asong, where are you going now?" "I hiccup. Mamosha Island." Goldfish itself is not suitable for eating, but this Neptune, which looks like a big goldfish, obviously has a completely different meat quality. After such a short period of time, the original pink meat has faintly turned golden. Not only that, but under high temperature under the grill, the fish seeped oil, and dripped into the fire, making a crackling sound and faint smoke. In the smoke, Ethan and Soap looked at each other silently. "Where was our previous destination? It seems to be called the same name. Wait. How much is the bounty for the pirate I chose?" 800 million. You said with a stern face that if you want to find it, you must find the most powerful one. 800 million pirates, so, he is also a very powerful bounty hunter? Mamosha Island. After experiencing the previous battle, Ethan has completely put away his contempt. It is definitely not an easy person to get a bounty of 800 million in the East China Sea. Asong looked at Ethan, his eyes were full of jokes. "Yes, but a group of very interesting people have come there recently, don't you know?" Ethan felt uncomfortable being looked at by him. This man's eyes always made people feel that he was pointing something. But Asong smelled the fragrance, and suddenly said, "This has nothing to do with you, you can use my boat to leave when you get there." When he said this, he no longer had that joking look on his face, instead, he became decadent again. Ethan was really confused. What kind of medicine was sold in the man's gourd in front of him? "Let's use your boat and leave?" "What about you?" "Me?" Asong showed a forced smile, and then changed the subject. "Leave that aside, let me ask you a question. Do you think I am a qualified swordsman?" "Hey!" Asong's sudden topic change caught Ethan a little off guard. "I mean..." Asong stood up unsteadily, drank the wine bottle in his hand, and then flicked the blade of the sword casually, and he threw the fish meat that had been grilled just now into the water. Soap was stunned, he stared blankly at the golden piece of meat floating on the sea. The skin has been grilled until crispy, and the fragrant meat pieces. "No. Meat?" Ethan held his forehead helplessly. Believe that Soap can control himself, it is better to believe that flesh can become essence and become muscle, brother. But Asong seemed to be used to talking about Soap. He still looked at Ethan, and slowly put the sword into the scabbard at his waist, but kept holding the hilt tightly. At this moment, Ethan felt a sharp aura emanating from Ah Song's body. What is he going to do? Do you want to do it? Ethan also secretly became alert. But Ah Song did not attack Ethan, but walked towards the bow. At this time, it may be because of the bloody smell left by the beheaded goldfish just now, and several sea beasts of similar size came out of the sea. Come out. Since their boat went straight through the pile of big goldfish meat before, and was stained with a lot of blood, it naturally became the priority target of this group of sea kings. Humph! Draw your sword and slash the lion chaos blade. Ah Song yelled loudly. The sword at his waist was unsheathed suddenly, and then he jumped to the sea kings with their heads exposed, and within a few seconds, he slashed a dozen times in front of him, and there was another howl of pain with a sound. The sea kings blocking the way in front of them all turned into the same fate as the big goldfish monster. In the end, Ah Song jumped back to the bow with the help of several sea king corpses. The sword was slowly retracted into its sheath, and the moment the sword was closed, Ah Song's aura was like a mountain torrent bursting an embankment, and he collapsed in an instant. He gasped slightly, kicked the clogs on his feet, and lay down again. This time he leaned his back against the bow, and put on that decadent look again. How about it? Am I a qualified swordsman? Chapter 47. How do you want me to answer this? Ethan said in his heart, you are asking the right person. Let me, a person who has not yet graduated from entry-level swordsmanship, evaluate you. I can only praise you. Awesome, but if you want to say how awesome it is, whether it is qualified or not, I really can't say. Now Ethan, it is impossible for him to make such a slash directly without relying on the power of hellfire. From this point of view, Ah Song's swordsmanship in front of him is much higher than him. Really? I knew it. Seeing Ethan's head buried in silence, Ah Song laughed at himself. A person in his 30s is still like this, and his achievements in this life are just like that. Do you also want to be a great swordsman? Ethan asked curiously. Who doesn't want to? Ah Song asked back. Among the swordsmen who come and go on the sea, who doesn't want to be the #1 swordsman in the world? Ethan also felt that he had asked a stupid question. Seeing Ah Song's decadent and melancholy expression, he comforted him. Don't be discouraged, things never happen overnight. That's right. Ah Song shook his head, but there is a bottom line after all. I'm already 30 years old, and I can't even cut iron. What are you talking about for the position of a great swordsman? Ethan looked at Ah Song, who was looking out of frustration, and didn't know what to say for a while. The slash of the flame just now, has something to do with you, right? Ah Song suddenly started talking. Ethan looked at Ah Song's expression. He seemed to ask casually, but there was a look of anticipation on his face. Flame slash. Ethan decided to pretend to be stupid for a while, to see what he had to say. What is that? It's the flame that soared into the sky just now. Ah Song waved his hand and said with a smile, I saw that slash just now from a long distance away, but you didn't notice it. And it was not far from it, you just happened to be in a shipwreck? How can there be such a coincidence? Besides, what about your ship in case of shipwreck? You couldn't have fallen from the sky, could you? It's not impossible to fall from the sky. Of course, Ethan was just saying this in his heart. If he had known, he would not have lifted the effect of the Sindori orb so early. Besides, I've seen you and your dog. Ah Song continued to add, now it seems that you must be hiding something to pretend to be what you were before, or you are just pretending to be what you are now. Hi, it doesn't matter. He took a sip of the wine and gulped it down, looked at Ethan, who was on guard, wiped his mouth and let out a hearty laugh. I really didn't expect that a child could do such a thing. In contrast, I am really, how? I already know your secret. Don't you intend to kill someone to silence it? Boss, what should I do? Do you want to kill him? Ethan looked at Ah Song, who had opened his arms and showed no murderous intent. His tense face relaxed, and he followed his example and sat on the deck. Damn it, You don't even have a sword, what should I fight with you? Really? Ah Song seemed relieved, but also revealed a trace of regret. He reached out and flipped over the blanket beside him. There were still a few bottles of wine under it. He opened a bottle, and just about to hand it to Ethan, he frowned and said, "Tisk, no, you're still a child." Ethan smiled helplessly, "What? There are rules here, children can't drink alcohol." "That's not true, but children can't taste the deliciousness of wine, and it's a waste to give it to you." He turned his head, saw Soap beside him who was still angry at him for throwing away the meat, and handed the wine over with a playful smile. "I know you can talk, so you should try it too. What are you doing to please me?" Although Soap's mouth was very aggressive, his body had already sat down, and his forepaws hugged the wine bottle handed over by Ah Song. "Hey?" The body took it involuntarily. "Let me tell you, I haven't forgiven you for throwing meat, how about you catch another one for me later?" Ethan couldn't help covering his face, he really didn't want to admit that he was with me. Ah Song opened another bottle with a smile, gulped down a big gulp, and hiccuped contentedly, "Okay." When Soap heard this, he clamped the wine bottle between his two front paws contentedly, followed Ah Song's example, raised his head and started drinking. Ah! 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 The soap was not big, and I drank it a little anxiously, and the overflowing wine went into my nose, choking it to sneezes several times, making Ah Song laugh loudly laugh it out. Ethan couldn't help laughing at this scene, and the alienation caused by the suspicion of his identity also quietly dissipated. At this moment, Ah Song handed over his sword. "Hey? You are?" Ethan asked in surprise. He was puzzled by Ah Song's behavior, so he was so relieved of himself, "Can even hand over the sword? I'm so soft after drinking," hiccup. "I can't help Soap cut fish, why don't you come?" Ah Song said to Ethan with a smile. After such a short time, he has already become half familiar with Soap, and the name is Soap himself told him. Ethan looked at his vaguely expectant expression, and happily took his sword over. As a result, as soon as the sword was in his hand, Ethan felt his hand sink, which is not too exaggerated, but the weight of Ah Song's sword is indeed nearly double the weight of the original standard sword. Ethan held the sword and looked at it carefully. The hilt and scabbard of this sword were made of black paint, which felt very smooth to the touch. Base. Ethan pulled the sword out of its sheath, and the sharpness of the sword spread across his face. Just by looking at it, one could feel the sharpness of the sword. Ethan even tried to input hellfire energy into the sword, neither the sense of stagnation when inputting energy nor the upper limit of energy that can be accommodated was comparable to the previous sword. Afterwards, Soap howled again, and this time a sea beast with a crocodile head appeared. The small boat that Ethan and the others were in happened to be the usual hunting target of the crocodile-headed sea beast, and it rushed up with its mouth wide open without saying a word. This time, with the blessing of this good sword, Ethan easily used the hellfire's slash, but the scale was much smaller than before, but it was also much more controllable. Afterwards, the meat-cutting part was naturally done by Ah Song. When he was alone at sea, he often hunted sea beasts to fill his stomach, so he was naturally familiar with the road. Not long after, the fire was raised again, and they skewered the meat with the bones of sea beasts and roasted them on the fire. "This sword is really good," Ethan praised sincerely. "This sword has been handed down from generation to generation in my family." Ah Song sighed, and poured wine on the sword. "I have been going out to sea with it since I was an adult. I like money, and I want to be a great swordsman, so just be a bounty hunter." The meat of the sea beast was roasted until it sizzled. This time, Ah Song's alcohol began to pick up, his eyes began to blur, and he couldn't help but tell his own story. At the very beginning, relying on his youthful vigor and strong sword, he won a lot of fame as soon as he went to sea. But it wasn't long before that happened. The king of the sea, Gold Roger, was put to death. After that, people went crazy, and there were more and more powerful guys on the sea. Later, with limited talent and no progress, I only dared to stay in the East China Sea. I dared not go to the Great Route, let alone return to my hometown. When I was a child, I really dared to speak wild words. I promised a girl that I would go back and marry her when I became a great swordsman. But more than 10 years have passed, I am still nestled in the East China Sea. What right do I have to go back to see her? It's been so long. Is she also married and forget me? Ah Song seemed to have opened up the chatterbox, and all the words that were suppressed in his heart were spoken out with the strength of alcohol. Speaking of the latter, she became tongue-tied. It's okay, Ah Song. Soap held the wine bottle with 2 front paws, stood up on his hind legs unsteadily, leaned on Ah Song, and was full of alcohol when he hiccuped, "Wait for this drink to drink. After that, we two will accompany you home to have a look." "Okay." Ah Song suddenly laughed, "When this task is over, I should go home." Chapter 48. 10 hours later, their boat finally arrived at Momosha Island. It was already nightfall at this time, but the heavy fog of the Evil Gate hadn't cleared up yet. With the help of the misty moonlight, they managed to dock the boat on the shore. "Are you just going to come to this island?" Ethan hesitated for a moment, but still wanted to persuade Uncle Asong. Sometimes getting along with people is really based on feelings, and it is easier to get acquainted with each other if they feel that they have similar interests. This is the feeling between Ah Song and Ethan Soap. After these 10 hours of getting along, both Ethan and Soap liked Ah Song better, but at the same time, they also learned about his general strength. How to say, if his target is really the pirate group entrenched on Momosha Island, I'm afraid the result will be a narrow escape, so Ethan and Soap don't want to watch him die. But speaking of it, the reason why the pirate group on the island came here has something to do with Ethan. The one on the island now is the most powerful pirate group in the East China Sea. Before Ethan appeared, the volcanic pirates. And their leader is Truman, the rage swordsman with a bounty of 800 million. Truman is known as the strongest swordsman in the East China Sea. Not only that, he is also recognized as one of the most cunning and cruel pirates in the East China Sea. The reason is simple: Truman was brutal by nature, and he often left no one alive wherever he went. And because of this, his whereabouts have been difficult to pin down. But even so, the Navy organized several siege and interception operations against them, but Truman escaped from the encirclement several times relying on his ingenuity. Not only that, but he is very knowledgeable. Although he is merciless when dealing with ordinary people and other pirates, but when dealing with the Shanghai Navy, he often just hides his head and flees, and basically does not fight back. In this way, based on this low casualty situation, the Navy often does not deploy stronger combat power. After a long time, the volcano pirates will naturally feel at ease in the East China Sea. But this was before Ethan appeared. After Ethan appeared, the Navy headquarters suddenly realized that the Navy's control over the East China Sea had been loosened again, so it dispatched Lieutenant General Garp and led dozens of generals to clean up the East China Sea. Everyone in Gao's pirate group is in danger, and the first one to bear the brunt is naturally the volcano pirate group. 2 days ago, the volcanic pirates wandering around the Zumiada Islands accidentally encountered a team led by a major of the Navy headquarters, and they were driven all the way here. Taking advantage of the foggy weather, the volcanic pirates got rid of the navies who were not familiar with this place, and came to this nearby isolated island to rest. Hearing the persuasion from Ethan and Soap, Ah Song hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. "Needless to say, I will be able to fulfill my wish after completing this ticket. It is my honor to know you all before this." Speaking of which, he bowed slightly to Ethan and Soap, jumped ashore and helped Ethan and the others push the boat away from the shore. "Goodbye, my friends, if there is a chance, you can go to my hometown of Lugetown to take a look. Oh, and the girl waiting for me is called Dola." Ah Song seemed to be confessing something, and after he finished speaking in one mouthful, he walked towards the shore without looking back. As his figure gradually disappeared into the fog, Ethan and Soap were left staring at him with big eyes. Looking at each other. "How do you feel?" Lao Song is explaining the funeral. I have the same feeling, why did he tell us the girl's name on purpose? Ethan turned his head and looked in the direction where a song was going, thinking about it carefully. It seems that he guessed that the slash was from me from the very beginning. It's out. Then, he directly pointed it out, and. Soap said. Remind me to kill and silence. That's right. Soap nodded, it's like always looking for death. You said, would he want to die at the hands of a certain swordsman? Ethan asked after thinking about it. Soap wondered, but why do you do this? Tired of work? Ethan thought about what happened after Sauron saw the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk for the first time many years later, and said with emotion, you don't understand, some people in this world dream seeing is more important than life, giving up dreams is equivalent to giving up life. Soap had a disbelieving expression on his face, but he still nodded, my dream is to eat now. If I am not allowed to eat, it may indeed be worse than death. No. Then what are we waiting for? Go and pull him back. Ethan frowned and shook his head, just pull him back like this? Wouldn't that be of no use? Would you give up eating just because someone persuaded you? Of course not. Ethan rolled his eyes, it's a little unnecessary for me to ask. So, let him change his mind. So, let's follow up sneakily, and play by ear. One person and one dog hit it off, sneaked up to the shore again, and followed Ah Song's direction on tiptoe. The reason why Momosha Island has become a desert island is that it is not easy to develop. Because the ecology here is extremely fragile, coupled with the limited area of the island, it is difficult to be self-sufficient. So after a long time, this place has become a place for the major pirates to rest temporarily, and no one will come here. At first, Ethan and Soap could follow Ah Song's footprints, but soon the footprints came to the edge of the beach, and then there was a deep and dark forest. Ethan glanced at Soap and joked, now it's your turn, Soap, find him by his smell. Don't talk nonsense. Soap said angrily, actually, I'm just a horse, okay? Your sense of smell may not be as good as yours, why don't you come? Well, let's go separately. Ethan looked at his hellfire energy and recovered almost, and he felt confident, if you find anything, use the hellfire link to call the other party. If you encounter enemy, hide yourself first. Then what if it can't be hidden? Can I change my body and kick them? Soap asked expectantly. You forgot your collar. You won't run if you are discovered? Can two-legged ones outrun your four-legged ones? Just call me while running, and I will help you get rid of them. Ethan resolutely dismissed after losing the idea of Soap, this guy now always wants to restore his horse appearance. In the end, Ethan and the sullen Soap chose two completely different sides, and stepped into the woods one after another. It was night at this time, and there was even more dense fog shrouded in it. The visibility in this forest was even lower. For the sake of caution, Ethan didn't use fire to illuminate, so he could only walk forward in the dark. After walking lightly for a while, Ethan suddenly heard a faint human voice, as if it was coming from a long distance, and more than that, he found a tree at random and climbed to the top of the tree towards the human voice. When I looked in the direction I was looking at, I found that there was a little light over there, like a bonfire that someone had gathered and lit. It seems that that's where the volcanic pirates are stationed. Ethan narrowed his eyes, and couldn't see the specific situation there from too far away. But this saves his energy, and he doesn't have to bother to find Ah Song's whereabouts, anyway, he will definitely go there in the end. Ahem, well, call the boss. At this moment, Soap's mean voice came over. Why? Ethan replied angrily, don't tell me you were caught. That. Fuck. Ethan was very surprised, you were really caught? No, if you want to run away, who can catch you? That. I'm not hungry. Snapped. Ethan was so angry that he slapped the tree trunk straight. He should have thought of it a long time ago. If this product is eaten, it may definitely be ruined. Boss! Hurry up and save me, I'm afraid they will eat me. Wait! Ethan gritted his teeth and said bitterly. He identified the direction and rushed towards the place where the volcanic pirates gathered. Chapter 49. Let's go back in time to when Soap and Ethan just split up. Everything in this forest is quiet, only the rustling sound of Soap's paws stepping on the ground, which makes Soap feel extremely irritable, and it doesn't like such an environment very much because it is used to the bustle. But even so, Soap still worked hard to complete the task assigned by Ethan, explore the forest, and try to find the trace of the old pine. But speaking of it, Lao Song is really able to go. He set off a little earlier than us, and there was no one there. Can only hope he doesn't run into that group so soon. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Soap's attention had already been dispersed. As he walked forward without knowing the direction, he thought of Ah Song's barbecue again. Where are you, Lao Song? Don't die, if you die, I will never be able to eat your barbecue again. While muttering this, Soap's nose moved, and a vague meaty smell floated into its nose. Ouch! As soon as it smelled this smell, the Soap's saliva came down, and it ran towards the source of the smell. Because it was so fragrant, when it came back to its senses, it found that it was in front of a group of strangers. One bite on the barbecue they set up on the campfire. Dog, dog, exclaimed the man who had discovered the Soap. There are still dogs on this island. Damn it, our meat. Wrap it around. Don't let it get away. This time his whereabouts were naturally discovered, but Soap didn't panic. Anyway, the meat was in his mouth, and if he wanted to run, could they catch up with him? Immediately, the forepaws exerted force, and the whole dog shot out from the gap of the crowd like an arrow from the string. But before he was happy for a long time, he was shocked when he turned around. I saw a guy wearing a broken hat jumping out from the group of strangers. This guy's explosive power was astonishing. When he turned around, he had already chased behind Soap. Heck! Soap felt a tightness on the back of its neck, and the collar around its neck had been caught by the man in the ragged hat. Soap was terrified, and quickly swallowed the meat in his mouth. Afterwards, he felt his body lighten, and he had been lifted up by this man. Good job, Deputy Captain. This dog runs really fast. We didn't even realize it. Humph, no matter how fast you run, we can be as fast as our Deputy Captain. The fastest on land, you should be talking about our Deputy Captain. The man just walked back with Soap all the way, accepted the compliments from the group of people, and waved his hands proudly. Hey, don't exaggerate it, it doesn't make sense to say that it is the fastest on land, it's a pirate. Soap curled his lips. Did he really take the fastest speed on land seriously? Not only that, but Soap also caught a glimpse of the man's legs, which looked like sheep's hooves. Although the goat's hooves quickly reverted to legs, Soap still noticed keenly. Is this man a devil fruit ability user? So that's it, boss, I have already found the volcano pirates, so hurry up. Soap said as if asking for credit. Oh, by the way, boss, you have to be careful with that guy. You're pretty good at saying, it's clear that people with devil fruit abilities don't dare to do it. Ethan complained while running over the Soap, but even if you don't do it, think about it, if an ordinary the dog stole your meat, what would you do? Catch it. Stew it. Soap didn't even think about it, full of righteous indignation, but as soon as the words came out, the whole dog panicked. No way. They want to. I don't think it's far from it. Ethan said gloatingly, but I suggest, you can wait and see the situation, and it's not too late to beg for mercy when they're ready to boil water for you to shed your hair. No. Help. My meat is unpalatable. So frightened that Zhao Zhao couldn't bear it for a moment, and immediately started howling at the top of his throat. This frightened the group of pirates. They were originally out to hunt, but because they were really greedy, they sneakily roasted a few of them in advance to eat, but they didn't expect that one of the old pheasants had just been roasted, and it was caught. A dog that looked like it needed a beating was eaten. This angered From, the vice-captain of the volcano pirates. How could he tolerate the dog running away in front of him after eating the animal-type devil fruit, the antelope fruit? Immediately, he activated his ability to strengthen his legs, and rushed up following Soap's footsteps. It didn't take much effort to catch the dog, but when it was tied up and carried back, the dog started spitting out human words. You can talk." From was very surprised. At this time, Soap's front legs and hind legs were tied together and hung upside down on a wooden stick. From held up the stick and put Soap's dog face in front of his eyes. "Just now, it was you talking, right?" "That's right. It's me." Now that he has spoken, Soap no longer hides it, and plans to at least prolong the situation, until the boss is here. A talking dog. The pirates were amazed, and one of the knowledgeable ones said, "Vice-captain, could it be a fur tribe?" "Fur tribe?" The other pirates looked at a loss. From looked at the Soap carefully, and shook his head. "The fur tribes are all humanoid, and they are also a group of strong monsters. This one is weak." This pissed off Soap, just as he was about to retort, but he thought of the scene where he was caught just now, so he could only shut up resentfully, and gave From a look. "Hee, did you see it? It still stares at me." From laughed loudly, and then showed a dangerous expression. "You are also a human who ate animal fruits, right? Say, come and rub. What are you doing on Masha Island?" "Hey!" Soap was stunned by his sudden question. But in From's view, it's like pretending to be stupid. "It doesn't matter, you will tell." From sneered, "Little ones. Light a fire. Set up a pot. This time I will let you have a taste. What does a talking dog taste like?" "Ah! Don't. I'm a dog. I'm really not a human." When Soap heard this, he was so frightened that he cried to Ethan, "Boss! Come quickly. These people are being unreasonable." Ethan was also very anxious when he heard this situation, but the headache was that he could feel where the Soap was, but there was still a distance between them. "Not enough time. How about you tell them a cross-talk?" "Okay. Let me tell you, you're thinking back then." "Oh, I can't go anymore." They really stoked the flames. When Soap saw the gang of pirates, he really aroused his anger, and it was so frightened that it howled loudly with the most tragic voice in its life. "Stop!" At this moment, a voice stopped the pirates' movements. A middle-aged man wearing a Japanese-style samurai uniform, with a black lacquered sword pinned to his waist, and a red wine-nosed face, walked out of the woods in a little embarrassment. Who else could it be if it wasn't a Song? Old Song. Soap was overjoyed, as if seeing a savior. From laughed, "Who said this island is a desert island? First, people who ate devil fruits, and then trash swordsmen. This island is also very lively. Yo, a Song, what wind brought you here? Don't tell me, are you eyeing me again?" He smiled mockingly, and the expression on his face revealed a dangerous feeling. "Are you looking for death? My target is not you. I never thought that you would join the volcano pirates." Ah Song replied blankly. A Song and From are old acquaintances. The two were probably newcomers who went to sea at the same time. It's just that one became a bounty hunter and the other became a pirate. I still remember the first time A Song went to sea. He met From, who robbed a passenger ship for the first time. That was the first time the two fought. A Song severely injured From, and From ran away in a panic. Over the next decade or so, the two fought countless times, and each time A Song had the upper hand, but he couldn't bring From to justice. Later, in an accident, From got the devil fruit's ability, and then the strength increased rapidly, and a pirate group named Black Goat was established. However, during the Navy's East Sea encirclement and suppression operation, From still joined the powerful volcano pirates due to the situation, and also became the deputy captain here. It's not me. From was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly seemed to hear something ridiculous. He laughed out loud, and even burst into tears. Don't tell me, your target is my current captain, right? Ha 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 ha, how many years have passed, your skills have not improved much, and your brain has grown back. Asong's face was sinking like water. He didn't care about From's ridicule. It was because the captain of the volcanic pirates was the strongest swordsman in the East China Sea that Asong chose him. But, now the problem is... Soap, why are you here? Didn't I give you and Ethan the boat to go back? Asong turned his head and smiled wryly at Soap hanging on the wooden pole. Soap twisted his numb limbs. No way, Ethan and I are worried about you. Asong's face showed emotion. The person who met him for the first time could actually take risks in person because of worrying about him. This is really... Okay, so now there is a guy named Ethan on the island, right? From interrupted them with a sneer. It seems that I have to trouble my son. If you are allowed to appear in front of the captain, I will be too unqualified as the deputy captain. After From finished speaking, he took a step forward, and the entire leg had turned into a strong sheep's hoof, and the plump and solid muscles seemed to be full of explosive power. This time, please give me the trouble, die here. Then, I will find that guy named Ethan and kill him. From said arrogantly, and then saw the ground under his hooves shattered. Cracked, the whole person has already rushed towards Asong. Asong had already put his right hand on the hilt of the sword, looking nervously at From rushing forward, secretly judging the timing of the sword in his heart. At this time, fire punch! With a sound, a ball of flames rushed out from behind Asong, and shot towards From who was rushing. Chapter 50. When Ethan heard Soap's ghostly cry like killing a pig, he also learned the news of Asong's appearance, which made him feel relieved, but through the conversation between the two that was relayed by Soap, Ethan felt uneasy again. Well, Asong doesn't seem to be this person's opponent either. When From rushed towards Asong, Ethan just came out of the woods. Seeing this scene, Ethan didn't even think about it. He just raised his hand and punched him. Out of nowhere. Ever since the sword exploded, Ethan has been thinking about other ways to use hellfire. In the 10 hours before arriving at Momosha Island, when Soap and Asong were drinking and messing around, Ethan was secretly experimenting with other methods of using hellfire. So after several attempts, Ethan found that although the hell flames were very tame when input into the weapon without the evil spirit mode turned on, when Ethan tried to release them directly out of the body, they seemed unsuitable. Then obedience. The result of this matter is that he wants to learn to condense hellfire into his palm like Ace did. In the end, although he succeeded, the price of doing so is very high. Only this small cluster of flames in his hand, it only consumed half of the hellfire energy in his body. But, looking at the quietly burning flame in the palm of his hand, Ethan couldn't help thinking, this is a replica of the burning fruit. So at this moment, after Ethan swung this punch from the air, watching the hellfire that had condensed on his hand being shot out with his mind, he suddenly felt that he didn't want to call out some cool trick names at this time. How? So Ethan's brain twitched, and he subconsciously called out the name Fire Fist. Feeling the blazing heat coming, From subconsciously exerted force on his legs, and his body suddenly jumped high. The hellfire flew past his hooves, bombarding the trees behind him, only to hear the crackling sound, and the moment the fireball touched the trees, it exploded suddenly, releasing a dazzling light. The pirates present were stimulated by the strong light, and they covered their eyes one after another. When the light dissipated, everyone was surprised to find that the tree hit by the fireball had already disappeared at this time. Not only that, even that piece of ground was blown out of a round hole in the explosion. What happened just now? Did you see it? That brat. That brat who just jumped out. The explosion flame was sent out by him. A monster. He is a monster. All the pirates cried out in horror, and From also looked at Ethan with a look of fear. Ethan was also a little surprised by this effect, isn't it? Such a small ball of flames can have such amazing power. There were no targets at sea for him to experiment with before. Sure enough, no matter what it is, it must be expensive for a reason. But now the situation is too late for Ethan to think about it. Feeling the gaze cast from, Ethan put on an inscrutable smile. Don't worry about it, I will send it to the door myself. Introduce yourself, your next target, Ethan. You are also a devil fruit ability user? From asked in surprise. On a small desert island in the East China Sea where ability users are extremely rare, 2 ability users suddenly appeared? Your powers of observation are really sharp. Ethan mocked, pretending to be indifferent. Humph. But From was not intimidated by Ethan, and quickly adjusted his mood. What about the ability user? Your attack is as slow as a snail in my eyes, no matter how powerful it is, as long as if you can't hit me, it's the same as nothing. From turned his head and told the pirates, the situation has changed now, take this person back to the captain. Report the situation here to him. Go. Oh, why are you so brainless? I'm really a dog. Hearing this, Soap twisted his body and yelled, but it was of no avail. Seeing the pirates behind From swarming towards the gathering place carrying Soap, Ethan's expression became ugly. He looked at Asong, and Asong also agreed with him, and headed towards the sea where he was running wildly. The thieves gave chase. The moment he passed by, Asong reminded in a low voice uneasy, Ethan, be careful with that guy, he is a capable person who ate the antelope fruit. Seeing this situation, From was about to step forward to block it, only to feel a fiery breath coming from the side, so he turned around to avoid it without thinking. After this delay, Asong has already passed by and chased after him. From turned his head and saw this kid named Ethan looking at him with a smile. His fists were clenched tightly, and the surface was covered with a layer of burning flames. The blazing hot breath just now, it was emanating from his fists. You can't be half-hearted in doing things, lamb-leg man, or if you are not careful, you may be made into a roast leg of lamb by me. Ethan smiled on his face, but his heart was not as calm as the surface. This guy is really a master of ideas. After seeing my ability, he was at a loss, and then immediately made a decision to ask his subordinates to bring the hostages back to rescue the soldiers. Ethan clenched his fists secretly. He could only pray that Asong would catch up with the pirates and successfully save Soap. And what I can do now is to defeat this person in front of me as soon as possible. The trick of covering hellfire on his fists is also the result of Ethan's 10 hours of hard work. In fact, Ethan just used his fists as a sword. Since the flames can cover the sword, it should also be able to cover it. Physically right. Facts have proved that this is indeed possible, but just like the fire fist move, it consumes a lot of energy. However, there must be a reason why it is expensive. After the flames covered both fists, Ethan's strength and speed also improved a little, which gave Ethan the confidence to fight with others. Mutton man? Brat, didn't your parents teach you how to be polite? From was obviously irritated by Ethan, and gave up the idea of chasing Asong again. He wanted to kill the damned man in front of him. Brat. Ding. A hostile devil fruit user has been detected. After defeating the host will receive additional rewards. The system's notification sound came suddenly, which made Ethan froze for a moment. And at this moment of stupefaction, From caught him. He stomped his hooves on the ground, and with the mud flying, he suddenly approached Ethan. At the same time, the 2 holes in the hat on his head, and also protruded 2 pointed long horns. Take it. Antelope dash. Oops. Ethan said in his heart that the system is fine, so what kind of reminder is there, and if there is something to do, we can't finish typing? From's speed made Ethan give up the unnecessary evasive action. Under the warning of the soul induction, seeing the sharp horns were close at hand, Ethan stretched out his hands and grasped the two horns that were coming up. The flames suddenly rose, and white smoke came out from the antelope horns. It was obvious that he had been burned by the flames in Ethan's hands, but Fromm seemed unconscious, and he didn't even make a sound. His right fist landed on Ethan's chest. Boom! After being hit hard, Ethan quickly withdrew his hand, and flew backwards, rolling on the ground a few times before releasing the force. Ethan was about to support the ground with his hands, but he felt a sharp pain in his chest as soon as he pushed his left hand hard. Ethan quickly lowered his head to check the injury, and found a hoof-shaped depression in his chest. But fortunately, no ribs were injured. It seems that this guy's strength is only so much. Humph! How powerful I think you are, so it's nothing more than that. After this fight, Fromm already had a rough judgment on Ethan's strength. In his opinion, Ethan's flame is very deadly. But his physical ability is indeed far behind. Ethan is having a headache right now. With his low attributes in all aspects, he is now fighting purely with the lethality of Hellfire's gun. Other than that, the only thing that can be used is swordsmanship, but now there is no sword for him to use. It can be said that he is a pure mage now, and the most fearful thing is Fromm, who is fast. Opponent. However, I can see through you. On Fromm's side, he was still trying to break through Ethan's psychological defense with words. Although your flame is very destructive, your speed is flawed, and the speed is far from reaching the limit. Beast antelope form. As soon as he finished speaking, his appearance changed again. The originally smooth face now grew black fur-like patterns. With his long horns, he looked more like an antelope standing upright. The antelope is one of the most fast and explosive animals on land. In this form, don't think you can keep up with my speed. Fromm laughed arrogantly, then next, be obedient and die. He didn't give Ethan a chance to breathe, and after the transformation, he launched an attack on Ethan. As if wanting to show off his speed, he didn't choose the straightforward attacking route as before. Instead, he began to rely on his powerful leg strength to start various sharp turns, and rushed towards Ethan in a zigzag route. Ethan watched Fromm's figure getting closer and closer to him from left to right, his face sank, and Ethan had been thinking about how to deal with him since he first learned about Fromm. Ethan knew that no matter what devil fruit, its ability was definitely not perfect and flawless, so after learning that Fromm ate the antelope fruit, he kept thinking about Fromm's flaw. He dodged the horns from Fromm, but was punched in the abdomen by him, and his breath stopped immediately, and the whole person flew upside down again, and hit a big tree behind him. Click! The trunk, which was not too thick, also broke. Even if Fromm's own strength is not very strong, at his speed, the accumulated potential energy is enough to make his fist have a great impact. Ethan's body trembled slightly from the pain, but he still gritted his teeth and stood up. Anyway, no matter what kind of injury he suffered, as long as he turned on the evil spirit transformation, all of them would be healed naturally. Ethan didn't worry about how many ribs he broke, or what kind of impact his internal organs received. And he already thought of Fromm's flaw. See, this is the importance of speed. Fromm did not pursue the victory, he said with an arrogant smile, the antelope fruit gave me speed and strong reflexes. What can your fruit give you? Fire. No matter how prosperous it is, it's all in vain if I can't hit it. People say that nature-type fruits are extremely strong, and animal-type fruits are the weakest? I don't think so. Yet. After Ethan took a deep breath, the pain eased a little. Hearing Fromm's words, he couldn't help but sarcastically said, I agree with this point. It's not the fruit that's strong, but the person. But you blow after such a long time, why are you still serving as the deputy captain under the hands of someone who has never even eaten a devil fruit? Fromm seemed to be aroused by Ethan's words, and then flew into a rage. Since you want to die, then I will help you. He roared and rushed towards Ethan again. Yes, your speed is very fast. Ethan smiled, and once again he filled his hands with energy, and his fists ignited a crimson hellfire. Seeing that From had come close, he raised his left hand and punched out. The flames produced a heat wave, scorching the surrounding air, and shot forward, but From repeated his old trick, leaping high with his legs, avoiding the blow again. Idiot! Do you want to use the move you missed? From laughed arrogantly. The horns on his head became longer again, and the horns were sharp and sharp. This time I must stab you. Ah! Ethan sneered. Antelopes are indeed one of the fastest animals on land, but why are they still hunted by many animals that are much slower than them? The reason is simple, their habit of jumping. Jumping will make them consume more stamina, and it will also slow down their escape speed, which is the weakness of antelope. And From Ethan's fire fist when he first appeared gave him a lot of pressure. It can be seen that he is very concerned about such a fire attack, so he will subconsciously use his most accustomed jump to avoid it. And so, Ethan raised his right fist. You have obviously inherited this fine tradition. After jumping up, can you still control your direction? Fire fist! Haohujan! Ethan yelled, and suddenly punched his right fist upwards. This time, From jumped into the mid-air and had nothing to rely on. The crimson flames hit him accurately. Boom! The flame burst open, sending out a dazzling light. Chapter 51. The host has killed the devil fruit capable user, and now the host will get extra experience points and a chance to draw a skill card. Ding! The host level has been raised to level 2. Ethan only felt a strange sense of warmth flooding his body like a tide, but this feeling came and went quickly, and after the warmth subsided, everything felt as usual. This is the end. Is this what upgrading feels like? Ethan was a little puzzled, but he quickly realized that after the upgrade, the damage to his body in the battle just now has recovered. Not only that, Ethan opened the system interface and found that his attributes had also doubled several times. Coupled with the increase in previous training, his speed and strength have now reached about 5 times that of a normal person. The benefits of upgrading are so high? Ethan felt ecstasy in his heart, turned around and punched the tree behind him. Click! The trees trembled violently and then fell down. Ethan looked at his fist. Although the tree wasn't too thick, he didn't have much strength in that punch just now. Finally beyond the scope of ordinary people. Ethan smiled with satisfaction. Please check the skill card. At this moment, the system beeped again. Ah, yes, just now, the system prompt also mentioned a skill card. What is that? Ethan hurriedly continued to check the system interface. At this time, 5 floating cards appeared on the system interface, and the cards were turned over one by one amidst the system's commentary. After the host defeats the devil fruit ability user, a skill card draw can be performed. The range is the content of the moves of the defeated devil fruit ability user, and there is a probability that rare skill cards will appear. Ethan was confused, but as the skill cards were turned over one by one, Ethan finally understood a little bit. 4 cards have been opened, and the contents are Antelope Beastization Horn, Antelope Beastization Legs, Antelope Beastization Hands, and Antelope Beastization. So, the skill card is an incomplete version of the devil fruit? Just as Ethan was about to make a complaint, he saw the last card turned over. All of a sudden, the eyes were filled with golden light, and the system's notification sounded, "Congratulations to the host Fuxing Jzao, a rare skill card has appeared." I saw the golden light dissipate, and on the last card was a strangely shaped fruit with spiral patterns all over its body. Goat fruit antelope form. Fuck, are there really devil fruits? Ethan asked with some surprise. Then doesn't this mean that after I kill a devil fruit capable user, I can directly obtain its devil fruit ability? Correct several errors of the host. First, the devil fruit is a product of a rare skill card, which only appears in the card pool with a low probability. Second, it appears in the card pool, and the host only has a 1/5 probability of getting it. Drawing one of these 5 cards after all this fuss for a long time. Ethan suddenly lost interest. If he draws that devil fruit from these 5 cards, no, it doesn't seem necessary to draw any of them. After Ethan's upgrade, his body's ability has been greatly improved, and the animal-type devil fruit doesn't seem to be that useful anymore. It would be great if he could sell that devil fruit for money after being extracted. After letting Ethan browse through all the cards, they were covered again, and after a dazzling shuffling, they floated side by side in front of Ethan's eyes again. Please choose. Ethan took a deep breath and pointed to the middle card of the 5 cards. Swish, golden light. Wow, golden ordinary. Can I turn off this sound effect? Ethan complained in confusion. On the card he pointed to, the words antelope beastization hand were shining brightly. What's the use of me? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill card for the first time, now open the skill card slot for the host. Ethan heard the prompt from the system before he had time to speak. Then, on the main interface of the system, 4 transparent grooves appeared under the figure representing Ethan. Do you want to equip the skill card? Reminder, the skill card cannot be completely removed after being equipped. If it needs to be replaced, it can only be destroyed. Fuck you! Ethan said angrily. Turning your hands into hooves is a trick. Ethan finally understood that these skill cards are all based on the level of development of the fruit ability of the killed devil fruit user. This scum from, if he dies, he will grow horns and become a hoof. Even the trick of changing hooves on the legs is still useful, at least it can increase the speed, right? But this is not without benefits. Ethan looked at the 4 grooves under the human figure, so this means that I can equip up to 4 skill cards? By the way, since devil fruits can also be skill cards, then, do they still conflict? Can I equip multiple devil fruit skill cards? Sorry, the ability of the skill card also comes from the devil fruit. It can be said that after the host draws the devil fruit skill card, the devil fruit will no longer appear in this world. Even if the host only draws a certain skill, the same it will also weaken the effect of this devil fruit. Therefore, the conflict between devil fruits still exists, and the host cannot equip 2 or more devil fruit skill cards at the same time. That's it. Ethan dismissed the idea of possessing 4 devil fruit abilities. Then, if I don't want to equip this skill card, will it still exist? It was completely removed, so Ethan naturally wanted to ask a little bit more. It will always exist, and the host can also resell unnecessary skill cards to the system, and the system will pay energy as a reward. Ethan became interested, and it happened that he didn't want such a card. If he could exchange it for energy, he would have another way to earn energy. Then help me sell this card. Ethan said decisively. He is still short of 100 energy to be able to draw a lottery. Naturally, the lottery is more attractive. This card has been sold, and the equivalent energy is 120 points, the system replied. This? What? How much? Ethan was surprised, knowing that Halashi handcuffs worth 2,000 million can only be exchanged for 50 energy points. Although this price is definitely a lot higher, it can also prove the preciousness of energy. The skill card in the inventory has disappeared, and the energy value in the lower right corner of the interface instantly surges to 300 points. Ethan grinned at the number, and was about to draw a lottery when he heard Soap's horrific howl from the Hellfire link. Boss! Help! We are surrounded! Oops, oops! Ethan yelled, and he remembered. Now is not the time to slowly chat with the system. He identified the direction in which the group of pirates left just now, and hurriedly followed the footsteps of the group of people and ran away. With this step, Ethan felt the difference. Compared with the current speed, it was like a turtle crawling. While walking through the forest, Ethan couldn't help but turned on the system, quickly found the interface of the Dominoes of Fate, consumed 280 points, and started his first lottery draw. Looking at the winding dominoes, Ethan pushed hard, and the dominoes began to fall forward. Give me a suitable weapon. But this fall would be endless. Ethan was so anxious that he almost bumped into a horizontal tree branch without paying attention. System, can't you skip this animation? Sorry, this is not an animation, but a real domino collapse process, which cannot be skipped. Then don't read it, resign yourself to fate. System, remind me when you get something. After receiving the system's response, Ethan no longer focused on two things, and increased his speed by a few points, and rushed towards Soap. Chapter 52 East China Sea, Momosha Island, where the volcanic pirates are stationed. That's it, Captain. The group of pirates carrying the soap were really ruthless, and they were stunned by the endless and extremely harsh curses while wearing the soap, throwing away Ah Song who was chasing after him, and ran all the way back to them stationed. When they reported the matter to the captain who was sitting by the fire, Ah Song got out of the bushes out of breath. My mother! You bastards are so good at running, you bullied me to wear clogs, right? Ah Song propped himself on the ground, cursing and panting. But as he talked, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. When he looked up, he found that he had come to Pirate's Den. A large bonfire was lit, the fire was flickering, and a large circle of pirates surrounded it indistinctly. Beside the bonfire, a man sitting upright was closing his eyes, listening to the pirate who ran back whispering to him. Then, he opened his eyes and stared straight at Ah Song who was looking over here. Ah Song was stunned by his stare, and in that short eye contact, he even saw the other party's eyes shining with a strange red light. Evildoer! Ah Song was puzzled, and asked, You are, the leader of the volcano pirates, Rage Swordsman Truman. That Truman remained silent, and stood up slowly. He was wearing a black and red Taoist uniform, with a deep red lacquered long sword pinned to his waist, and his hair was scattered randomly. I couldn't make out his face, but I could feel his expression was very gloomy. He never answered Ah Song's question, but instead focused on the soap carried by the pirates. Soap felt cold all over when he saw it, but he still said stiffly, What are you looking at? Look at your kidney deficiency and physical weakness, tell you, put me down obediently, or wait for my boss to come, humph. Base. With a crisp sound of metal rubbing, Truman unsheathed the sword in his waist and put it on Soap's dog's neck. The lavender flame pattern on the blade looked very enchanting. Damn it! Oh, lightly, lightly, don't lean up. Soap was obviously trembling with fear, but his mouth was still unrelenting. What kind of a man is a man who uses a weapon? If he has the ability to put me down a pair one-on-one, you don't need a weapon, and I won't bite your head off. Don't look at Soap's sharp mouth, but his heart is crying all the time. Why, the more dangerous it is, the more he can't control his mouth. Don't worry. Truman said, his voice was very soft but ghostly, Bounty Hunter. Stop. Seeing this situation, Ah Song panicked, and rushed forward with the handle of the knife in hand. Draw the sword and cut it, shave it a month ago. When the sword blade that was originally resting on Soap's neck met Ah Song's swing, and the blades intersected to make a crisp sound. Ah Song was startled. This move was usually only used by him as a temptation, and it is not uncommon for him to be caught. But like the man in front of him, holding a sword with one hand, he held his blade lightly, which is very surprising. The man looked down at Ah Song, and said the same way, Don't worry, he's yours too. You? Him. Ah Song felt the weight on the sword was increasing. He gritted his teeth and forcefully parried away the opponent's sword. It's true that he wanted to die under the hands of a powerful swordsman, but he also didn't want the friend he just met to stand idly by, killed in front of himself. And this swordsman? Ah Song frowned, staring at the knife in the opponent's hand. The appearance of this knife seems familiar. Ah Song's family runs a weapon shop that has been passed down from generation to generation. In Ah Song's generation, he is unwilling to be just a weapon shop owner, so he ran out of the sea. Rough impression. The knife in this man's hand can't be wrong. it must be a famous knife. But even so, I'm desperate to save Soap. Besides, if I die under such a famous knife, I will die without any regrets. Thinking of this, Ah Song tightened his grip on the knife. At this moment, the man moved, but his speed was far beyond Ah Song's imagination, and when Ah Song reacted, the blade was already close at hand, and it struck straight at Ah Song. So fast! Ah Song shouted in his heart, and at the same time he slanted the knife in his hand to meet it, and his whole body also moved. He planned to deflect and pass the man's attack, and go directly to rescue Soap first. Kara! When the blades touched, sparks flew everywhere. Ah Song managed to get away from the man's slash, but within a few steps, he felt a pain in his back. The man must have reacted, but he didn't look back. He still gritted his teeth and rushed towards the pirate carrying the soap. "Give me, put him down!" Ah Song roared, and at the same time, he slashed out with his knife, not only cutting off the stick with soap hanging on it, but also knocking down a few pirates who had no time to escape. After falling to the ground, Soap quickly broke free. "Hey, thanks, Lao Song. I just wanted to pet Ah Song, but found that his back was dripping blood. Old Song, you." Ah Song grimaced in pain. Needless to say, there was a huge knife wound on his back, but it didn't matter. He grinned and finally saved his friend. "Soap, listen to me, you don't need to stay here for me, so go." "I actually didn't think about going back when I went to the island this time." Ah Song resisted the burning pain on his back, and watched vigilantly. "Sit around and Soap." "Humph, you can't just watch your friend die here, I can do it." Soap shook his head. "Don't worry, let's stay together for a while, Ethan will come, and he has already dealt with that guy just now." Hearing Soap's words, Truman, who was smiling because of the blood on the blade, said, "Oh? My deputy captain was killed by your people? What a pity, he was a good emergency food." "Eat food?" Ah Song asked in surprise. "You guys still eat people? What's the smell?" Soap asked casually. "Cannibalism." Truman suddenly laughed hee, and couldn't stop laughing. From the sneer at the beginning to the sneer at the end, he began to laugh wildly. "It seems that there is no problem in saying that, but it's not me, is it?" Truman raised the sword in his hand. "Guiche, need more human blood." "Geesh?" Ah Song's eyelids twitched, looking at the knife in Truman's hand. He suddenly realized. "No wonder for a long time, I felt this knife was so familiar. I didn't expect it to be not only a famous knife, but also the most controversial one among famous knives. Although this knife didn't even make the list of 51 works of Liang Kuai knife, its reputation is far greater than most of the treasured knives on the list. There is no other reason. The Onitsu swords made by Hitoru Tenguyama of Wano country are all demon swords. Legend has it that most of the swordsmen who own geesh will be possessed by the evil spirit in the sword, almost crazy, and will die in the end. Today, there are only 3 knives left in the Onitsu school. The first generation and the second generation Onitsu are listed in the 12 Great Knives and 12 Great Knives respectively. The man in front of him is holding this one. It is the third generation of ghosts. Although it is only ranked among the fast knives, its degree of evil is still not lower than the previous 2. Moreover, judging from the performance of the man opposite, I am afraid that he has already been controlled by the third generation of ghosts and enslaved by it, right? Thinking of this, Ah Song sighed. "So that's how it is." "What?" The man was taken aback. "You are called the Rage Swordsman. You don't leave any survivors wherever you go, and you are just to support the 3 generations of ghosts, right? I thought you were a powerful swordsman, but I didn't expect that you were just a sword controlled by a sword." "Slave," Ah Song said. He sighed, knowing that he might never be able to realize his dream of becoming a great swordsman in this life, so he might as well challenge a powerful swordsman and die on the way to pursue his dream. "But I didn't expect that the so-called the most powerful swordsman in the East China Sea is just a pitiful person controlled by a sword." How can such a person be called a swordsman, and how can I die at the hands of such a person? Ah Song suddenly felt a little regretful. Couldn't he even fulfill his last wish? It's hard to escape now, isn't it? Forget it. To die to protect a friend is a well-deserved death for a swordsman. Truman was furious after hearing Ah Song's words. You will die in pain, and I will make you regret saying this. Gritting his teeth, he roared. It seems that Ah Song's words really hit a sore spot in his heart. Look, this is standard anger. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and Ethan stood on the top of the tree, mocking the man with a smile. Chapter 53. You're finally here, boss. You're so handsome. Let him know who's the one in Psim Sha Sui. Soap finally didn't have to be stabbed, and showed his dog-legged side to his heart's content. Come on, you can't cut people like you, and you will only be call 666 in a fight. The best result in Psim Sha Sui is to take the blame. Ethan rolled his eyes. Besides, I don't know which grandson it was just now roll me up in your heart, saying that I can't run as fast as a turtle. Ah Song also relaxed when he saw Ethan appearing on the stage, but he soon became worried again. After all, Truman had a bad reputation, and Ethan. Ah Song really didn't have a complete concept of Ethan's exact strength. You're the one who killed my vice-captain? You look like a brat. Truman's eyes radiated killing intent, and he flew towards Ethan. Ethan's heart trembled, and he turned sideways subconsciously, jumped down from the tree branch, and avoided the slash dot in the tree branch he was standing on just now has been completely broken. It's so dangerous. Ethan looked at the clean cut on the tree branch. He might have been cut by this person if he hesitated just now. Ethan's eyes fell on the knife in Truman's hand, thoughtful. He came neither early nor late, just happened to hear what Ah Song said just now. Is that the third generation of ghosts, one of Sauron's swords in the future? But why does it appear here? Have I caused a butterfly effect? Seeing that his captain made a move, the pirates of the volcanic pirates also rushed over, but they seemed afraid to approach Truman, but rushed towards Ah Song and Soap. Because of the knife wound on his back, Ah Song reluctantly parried the attacks of the pirates, but Soap relied on his body shape to bounce around in the crowd, kicking a pirate every time he landed. What a bunch of trash! I really want to feed you to the sword. Truman said coldly watching this scene, but turned his head to look at Ethan. But, ghosts don't like the blood of trash. Since you can kill me vice-captain, then Onatoru must like your blood, right? As soon as the words fell, Truman's shoulder moved, and the whole person instantly leaned forward, approaching Ethan, and slashed out with a knife. Feeling the cold and sharp blade of Sandai Onitsu, Ethan's hairs suddenly rose. If it weren't for the attribute improvement brought about by the upgrade and the reminder of the soul sense, Ethan might not be able to avoid this knife at all. Truman deserves to be called the strongest swordsman in the East China Sea. His speed is frighteningly fast. Isn't the domino side okay? Ethan kept urging in his heart. He didn't have a suitable weapon in his hand. Facing Truman slashing like a storm, Ethan could barely dodge. Laugh. Several sharp slashes passed by his body, several long and thin wounds appeared on his chest, the front chest of his clothes was torn apart, and his chest was dripping with blood. Ethan jumped back quickly, trying to distance himself from Truman. Truman didn't chase after him anymore, instead he raised his sword and stuck out his tongue to lick the blood on the blade. What? The wound was not deep, but Ethan still had the mood to think about whether he should tell him about this scene when Sauron used the knife in the future. I thought you were capable of something, said Truman contemptuously. What did you do to defeat my mate? Conspiracy. I'm handsome. Ethan replied smoothly. But, taking this opportunity, Ethan took the time to glance at the interface. If the dominoes continue to fall, he is ready to use the evil spirit mode. But just then, ding! The lucky draw is successful. Do you want to withdraw the prize? Ethan was taken aback, and replied decisively, extract. Now let's see if the system can raise its hand at the critical moment. Knife, give me a knife. Ethan yelled in his heart. At the same time, Truman rushed towards Ethan again. I saw a flash of red light, and the system really responded to Ethan's call. In his hand, a slender red beam of light suddenly appeared, about to condense into shape. Really a knife? Ethan was ecstatic in his heart. Seeing the shape of the beam of light, Ethan yelled in his heart, steady. Facing the rushing Truman, Ethan didn't dodge or dodge, holding the blade that was about to form in his hand, and slashed at it. But Ethan felt that his hand was empty, and the swing hit the ground. It turned out that Truman was stunned by the red blade that suddenly appeared in Ethan's hand. Seeing Ethan's sudden attack, out of caution, he avoided Ethan's knife and stepped back. Ethan stared blankly at the knife in his hand. The hilt of this knife is red and black, and the blade is a sword frame composed of spiral spikes at both ends. The shape of the scabbard looks terrible, with densely packed thread-like protrusions winding around and around, which can easily cause closet phobia if you look closely, but the backside of the scabbard is not sealed. The rugged and hideous spike-shaped protrusions are exposed from here. Click! Ethan lifted the knife out of the scabbard. The spike-shaped protrusion on the spine of the knife looked like the tissue of some kind of beast, wrapped around the upper half of the blade, while the blade on the lower half was completely red in color, reflected by the firelight. Under the ground, a certain tyrannical atmosphere faintly floated above. Ethan wanted to cry but had no tears. System, you are afraid that you want to kill me. This is a good knife, but this is so fucking long. Just like what Ethan said, the long sword that appeared in his hand at this moment is more than 2 meters long and less than 3 meters long, and the handle alone is nearly half a meter long. This is one of the most powerful weapons from Monster Hunter World, the unparalleled sword in heaven and under heaven, or Shuangtian sword for short. Unparalleled swords in heaven and under heaven. Weapon quality, Samsung. Strength plus 150. Speed plus 100. Additional skills. Chi Blade Slash, perform a very destructive slash. After successfully inflicting damage on the enemy, the weapon can enter the blade state, and the strength and speed will be improved. Requires entry-level swordsmanship. Seeing Cut, released at the moment of the enemy's attack, seeing through the enemy's attack, can perfectly avoid damage, and your next attack will definitely hit. Elementary swordsmanship required. Chi blade cutting and slashing, perform a stabbing attack with extremely fast speed and strong penetrating power, and then take off to perform a top-to-bottom slash. The destructive power is amazing. Intermediate swordsmanship and Otaki swordsmanship are required, and 3 stages of sharpening are required. Ethan took a cursory glance at the attributes of the long knife, which almost made him laugh out loud. Originally, he felt sorry for the size of the long knife, but after seeing the attributes of the knife, Ethan simply couldn't help it. Ecstatic. A weapon not only has such a high attribute value, since it also has skills? Just looking at the names of those skills, Ethan knew it by heart. Just kidding, he could be regarded as a senior hunter who slept in a cat cart every day before he was alive. In other words, according to the skill requirements, can I only use Chi Blade Slash now? Little ghost, where did you get that sword from? Truman was very surprised at the sudden appearance of such a uniquely shaped big sword in Ethan's hand. Hey! Guess, I'll burn paper and tell you the answer after you're dead. With the weapon in his hand, Ethan was much more confident. Little devil, you really make people angry. Truman narrowed his eyes, revealing narrow and cold eyes. He nodded with a sneer. It was obvious that he was very interested in this Shuangtian knife. It looks good, no matter what the hell you are doing, as long as I kill you, this knife will also become my new collection. He clapped his hands, as if this knife was already in his pocket. The moment he put his hand down, he moved and rushed towards Ethan, with the slash head on. If this was the Ethan just now, he might have to dodge in a hurry, but the Ethan now. After obtaining the bonus brought by the Shuangtian saber, Ethan's speed and strength have increased a lot. He smiled slightly, holding the handle of the saber with both hands, and calmly blocked the slash, and then the slender blade shone the rushing Truman slashed head-on. How is it possible? Truman was surprised that Ethan blocked the attack so casually. Seeing the incoming blade, he raised Gish to meet him. When sparks flew everywhere, Truman's shoulders sank, and his whole body was crushed. Impossible! Truman was shocked. He's just a brat. Where did he get such a strong power? Ethan was uncomfortable with the feeling of the Shuangtian sword. He was used to ordinary swords, and it was really uncomfortable to use such a long dao at first. First of all, in terms of weight, it is much heavier than ordinary swords, but fortunately, it has attribute bonuses, so this is not a big problem. But the most awkward thing for Ethan is that when using the Shuangtian sword, the feeling accumulated when holding the sword before has all disappeared, and there is an indescribable jerky feeling when waving it. Ding! It has been detected that you are using the data key to fight, and the swordsmanship branch data key is activated, and the current level is beginner. Why? Ethan was taken aback. In the attribute interface, after he saw the sword skill at the bottom of the skill, he had an additional skill of sword skill Oda key, but the experience behind it was 1/5000, which was an upgrade from sword skill. The required experience points are much less. But it was too late to think about it now. Truman seemed to be suppressed by Ethan's power and his eyes turned blood red. He parried Ethan's knife with a loud roar, and then swung it at Ethan at a very fast speed. Count the swords. Because the speed is too fast, in Ethan's view, it is like sword shadows all over the sky, and there is no way to avoid it. But, why should I avoid it? The corner of Ethan's mouth curled up. Chi blade slash! The Shuangtian knife flashed, and the blade was immediately covered with a layer of granular white light spots. The slender blade with a sharp aura slashed towards Truman against the sword shadow all over the sky. The destructive power brought by the Chi blade slash made this knife fierce and invincible, and it split open the sky-filled sword shadow Truman swung. At this moment, it was too late for Truman to avoid it. The crimson blade cut a big hole in his chest, and blood flowed out immediately. At the same time, all the granular white light spots that were originally covered by the blade of the Shuangtian knife were absorbed by the blade, and the blade began to glow with white light. The blade was successfully opened. Chapter 54. At this time, the Shuangtian saber in Ethan's hand seemed to be a beast whose seal had been unsealed, and began to show its sharp claws and fangs towards the enemy. Truman looked down at the blood bubbling from his chest in a daze, and suddenly laughed strangely. Fun, interesting. He pushed Gish across his wound, with the blade facing inward, and pressed it hard into the wound on his chest. Blood splattered. In the flames, Truman's hair was scattered, his body was dripping with blood, and he looked crazy. Gish likes it very much, ha 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 ha, Gish likes it very much. Gish was stained with his blood, and he still rushed towards Ethan as if he didn't know the pain. The speed was even faster than before. Ethan was not afraid at all. After the Shuangtian knife entered the cutting state, he felt that his strength had increased a bit. Soden's blade is slender and long. If you fight with an ordinary swordsman with it, it is not wise to let the opponent get too close. Truman rushed over because of this, right? Thinking of this, Ethan's blade was once again covered with a little bit of light, but this time the light was golden yellow, and he planned to use Chi blade to force the opponent away again. Seeing the blade slashing towards him, Truman turned around to stop the sprint and avoided the blow, but then he jumped up high, and he assumed a strange posture in mid-air. At this moment, Ethan's heart skipped a beat, and his soul-sensing skill activated again. He saw the dense purple ghostly aura spreading from the 3 generations of ghosts, entangled with Truman, and condensed the form of an evil ghost on top of his head. Ghost Mystery Forest Luo. With a roar, Truman swung a dozen or so knives at Ethan, but this time, in Ethan's sight, the sword of Sandai Kitora was entwined with that purple ghost aura. When. Unavoidable, Ethan held up his knife to resist, the slash touched the blade, and there was a continuous sound of metal collisions, which was extremely ear-piercing, and Ethan was so overwhelmed by the impenetrable slash that he could hardly lift it up. The knife comes. That purple thing, is it the third generation of ghosts? Is the statement of the demon sword true? Ethan smiled bitterly in his heart. With the blessing of Shuang Tiandao's ability, his strength and speed are naturally not much different from the opponent's, and maybe even slightly better. However, his combat experience and methods were far inferior to the opponent's. Facing such a flood of attacks, Ethan couldn't seize the opportunity to fight back at all. In the situation just now, Ethan judged that the opponent wanted to narrow the distance based on the weakness of the Shuang Tiandao's length, but he didn't expect that the opponent wanted to take this opportunity to make him make a wrong judgment and continue to use long-distance slashes to attack. He was caught off guard. Of course, this is just a speculation. The opponent may have temporarily changed their strategy after failing to close the distance. But no matter which possibility it is, it reflects the opponent's rich experience in on-the-spot battles and superior responsiveness. After all the slashes were blocked, Ethan felt the pressure on his hand loosen, and immediately rushed towards the direction where Truman landed. I can't let him take the initiative like this, I must take the initiative back. Ethan's idea is very simple, he will definitely not be able to compete with experience and means, but he is not without opportunities now. Ethan's chance lies in his strength and speed. From this half-day observation, it can be known that the opponent's speed and strength are indeed not as strong as the current Ethan, so it is precisely this that he wants to use. The distance between the two had been shortened a lot when Truman sprinted just now, and Ethan quickly approached him, and the blade shining with white light slashed at Truman's head. Truman still had a frantic expression on his face, he couldn't avoid the blade that was right in front of him, instead he slashed at Ethan again. Ethan never thought that Truman would respond in such a way, did he die? At such a close distance, Ethan really has no good way to deal with it. Simply this slash is not too precise. Ethan tilted his head, and this slash passed by his cheek, leaving a bruise on his face. There was a bright red wound. As he dodged, the strength in his hands naturally weakened a lot, and Truman easily blocked it. After that, the two fought against each other several times at this distance. Although Ethan surpassed Truman in strength and speed, Truman kept using the life-for-life style of play, and for a while the two fell into a stalemate. As time passed, Ethan's breathing gradually became heavy, and his physical strength gradually failed to keep up. But Truman's side obviously became more and more excited, his eyes were red, and the veins on his forehead protruded strangely. Okay. Come on. Continue to fight. Onatoru likes it very much. He yelled frantically, and the knife in his hand became heavier and heavier, while Ethan was sweating profusely, but still gritted his teeth and persisted. As he swung the knife again and again, the tension of one attack and one defense made him abandon all distracting thoughts and focus on each swing of the knife itself. Slowly, Ethan once again entered that state of ecstasy. No matter how heavy his arm is and how sore his muscles are, his next knife will still be swung forward without hesitation. Ethan was tireless in this state, so the situation stabilized again. I don't know how long it took. Ding! After hard training, you have finally touched the threshold of swordsmanship. Your proficiency has reached 300,000. Defeating the enemy in front of you will improve your understanding of swordsmanship, and you can increase your swordsmanship level. The sound of the system prompt drew Ethan's attention back. While listening to the system prompt, Ethan was overjoyed at first that his swordsmanship proficiency had finally been fully practiced, but when he heard the back, Ethan couldn't help but swear in his heart, and then smiled wryly. I thought there would be some kind of breakthrough in battle, but I didn't expect to have to defeat the enemy in front of me first. Not only that, Ethan was affected by the system prompts, and after he got out of the state of ecstasy, his body felt tired and his muscles ached. These feelings almost made him lose his grip on the knife. Not only that, he also noticed a Song and Soap who were fighting side by side not far away. There was already a pile of pirates from the volcanic pirates lying beside them, but they were also panting, as if they would lose their strength at any time the appearance of the ground. No, it can't be delayed any longer, it must be resolved quickly. Ethan frowned, suddenly a flash of inspiration. Correct. Ethan avoided Truman with a feint, and quickly distanced himself from him. He also took advantage of the opportunity to get closer to a Song and Soap. There were not many pirates left standing here, and the rest were all seeing Zhao Zhao and A Song nearly losing their strength. They are eager to try, but they all want their companions to go up first. This was cheap for Ethan. He took advantage of the opportunity to rush into the pile of pirates, quickly used 2 air blades to cut down the remaining pirates effortlessly, and then his blade also shone brightly bright red. The third time to open the blade. The double heaven knife with 3 blades has reached the maximum bonus to strength and speed. In the next attack, Ethan is confident that he will definitely hit Truman. This is the final blow. Ethan yelled at Truman, and Truman rushed towards Ethan with the momentum of risking his life. Decisive Ghost Slash. A purple ghostly aura emerged from Sandagish's sword again, and this time Ethan didn't dodge, and the Shuangtian sword shone with red light and slashed towards Truman head-on. Are you not afraid of death? Then let's take a look, who is less afraid of death? This time, Ethan also went all out. Puff! Ethan, who was ready to turn on the evil spirit transformation at any time, looked at Truman in surprise. The pain he imagined did not hit, and the 3 generations of ghosts just stopped in front of his eyes. All of them had disappeared, and the Shuangtian knife in Ethan's hand slashed diagonally from Truman's neck into his chest. Why? Why? Geesh! Truman's face was full of disbelief, and he held the blade of the Shuangtian knife tightly with the other hand, as if trying to pull the blade out of his body, but at this moment he couldn't use much strength. He coughed up a big mouthful of blood, and his voice was extremely weak. Why? Why did you give up on me? Ghost gave up on him. Ethan looked at the 3rd generation ghost standing in front of his eyes. The purple fire patterns shone brightly under the light of the fire, which looked very strange. Why? Truman's voice became lower and lower, and finally he let go of his hand, and the 3 generation ghost plunged straight into the ground. Chapter 55. Ethan stared at this scene without saying a word, and he was completely relieved when Truman was completely silent. Then he looked thoughtfully at the 3rd generation ghost stuck on the ground. At this moment, it was flickering, and the purple flame patterns flickered under the reflection of the campfire, as if talking to Ethan. The meaning of Truman's words just now seems to be that Geesh gave up on him? Ethan suddenly understood that he was prepared to turn on the evil spirit mode to take fatal damage, but the hurtful spirit emanating from Geesh was all suppressed at the last moment. But why does it do this? What a monster knife! Ethan shook his head, took back the 3 generation Geesh scabbard from Truman's body, and put the ghost stuck on the ground back into the scabbard. According to the conventional routine, you are abandoning him, and then want to follow me? But I'm going to disappoint you. I can't let you down. Someone will take you away naturally in the future. Naturally, he was talking about Sauron in the future. Judging from the original story, the 3 generations of ghosts under Sauron's command are quite tame, not at all as evil as they were under Truman. At this time, Ethan finally received the prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a powerful enemy. Your sword skill level has been successfully upgraded to elementary sword skill. Ethan nodded contentedly, and flipped through the system prompts, and suddenly found that he had unlocked some additional content after drawing the Shuangtian knife, but he was busy fighting Truman and ignored them. What is this? Weapon breakthrough. Ethan read out the contents of the reminder, but he didn't go on to understand them in depth. He's not out of danger yet. Truman is dead, but his men. Ethan closed the system interface for the time being, looked around with the Shuangtian Dao in his hand, and found that there were no people present who could still stand. The pirates he killed just now to sharpen their blades were volcano pirates, the last survivor of the regiment. Soap, Soap. Ethan noticed Soap and Soap lying on the side. I'm fine. Soap yelled feebly, drooping his tongue, but Asong fainted. Ethan was so scared that he reached out his hand to check Asong's breath, and found that his breathing was still steady, and the bleeding from the wound on his back had stopped. Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. Are swordsmen as physically fit as Xiao Qiang? After Asong woke up, he looked around in a daze at the corpses all over the ground, and the third-generation ghost standing beside him. He was defeated by you? Asong asked in surprise. Ethan nodded, but shook his head hastily. Strictly speaking, he was overwhelmed by his own knife. Afterwards, he briefly explained the battle process on his side to Asong. 3 generations of ghosts. Asong stared at the demon sword, speculated, it seems that Truman may not be as powerful as the rumors. Oh. Ethan expressed doubts, you mean? A large part of his strength should be due to Gish. Asong folded his hands on his chest and said firmly, it was only when Gish gave up on him in the last blow that it had such a great impact on him. So? Ethan suddenly realized, and then he raised his head with a hesitant look on his face. He didn't lack weapons now, so he was hesitating whether to bring this weird demon sword or not. After all, the original trajectory of this world has been perfectly disrupted by myself. If I don't take it with me, can it still be transferred to Sauron's hands in the future? In the end, Ethan still decided that he should put it in the weapon shop in Rogue Town by himself. Etc. Rogue Town, weapon shop? Ethan suddenly turned his head and looked at Asong. Speaking of which, you said that your family has opened a weapon shop for generations. Yeah, what's the matter? Asong asked. You also said that your hometown is Rogue Town. Yeah, what's the problem? Asong made Ethan confused. Ethan carefully searched his memory, the weapon shop that Sauron went to when he was in Rogue Town. What's the owner's name? Your name is Ipen Song. The name blurted out. Hey! Asong was very surprised at this moment. Yes, this is my name, but I never reported my real name when I came out as a pirate hunter. How did you know? Your weapon store is too famous. Ethan decisively threw the third generation of ghosts directly to Asong. Here, the best way to deal with things like the demon sword is to prevent people from using it and put it in your store, be a treasure in the store. Asong stared blankly at the third generation ghost in his hand, and said in disbelief, you just gave it to me? You know, even if you don't plan to use it, you can sell it on the black market, and you can even sell it up to tens or even millions of Baileys. What? When Soap next to him heard this, he suddenly regained his spirits. Boss, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. After our ship sinks, I will be penniless. Don't do this. Ethan couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You think I didn't see it? You always carry the reward certificate issued by the Navy with you. Although I don't know where you hid it, but from before you, judging from my performance, I must have not lost it. I am really penniless now. Asong couldn't help but said, Soap is right, Ethan, even if you don't want to use it, you can sell it. Your ship is sinking. Now is the time to spend money, right? Ethan waved his hand, okay, don't talk about it anymore. He looked at Asong with a half smile, the matter of buying the boat can be let go, isn't there still you? Didn't you say that after this incident, you will come back? Do you want to go and have a look at home? Then let's take a ride with the wind? We also happen to go to Rogue Town to do some business. As for me, I suddenly remembered that I still have something urgent. There's something urgent? Ethan interrupted Asong mercilessly. Soap, and I guessed what you were thinking before. There are too many people in this world who can't fulfill their dreams, and if they can't, they will die. Are you going to die? Then there might not be anyone left in this world. Asong was silent, and his hand holding the scabbard clenched tightly. After a long time, the voice said in a low voice, What do you know? Becoming a swordsman is my dream, but it will never come true. This kind of despair. So you're going to give up on that dream? What? I didn't. Needless to say, I understand. Ethan nodded, with a look of I understand you, and patted Ah Song on the back. No matter what happens, persistence may not necessarily lead to success. But it must be nice to give up, and I can understand you. No. I never thought of giving up. Ah Song yelled. Then you think you can't realize your dream, so you use death to escape it, isn't that just giving up? Ethan yelled back with a louder voice. Ah Song was taken aback by Ethan's words. He slowly lowered his head. How come? I have always. After a while, he suddenly raised his head. Then what should I do? Just wait. Ethan said, 9 times out of 10, life is unsatisfactory. There was a man more than 10 years ago. He possessed extremely powerful strength and the most respected position in the sea, but he couldn't realize his dream either. So he thought of a way to spread the seeds of his dream all over the world at the cost of his own life, because he knew that one day, someone else would replace him and realize his dream. Are you talking about One Piece? Ah Song had a complicated look on his face. Does he even have unfulfilled dreams? Who knows? Ethan shook his head with a smile. He gently put the Shuangtian saber back into the scabbard. Only he can know. Chapter 56. On the surface of the sea, the eastern sky was glowing fish belly, and there was a faint golden light leaking from the place where it meets the water surface. After a while, a round of red sun slowly rose from below the sea level, and the morning of the day came again. At sea, the dense fog that had lasted all day around Momosha Island finally dispersed, and seeing the blue sky again made Ethan feel refreshed. After being enlightened by Ethan, Ah Song temporarily became depressed, but he still agreed with Ethan's statement. He planned to go back to Luch Town to take a look. It has been about 10 years since he left his hometown. How's it going, and what about her? Soap was also depressed like Ah Song, because Ethan didn't allow it to drag Truman's body back with him. That's 800 million. 800 million. The spittle of soap almost drowned Ethan. No, strictly speaking, it's more than 800 million. Ethan shook a finger, and once again hit Soap's heart with a crit, because there is also the old boss of the Black Goat Pirates. Bring his body. How can you say there must be 3,000 million, right? Soap felt that a mouthful of old blood had blocked his throat, and stared blankly at the water surface, unable to speak a word for a long time. If you want to go to Rogue Town, there are not enough things on the boat right now. Even if they can catch fish and kill Neptunes for food, there is no way to replenish water resources, so Ethan decided to go back to Pross City to replenish some supplies and the like. Ethan originally wanted to collect the corpses of these 2 pirates and take them back to collect the bounty, but after thinking about it, now they have to go back to Pross City, where the Navy branch is the territory of rats. I've been offended so badly, I'm afraid there will be extra problems if I go again this time. And Ethan showed a sinister smile on his face. This time he went back, and there was a certain account, and he had to settle it with them. In this way, Ethan found their boat in the direction they came and embarked on the journey back with the 2 people who were so depressed that they almost didn't bother to walk. The way back this time was not as lively as when we came here. Soap and Ah Song's silence made Ethan feel a little bored, so he suddenly remembered the few system prompts that he had ignored. So Ethan opened the system interface, and took a closer look at the current attributes. After killing Truman, his experience value reached half in one fell swoop. It was a real surprise. Then he opened the system prompt, and read it carefully according to the above system prompt. Congratulations on getting the 3-star weapon Unparalleled Knife in Heaven. You can activate the weapon upgrade system, collect breakthrough stones to upgrade the weapon, increase its star rating, and finally upgrade to the ultimate form. Ethan looked at the mast. Shuangtian Dao on the screen, Ascension Star? Final form. The Shuangtian knife is indeed not the strongest form. In the world of Monster Hunter, there is a stronger level above the Shuangtian knife, which is called Heaven and Earth Washuan knife, referred to as the Three Heavenly Knife. Seeing this, the system can also upgrade this Shuangtian sword to a 3-day sword, but how to get that breakthrough stone? After asking the question, the system replied, the breakthrough stone can be obtained from the dominoes of fate. You have activated the weapon upgrade system, and the breakthrough stone has been added to your dominoes of fate queue. Hee. Ethan curled his lips. Another lucky draw. After he becomes stronger, he must find out the place where the Navy mined Halo Stone, and then grab a wave of it fiercely, and smoke it all at once. But when it comes to becoming stronger, Ethan couldn't help thinking. Looking at his own battles, most of them barely won by relying on hellfire skills. Ethan always had a feeling of being crushed during battles. But it felt completely different when fighting Truman. The upgraded attribute and the attribute bonus brought by the Shuangtian Dao gave Ethan the feeling of equivalent battle for the first time. Can deal with it with ease, and can take it easy in both offense and defense. From this point of view, the strength of one's own attributes is the most useful. His own attribute value was pitifully low before, which made Ethan always feel uneasy, which is why Ethan has been deliberately training his swordsmanship. But he has too little time. As soon as he came to this world, he got involved in a job, and then he started to flee everywhere by the Navy. He didn't have much time to train himself bit by bit from the bottom. Now he is also hesitating, should he go directly to the Great Route when going to Rogtown this time? Thinking of this, he began to tug at his hair again. Time passed by little, and Ethan, who had fought all night, gradually felt sleepy, so he met with a song branch and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Ethan felt his nose itching and sneezed uncontrollably, and opened his sleepy eyes. A huge dog's face came into view. What are you doing so close? Hi! Soap opened his mouth, and let out a loud and long belch, and a strong smell of alcohol hit his face. Oh, I'm going. Ethan was awakened by the smell. Originally, the soap was sitting on Ethan's chest, but now he was thrown out by the soap and rolled several times on the deck. A song next to him was amused by the scene and burst into laughter. Ethan looked at the person, the dog, and the pile of empty wine bottles beside him, and couldn't help sighing, you two are quite open-minded, why? Are you not sad? No. Sad? Hiccup. I figured it out. 9 times out of 10, life is unsatisfactory. What you said is so reasonable. I can't realize my dream, but, hiccup. I can give my dream to you. You. A song handed over his knife. This knife is called Shuezo, it is a saber handed down from generation to generation in my family, here it is. You can hold it and become number 1 in the world for me, great swordsman. Without thinking about it, Ethan pushed the Yukazoku handed over to one side. This is also one of Sauron's weapons in the future. He has such a good relationship with Sauron, so how dare he hack his weapon? Come on, Asong, you're drunk, if you really give it away, you won't know how to regret it when you sober up. Ethan changed the subject with a random reason, he looking at the surrounding sky, the sun that had just risen in the east has now come to the due west, the sky is full of bright clouds, and in the distance is a brightly lit island, and the prosperity of this place can be seen from a long distance away. Plus city? I slept all day. Ethan asked in surprise. Hi. Yes, I wanted to call you when we were eating meat, but you were sound asleep. Soap said. Va. Didn't you still brush my nose with your hair just now? Ethan pierced the soap mercilessly, if you want to eat more meat, just say so, don't say you can't wake me up. Wake you up, that's right. Why did I wake you up? Soap sat on the ground, holding his head in his paws, shaking his head and thinking for a while, ah. That's right. Boss. It's time to go to Pro City, your appearance. Ah. I almost forgot. Ethan slapped his forehead, and the Sindori orb had already been taken out of his backpack and held in his hand. Oh! Is this what you use to change your appearance? Asong shouted expectantly, his cheeks flushed with drunkenness. Come on. Let me see how you transform. Ethan smiled slightly, and under the mobilization of his thoughts, Asong saw only a twist in Ethan's eyes. The next moment, his body had grown taller, and his appearance had changed back to that handsome young man with golden hair. Chapter 57. The bustling prose city is still full of lights at night, and it doesn't seem to be quiet at all. Seeing Ethan swaying his hand, Ethan didn't know where the bloody long knife was hidden. Ah-song opened his mouth in surprise. This. What kind of trick are you doing? I want to learn it too. Ethan naturally put the Shuangtian knife into the system's inventory. All items produced by the system can be put into the system space at will, regardless of distance. That is to say, at least Ethan is not afraid of losing things. Now that he was about to land, a weapon like the Shuangtian sword was too eye-catching, so Ethan thought about it and put it away. The ancestral saber technique, now I am the only one who can use it, you can't learn it. Ethan blinked mysteriously, and made a fool of himself with a haha. As soon as their boat docked, the group of children who were waiting for business at the port swarmed over. But what surprised Ethan this time was that when the group of children saw Ethan, they all showed fear and backed away in a swarm like avoiding the plague. Hiccup? Have you done anything outrageous here? Ah-song asked strangely. What? Boss, you are doing bad things here behind my back. Soap jumped up and sang with a song. Ethan couldn't help giving Soap a chestnut. Be your uncle. He looked at the group of children, and found that apart from keeping away from him, they couldn't help but look this way. What's going on here? Ethan couldn't help being suspicious. They were so enthusiastic last time. Ah yes, last time. Ethan suddenly remembered that he could ask Gauze about it, so he looked left and right, but he couldn't find the very shrewd and cunning little boy. Did he lead the way for others? Ethan sensed something was wrong, so he tentatively waved at the group of children, but got no response. Ah-song waved his hand at Ethan, motioning to look at him. Ah-song pulled out a stack of Baileys from the front of his shirt, all of which were 5,000 denomination banknotes, and then he pulled out a few of them and waved at the group of children. At this moment, the group of children began to whisper to each other, but it could be seen that although the temptation of tens of thousands of Baileys was great, they were still very hesitant. After a while, a little boy ran over timidly. His expression was full of struggles, but his eyes did not look at the shaking banknotes at all, but stared at Ethan firmly. Ah-song reached out and stroked the boy's hair, and waved the money in his hand in front of his eyes. Here, as long as you answer the question of the blonde brother, after the question, all the money will belong to you. The little boy didn't take the money from Ah-song, but swallowed with some fear, as if he had made up his mind. You want to ask about Gauze, right? What happened to Gauze? Ethan heard something bad from the boy's words, so he frowned. What happened to Gauze? More than an hour later, Ethan and the others held a torch and followed the guidance of the little boy to the wilderness outside the city of Prose. It is far away from the lights of Prose City, and away from the hustle and bustle. A breeze blew past, and with the flickering light of the torch, they saw a small grave standing here, and a cross made of two thin branches was inserted in front of the grave. We are all orphans, and we are all companions, so, we built a grave for him here. The little boy said sadly. Ethan really couldn't believe it, that smart boy who took him around to eat, drink and have fun a few days ago, is now lying here motionless. How did he die? Ethan looked at the little boy. The little boy showed hesitation on his face. He looked around with a guilty conscience, and then slowly told what happened in the past few days. It turned out that after Ethan set off, a group of strong men kidnapped Gauze away. Even if the group of children wanted to resist, it was still useless. But they still tracked down the origins of the group of strong men with well-informed information, and they were actually related to the Amoeba treasure tour. But that's the end of the news. After all, they are just a group of children. To them, forces like the Amoeba treasure walk are like giants that block the sky, so they are very concerned about Gauze being taken away. There is nothing that can be done. Time passed until the evening of this day, and Gauze was released by Amoeba treasures, but they threw him into the wilderness outside the city overnight. When the group of children found him, they found that he was on the verge of death, with torture scars all over his body to varying degrees, but he still managed to laugh out loud. If you are at the port again, see that blonde big brother I received last time, please tell him to get him out of here quickly. These were the last words he said to them in this world. Speaking of this, the little boy could no longer restrain the pain in his heart. Big tears rolled out of his eyes, and he stared at Ethan. It's all because of you. He was arrested because of you. It was because of you that he died. But even so, he is still thinking about you. Ethan didn't say a word, silently accepting the little boy's accusation. Woo! He has always been the most desperate one among us. He is always the first one to lend a helping hand to anyone who is in trouble, but, woo 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 ah 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 ah. The little boy's crying gradually became louder, as if he had suppressed it for a long time, but Ethan's arrival finally allowed him to find an outlet to vent. Ethan clenched his fists tightly and pursed his lips tightly. He squatted down slowly, stroking the crude cross with his hands. Soap's eyes were red at this moment, and a low whimper sounded from its throat. It was also feeling sad for Gauze. I'm sorry. Ethan murmured. I should have thought about it when I defeated those people at sea and learned that Amoeba Treasure Bank was plotting against me. I should have thought that they might be implicated in Gauze. Ethan's heart was full of regret. The eternal pointer, just a pointer, is that all you want, Amoeba Treasures Tour? Ethan raised his head suddenly, squinted his eyes and looked at Pro City. His eyes were burning with anger like flames. This was the first time he wanted to kill someone this much since he came to this world. We tried to find the Navy, but they didn't even let us in, and didn't care about what we said. Navy. Ethan shook his head. In this world, relying on others to uphold justice is better than relying on your own knife. Boss. Soap shouted angrily, us. Asong has been watching the whole process in silence, seeing the expressions of Ethan and Soap. It is self-evident what they want to do. So Asong suddenly reminded, think about it, the background of Amoeba treasures is very mysterious, but what is certain is that they must not be messed with, and, maybe they still have contact with the Navy. Asong. Are you scared? Soap couldn't help but interrupt him. Afraid? I'm just helping you two to confirm the information. Asong shook his head with a smile. Even if it's for revenge, you have to know yourself and your enemy. Asong, you don't need to get involved, this is... Ethan looked at Asong with a complicated expression. Asong waved his hands, smiled and carried Shuezo on his shoulders. Aren't we friends? Seeing Asong's actions, Ethan smiled knowingly. Yes. Then let's make a big fuss. Chapter 58. At this moment, the underground world of Pro City, Amoeba Treasure Walk. What? You want 30 from me for this thing? The hall is full of people who come to make deals. The store manager who likes to pretend to be a receptionist is negotiating with a bald man who looks fierce. The store manager is still smiling. Sir, this is already a very standard price. Apart from ours, it is impossible to lower it in other places. The store manager of Amoeba Treasure Shop said unhurriedly. But... Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise, and two strong men who were guarding the door outside Genbeo Bank flew in against the door. The heavy wooden door slammed on the floor and made a dull sound, stirring up a large cloud of smoke and dust. The originally noisy hall was completely silent at this time, and most of the people in the hall were not good at it. They put their hands on their weapons and turned their heads to look at the entrance. "What's breaking the door? I can't help but push it." A cursed voice came in. "And those two standing at the door, what kind of scumbags, you can't help but cut them off." Another voice was leisurely and frivolous. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and everyone saw a long horizontal bloodstain on the chest of the two strong men lying on the door panel. The scars of the two people were evenly aligned, as if they were cut out by a knife. At the entrance, two men and a large black and white dog walked in slowly. These two people, a young man with long blonde hair and a handsome but gloomy face, clenched his fists tightly, and there was a faint murderous look on his body. The other is a middle-aged swordsman with a funny hairstyle, dressed in a Japanese-style samurai uniform, with some wine lees red on his nose, and two long knives, one red and one black, casually pinned to his waist. And the dog looked like he was about to be beaten. Seeing that everyone in the hall was looking at him, he said provocatively, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone kicking around?" Some pirates got angry when they heard this, and they just wanted to stand up, but they were pulled by their arms, and their companions whispered, "Don't die? That blonde boy killed the cleaver in the street a few days ago. Pudge's man." The angry pirate immediately froze when he heard this, thinking in his heart that luckily someone stopped him. But even though he was counseled, some people were not afraid of Ethan. The bald man who had just negotiated with the store manager stood up and walked towards Ethan and the others. "Boy, take care of your dog, and be careful not to cause trouble." When he approached, he put his hand on the long knife at his waist. "It seems that if there is a disagreement, they will shoot." Whispering voices came from the crowd, as if revealing the identity of the bald man to each other. The sound of these discussions reached the bald head's ears, and he couldn't help but feel complacent, but when he saw Ethan looking at him like a fool, he couldn't help but angrily said, "Boy, it's too late to catch a pirate worth 800 million. Make your tail go up to the sky? I am." Boom! Someone in the crowd exclaimed, and Ethan sent him flying with a slap. "I'm not interested in knowing who you are." After pulling away the bald head, Ethan looked around the hall coldly. "Where's the boss here? Let him get out." "Guest, do you know how expensive the door of this store is?" The store manager, pretending to be a receptionist, walked out of the counter unhurriedly, facing Ethan. "Do you know how expensive this store is? Is it annoying?" He still had a smile on his face, but he was already very angry in his heart. He had already received the news of Ethan's return, but he really didn't expect that Ethan would choose to call directly. On the East China Sea, someone dared to call their shop. This is going to be passed back. Thinking of this, the smile on the boss's face became stronger, and the killing intent in his heart became stronger. Ding! A hostile devil fruit user has been detected. After defeating the host will receive additional rewards. At this time, the system prompt that sounded suddenly made Ethan startled. A person with fruit ability. This person turned out to be a fruit ability user? Ethan, who was always smiling, remembered that he was the number 13 receptionist who received him before. A receptionist turned out to be a devil fruit capable person. Is this treasure house so crouching tiger hidden dragon? Wrong, this is the East China Sea. When did the ability users become so flooded? But could it be that he is the store manager who never showed his face? Wait, why didn't the system prompt when I contacted it before? Could it be that he only acquired the ability in the past 2 days? Ding! Only when there is a killing intent face to face, will the other party be judged as an enemy, and the system will only judge and detect the enemy. The system prompted. I see. Ethan stared at the smiling face. No murderous look could be seen from it. It's true that people can't be judged by their appearances. Guys with squinting eyes are not kind. Thinking of this, Ethan waved to a song, and borrowed the 3-generation ghost from his waist. The range of activities in this room is limited, and the open and closed fighting style like the Shuangtian sword cannot be used here. The 3-generation ghost slowly unsheathed, the purple fire pattern was brightly shining. The three-generation ghost seemed to express his joy, and at the same time, a strange fluctuation spread from the three-generation ghost. Affected by this fluctuation, Ethan felt the anger in his heart constantly churning. Humph! Demon sword! Ethan snorted coldly, but he didn't reject this feeling. He didn't intend to restrain himself when he kicked the door this time. But before that, Ethan took out the small permanent pointer from his pocket. What you want is this permanent pointer, right? Ethan sneered. Because of Ethan's words, passers-by in the hall all focused their eyes on his hands. People are curious, and the original mysterious Muba treasure tour will be directly called to the door. The root of all this turned out to be that thing. People started talking about it. Permanent pointer? Is that what was used on the Great Line? I heard that when sailing on the Great Route, if there is a permanent pointer, you can go to the island pointed by the pointer at any time. In that case, isn't that thing very precious? It doesn't seem to be the case, it's just that the production process is more troublesome, but it's not sure. Listening to the people's discussions in the hall, the smile on the store manager's face has gradually faded, and there are visible blue veins on his forehead. He understood what Ethan wanted to do. He hurriedly greeted the security guards in the store, intending to dismiss the customers in the store at this time. But how could Ethan make him do what he wanted? Ethan sneered, I know what you care about. I sent people to ambush me on my boat and intercepted me. Isn't it just to prevent your reputation here from being damaged? But I disappointed you, and I came back unscathed, and the behavior of your shop will soon be known to everyone in Pros City. Can't let him talk anymore. The manager of Jumbo Store couldn't hold on to his smile any longer. He rushed towards Ethan suddenly. At the same time, the receptionists who were originally receiving guests in the hall also pulled out all kinds of weapons from nowhere and rushed forward. Although Ethan was talking, he was always on guard against this squinting eye. Seeing that he finally couldn't hold back and rushed forward, Ethan had already grasped the handle of the knife with both hands. I'll leave the others to you. Good boss. It's on me. Soap and A Song echoed, passing by Ethan's sides, and greeted the rushing receptionists. Although these receptionists seemed to be intimidating, but Zhao Song rushed to the group of people like a wolf into a herd of sheep. Soap dodged around under the attack of this group of number 13 receptionists, and found an opportunity. The roundabout kick knocked several of them into the air. Not to mention Asong, he is also an old hunter who has been in the bounty hunter world for several years. Draw out the sword and cut Yuki. The sword flashed repeatedly, and several number 13 receptionists had already fallen under his sword. Knowing that there must be no problem with the two of you, Ethan stood quietly, waiting for the store manager who rushed over. No weapons, just physical skills. Seeing the store manager punching Ethan with fists, Ethan didn't dodge or dodge, but carefully observed the opponent's movements. Why doesn't he use his abilities, or does he think I'm not worthy of his ability to expose? Ethan smiled coldly. Seeing that the opponent's fist was about to attack him, Ethan turned sideways, and with a flash of the knife, Gish had already chopped off the store manager's arm. Chapter 59. What Ethan didn't expect was that when he saw that Gish had hacked into the store manager's arm, the feeling in his hand told him that he had cut it empty. Not only that, but in the next second, Ethan felt a heavy blow to his face, and with a bang, he flew out. How come? Half of Ethan's face is now swollen, and there is still a burning pain. Now he just feels that his mind is blurred, and he feels a little bewildered. Where did this attack come from? Obviously his fist has already, could this be his fruit ability? But, what kind of fruit ability has such an effect? Fang didn't intend to give Ethan more time to think, so he followed him like a shadow. Ethan quickly stood up and raised his sword, took a step forward, and used an upward slash to meet the charging figure of the opponent. The sword blade passed through the opponent's figure again, and Ethan felt a burst of vigilance in his heart, and suddenly felt something, and subconsciously fought back to protect his stomach. Boom! Ethan couldn't help but gasped, and stepped back a long way to get rid of the impact. He raised his head and looked at the smiling store manager in surprise. Could it be that it can invalidate physical attacks and blur one's own abilities? The ability of this kind of fruit is too cheating. No, not right, this idea is wrong. Apart from not being able to attack him, I can't see his attack either. So what is it? Boss. What's wrong with you, boss? Why don't you always dodge his attacks? Seeing the situation on Ethan's side, Soap cried anxiously. His attack. Ethan was taken aback. Can you see his movements? Why can't you see him? He's so slow. Ethan's heart suddenly brightened. Is it just a few strokes? You can't even avoid my fist, and you dare to come and play. The store manager still smiled, but said unforgiving words on his mouth. Ethan rubbed his swollen face, and stared at the store manager coldly. Stop showing off your disgusting fake smile, come again. Under the provocation of Ethan's words, the store manager's eyes turned cold, and he rushed towards Ethan again. Ethan took a deep breath, and seeing the store manager attacking again, he slowly closed his eyes. Calm down, concentrate. In Ethan's perception, at this moment, he felt like he was on a calm lake. But suddenly, someone threw a small stone towards him and smashed it into the water, causing ripples and circles. A sense of crisis suddenly arises. With a twist of Ethan's wrist, Guiche slashed in the direction that he sensed the ripples. Poochie! Blood splattered out. After feeling that Guiche hit the target, Ethan opened his eyes and saw the shopkeeper standing beside him with a face full of astonishment, and his knife was obviously stained with blood, but there was no one in front of him. Afterwards, Ethan only felt that the things in front of him were distorted. The original store manager disappeared, but the figure of the store manager appeared in front of him. There was a bloodstain on his chest cut by Guiche, and his face was full of shock. You? How did you see it? Ethan looked at the shocked store manager, flicked the blood on the Shuangtian knife, and said with a sneer, Stop putting on airs here, I know you are a devil fruit user, and it is related to the visual deception ability related devil fruit abilities. The conversation between Ethan and Soap was carried out in his heart. The store manager didn't know that Ethan had already learned the difference in what they saw through communicating with his companions. This also made Ethan realize that he might not be able to rely on his eyes. It was time to capture the other party's position, so he closed his eyes, discarding distracting thoughts and trying to amplify the effect of soul perception. The fruit eaten by the store manager is very special, named deception fruit. Because of its unique properties, although it is also recorded in the devil fruit illustration, no one has ever known what it looks like. Because every time it is born, it will change its shape. Sometimes it will look like an ordinary devil fruit, and sometimes it will look like an ordinary fruit, only the bad taste is eternal. Therefore, many of the owners of this fruit in the past ate the fruit by mistake because they ate the fruit. The store manager is no exception. One day he picked up a banana and took a bite. Then he felt that it was unpalatable. After the water, there will be a sense of powerlessness. After looking through the illustrated book of fruits, he guessed that he actually ate the mysterious deception fruit. Ambition swelled in his heart from that day on. He was not willing to be arranged by the family in this impoverished place in the East China Sea, so he concealed the ability to report that he had obtained a devil fruit, and looked forward to one day being able to get rid of the control of the family. Until today, I met Ethan, an outlier. In a nutshell, the ability to deceive fruit means that through the fruit ability, you can deceive the enemy's vision, hearing, touch, taste, and smell, and even develop it to the extreme, and even deceive the domineering. And just now, the store manager used the fruit ability to deceive Ethan's vision, hide his body, and create an illusion in another position, and he followed the illusion to attack at the same time. Ordinary people, even if they know the ability of the store manager, will inevitably be afraid of being deceived by their vision, and it is difficult to defeat him. But Ethan is different. He has the ability of soul perception. Although it is not purely used, it is still possible to perceive his attack through the murderous hostility generated when the store manager launches an attack. Besides, boss, on your left. Ethan hit the ground with one foot, turned sideways to avoid the punch of the store manager, and at the same time, Guiche swung towards his left side. It may be some kind of restriction, or the store manager's ability to develop fruit is insufficient, and the store manager's ability to deceive can only be used on one person. So, under the reminder of soul perception and soap, the process of fighting Ethan and the store manager was already very casual. And as long as he can sense the opponent's attack, Ethan can accurately hit the enemy when he launches the sea-cutting slash. After a few attacks, the store manager was already bruised all over by Ethan. Until later, Ethan was able to decipher the store manager's attack even with his eyes closed. Why? Why can you see through my attack? The store manager looks very miserable now. There are several cut wounds on his chest and back, and blood is scattered all over the floor. Could it be? The store manager panted slightly, looking at Asong and Soap who were fighting with the receptionists, but they didn't warn this kid at all. Could it be that this kid has a sense of dominance? Together with this thought, he himself was startled. This is the East China Sea, how could there be a strong man who can use domineering? But he has nothing to do with Ethan for the time being, this is the fact before his eyes. So the store manager stopped the attack, he wanted to talk to Ethan. Chapter 60. Enough. The store manager waved his hand suddenly. The receptionist who was beaten up by Soap and Asong in the lobby stopped and carried his fallen companion. They backed out slowly. Invite all the guests out, the store needs to settle some private matters. As soon as he finished speaking, the customers in the hall quit, and they all started yelling and booing. Ouch, I haven't seen enough. What's the matter? If you let us go, we have to listen to you. I haven't bought what I want yet. Listening to the chatter of the customers, the manager's iconic smile returned to his face. All customers who are present today will get a discount card from our store. With this discount card, you can enjoy a %% discount in the future. Purchase a product in our store. But seeing that the customers were still reluctant, the store manager's voice began to be a little chilly. Our store is closed today. If there are any customers who are not satisfied with the compensation policy of our store, you can leave your name, and our store will naturally accept you in the future. A commissioner will be sent to contact you with specific compensation matters. The customers present felt awe-inspiring, recalling the mysterious background of this shop. They all gave up the idea of making a fuss in troubled waters, and filed out along the gate. After all the people left, a steel plate was lowered above the gate that had been smashed by Asong, cutting off the connection between this place and the outside world. This, Brother Lorthamar Theron, I think we can talk. The store manager raised his hand and said sincerely with an undefended look. Ethan didn't listen to his words, still didn't put down the knife, just looked at him coldly. I think we may have misunderstood. Misunderstanding. Ethan repeated the manager's words, the corners of his mouth curled up, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Yes, that's right. The store manager saw that Ethan smiled, and felt that there was a turning point in the matter, so he hurriedly said, yes, it was indeed a misunderstanding. Those guys who appeared on your boat are indeed related to our treasures. However, we only have an employment relationship with them, so they probably got your news from us and made their own decision to rob you, so don't worry, since we are partly responsible, they have caused you all the losses, our jumbo bank will compensate. Compensate? Yes, compensation. Ethan laughed brighter and brighter. You are just the number 13 receptionist in charge of reception, how can you have such a great power? Ah, so you are worried about this. The store manager smiled and bowed to Ethan, but his embarrassed appearance is completely out of tune with the elegance and calmness he wanted to achieve. Please allow me to introduce myself. My humble Muba is the store manager of this Muba treasure shop. So, you opened this store. The smile on Ethan's face gradually disappeared, and he clenched the hilt of his sword tightly. It can be said that although the real owner of this store is someone else, this store is indeed managed by me, and I can make decisions about everything. The owner is someone else, maybe the person behind the scenes is the mysterious background of this store. But these have nothing to do with me. Ethan shook his head. What he was looking for was nothing more than the talker of this store. What? Brother Loser thinks that the conditions we offered are not enough? You might as well listen to our specific compensation before making a decision. The shaking of the head just now made the store manager think that Ethan was dissatisfied with the conditions he offered. As far as I know, your ship has been damaged or even sunk. It doesn't matter, our shop will compensate you a brand new sailing ship. The specifications will not be lower than your previous one, and our shop will double the compensation for your belongings on board. You only need to quote a price, and our store will compensate you double Bailey. But he was obviously about to be disappointed. Not only did Ethan remain expressionless after listening to the conditions offered by the store manager, but even Soap, who had always heard about money and food, was staring at this man with hatred at this moment. Store manager. Of course. Seeing the cold scene, the store manager continued, these are just compensations for your losses. We didn't properly restrain the employees we hired, so we will also make compensations in this regard. We will compensate you for providing 1 kilogram of haloshi, to express my apologies. At the same time, if you are willing to sell the permanent pointer in your hand, we will pay double the market price for the purchase. But Ethan still looked at him coldly in silence, and then took out the permanent pointer with Barumong written on the base from his pocket. Your ultimate goal is nothing more than it. Hehe, I made you laugh, but don't worry, this is your thing. If you don't want to sell it, our store won't force it. The past is all just a misunderstanding. But Ethan seemed to have completely ignored the store manager's words, and said to himself, don't pretend anymore, I know what this pointer means to you. I have inquired about this Barumong, and the information I got yes, this place is an unknown island. I know that new islands are often formed on the Great Route. Unknown islands are nothing unusual, but an unknown island that can make a permanent pointer is worth exploring. Ethan's speculation is not wrong. In his impression, the production process of the permanent pointer has not been specifically mentioned. But what is certain is that this craft is very complicated, and it is not just done by a group of ordinary pirates. Moreover, most of the islands that can be made into permanent pointers are either transportation hubs, or there is a stable political power in the country, so here comes a place that makes people wonder, why does an island that has not even been recorded in the record exist? What about permanent pointers? The store manager, who had been shattered by Ethan, turned his face gloomy again at this moment. Brother Loser, you are indeed very smart, but you are still not smart enough. Otherwise, what you should choose now is to follow my advice. Yeah. Ethan nodded, you have calculated my ship, even the finances on board, and the compensation for those brothers who attacked me. It stands to reason that I should nod now, otherwise I will. It's so greedy. That's right, Brother Lorother, you really see clearly. But... Ethan suddenly sneered and interrupted the store manager, we didn't come here today to settle these accounts with you. The store manager looked at Ethan carefully. He knew that today's matter could no longer be good, but he still couldn't help asking, I don't understand, what makes you insist on staying with us? After I left, you kidnapped a child and questioned him about my information, right? The store manager's eyes widened in surprise. He thought about all the possibilities, but he never expected that Ethan barged in and made such a big fuss just because of such a little thing. You know. Actually, I didn't care much about the fact that you sent people to kill me, but you actually made gauze. Ethan paused, and the murderous aura dissipated. I don't care who is behind you. Anyway, you dead. Chapter 61. Ethan spoke resolutely and decisively, and the store manager's face turned cold instantly. What a big tone, a small character in the East China Sea dares to say such big words. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of strong men in black rushed out from the small door on one side of the hall, and surrounded Ethan and the others tightly. This group of strong men in black are all wearing the same black uniform, all have the same hairstyle, and all wear sunglasses. It is almost impossible to tell the difference between each person. Mirror, mirror, hell! The store manager then shouted, and then Ethan felt that the scene in front of him was distorted. After the distortion, many of the strong men around him turned into the appearance of a song and soap, and a song and soap beside him all turned into the appearance of this group of strong men in black. Ah, song? Soap? Ethan called out, reaching out to touch the soap at the same time. Sure enough, his hand passed through the strong man that the soap had turned into, and then touched down, and Ethan felt the soft fluff of the soap. Boss? What are you doing? The mouth of the strong man beside him was moving, but the voice was indeed that of soap. You've been acting weird since just now, what's wrong? Ah Song's strong man also frowned and asked. You don't have. Could it be that his ability can only be used on one person? Ethan speculated in his heart, and quickly explained to Song, this boss is a devil fruit user, and he is now using the ability to deceive. In my eyes, you all look like this group of strong men. Ethan hurriedly explained, be careful when you fight, and call me when you approach me. Song frowned, after listening to Ethan's narration, and looking at these big guys who suddenly appeared, it must not be that simple. Ethan looked around. The whole hall was full of people from the other side, and they were already surrounded. In this case, Ethan raised the ghost in his hand, and the entire blade was covered with crimson flames. Onitsu's quality is far beyond Ethan's imagination. This is the first time he has injected the energy of hellfire into it. It feels. Even the consumption of hellfire has been reduced a lot. Ethan smiled. He didn't intend to do his best when he used it for the first time. With the mentality of trying, he reminded Song, squat down. The flames covering Gish suddenly grew longer, and Ethan took advantage of the situation to slash the surroundings horizontally. The strong men in black lowered their bodies to dodge one after another, but there were also those who couldn't dodge, and many fell down in an instant. The extended blade made of flames cut across the stone wall and the load-bearing stone pillars, leaving scorched black cracks on them. Although the shop manager was the closest to Ethan, he reacted quickly and dodged the attack by bending over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ethan moved, and he rushed towards the store manager. As long as you are solved, this illusion will naturally be solved. The flames on Gish's blade had already been extinguished. Although Yi Sunye could accept the consumption of the knife just now, he still needed to take a breather. Clang! Unexpectedly, the store manager, who had never used a weapon, pulled out a knife out of nowhere and blocked Ethan's blow. Not only that, the store manager said with a look of surprise, "Don't do it. It's me." Ethan blinked carefully, and took a closer look. The store manager was holding Shuezo in his hand. His voice is also Song's voice. Song? How come? Can he even confuse me with his direction? Since it was Song in front of him, Ethan subconsciously looked behind him, but just as he turned his head, the alarm sounded in his heart, and Ethan turned sideways subconsciously. The cold sword edge brushed past his abdomen, drawing a bloodstain. Can hearing be deceived? Good calculation. Ethan clutched the wound on his abdomen, panting slightly. I have never deceived me with my voice before, and it was all to mislead me, right? Yeah, it's a pity that I couldn't fool you this time. Although the boss said it was a pity, the expression on his face didn't mean that, but a faint sense of complacency. Ethan suddenly found a sharp pain coming from his body. Ah! He howled miserably, then fell to the ground. Ethan! Boss! Soap and Song rushed over and stood by Ethan's side. Song even took out the snow and walked silently in front of Ethan. The store manager smiled confidently, "It's useless, you don't need to resist anymore, my sword is poisoned, he is dead." Is it? Ethan's lips turned white, the feeling of the poison was too strong, and his voice was trembling. It seems that I need to show my cards. Outside of Muba Treasures, most of the people who were driven out by half persuasion and half intimidation were still gathered at the door. After they came out, Muba Treasures quickly blocked the gate. No one knew what was going on inside, but most of them were very curious. You know, from the opening of Muba Treasure Store to now, no one has rushed here to make trouble, and this is the first time someone has been directly beaten in from the front. Hey, do you know who the young man who just shot in is? He looks really good. Are you ignorant? Do you know that Cleaver Pudge was killed in the street by a rookie bounty hunter a few days ago? It's him? That's really crazy, but this time he... Yeah, it's a pity for him this time. Do you know? In fact, it's not that no one wants to make trouble in Muba Treasures, but most of the guys who want to make trouble have been cleaned up before making trouble. So, this Muba Treasure is okay. Zhizzy. Get out of the way, what are you all trying to do here? A slippery and obscene voice suddenly came, interrupting their conversation. The crowd parted, and Lieutenant Colonel Mouse in a white admiral's uniform walked through the crowd with a team of Marines. Navy? Why is the Navy here? Zhizzy, what's the matter? Every inch of Pro City is within the jurisdiction of our 16th Division. We received a report that someone is causing trouble here, so we naturally have to take a look. Lieutenant Colonel Mouse said a few words with a nice word. He turned his attention to the Muba Treasure Store, which was firmly sealed at the gate. Who can tell me what's going on inside now? Boom! A loud noise came suddenly, which frightened Lieutenant Colonel Mouse. What happened? Suddenly someone pointed to the roof of Jumbo Store and shouted in surprise, "Look! Fire!" Looking in the direction of the man's finger, the roof burst open, and a flame burst into the sky. Then there were several loud bangs, and the outer wall of Treasure House suddenly exploded, and a huge scorched black crack appeared on the outer wall. The outsiders all opened their mouths wide open when they saw this scene. Is this what the young man did? Should be. What is it like inside? People followed the cracks and looked into the wall. At this time, the hall was in a mess, filled with smoke and dust. The complicated decorations of the past are now scattered and broken. When the smoke cleared, a figure covered in raging fire appeared before people's eyes. Flame. Evil spirit of flame. Chapter 62. Over the East China Sea, the sky is clear. On the deck of a huge warship, Garp wearing a dog hat was sitting on the ground. There was a small table in front of him. On the table was a set of tea sets and a table full of snacks. The faint heat on the teacup wafted away. The old man folded his hands on his chest and lowered his head, thinking about something. Baru. A Navy soldier hugged the ringing phone bug, and the adjutant Bogart answered the phone. Hello? Yes, what? Where? Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, Bogart stepped forward and bowed to Garp. Lord Lieutenant General, the people from Branch 18 said they found him in Pro City, Lord Lieutenant General. Seeing that Garp didn't respond, Bogart shook Garp's shoulder lightly. Unexpectedly, Garp's head tilted back, and the dog hat fell off immediately, revealing Garp's old sleeping face and that huge snot bubbles. Lord Lieutenant General. Bogart couldn't help covering his face. He hadn't been assigned to be Garp's adjutant for a long time, and he really couldn't adapt to Garp's problem of falling asleep anytime, anywhere. With a snap, Garp's snot burst, and then he woke up slowly. Oh no! I fell asleep again, and the tea is getting cold. Hey? What are you doing so close? Is there something wrong? Master Garp. Sure enough, the evil spirit of flame was found on the Zumiada Islands. It's in the city of Pros. Oh? Are you really going there? Then why are you still standing there? Let's go to the city of Pros. Bogart had a black line on his forehead, thinking that this is not waiting for your order. However, Garp's order was still conveyed, and the course of the warship changed immediately, sailing towards the city of Pros them. Garp rubbed his chin with his hand, looked at the front thoughtfully, then shook his head helplessly, and continued to eat and drink the tea on the table. Ethan was also forced to do nothing, he was still too inexperienced, and easily fell for the other party's way. If he didn't change his body now, he might really die. Ethan, you actually are. Don't ask, we'll talk about everything later. Trust me, Asong, I'm not a bad person. Ethan could only say this as the situation was urgent. Unexpectedly, Asong just laughed and wanted to pat Ethan on the shoulder, but he didn't dare to do it seeing that he was on fire all over. What do you think of me? Although I am a bounty hunter, I am not a bounty hunter. Would betray a friend. Hey, Lao Song, why don't we get along well? Soap even smiled and patted Ah Song's thigh. Hey! Take it easy. Don't slap me with the force you used when you hit someone. Ah Song complained while pressing Soap's dog's head, and then he looked around, then what do these people do now? Under Ethan's hateful shot just now, there are only 3 of them left in the room who can still stand. You are that evil spirit of flame. The store manager lay on the ground, receiving several attacks from Ethan head-on, and he was already dying at this time. Obviously. Ethan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore, he stepped forward, grabbed the store manager by the neck and pulled him up. And many more. An old voice interrupted Ethan's next move. Ethan turned his head to look, and it turned out that it was the old man who identified the items for him at that time. At this moment, facing Ethan who looked like this, he even put his hands behind his back and looked completely fearless. What's the matter, old man? I'm sorry I'm a little busy right now, why don't you wait for a while? Ethan, who had turned into an evil spirit, also became hoarse, and his words were full of jokes and sarcasm. Or you will tell me that you are actually a low-level person who hides your identity like him. He is the store manager here. What about you? That mysterious backstage? Hehe, young man, you think too much, I'm just an ordinary old man. The old man said with a smile, as if he didn't care about the current atmosphere at all, I just want to ask you, is this really true? Is there no room for maneuver? This matter? Ethan tightened his grip on the manager's bone claws slightly, his mandibles slightly opened, and let out a sneer, yes, I smashed your store, and then let me kill him, this one it's over. Young man, so you mean, you must destroy this place. It's not that I'm going to destroy this place. The little boy's sly smile flashed slowly in front of Ethan's eyes, you guys found it yourself. As soon as the words fell, Ethan could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, look at my eyes. The store manager's eyes seemed to be attracted by Ethan's 2 empty eye sockets, and then he began to let out a miserable scream. Ethan began the trial of his soul, and the pain of all the innocent people he hurt would be engraved into his soul bit by bit. Ethan can control the degree of pain, for this person, Ethan maximized this degree. Hearing the wailing sound of the store manager, Ah Song couldn't bear to turn his head away, shrunk his neck, and said to the soap on the side, I finally know why the evaluation of Ethan outside is the most fierce, worst, passers-by would feel their scalps go numb after seeing this scene. Soap nodded sympathetically. Seeing that Ethan made a decisive move, the old man shook his head helplessly, although this is just Dong Hai, which the owner doesn't pay much attention to, but, since you must kill him, can you stay? Looking at the store manager lying on the ground, howling, Ethan still shook his head. You. The old man remained expressionless, Ethan, the evil spirit of flame, aren't you afraid of my lord's revenge? The store manager gradually became silent. Under Ethan's care, his soul can be said to have been burned into coke, and it is impossible to regain consciousness in this life. Ethan waved his hands in satisfaction, the feeling of killing the store manager with his own hands calmed the anger in his heart a lot, and the old man's words also made him impatient. From before, you have been in charge of your backstage, your uncles, and you're backstage. If that guy is really such a dick, then sign up and let me hear it. Oh? You want to know my name? A deep and magnetic voice came, and everyone was shocked. Who was talking? And there was someone here. But looking around, he didn't see anyone, and it sounded like the source of the voice was, this old man? The old man respectfully extended his hands behind his back to his body. It turned out that in his hand he was holding a phone bug that was on call, and that voice came from here. So, you are the person behind this store? Ethan asked. That's right, although this store is just a seed I casually threw in Donghai, isn't it too much for you to dig it out like this? Excessive. Ethan sneered, that depends on what is excessive, and what excessive things your seed has done. So, I can tolerate you killing that trash, but you want to destroy my shop, boy, if you really dare to do this, you'd better not come to the great root in this life, or I will make you die a miserable death. It turned out to be on the great root. It really frightened me. Speaking of Ethan's current appearance, a hideous skeleton with no skin and flesh, and terrifying flames all over his body, when he uttered these words, he was still shocked. It's like a bad joke. After saying these words, Ethan was no longer interested in arguing with the person on the other end of the phone, because he had already seen that even the Navy had arrived beyond the wall. Ethan swung his twin sky knives, turning into long and narrow blades soaring into the sky, and slammed a few knives at several load-bearing pillars in the hall. Then he grabbed Ah Song, Soap followed behind him, and the two of them galloped towards the port. Anyway, it has been seen by people, so let's rush to the port in one breath. Ethan knew in his heart that if he wanted to stay here again, he would definitely be blocked by Garp, who rushed over after hearing the wind. Hearing the sound of buildings collapsing behind him, Ethan glanced in the direction of the small grave outside the city. Gauze, let this shop be buried with you. Chapter 63. Garp's ship was originally not far from the Zumiada Islands. After Ethan approached the port, he found that the large warship was very close to the port. At the same time, the lookout on the warship also observed Ethan. Just kidding, how could he not notice such a conspicuous feature of being on fire? Damn, it came so fast. Ethan's skull grew big, looking at the masts on the naval warships as high as mountains, and the decoration of the dog's head with a bone on the bow. There is nothing wrong, this must be Garp, that ship. If it's Lieutenant General Garp, don't worry about it, Ethan. It might not be something we can resist. Asong shook his head. Can do it. Bah! Resist that fart. Can't I hide if I can't beat you? Ethan threw Asong onto the boat with a wave of his hand, and Soap jumped up with him, and then he pressed his hands on the deck. Boom! The flames soared into the sky, the entire ship was swallowed up in an instant, and Asong yelled in fright, Ethan! What do you want? Suicide can't solve any problems. But he soon discovered that the flames on the ship did not feel it's so hot, it's just a little warm. Soon, most of the flames on the ship receded, and the whole ship changed its appearance. The hull narrowed, giving it a streamlined feel, but a white skull decoration appeared on the bow inexplicably, and the original white sails also changed at this time. It became pitch black, and there was also a burning skull pattern on it, and the original horizontal sail had become a longitudinal sail. The most important thing is that something like a jet protruded out of the back of the ship inexplicably. Although the size of this ship is not large, it still needs a lot of hellfire energy, but Suo Yisen is now in the state of the evil spirit mode, and the upper limit of hellfire's energy has increased many times, which supports him to completed a complete demon transformation of the ship. During this short period of time, he has thought of countless modification plans to make the ship go faster, but all of them are a bit complicated, and there is no way to realize them now. But soon he had a flash of inspiration and thought of Ace's fireboat. Ace's fire-breathing boat is extremely fast and nimble, just right for them to escape now, so Ethan quickly transformed the ship according to that plan. Ha, Ace, without realizing it, I seem to owe you a lot. Ethan reached out and patted the hull, and the whole ship made a deafening roar as if responding to him. "Boss! They're getting closer!" Seeing Garp's warship getting closer, Soap reminded. "Hey, I got it!" Ethan had a thought, and the jet behind the boat began to emit dazzling flames, and when it touched the water surface, a large white mist was released. The next moment, the flames erupted suddenly, and the water surface was even dented by the powerful impact. With this powerful impact, the whole ship rushed out like an arrow from the string. "Ha ha 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 ha! Hold on tight!" Ethan stood at the bow of the boat, feeling the strong sea breeze coming from the high-speed driving. Ethan couldn't help laughing. A song was quite clever. As soon as he saw the injector protruding from the back of the ship, he already felt that something was wrong, and subconsciously hugged it to the mast. But Soap was a bit dull, and he only reacted when the fire was spouting from the back of the boat, but it was too late. The speed of the boat started far exceeded his imagination, and the strong recoil almost threw it off the boat. In desperation, it bit Ah Song's thigh with one mouth. "Ah! Open your mouth, open your mouth! Old Boom! Let me spit it out for a while!" Soap, who was determined not to open his mouth, shouted vaguely. Such a fast speed really surprised the people on Garp's side. Seeing that Ethan and the others sailed out of the port, they made a 90-degree turn and were about to escape from one side. Adjutant Bogart couldn't help it. He lowered he took off his hat. "Master Lieutenant General, please let me stop them." At this time, the distance between the two ships was not too far, and Bogart could fly to Ethan's ship by relying on the moon step, one of the 6 naval styles. "No need." Garp looked at Ethan's group, grinned, and stood up. "The old man wants to meet him in person." Ethan was still enjoying the speeding sea breeze, but suddenly a bigger and bigger shadow covered them. Ethan looked back subconsciously, and a burly figure fell from the sky, just landing on their boat. Boom! The ship shook violently. If it hadn't been modified by hellfire, the ship would probably scatter just after getting off the ship, but at this moment, even under such a heavy blow, the ship's speed still remained unabated. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-poo! Ethan took a closer look at the person who came, and broke out in a cold sweat, which made his smooth bones and jaws open and close. At this time, Garp's hair was not as grey as later, but his temples were white, and he still looked like a man in his prime. A curved stitched scar around his left eye added to his mighty aura. Ethan gritted his teeth, and exerted the hellfire energy in his body to the extreme, and poured it all into the boat. The pillar of fire that spewed out from the back of the boat was several times thicker than before, and the speed was raised again and again. Even so, Garp still folded his arms and stood firmly on this small boat that would capsize directly if he was not careful. It's just that he was getting farther and farther away from his ship, and Garp unexpectedly didn't do anything directly, but just stared at Ethan quietly. So at this moment, the group of them had sailed so far that the warship had turned into a small black spot in sight. Garp's reaction reassured Ethan a little. He really didn't expect that Garp would jump over with such a long distance. After Garp landed on the boat, Ethan's heart was already cold. How could this be done? If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. Ethan was always quick-witted. He made a decisive decision and drove the boat a long way to talk to Garp. It was impossible to beat him, so let's use his mouth. Moreover, Mr. Garp didn't do it as soon as he met, which can be regarded as giving Ethan enough opportunity. Seeing that the boat has sailed far away, the boat has gradually slowed down. The acceleration just now has consumed all of Ethan's hellfire energy, and he doesn't plan to fight anyway, so Ethan simply released the evil spirit mode transformation. The flames all over his body gradually extinguished, and his appearance returned. As the height of his eyes lowered again, Garp's figure became even more stalwart in Ethan's eyes. Fuck, what the hell? Why does the transformation effect of the Sindori orb also cancel the transformation of the evil spirit mode? I really didn't expect that the evil spirit of flame who offered a reward of 1 million turned out to be just a kid who was about the same age as Luffy and the others. Garp said in surprise. Ah! Ethan was taken aback by Garp's words, and then his face immediately turned ugly. You don't know my real appearance? Didn't the Navy treat that creek? Humph, this old man knew that was your plan. Garp grinned, showing his big clean teeth, deliberately saving that fugitive's life just to let him reveal your appearance to the Navy? It's a pity, you miscalculated. Yes, the fugitive was rescued, but his spirit has also collapsed, and he can't say anything. But, for the crimes committed by the fugitive, this should be his best result. Ethan regrets his cleverness now. Why play so many detours? That. Mr. Garp, I think the two of us. Ethan tried to open up the topic, but Garp didn't buy it. The order I received is to take you back for trial regardless of life or death. Mr. Garp still had a very serious expression, but before that, the old man would like to thank you for saving my grandson in that fire. Since you want to thank me, show me some sincerity. How about letting me go? That can't be done. Garp shook his head seriously. You are the one who killed all the royal families of the Goa kingdom under the world government and plunged the entire country into turmoil. Chapter 64. Hearing Garp's words, a song behind him gave a clang and pulled out his sword, but this time he didn't use Shuezo, but pulled out the three-generation ghost that he had been deeply jealous of all along. Ethan, don't have unrealistic fantasies, he is a lieutenant general of the Navy. Although a song said, but was captured by Garp's momentum, sweat dripped slowly from his forehead, he holding the hilt of the sword tightly, he didn't dare to make another move for the time being. Oh who? You actually have the courage to draw a sword against me. Not bad, young man. Garp grinned and laughed, as if he didn't take it seriously. Don't do anything stupid, Song, he's not just a lieutenant general, he's still Garp. Ethan hurriedly stopped Ah Song's movements. He saw them openly. They are now on a small boat in the sea. There is no place to run if you want to run, and you are still facing an opponent like Garp. If you do it, it is completely suicidal. Then Ethan breathed out slowly, and opened his mouth and said, Mr. Garp, what do you think of the fire in Goa Kingdom? Garp stared at Ethan, and sighed leisurely, Boy, I know what the cause of the fire is, so that's why I didn't attack you as soon as we met, but you shouldn't. That's not what I want to do. Ethan said with a wry smile in his heart, but to be honest, Ethan never regretted signing the contract with Lee Nyux even after what Lee Nyux did. Because of this matter Ethan think he did nothing wrong. When Linux launched the Judgment Eye to judge all the royal families, Ethan shared all his impressions with him, so he clearly understood that these royal families all deserved what they deserved. So Ethan shook his head, Old man, what about the royal family? They deserve what they deserve. Even if they deserve what they deserve, you shouldn't punish them. Otherwise? By the Navy. Ethan couldn't help but sneered, Can the justice upheld by your Navy take care of this kind of thing? Not to mention whether you will stand by and watch, even if the truth about the fire is made public, you will all the royal families be arrested and judged. Garp was silent. After Ethan finished asking, the scene fell into silence for a while, with only the sound of waves and sea breeze blowing around. After a while, Garp suddenly asked, Boy, it seems that you have a deep prejudice against the Navy. Navy? No, the Navy is just a law enforcement agency. How can I hate the knife? Ethan couldn't help but sneer. There are indeed many righteous men in the Navy, and most people's starting point for being a Navy is also the same. It is to protect the people. However, after all, the Navy is just a law enforcement agency that obeys the orders of the world government. So, Mr. Garp, I know that you have always insisted on your own concept of justice, so you must have seen many things that you can't see yourself. Some of them may be something you can control, but there are many things that you may not be able to control at all, right? Capron Ethan kept his mouth shut, and after another period of silence, Cap suddenly laughed, and the momentum on the boat eased a lot after Garp laughed. He sat down cross-legged so casually. He was already very tall, and Ethan kept talking to him with his head up. The fact that he sat down made Ethan feel relieved. Quite a lot. See what this means, is there anything else to talk about? But then, after laughing, Garp's first words made Ethan's jaw drop in shock. Interesting, boy, do you want to consider becoming a navy? Ah! Not only Ethan, but even Soap and a song behind Garp were shocked by these words, being a navy. With a nonchalant expression on Garp's face, he dug his ears. Why are you making such a fuss? Ethan can be said to have personally experienced Mr. Garp's detached character. At most, he just wanted to persuade Garp to let him go, but he didn't expect this old man to think even more. Let him be a navy? Ethan scratched his head. Well, old man, are you sure you're right? You know who I am, right? Why? I don't have dementia. You are the prisoner I want to catch when I come to Donghai this time. So you know. Ethan couldn't help but want to open the old man's head to see what was inside. I'm a criminal who personally destroyed the rulers of a country and offered a reward of $1,000,000. That's right. Garp took it for granted, otherwise, why would I let you be a navy? If you were an ordinary person, how could I force you? Ethan's face was covered with black lines. That's not what I meant. Ethan couldn't help but think of Long's serious face. How could such a person have such a detached father? I mean, a criminal. 100 million. You took me into the navy just like that. What's the matter? Garp smiled heartlessly. I ask you, are you a pirate? Not really. So, have you done anything outrageous? I think I'm reasonable about the Goa kingdom, but it doesn't count, so, no. That's terrible. Garp stretched out his big hand and patted Ethan's shoulder violently, almost slapped Ethan on the ground. Since you are not a pirate and have never done anything harmful, why can't I put you accepted as a navy? What you said seems to make some sense. Bah. No. Don't lie to me, old man. I am in the East China Sea, and the Navy headquarters can issue me a reward of $1,000,000, and even send you to catch me. You value me so much. If you say you will accept me, you will accept me? Old man, you are not trying to trick me back into prison, are you? Garp glanced at Ethan with contempt. If I want to arrest you and lock you up, do I need to lie to you? Ethan burst into tears. This is the first time someone despises him in terms of strength, but what can he do? Garp was originally a member of the echelon with the highest strength in the world, and his ability is really nothing in the eyes of others. But, when the Navy? Are you really going to be in the Navy? Indeed, obviously being in the Navy is the safest way to approach Halashi, no matter how you think about it, it is profitable, but why am I so reluctant? Do I want to be a pirate? But it's not right. The pirates in this world are not all those who want to chase dreams like Luffy and go to sea. Most of the pirates are people who burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil. If the Navy is rotten, the pirate group is a group of people who are rotten from the root. Ethan thought and thought, but still couldn't help asking, can I ask, why? Garp slowly restrained his smile. The old man's two grandsons, Ace and Luffy. For a long time, the old man wanted to train the two of them to be excellent naval soldiers, but these two brats are better than the other. It doesn't make me worry, but I always want to be a pirate. Listening to Garp's description, the conversation between Luffy and Garp suddenly appeared before Ethan's eyes. Grandpa, I don't want to be a pirate anymore. Haha, you finally got the hang of it. I don't want to be an ordinary pirate anymore, I want to be the king of pirates. Thinking of the last scene where Garp kicked Luffy away in anger, Ethan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 65. Smile. Garp punched Ethan on the head. Listen to the old man. Ouch. Ethan felt dizzy for a while, and a big bump appeared on his head as if he had hit a hard object. Really? After I received this mission, I started an investigation and learned the truth about the fire, so I originally planned to turn a blind eye to you, but then I thought about it, you killing so many people at once? What if you are a cruel and tyrannical person? So the old man decided to at least get in touch with you first. Ethan clutched the big bump on his head, grinning his teeth in pain. He suddenly understood what Garp said. Hiss, that's why you chose to jump on the boat and have a chat with me? Well, depending on what you mean, am I already qualified? Humph, qualified? Quite the opposite. Garp patted the deck. You have speeded up the ship decisively since I got on the ship, completely throwing off my ship. I'm afraid you guessed it from the moment I came over. Is it on my mind? Not that smart. Ethan smiled shyly. Hey! Boss, no one mentioned the word smart. Shut up. Is this the time to complain? Humph, don't be humble, you are indeed very smart. Garp chuckled. Because of this, although you don't look like a bad guy, who knows if this is the disguise you gave yourself as a smart. So, I decided to put you by my side and observe slowly. So, you come to be a navy, right under my hands. This. Ethan couldn't help complaining, this reason is too blunt. And does it have anything to do with the matter of your grandson you mentioned earlier? Relationship? The relationship is that you are also a kid who is about the same age as them. I still don't believe it. It's not worrying for a kid of this age to grow one by one. Before they go to sea, you have already offered a reward of $1,000,000. Let you go, there must be endless troubles outside. Garp asked seriously, how is it? Kid? Do you agree or not? Ethan thought for a while, then shook his head, but stopped abruptly in the middle of the shaking, and looked at Garp's expression with some fear. Seeing that he was still the same, Ethan asked cautiously, that? Garp, father, may I ask, what will happen if I refuse? How? Garp chuckled, and suddenly threw a punch to the side. The punch directly tore the air and made a piercing bang. Surrounded by the wind of his fists, he crossed the sea surface, and a deep gully was drawn out on the sea surface. Seeing this scene, everyone in Ethan was shocked beyond measure. They didn't come back to their senses until the gully on the sea surface was closed again due to the pressure of the fist wind dissipating. Song even retracted the 3 generations of ghosts into the sheath with lightning speed, sweating profusely and pretending to be nonchalant, whistling. This, how to fight this? Ethan had long been mentally prepared for Garp's strength, but even so, he was still extremely shocked after seeing it with his own eyes. If you refuse, then I can only take you back. Don't worry, I will never hurt you. To be honest, even if you try your best to resist, I can subdue you unscathed. Garp, he smiled and said, oh, by the way, do you want to know more about Jinjin City? Ethan couldn't help but swallowed. Seeing Garp's demeanor didn't seem like he was lying. Although this old man's personality was out of character, he was absolutely unambiguous in business matters. But am I really going to be in the Navy? When Ethan watched One Piece in his previous life, he despised the many corruptions within the Navy. Not only that, but joining the Navy means that he will be involuntary from now on. This is not the life Ethan wants. But, joining the Navy also means many benefits, such as, the sea-building stone that I have always wanted. Moreover, facing Garp, do I really have the capital to reject him? How to do it? Ethan was full of thoughts. What? It looks like you want to reject me. Garp put on a threatening look. Well, Mr. Garp, you just put a big criminal like me in the Navy? Will the Navy headquarters be happy? Ethan tried hard to find a reason. Don't worry about those things. Garp waved his hand and said indifferently, the evil spirit of flame is slippery. He ran away and couldn't catch him. Before Ethan's eyes, the scene of Admiral Sengoku making Garp furious. I'm afraid this kind of thing happened once or twice. But, I'm still a child. Ethan couldn't help it, and took out his trump card. In theory, he was still a child, about the same age as Ace and the others. That's a problem. Garp crossed his arms and rubbed his chin. Yes. I can put you in the Navy Junior Training Camp, where some are homeless children adopted by the Navy, and some are sacrificed to the Navy. The orphans are all children who aspire to become excellent Navy. Fuck, this is all right, Ethan has nothing to do with these things, so he talks about him from left to right. Stop talking so much nonsense. Give me a quick word. A man should not be such a mother-in-law. Yes, obviously there are endless opportunities for me to join the Navy, and I don't have to hide from now on, and I have enough time to train myself. But why am I so resistant? Ethan's complexion changed several times, and he finally calmed down, and let out a breath slowly. Mr. Garp. I'm afraid I still can't promise you. As soon as Ethan's words came out, the atmosphere on the whole boat also cooled down, and both Asong and Soap became visibly nervous. Oh. Garp's face became serious. Have you figured it out? Think about it. No regrets. Garp stood up, clenched his fists, and then asked while pressing his knuckles. No regrets. Okay. Then. The atmosphere condensed at this moment. Garp took a deep breath, and punched Ethan violently. Boom. There was a louder explosion than before, and the sea surface was like a big explosion on the bottom of the sea, bursting into the sky with spray. Ethan had already closed his eyes when Garp punched him, and he said in his heart, just push into the city. The worst thing is, there must be sea towers and stones there. But listening to the sound, strangely, the body didn't feel anything. So he hurriedly opened his eyes, and Garp had already sat on the ground helplessly again. TCH, brat, I don't know if you are brave or you don't understand farts. If you push into a place like the city, you might as well kill yourself immediately. Garp looked at Ethan with a look of hatred. Ethan smiled embarrassingly. Don't be angry, old man, I am also thinking of you. You see, I am a lawless character, and I will not change because of joining the Navy, so if I really press as you said, I joined the Navy, and I will definitely cause trouble for you everywhere. Joke, no matter how troublesome you are, you will have me. Garp was about to say something, but stopped after thinking about it. Ethan smiled inwardly when he heard this. Garp's son, and Garp's grandson, those are not masters who can stay in peace. I am afraid that the old man also caused a lot of problems when he was young, right? What you said makes sense. Ethan hurriedly said, but that's not what the question is about. For example, if I really become a Navy, I will definitely fight against Luffy and Ace in the future, right? Then I will definitely go down. Don't do it. What's the matter? Garp glared at Ethan. The old man has let go of countless pirates. This, old man, as a Navy, this kind of thing is not worth boasting about, right? But this is just talking in his heart. Ethan still smiled and said, yes, old man, you are arrogant. But for another example, if I encounter something like the Kingdom of Goa again, I will definitely take care of it. Come on. Just pay attention to the method. Garp continued to stare at Ethan. Was he angry about the Goa Kingdom? That's for sure, but he can't do much, that's why he gave Ethan a chance. Then, another example. Ethan mulled over his words. What if I can't get used to Tianlong people? Chapter 66. Why do you still want to beat the Tianlong people? Garp was so angry that he blew his beard and stared, and his fist fell on Ethan's head. Although those garbage really deserve to be beaten. You boy, you want to get along with the old man intentionally. What are you going to do? I'm telling the truth. Ethan held his head and pretended to be wronged, and said in his heart that I would do it if I didn't become your grandson. It's not like you don't know the virtues of Tianlong people. If I meet them and beat them it's good. I'm afraid you can't handle this matter, right? Humph. At this point, Garp lost his mind. The kid in front of him, as well as his two grandsons, were nothing to worry about. It looks rough and fine, but it is bold and reckless in doing things, lawless, it's really, To my liking. Garp was very hesitant, and his original idea had changed several times. Originally, after learning the truth about the fire in Goa Kingdom, he wanted to see what kind of character Ethan was. If he wasn't the kind of vicious person, he would let him go. But he never expected that the evil spirit of flame who overthrew the ruling class of the Goa Kingdom by himself was just a kid who was about the same age as his grandsons. As a result, Mr. Garp changed his mind. He wanted to keep Ethan by his side and tried to draw him into the Navy camp. Unexpectedly, this kid is as stubborn as Luffy. Although he didn't contradict him openly like Luffy, his words revealed rejection both explicitly and secretly. How to do it? Catch him. According to the current group of guys from the world government, after this kid is caught, the easiest way is to throw him into the city. But don't catch. Garp looked at Ethan with a complicated expression. This kid will. How about this, old man? Ethan suddenly said, although I don't really want to be a navy, but I don't have the idea of becoming a pirate, it should be said. I haven't decided what I want to do in the future. Although I am quite valuable, I am very short of money, so I am temporarily working as a bounty hunter. Oh. Garp wondered, are you short of money? Of course. Ethan said in his heart, if it weren't for your Navy's strict control over Halashi, how could I be so short of money? Ethan thought for a while and then added, besides, in the next 5 or 6 years, I probably won't leave the East China Sea. I will hunt pirates everywhere in the East China Sea, so I can help the old man. How about it? Garp crossed his arms, looking embarrassed, but I've come to your boat. It's a bit unreasonable not to take you back. I can't say that I was defeated by you and let you escape, right? But it's not impossible. Don't. Old man. Ethan hurriedly stopped Garp with a look of panic, joking, if Mr. Garp really made such a report to his superiors, how high would his bounty be soared all of a sudden? I'm afraid there will be no more peace in this life. Isn't this an excuse? It's really nerve-wracking. Garp looked like, why are you so difficult? Just now, when you always wanted to take me into the Navy, the excuse didn't seem so hard to find, did it? It's different. Garp understood what Ethan was thinking just by looking at Ethan's expression, and said helplessly, it was I who asked you to join the Navy. Of course I have to think of excuses, but now you brought up this matter, so this excuse. You just said that my ability is too weird, you let me run away because of your carelessness. It's too fake. Garp said, picking his nose. I've never heard of your fruit ability to turn into a skeleton on fire. Natural? Superman? But no matter what the system is, you still have to be armed. It is domineering and balanced. Hey, old man, that's not necessarily true. After talking like this for a while, the hellfire energy in Ethan's body recovered a little bit, so he lightly rubbed his fingers, and a small cluster of flames appeared from his fingertips. Please put the armed domineering color on your hands. Garp looked at Ethan's actions, and didn't doubt his intentions. Instead, he listened to Ethan's words with interest, and stretched out his right hand. Garp's armed arrogance has been cultivated to the extreme, to the point where it is invisible to the naked eye. Seeing that Garp's right hand stretched over has not changed at all, Ethan couldn't help but admire in his heart. Then Ethan flipped his hand and put the cluster of small flames on Garp's hand. Feeling the warm touch in his hand, Garp was amazed. You know, the hands covered by his armed domineering aura are truly invulnerable to fire and water, and invulnerable to King Kong. Such a small cluster of flames can actually make him feel the warmth. This is really, wrong. Garp was surprised to find that the flames were still slowly corroding the armored domineering shell. Although this process was very slow, it did exist. You are so hot, you can break through the armed domineering. Hey? Is that so? Ethan also made Garp stunned. He originally had the idea of experimenting. After all, hellfire is not a devil fruit ability. Armed domineering shouldn't have any restraint effect on it, right, so he wanted to see what wonderful reaction his hellfire would have when it touched the armed domineering, but Ethan really didn't have such expectations if it could break the armed domineering. Don't you know? Garp looked at Ethan in wonder. I don't know. Ethan was also at a loss. This is the first time I've met someone who is armed and domineering. Garp pondered for a while. To be honest, he was really hesitant now. Ethan looked at Garp's silent expression, and said dejectedly, "Is it still not possible? Well, then I listen to you, go to the Navy, but you have to promise me one condition." Oh! Garp was a little surprised by Ethan's transformation. Let's hear it. It suddenly occurred to me. A Song has always appeared with me, so I want you to help me completely clear A Song of suspicion. Ethan said. He just realized that even if he ran away, what about A Song? In the public just now, many people saw that A Song was with him, and if he ran away like this, A Song would definitely be suspected. Ethan. Ah Song was also very moved when he heard this. It's okay, the big deal is that the two of us go to sea together, and I can still be a bounty hunter in the East China Sea. Forget it soon. Isn't there someone in your family who misses you? Ethan blinked at A Song. Hearing this, Garp let out a long sigh. Hey! No matter how much the old man doesn't care about anything, he also understands a truth: twisted melons are not sweet. Ethan raised his head in surprise. So, are you going to let me go? Humph, otherwise? It took a long time to get you to become my soldier unwillingly, and I will wipe your ass everywhere in the future. Garp was talking, and the more he spoke, the more angry he was, and he couldn't bear it. I couldn't help giving Ethan another chestnut. Ouch! Ethan covered his head, but still smiled on his face. Fortunately, the lieutenant general sent by the Navy this time was Garp. If it was another lieutenant general, maybe he would really fall here. Boy, don't worry about laughing, the old man's boat will come over in a while, you friend can stay here, you first think about how you should run. Ethan smiled, it's easy. He greeted Soap, turned over and jumped into the sea. With the help of Soap, he floated on the water without much effort. I'll wait for your boat to arrive in a while. Secretly take a boat with the wind to go back. Seeing Ethan floating on the sea without any signs of fatigue, Garp asked in surprise, You are not afraid of water? What is the devil fruit you ate? Hey, old man, didn't I say that? My devil fruit ability is very weird. Ethan laughed triumphantly. Chapter 67. Things became much simpler after that. Under Mr. Garp's deliberate neglect, Ethan smoothly grabbed his battleship's buttocks and came to a place called Tabri Island. There is a very prosperous port town on the island called Pudo Town. Ethan has some impressions of this place. This island is the closest island to the windless zone in the entire East China Sea, so it became the first supply station for naval ships after returning to the East China Sea and before heading to the Great Route. Over time, it developed into the largest island in the East China Sea. It can also be said that it is the island with the best security in the East China Sea. Just kidding, which pirate is tired of living and dares to come to the island of the Navy to plunder? With the help of Soap, one person and one dog tiptoed onto the island. As soon as he landed on the island, Ethan found a secluded place. Boss, can we not do this? What do you say? Then, can I choose my appearance this time? That must be, no way. With Ethan's smirk, Soap was needed again and turned into a Shiba Inu. Why is it a dog again? Boss, don't you have any other hobbies? Zhao Zhao was very angry. Ethan smiled and said, Yes, as long as you are like this, come and learn from me. Ethan tilted his head with a smile. Soap subconsciously imitated Ethan's movements after hearing what Ethan said, and tilted his head too. Hey, that's right, tilting the head is the best weapon for a Shiba Inu. Remember Aang, I must use this trick in the future if you want to ask me. Ethan said with a smile, and picked up Soap without any hassle. Once shrunk down by Ethan, it fits perfectly in his arms. According to Mr. Garp, his true face has not been exposed. So I have been fighting wits with the air for so long? But that's good too. After learning about this, the pressure that had been pressing on Ethan's heart suddenly eased a lot. Now he only needs to change the appearance of the soap, and he should be able to completely escape the pursuit of the Navy. One person and one dog lived in Dorpu town, and what they were waiting for was naturally a song who came back here with the old man. The Navy will conduct a review and inquiry on a song for about a week, but the old man also told Ethan that with him around, a song will not be in any trouble, so Ethan is not worried about it. These few days, Ethan's little life is quite comfortable, holding soap and wandering around the various restaurants in the town. Originally, a song left them a lot of money, which was enough for them to eat and drink for more than the hotel money of the month. But after the guy who couldn't stand soap changed his appearance again, he turned his grief and anger into appetite. As a result, after a few days, he spent a lot of money. However, how about saying that this place is indeed the closest place to the Great Route in the East China Sea? In addition to eating in the restaurant, Ethan also pricked up his ears, and got a lot of news on the Great Route from the chat of the Navy beside him. Although it was not a secret, it really caught Ethan's attention. News of the split of the Murloc pirates. Have you heard? What? It's mysterious. I heard that Shishabukai's last 2 vacant positions have all been filled. What? I know that Jinbi of the Sun Pirates accepted Shishabukai's invitation, but the last position, who is it? When did it happen? You know the Don Quixote pirates, right? Ah, so it's him, Tien Yasha Don Quixote da Flamingo, but recently, didn't you hear that Lieutenant General he had been ordered to hunt him down? Why did you suddenly recruit him? We don't know about this. In short, it seems that Da Flamingo was really disgraced by Lieutenant General he, but I don't know why the higher UPS suddenly decided to recruit him. Hearing this, Ethan has already understood. What they are talking about should be that Don Quixote da Flamingo robbed the heavenly gold that was tribute to the Tian Longren by the affiliated country of the world government to threaten the world government to give him the identity of Shishabukai event. In this way, the famous king of Deer's Arrows in later generations is just an ordinary pirate who was chased around by Vice Admiral Crane. Thinking of this, Ethan shook his head in self-deprecating manner, thinking about it for himself. Is it useful? I didn't even go to the Great Route. Speaking of which, Ethan and the old man said that he would not set foot on the Great Voyage for 5 or 6 years, and it was indeed his mind. It has been more than half a year since he came to this world. After experiencing these several battles, Ethan deeply felt his own lack of strength, that is, everything was too dependent on hellfire. He is like a mage, or a melee type. Hellfire is his mana. After the mana is used up, he will be extremely fragile. However, the world's most powerful melee professions are everywhere. But because of the existence of the system, Ethan wasn't too depressed. Because of Carp, after Ethan came to the island, he remembered that he would have another chance to extract his abilities after defeating the shop manager of Muba Treasure Store, but after he opened the system prompt, he found that the system had automatically claimed rewards, and draw skill cards. But what Ethan didn't expect was that it turned out that not only moves with Devil Fruit abilities could become skill cards, but ordinary moves could too. For example. Now Ethan is staring blankly at the white skill card Ambition Iron Fist in his backpack, wanting to cry but not crying. Where is the cheating? Originally, I thought that I would be able to encounter a practically valuable Devil Fruit ability. In Ethan's opinion, with the ability of the store manager, no matter what part of the skill card he drew, he could equip it immediately, but he never expected But what can comfort Ethan is that the experience he gained from defeating the store manager has successfully raised his level to level 3. The attribute has increased significantly again, and it has further strengthened his idea of upgrading is the root of becoming stronger, so let's play with any lottery. Feeling more and more powerful arms, Ethan has made up his mind to stay in Donghai first and then hone himself. To put it bluntly, he wants to stay in this place and then practice leveling. Then this card. Ethan looked at the white card that didn't even bother to pop up the introduction, and just about to choose to sell it to the system, he heard the system prompt, "This card is a physical skill card, and it is the first time to equip physical skills. The skill can unlock the physical training level, do you want to destroy this card?" Physical training level? Ethan asked, what the hell is that? Physical skills training level is the same as swordsmanship training level. Swordsmanship level can improve the host's combat effectiveness and sword skills power when fighting with a sword. And physical skills training level can improve the power of physical skills. In addition, physical skills the level will also improve the basic attributes of the host. Why, then getting this card, not a loss. Ethan resolutely equipped this Ambition Iron Fist skill card, and then opened his status bar, and found that in his skills, under the experience bar of Otaki Sword Art, there was an additional elementary physical art experience bar. Then how do you get experience points for this physical skill? Ethan suddenly had an idea, sword skills just need to be practiced, but physical skills, don't they just need to be practiced? So he began to do push UPS in the room, exhausted himself in one breath, and opened the system interface to check after collapsing on the bed. The result was exactly as he expected. Technical skills can indeed be improved with daily exercise. After figuring out all this, it was the first time for Ethan to feel stronger and so close to him. In this way, during the week that Ethan stayed in this town, apart from going out to listen to the gossip, he just huddled in one place and devoted himself to exercising. It was not until a song was released that the two set foot on the road to Rogue Town. Journey. On the other hand. What? You let that guy run away? The deafening roar of the current Admiral Sengoku came from the receiver. Carp, stop here. Did you let him go again? What kind of person can escaping from you? Do you think he's Gold Roger? Then what can I do? Garp put the receiver far away from his ears, and lazily picked his nostrils. His fruit ability is too strange, not to mention that it can corrode the domineering color of the weapon, but it can also swimming in the sea, you say? Nani? Sengoku was shocked, put aside the corrosion and domineering, it is an iron law that people with devil fruit abilities cannot swim. A few devil fruits, such as the ability of Aokiji, allow him to walk on the sea, but if it is about launching into the water. Carp, you old bastard, you don't want to lie to me. Zhangguo roared again, he thought that Carp was making up lies to deceive him, which was really unbelievable. However, this is not the first time that Garp has done this kind of thing. He will never show mercy to bad guys, but he will sometimes forgive people who meet his justice. Sengoku's complaints were automatically blocked in his ears. Garp was chewing on the biscuits, but his eyes were staring blankly at the distant sea. Brat, even if you don't want to be a navy, you don't want to be a pirate, otherwise. However, even so, this matter is over in this way. The Navy headquarters recalled Carp. Although the reward amount for Ethan was still increased by 3,000 million according to the rules, no Navy generals were sent to hunt him down. This made Ethan breathe a sigh of relief, but also wondered why. In fact, the reason is very simple. The political situation in Goa Kingdom has stabilized. The original battle between the nobles has come to an end. In this battle, the Outlook family and the Winster family jointly seized the throne of the ruler. Truck 3 sat on the final throne. Subsequently, the newly promoted king of the Goa Kingdom began to present huge amounts of treasure to the Tianlong people in order to bribe them to let the world government recognize the legitimacy of their throne, and by the way, all the traces of the former royal family wipe away. In this way, even Carp admitted that he hadn't caught the evil spirit of flame, and the world government was unwilling to send any further manpower. After all, the sufferer was gone, and the new sufferer didn't want to pursue it again, so the matter was put on hold. Chapter 68. 2 days later. In the East China Sea, a single-masted boat floated alone on the sea like a lonely ant crawling in the desert. And not far from this small boat, an ordinary passenger ship is being attacked by pirates. Little ones, give it to me. After grabbing this ticket, let's go ashore and have some fun. The pirate ship with black sails was parallel to the ordinary passenger ship, and ropes were thrown towards the passenger ship. The sporadic gunfire from the guards on the passenger ship had no effect, on the contrary, it aroused the viciousness of the pirates. Come on! Kill all the men! Keep the women and the money! The pirate captain Xanu shouted arrogantly, waving his glove knife. With his order, the pirates grabbed the ropes and swung across. Captain! Look! The observer on the side suddenly pointed to the side, and Xanu looked in the direction of his finger, and a small boat with its sails furled was approaching them unsteadily. There are 2 people on it, all with weapons, they may be bounty hunters. Xanu frowned, what a coincidence! Could it be that they came here for us? No matter, shoot them as soon as they enter the range of the muskets. Yes. The 2 people on this boat are naturally Ethan and Asong. The 2 set off from Pudo town and embarked on a journey to Rog town. It has been nearly half a month since they walked all the way. Maybe it was because of his homely feeling, Asong seemed a little restless. In order to have more time for mental preparation, he even closed the sails and let the boat drift slowly for a few days. In the past few days, he always wanted to stand up and walk around when he had nothing to do, and the most lively event on the ship, the drinking and bragging conference, could not be held. I said, old song, don't go back and forth anymore, I'm afraid you'll break the bottom of the boat. The golden soap all over his body lazily wagged his tail, narrowed his eyes and joked to Asong, who was going back and forth. Asong was obviously not in the mood to bicker with Soap, but he sat down anyway, looked at Soap, then looked at Ethan, who was basking in the sun on the recliner, and couldn't help but said, Ethan. Hey! Ethan turned over obediently, snoring lightly. It's not that Ethan is merciless, it's that Asong is a bit too troublesome. In the past few days, he has been asking those questions over and over again. Is Doral already married? Will Doral be married? Won't you miss me? Anyway, left and right cannot do without the girl named Doral. According to the original development track of the world, Asong is definitely not a bachelor in the end. It is not difficult to see from the interaction between him and the proprietress when Soran went to his shop to buy a knife, and his married life is also relatively harmonious and sweet. But Ethan really wasn't sure whether that proprietress was the Doral Asong had been thinking about. So even though Asong has been talking about it for so many days, Ethan has no way to shut his mouth. So I can only pretend to be asleep. Go to sleep, he will go to Soap and talk about it when he falls asleep. But today it was obvious that God had pity on him. Shouts of killing and gunshots came from the front, interrupting Asong's opening remarks. Pirate! Soap's ears pricked up, staring excitedly at the black skull flag, which is a sign of money to it. Pirates? Ethan also turned over and sat up, and looked at the 2 ships that were engaged in a boarding battle in the distance, but he couldn't find the slightest sign of waking up from sleep on his face. That's great, there is something to stop Asong's mouth. The logo of the pirate flag. Asong took out the binoculars, carefully looked at the skull logo on the black sail, frowned and recalled it carefully, then shook his head. I have no impression, it should be the newly established Sea Thieves, the reward should not be high. Maybe there is not even a reward. As soon as he finished speaking, Soap's head drooped immediately, and he squinted his eyes, preparing to go back to sleep. Joke, not even a bounty, what a pirate. So realistic. The corner of Ethan's mouth twitched. Although Soap doesn't have much motivation, Ethan and Asong won't sit idly by, not to mention that the pirate group is still robbing before their eyes. Immediately, the sails were released, and with the help of the wind, the boat quickly approached the 2 ships. As the boat got closer and closer, the pirate ship had obviously spotted them, gunshots rang out one after another, and water splashed continuously on the water around the boat. Ouch, I'm going. Soap, who was still wanting to sleep, suddenly felt a chill in his head, and a bullet flew past his head, causing him to roll aside in fright. Looking up, I found that both Ethan and Asong had hid in the small cabin, looking at it sympathetically through the curved glass of the cabin door. "Keep it up, you can do it. You two bastards. You have no sense of loyalty." Soap was so angry that his face was crooked, but bullets rained down on him, and he could only roll around on the deck. But fortunately, the boat was nimble and fast, and it didn't take long. With a sound of boom, the boat bumped into the stern of the pirate ship firmly. "Come on! Avenge the Soap!" The small door of the cabin was kicked open by Ethan. Under Soap's tired eyes, the two of them chanted the slogan of justice, and one jumped onto the pirate ship one after another. As soon as his feet stepped on the deck of the pirate ship, several black guns were aimed at Ethan and Asong. Shot! Asong made glances at Ethan, and the two of them had already rushed up on both sides. Gunshots rang out one after another, and Ethan and Asong kept making evasive movements, but the distance between them and the pirates holding their guns was getting closer and closer. "Hey, why do I have to dodge so hard?" Ethan suddenly remembered, raised his hand, and the red Shuangtian saber suddenly appeared in his hand, and then facing the pirate who shot at him, Ethan decisively launched the sword. Ding! The blue light flashed past, and Ethan's figure instantly came in front of the pirates. The Shuangtian knife slashed horizontally, and flesh and blood flew all over the place. What Asong said was indeed true. This group of pirates was really the kind of pirate group that couldn't even offer a bounty. Ethan rushing into the crowd is like a wolf into a herd of sheep, especially with the length of the Shuangtian saber. It will take advantage of the enemy for a long time. After abandoning the small movements such as stabbing, pointing, and picking in general swordsmanship, every attack of Shuangtian Dao is wide open and full of menacing momentum. Seeing that Ethan's side can handle it well, Asong planned to capture the thief first and the king first. He squinted his eyes to observe, and stared at Xanu, the captain of the pirates wearing a three-cornered hat. Xanu is crying now. Their pirate group has just been established. Originally they just wanted to snatch an ordinary merchant ship. Who would have thought that they would run into two bounty hunters due to their bad luck, still the kind of extraordinary bounty hunter. No, have to figure out a way. Looking at the murderous person who looked like a child, but held a 5-meter long knife in his hand, rushed into the crowd like no one, Xanu felt that he could no longer stay on this boat, and he regretted it a bit. Why did you wait for these two bounty hunters on your boat just now? Fortunately, the guards on the merchant ship were insufficient. After half a day, the situation over there should have stabilized, right? Decided, go on a merchant ship. After mastering the hostages and property on the merchant ship, he can also negotiate with these two bounty hunters. Xanu made up his mind and was just about to lift the rope and swing across. Suddenly there were continuous screams from the merchant ship, and Xanu saw his subordinates scrambling to escape from the merchant ship's cabin. Chapter 69. Dodge. Pu Lan. What the hell are you doing? Where's Orang? Xanu opened his eyes and scolded. Boss. Boss. Inside. Inside. What? Another figure knocked open the hatch and flew out. He looked miserable with a bloody head, and a deep hollow in the shape of a hole was punched out on his chest. It seemed that he was dying soon. Jean. Xanu's heart trembled, and the movements of his hands slowed down. As soon as he was slow, Asong's knife had already arrived. The cold knife light flashed past, Xanu's hand loosened, and the rope had been cut by Asong. As their captain, it's more important to fight bloody battles with them at this time, and fight against the enemy together. Asong said with a smile. Yukino's shining blade was like a life-threatening talisman in Xanu's eyes. At this time, Xanu's subordinates were also shocked by Ethan's methods. In such a short period of time, most of them were killed or injured. But don't look at Ethan's quick killing. This process is not easy at all. It requires too much concentration to dodge bullets, otherwise he will be shot again if he is not careful. Why do I want to say again? In short, Ethan seemed to be fighting with the gunman. Now that the gang of pirates stopped, Ethan was secretly relieved. I'm talking about a song. What do you usually do with these pirates who don't even offer rewards? Ethan asked, shaking his head while shaking the blood stained on the Shuangtian saber. As soon as these words came out, the pirates all pricked up their ears, feeling uneasy. Before today, they would never have believed that a handsome young man who seemed to reveal a bit of a weak temperament could be so cruel. Not only did he go head-on in the hail of bullets, but he also killed them to the point of blood. Since he couldn't beat him, he could only surrender and listen to others. Well, I usually don't pay attention to such pirate groups, but since they are robbing the merchant ship, why don't we tie them up and hand them over to the merchant ship, and ask them for some reward? Ah Song rubbed his chin and made a gesture. Idea. They were talking here, and the cabin door on the other side of the passenger ship was also separated from the left and right. The man who had just frightened Zanu's men to death was limping out. This man has a tall and thin figure, his complexion is not very good looking, even a little sallow and thin, as if he is malnourished. His expression is stern, and he has the temperament of a ruthless person, but his two big beards and braids slightly break this temperament. But when it comes to the most noticeable part of his body, his right leg has been amputated from the knee down and replaced by a wooden prosthetic. It is said to be a prosthetic limb, but it is actually just a wooden stick. The hole-like depression in the chest of the pirate who was beaten out before seems to be kicked out by his prosthetic limb. Really? The man seemed to be in a very bad mood now. I really didn't expect that one day it would be my turn to be robbed. What's so strange about this, old man? Now you should understand how we felt at that time. A boy with blonde short hair came out behind the man, and the boy's bangs blocked his forward left eye, only one right eye exposed. His eyebrows are very peculiar, the kind that curl up. Bah! The man snorted and said disdainfully, just because of this group of miscellaneous pirates, they are worthy of being compared with me? You stinky brat, wait here for me. As soon as the words fell, the man's figure flickered, and after hearing a few screams, the few remaining pirates on the merchant ship were all kicked off the ship by him, and they had no power to fight back in front of the man. The lack of a foot does not seem to affect the man's speed and leg strength, or in other words, he is very strong in himself. Even if it has an impact, his strength is still terrifying in the face of these people. The blonde boy with curly eyebrows didn't appreciate the man's affection. He snorted and turned his head awkwardly. The man was not annoyed, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he turned his gaze to the ship that Zanu was on. He lightly stepped on the deck, his body leaped high and landed on the ship. The people who suddenly appeared on the boat naturally attracted everyone's attention. As soon as Ethan turned his head, he was attracted by the man who jumped onto the boat. The beard, the legs. Ah Song showed a thoughtful expression, and kept looking at this man. Tisk. Strange, this person really looks familiar. Could it be that you are Redfoot Zap? Ethan blurted out in surprise. He couldn't help sighing that sometimes the East China Sea is really too small, and unexpectedly met Jeep here, looking at him like this. It seems that he and Sanji just escaped from the desert island not long ago? Thinking of this, Ethan couldn't help but looked at the pirate Zanu sympathetically. It's so pitiful. Even if you didn't meet me by chance, your robbery would probably end in failure. No, it might be even worse. Jeep's nickname of Red Feet is not just a talk, it is a nickname that he got after he really stained his feet red with the blood of the enemy. Moreover, he is a pirate who has sailed on the Great Route for a year and then escaped unscathed. It can be said that he was tortured and killed against you scumbags. Humph, since you know me, you don't need to say much. If you dare to rob the boat I'm on, you're out of luck today. Jeep stroked his two beards and looked around at the crowd. Children, swordsmen? This pirate group is really strange. Is there any internal strife? Ethan didn't want to do it when he heard it. According to Jeep, did he consider himself a member of this pirate group? Just as he was about to speak up to defend himself, he heard a plop, and Xanu on one side had already knelt down vigorously, and the deck was knocked loudly. Boss! From today on, you have the final say. We will never dare to disobey you again. Xanu is kneeling and facing Ethan. What the hell? Ethan only felt 10,000 pieces of soap rushing past his heart. Seeing that GP shifted his gaze to himself, and just about to explain, he saw GP raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Oh? Interesting, you look better than Shanji. Can't be that big of a deal, can he be the boss of this gang of pirates?" "I'm not. Boss. It's up to you now. Get rid of this cripple." "I'm stupid, what do you still say?" Ethan was angry from his heart, and with a horizontal shot of Shuangtiandao, Xanu was sent flying. "Cripple." Zap's voice came from behind, but the tone sounded like. Ethan turned around and saw GP, who was expressionless but with veins popping out of his temples. Although it was his own decision to give up this leg, after all, it hasn't been too long, and he still really minds when others say this word. Then, die. As soon as GP finished speaking, his figure was distorted in Ethan's eyes. The next moment, his figure suddenly appeared beside Ethan and kicked him out. Ethan hurriedly raised his sword to block it, but it was too late, and GP kicked him on the back of the waist. His whole body was as if struck by lightning, and his heart ached. Is this the strength to embark on a great route? Ethan broke out in a cold sweat from the pain, and almost couldn't stand up anymore, but he still gritted his teeth, supported himself with the Shuangtian knife, and barely maintained his standing. "Oh? After being kicked by me, you can still stand?" GP said leisurely. Just now, because his speed was so fast, A Song didn't even have time to react. But at this moment, A Song had already made a move, attacking from behind GP. But the glory of the swordsman made him unable to do this kind of sneak attack, so he hesitated a little, and reminded him, "Red-footed GP, I'm going to go up. Draw out the knife and cut Shui Wangxia." Yukino suddenly pulled out of the sheath, and slashed at GP at a tricky angle. Because of the angle of this sword, if the opponent hadn't prepared in advance, otherwise he would lose his center of gravity if he dodges hastily. In this way, Ah Song can catch up with the second move and kill the opponent in one fell swoop. But GP didn't dodge, and didn't even turn his head. After Ah Song approached, he kicked back and kicked Ah Song precisely on the wrist with his left leg. Ah Song felt a numbness in his hands. Suezu had already let go, and the blade sank into the deck. Chapter 70. The gap in strength made Ethan wake up again. He smiled wryly and shook his head. Compared with this kind of people who have already embarked on a great voyage, he is really far behind. However, so what? Ethan's breath has slowed down, and at this moment, his heart is ignited with soaring fighting spirit. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. If you want me to just admit defeat like this, I can't do it. Let me first see how big the gap is compared with the pirates who retreated on the Great Route. Ethan raised the Shuangtian saber, trying to slash, causing GP to lean over, put his hands on the ground, and kick Ethan in the face with his right leg. Perhaps the broken leg affected GP's dexterity. This time Ethan barely reacted to GP's movement when he was prepared, and took a step back to avoid GP's kick. Turn around. See cut. With a flash of blue light, seeing that the cut has been successfully launched, Ethan's next attack must hit, but he didn't aim at GP's body, but at his right prosthetic leg. Humph! GP snorted coldly, as if he had seen through Ethan's actions. He stretched his hands hard, separated his legs, and his whole body was spinning like a windmill. If ordinary people encountered this trick, they must not rush to get close, otherwise they would be swept by GP's legs and kicked to break their bones. But who made Ethan's sharp cut be sure to hit? The blue light flashed past, and GP only felt a light on his leg, and the wooden prosthetic limb on his right leg was almost broken at the root. GP really didn't expect Ethan to actually successfully cut off his prosthetic limb, and now the feeling of the different lengths of his legs made him feel very uncoordinated. This kind of defect is really impossible to overcome. Old man! A boy's exclamation came from the merchant ship. The rope shook, and a boy was already pulling the rope and swinging over. When Ethan saw the dazzling blonde hair and the strange curly eyebrows, he knew in his heart that this was Sanji in his youth. Sanji held a small knife and stood in front of GP. Although he and GP had been arguing these days, what happened on the desert island made him put GP at the top of his heart. Location. You are so despicable. Sanji on the boat over there fully noticed the process of Ethan and GP fighting, saw that Ethan didn't cut other places, but only chopped on GP's prosthetic limb, and couldn't help but curse Road. Ethan spread his hands helplessly, and replied, "You don't feel pain in your back when you stand and talk, but this is Redfoot GP. Don't worry about it, I'm afraid I'm going to be kicked to death by him." "Humph, brat, you're really good at talking." GP hated his teeth, but there was no good way at this time. Sanji took the initiative to run in front of him to defend him, which moved him very much, but he was moved, and he couldn't just hide behind a kid like this. So he put his hand on Sanji's shoulder, pulled him behind him, and said to Ethan, "When did you become the person in the East China Sea? Could it be that I am ignorant? Little devil, please report your name." At this time, A Song also gathered the snow that was kicked away, and came to Ethan's side, beckoning him not to be careless. A character like Redfoot Japu should never be underestimated. Ethan waved his hand at A Song, showing a smile. "Okay, A Song, don't worry, since we can communicate well, there will be no more fights, and this matter itself is just a misunderstanding." Then Ethan turned his head and explained to GP, "Grandpa, the two of us are just ordinary bounty hunters, not pirates on this ship. We just happened to pass by and saw pirates robbing us. It's just to plunder merchant ships and help them out, but here, our ship is still parked by the side." GP looked in the direction of Ethan's finger, and found that there was indeed a sloop parked beside him. In this way, GP already believed it a little bit. After jumping on the boat, he found so many corpses. He thought it was an internal strife among the pirates. Didn't think about bounty hunters at all. But this is not enough to make GP relax his vigilance. Even if these two people are not with the pirates, they are also bounty hunters, and their own bounty. Hehe, is it enough to make most bounty hunters flock to him? Seeing that Mr. GP didn't let go of his vigilance, Ethan couldn't help but waved his hands. "Believe it or not, the two of us didn't have any malice towards you, otherwise, I could cut your leg with the knife just now. Why can't I cut you? What about you?" The scene turned cold for a while, and Ethan felt that what he just said seemed too much. After a long while, GP snorted coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Humph, are all the brats at this age so annoying?" Turning to look at Ah Song, "Your child?" Sanji turned his head and stared at Zap, feeling like he had been shot. But GP ignored him, and still gave Ethan a meaningful look, then turned to A Song, "Your son is very powerful. Why play?" Seeing Ah Song scratching the back of his head and showing an embarrassed expression after hearing this, Ethan suddenly felt a little heartbroken. "Is there something wrong with you? What are you embarrassed about?" "My son? Who is this guy?" Ethan cursed. "Hey? Didn't you go to sea with your father?" GP became interested. How dare a child of this age go to sea by himself? Seeing the smile on GP's face, Ethan also relaxed. "Let's skip this topic, okay? So this is, the misunderstanding resolved." GP put his big hand on Sanji's head, and rubbed his hair vigorously. "Put away the kitchen knife, don't fight with your hands easily, hands are the life of the chef." Then he squinted at Ethan. "Humph humph. He's obviously just a brat, why is he such a mother-in-law?" Seeing Sanji's displeasure after GP said something to him, Ethan was overjoyed, and put the Shuangtian sword back into its sheath. and replied, "No way, I'm not careful with a big pirate like you. How can I do it? I don't want to be a dead soul under your feet. Don't put a high hat on me, you boy, you were not so pious when you did it just now." Ethan chuckled, and in this way, the conflict was resolved. To be honest, if GP hadn't broken his leg, Ethan would have had a lot of trouble in this battle. Broken legs have a huge impact on combat effectiveness, not to mention pirates like Zap who rely on kicking skills to fight, which is why they say that if they lose a leg, they can no longer be pirates. The next thing is much simpler. The captain of this group of pirates, Zanu, has been thrown out by Ethan's sword and fell into the sea. The rest of the pirates on board are a bunch of scum, and there is no need to spend more no matter what. Ethan tied them all up. The captain and sailors on the merchant ship did not suffer too many casualties. These pirates are indeed just a bunch of mobs. After rushing into the merchant ship, they threw their captain's orders behind their heads, and all rushed into the cabin, eager to grab some good things first, just bumped into Zap and was shot out. So in the end, after Ethan and Asong accepted a considerable gift from the captain of the merchant ship, they handed over the pirate ship and the people to them. But in this way, the captain and Zap had some disputes again. "How can this be? Didn't we agree to send us to Lost City?" Sanji shouted angrily. "There is no way, little brother, as you have seen, we have already encountered a robbery, and the guarding force has been greatly weakened. Fortunately, the guests have not suffered any harm. We have just gone to sea, and now it is the safest time to return to repair what away. And these two powerful bounty hunters generously handed over all the pirates to us. Is it possible that we are going to take this group of pirates on the road together?" The captain's words made Sanji dumb-mouthed speechless. Ethan was listening to the conversation, thinking that the captain is really a good-for-nothing businessman. What about insufficient guards? As a captain, what level of guards should he recruit? Can such a group of miscellaneous fish pirates overwhelm the scattered guards? It is obvious that they are trying to save money at the beginning, and they are desperate to save costs. Ethan knew in his heart that the other party was willing to spend a lot of money to buy this pirate ship. It must be for another wave of advertisements for himself. Anyway, no one on the merchant ship dared to come on the deck except for Sanji and GP. No one knows how the pirates were dealt with. Pulling the ship and the pirates on it back will definitely convince many people of their ability to protect. Thinking of this, Ethan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. This is a good opportunity to cultivate goodwill. Because of the original book, Ethan naturally has a good impression of the protagonist group and the group, and Ethan admires people like GP even more. How can he not get involved with such a good opportunity? Thinking of this, Ethan leaned forward, poked GP secretly, and asked in a low voice, "Well, Mr. GP, may I ask, what are you going to do in Pro City?" GP glanced at Ethan, and said in a low voice, "I have a bag of treasure." Ethan knew in his heart that he had the same idea as himself at that time. But Ethan smiled shyly. Probably the city of Pros has been put under martial law by the Navy after he made such a fuss. Ethan immediately talked about the situation over there, but GP didn't express his opinion after hearing it, and just looked at Ethan with a half smile. It seems to be saying, "If you have any ideas, you kid, just say it." Ethan smiled, "We are going to Rogue Town, do you want to go with us?" GP gave Ethan a sideways look. "What's the matter?" "The martial law in Pros City will be loosened in Rogue Town." "That's okay." Asong interrupted suddenly, "My home is over there, so it's definitely more convenient to do what you want than in Pro City." So, GP readily agreed to come down, and there were two more figures on the boat heading to Rogue Town. Chapter 71. During the ensuing journey, the lives of Ethan and his party became much better. After trying GP's craft, Ethan almost cried. He suddenly felt that he had spent more than half a year after his rebirth. How delicious that is! The same sea animal meat, in the hands of Asong, can only become a sizzling tasteless barbecue, but in the hands of GP, you can have whatever you want. Although there was no decent kitchen stove on board and the conditions were very simple, GP still made steaks with several flavors by using the various seasonings Asong prepared for the barbecue. One bite, the outer skin is baked crispy, tender, and fragrant, which is just right. Not to mention the quality of the meat, tender and juicy, with a strong sweet flavor. The sea animal meat that is about to vomit these days has undergone such an earth-shaking change. It can be said that it has dropped a bomb on the taste buds. Originally, Asong was still unconvinced, but after he took a bite of the steak made by GP, he immediately burst into tears, almost kneeling in front of GP and shouting, "Coach, I want to learn how to cook." As for the soap, not to mention, this fellow was originally eyeing the bounty offered by the great pirate Redfoot GP, but now. "Old man, from the moment you boarded the boat, my soul couldn't help being attracted to you. In my eyes, you are like the bright moon in the sky. Nothing can compare to you, and you are like the lighthouse in the Twin Fjords, pointed out the way forward for me in my long life. From today onwards, I am your most pious, faithful, of." This lasted for a long time, and got stuck on the last word. Ethan felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard it, and seeing Sanji's teasing eyes, Ethan almost wanted to find a crack in the ground and sneak in. It's so embarrassing, such a blatant way of flattering. The most important thing is that you still get stuck at the end of the filming? But it seems that GP is very useful, and it may be that he has never seen such a flattering person in his life. In short, after listening to Soap's flattering, the old man was so happy that he smiled from ear to ear. Warped. Is that okay? Ethan is even thinking about it. For the sake of his stomach and mouth, it's okay to lose a little moral, right? But in the end, Ethan didn't pull back his face, because after the old man showed his cooking skills once, he didn't do anything anymore, and all the meals were arranged by Sanji. According to the old man, it was to train him. Really, why should I help him cook? Sanji was a little reluctant. He was obviously still dissatisfied with Ethan. When he was free, he would rather chat with Soap Asong than Ethan. Although the boat seemed a bit crowded because the passenger capacity suddenly became 4 people and 1 dog, it was also much more lively. In the evening, when Soap and Asong are drinking and having a barbecue meeting, they will lick their faces and come to Sanji and ask him to help with the barbecue. As for Ethan, he would also come to GP's side to have a chat, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of the world from his mouth. Actually, there's something I've been wanting to ask. Jep stroked his 2 braided beards, and looked at Ethan very curiously. I see that almost no one on your ship will steer for a long time. Are you heading in one direction so steadily? Could it be that some new navigation technology has emerged during the year I was away in the East China Sea? Aha, this is my devil fruit ability. The most convenient place in this world is here. No matter what strange things happen, just one sentence of devil fruit ability can solve it. You turned out to be a devil fruit capable user. GP said in surprise, and then he stroked his beard and said with some displeasure, "It seems that you kept your hand when you did it before? Did you look down on me? How could it be?" Ethan laughed. "My ability, for some reason, cannot be easily used in the East China Sea." As for the reason, Ethan didn't say clearly, and GP didn't ask much. "Forget it, anyway, I see it too." GP said he didn't care about Ethan's vague and unconvincing statement. And a little calm, "Broken a leg, I really can't be a pirate anymore." "You don't have to be so pessimistic, old man. I don't know about the broken leg, but I know a man who lost an arm, but he can still fight for supremacy at sea." Zap showed a hint of curiosity, but it was only fleeting. He waved his hand helplessly. "Shouldn't ordinary people be curious about how my leg was broken? I never casually inquire about other people's past." Ethan took out a bottle of wine that he got from Asong, and handed it to GP. It's true that Ethan can't drink, but at times like this, he thinks Zap needs it. GP bit off the lid of the wine bottle, took a big gulp down, and sighed deeply. "Although you're just a brat, I don't know why, but I always feel like I can chat with you." Maybe it's because your mentality is still young. Ha 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 ha. GP laughed out loud at Ethan's teasing. They were laughing loudly here, and A-Song's side was even more lively. With Soap, who can play tricks and amuse himself when he drinks too much, it is indeed impossible not to be lively. All blue. That's right, the legendary sea area that is said to have fish from all over the world at the same time is on that great route. Sanji's eyes sparkled when he mentioned this. I don't understand. Is there any good legend about this? Can't you just buy fish from all over the world? But speaking, they are all seas, so is there any difference between fish from all over the world? Soap drinker fan confused, asked vaguely. Don't be stupid, fat. Ah-Song slapped Soap on the top of his head. If you want to buy it, who can sell it to you? The four seas are not connected to each other. Moreover, since the four seas are not connected, marine life naturally, each will form a different system. Doesn't that mean there will be many delicacies in other sea areas that I haven't tasted? Yes. You can say that. Sanji said with a smile, it's not only a paradise for chefs, it can also be said to be your paradise. Okay. It's decided. We must go there in the future. Soap nodded frantically, and Halaza couldn't control it again. Hearing the noise over there, GP suddenly asked Ethan, do you believe what they said? All blue. Correct. Ethan nodded, why don't you believe this? This is a world full of dreams and adventures. Is there anything that cannot exist? Besides. Ethan suddenly laughed, and he pointed to the direction of the Great Route. Even if all blue doesn't exist there, can't we create one by ourselves? Build a big ship at sea, travel all over the world, capture and cultivate all kinds of marine life, get up and use human power to create an all blue, isn't it okay? GP was shocked by Ethan's words. He snorted coldly, a brat is a brat, talking so thoughtlessly, this kind of thing. I know it's hard to do, and it may take a lifetime. But isn't a dream worth your whole life to pursue? Ethan looked at GP, his eyes full of firm strength. GP looked at Ethan carefully. He felt that this seemingly weak boy seemed to have a burning flame in his body. After a long while, he shook his head, with a look of unsatisfactory expression, even I was almost inspired by you, but unfortunately, I can no longer pursue it. But fortunately, I found a young man who has the same dream as me. He looked at Sanji with emotion in his eyes, let him help me realize this dream. And you? What do you want to do now? My boy, have you ever been hungry? Ethan tilted his head, hungry? I don't think I've ever. He started to drink over there, and the soap with 4 dancing paws rushed to his mouth. With it, there is no way my boat will be missing food. Hey! GP leaned on the railing beside the boat, looked at the sea, and said slowly, I have survived, and many times, do you know? Hunger is the most desperate thing on this sea. Every time I think, if there is a restaurant on this sea. Chapter 72. The boat sailed on the sea for about half a month. On this day, they finally saw the shadow of Rog Town at the end of the sea level, which is called the Town of Beginning and End. Ethan looked at the island that appeared on the sea level from a distance, and his heart was filled with emotion. The era of great pirates in this world began here. It's just that my current strength is not strong enough to cross this island. Ethan clenched his fists. In the next 5 or 6 years, I will practice hard, and when this body is 17 years old, I will cross this island and go to the Great Route. It's not just Ethan looking at the island with ulterior motives, A-Song also has a complicated look on his face. I have been away from my hometown for more than 10 years, and when I come back this time, what has everything become? After docking the boat at the port, Ethan jumped off the boat. After more than half a month, he finally set foot on solid ground again. Turning his head, he saw Ah-Song looking around complicatedly, so he patted Ah-Song on the back. You have to face what you have to face, be open-minded. That's right, Old song, Ethan and I will accompany you and cheer you up. Soap was held in A Song's arms, and when he heard what Ethan said, he also interjected. Jeepya and Sanji also jumped off the boat, and Jeepya still carried his big bag of treasure waiting to be sold on his back. Don't worry, we are not in a hurry. You can solve your own problems first. Jeepya also seems to have seen Ah Song's emotional problems. From the daily chats in the past half-month, he can roughly learn about Ah Song's story. Ah Song nodded gratefully, and then Jeepya took Sanji to the town outside the port. The two of us go shopping first, and come to the hotel to find us when you are done. Seeing Jeepya's back going away, Ah Song finally summoned up his courage, and he said to Ethan, "Let's go, my weapon store is at the corner of 3rd Street, and it will take a while." When the two of them walked out of the port, they saw a long street. Both sides of the long street were full of Western-style buildings. Most of the first floors were open cottages with small vaults. Stalls. People came and went on the long street, and the merchants on both sides shouted loudly, looking very lively. This is the first street, from the execution platform to the long street of Donggang. Oh, yes, the execution platform. A Song pointed to the distance of the long street with his hand. Ethan looked far away and did not see that instead of the wooden execution platform in the impression, I saw a round building with a pointed top. There's no execution platform. Ah Song, you haven't come back for a year, you've lost your way. A Song's face was full of black lines. I'm just pointing you in the direction. The execution platform is not that high. You can't see it until you walk to the central square. The two walked along the first street all the way to the central square, and Ethan found that the traffic on the port side was nothing compared to this side. Looking forward, the square was crowded with people, and it reminded Ethan of the temple fair in his previous life. In the center of the crowd, a towering wooden execution platform stood there. Gold Roger fell here. The sunlight was a little dazzling. Ethan covered his eyebrows with his hands, squinted at the execution platform, but a picture of Luffy standing on it popped up in his mind, and he grinned for no reason. I've also heard it outside. It is said that after the execution of One Piece King Gold Roger, this place was also packaged as a famous scenic spot by the world government to deter the pirates in the East China Sea. Hey, let me say this method, it's really not very clever. A Song also laughed. A coward who can be frightened by this trick will not become a headache for the Navy. It makes sense. Ethan nodded. However, maybe the world government doesn't want to deter anyone at all. After all, the people are the basis of their rule. Maybe they just want ordinary people to know that people's minds are those who live across the sea. The great villain has already been headed by the righteous and glorious world government, that's all. After listening to Ethan's words, A Song nodded thoughtfully. What you said seems to make sense, but from what you say, you don't seem to have a good impression of the world government. Favorites are very subjective, so everyone must have their own opinion. Regarding this question, Ethan played a sloppy eye and didn't let the topic continue. The street plan of Rogtown is roughly centered on the central square where the execution platform is located, and 4 streets extend outward in an umbrella shape, with a port at the end of each street. Since the people who came here especially for the name came to the side of the execution platform, Ethan and A Song managed to squeeze into the 3rd street against the flow of people. When they came here, Ethan and A Song breathed a sigh of relief. There were not so many people here. Most of the 3rd Avenue was filled with goods stores such as boat groceries. There were not many tourists staying here. So it is a little bit cleaner than other places. Here we are. Ah Song said suddenly. Ethan looked around, and they had come to the door of a weapon shop. Above the door were 2 crossed handguard swords, and the shop's sign was hung on the sword. Arms shop, doesn't it mean a weapon shop? Is the name of your weapon shop so straightforward? Ethan complained. Don't be so long-winded, what are you doing with such a complicated name? It's so good, it's simple and clear. Ah Song put the drowsy soap on the floor, straightened his clothes, hesitated, and just stretched out his hand to push it away. Open the store door, only to hear a crisp voice from behind. Song. June? Is it? A Song. A Song's body froze. Ethan turned his head and saw a tall woman with fair skin and three-dimensional facial features that made people feel very soft. Although it might not look amazing at first glance, it is the kind of woman who is very attractive. Woman. Not only that, but she was also very tall, with golden curly hair loosely draped over her shoulders. When she saw Ah Song, her eye circles were reddish. She clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, bit her lips tightly, and looked at Ah Song's back with probing eyes. Ethan looked at this woman with some doubts, and suddenly he was startled. Could this be Ah Song's childhood sweetheart? What is it called? Duo. Doral. Ah Song turned around and saw this woman. The four eyes met. Ah Song seemed a little cramped, but Doral walked over on his own initiative, and opened his arms across his chest. Doral. Ah Song was so touched. He hadn't seen him for many years, but Doral was still so beautiful. He also opened his hands, waiting for Doral's embrace. Snapped. Originally, Ethan planned to turn his head back, but he didn't want to look directly at this sour scene. However, when he heard the crisp slap, Ethan turned his head gloatingly, and pulled the soap to watch this comfortable scene up close. Doral, why? Ah Song was completely confused. Why? Doral was still puzzled after the slap, and slapped him again. Snapped. See Soap, it's good to be single. Soap nodded half understanding. For some reason, it also felt that this woman named Doral was a little scary. You still dare to ask me why? One Pine, I have been waiting for you for 10 years in vain, but you even have a child outside, and you still have the face to come back. Doral was about to cry, but still stubbornly said, biting his lip. He stared at Ah Song fiercely. Why play? Ethan's face turned black. When will this meme go away? Ah Song also came back to his senses, suppressed a smile and said to Ethan, Pfft. Come on, Ethan, call Dad to listen. Ethan just had such a dark face. At this moment, he took out the Shuangtian saber and chopped off Ah Song's heart. Hey! Forget it, murder is a crime. Ethan took a deep breath hard. At this moment, Doral also realized that she might have made a mistake, and with Ah Song's explanation, she laughed through tears. So, you've been waiting for me? Then, let's get married. What? Doral's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he couldn't believe his ears. Let's get married. Ah Song said again word by word. The sour smell hit again. This time Ethan couldn't bear it anymore. Anyway, looking at Ah Song's appearance, he didn't need anyone to accompany him anymore, so Ethan left the place quickly with the soap.